Introduction asterisk. In a whirlpool of rebirth, I become the Crow's Eye, armed with the Pirate King system, my left hand wielding the power of hockey and political strategy, and my right hand navigating the seas with ice and fire. I defy fate to save my loved ones. The iron tide sweeps across 7 nations, the departed rise once more, and I shall ultimately take my seat upon the Iron Throne. Chapter 1. The Departed. Do not die. Asterisk asterisk. Huang Zhengdao's last memory was of the towering black wall that met the sky and the sea in the South China Sea. In one moment, there was only the distant rumble of thunder rolling within the leaden clouds, the sea breeze caressing his skin with its salty dampness, and the water gently undulating beneath his athlete's form. In the next instant, the heavens seemed to be rent asunder by an unseen hand, as a deluge of ink-like rain fell, icy and bone-chilling, instantly obscuring the world. The once familiar wind transformed into countless invisible, savage whips, lashing the surface of the sea and conjuring monstrous waves. The sea, now a roiling beast, surged with immense force, each crest threatening to crush him down while greedily pulling him into the abyss. The will to survive ignited within his very bones, compelling every muscle fiber to exert its strength. Huang Zhengdao kicked furiously, yet each stroke felt like a struggle within thick tar, the frigid sea water forcing its way into his mouth and nose, the salty taste overwhelming him with impending suffocation. At last, with all his might, he broke through the surface, only to be met with an even more terrifying wave crashing down upon him, thrusting him back beneath the water. His ears filled with a dull roar, his vision clouded by a murky darkness swirling with countless bubbles. His lungs felt as though they were being gripped by iron claws, burning with a fierce pain. He instinctively clawed upwards, piercing the heavy curtain of water. Just as he touched a whisper of air, a more sinister force seized him. In a heartbeat, mere meters from the chaotic golden beach, the sea suddenly collapsed, unveiling a vast, silent whirlpool that opened its dark maw. The water spiraled madly, descending into an unfathomable funnel. The pull exceeded the limits of physics, emanating a soul-freezing greed. Huang Zhengdao felt his body lighten, all struggle rendered futile, as he was inexorably drawn downward, akin to a helpless leaf spiraling into an abyss. The frigid water squeezed in from all directions, his bones seemingly groaning under the pressure. The last remnants of air in his lungs were mercilessly expelled, forming a desperate stream of bubbles that swiftly vanished into the increasingly dim light above. Absolute darkness enveloped him, heavy enough to suffocate. On the brink of consciousness extinguishing, deep within the icy, silent void, an ancient imprint, tinged with the brine of the sea, etched itself onto his fading awareness. The departed. Do not die. They shall rise again. Their might shall be fiercer. This voice was not heard but etched into the soul, directionless and without origin, a cold, eternal declaration. In that same moment, at the other extreme of the world, beneath the rocky fortress of the Greyjoy family on Pike Island in the Iron Islands, the fierce sea winds howled over the jagged black rocks, sending icy spray crashing against the faces of the gathered crowd. The air was thick with the unyielding sense of sea salt, fish, and an almost palpable atmosphere of foreboding. At the center of the crowd stood the patriarch of the Greyjoy family, Euron Greyjoy, tall and weathered. His features bore the deep marks of time and the sea, his gaze as unyielding as the rocks, yet betraying a hint of nervous anticipation as a new father. Beside him stood his eldest son, Balon Greyjoy. At merely 12 years old, Balon was lean, yet already exhibited the distinctive sharpness of the Greyjoy lineage. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his keen eyes, an inheritance from his father, fixed ahead, striving to emulate his father's calm demeanor, though his clenched fists and slightly rapid breath revealed his inner turmoil. This was the moment his younger brother was to be tested. Only a handful of individuals surrounded them. 2 solemn drowned priests and Euron's most trusted captain's aide, Herrick. The altar was a natural formation, a massive rock hollow smoothed by the sea, filled at present with icy, turbulent seawater. The high priest, an elder with hair and beard all white, soaked through yet ablaze with fervor, stood barefoot in the waist-deep water. In his rough, bark-like hands, he cradled a newborn wrapped in coarse, gray seaweed cloth. The second son of Euron, Euron Greyjoy, just brought into this world. Drown God. The old priest's voice, hoarse yet piercing, cut through the howling winds. Please have mercy on your humble creation. Grant him the hardness of an ironborn. Bestow upon him the breath of the sea. Let him endure your baptism, returning from death stronger, harder. As the incantation reached its zenith, the old priest inhaled deeply and suddenly thrust his arms downward. The cold, death-laden seawater engulfed the small, swaddled form, submerging the newborn's tender, rosy face. There was no cry, only a few meek bubbles struggling to surface from the folds of the cloth, swiftly extinguished. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time froze amidst the roaring winds and waves. Euron Greyjoy involuntarily held his breath, his broad shoulders leaning slightly forward, his gaze locked on the churning surface, every ounce of tension evident in his furrowed brow and clenched fists. 12-year-old Balon dared not even blink, his small body taut as stone, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Captain Dagmar's expression was grave, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger, while a younger priest anxiously swallowed. Beads of sweat formed on the old priest's brow, mingling with the icy seawater as they trickled down. He sensed the struggle of the tiny body in his arms fading, becoming cold and limp, akin to a dead fish pulled from the depths, and a heavy despair began to spread in his frenzied eyes. Cold, darkness, suffocation. Huang Zhengdao felt himself being crushed, dissolved, his consciousness drifting like smoke ready to disperse. Just as his awareness teetered on the edge of oblivion, the force that dragged him into the whirlpool suddenly reversed. It was as if an invisible hand reached into the icy depths, precisely seizing his lingering soul and, with an irresistible, tearing force, yanked him outward. Boom! Not a sound, but an indescribable, violent collision and compression at the level of the soul. He felt himself forcibly crammed into an exceedingly narrow, cold, rigid vessel, rapidly losing its last vestiges of vitality. The intense repulsion felt like millions of burning steel needles piercing through every crevice of his being. Foreign nerve endings transmitted the suffocating sensation of dying, a coldness, and a faint yet fiercely unwilling, primal rage that resisted his encroachment. Ugh! G.U.H. Just as the infant's body in the old priest's arms became entirely cold and stiff, as the light of hope in Euron's eyes began to dim, and Balon instinctively took a half-step back, a weak and peculiar sound emerged from the seawater-soaked swaddle. The old priest's arm trembled violently. Then that tiny purplish body convulsed sharply. Cough, cough. Wah! The gray seaweed cloth was torn open at one corner. A murky mixture of seawater and mucus erupted from the infant's mouth and nose like a small fountain, splattering the taken-aback old priest. Suddenly, a piercing cry, unmistakably that of an infant, shattered the howling sea winds, resonating in every ear present. Wow! This wail was imbued with terror, agony, and an indescribable bewilderment that accompanied the relief of survival. The deathly silence surrounding the altar was irrevocably shattered. Chieftain Euron gasped sharply, his towering figure swaying as the color drained from his face, swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy and disbelief. He instinctively stepped forward. 12-year-old Balon, startled by the sudden outburst, stood frozen, his pale face wide-eyed, all semblance of composure vanishing, leaving only the awe of a child confronted with the incomprehensible. Captain Herrig let out a low, astonished exclamation, while the young priest trembled with excitement. The old priest's despair was instantly consumed by a near-manic crimson fervor, his body quaking with exhilaration. He thrust the infant high above his head, summoning every ounce of strength to bellow, his voice altered by extreme exhilaration and reverence, echoing amidst the tumultuous winds. Behold, ironborn! Behold, the drowning god has manifested. She has bestowed a miracle upon us. Chilled seawater cascaded down his raised arm, dripping onto the infant's small, slick chest, which rose and fell violently. The infant's cries gradually subsided, replaced by rapid, survival-like gasps. His newly opened eyes, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, displayed a heart-stopping oddity. The left eye, a profound abyssal black, seemed to absorb all light. The right eye, a chilling blue reminiscent of the calm sea before storm. The drowning god has chosen this child. The old priest's voice rang out like a bloodied horn, fervent and hoarse. Grant our Lord rebirth. This is the earthly embodiment of the drowning god, the hope of the Iron Islands, the undeniable proof that the departed do not perish, but shall rise again. The departed do not perish, but shall rise again, and with greater force. The old priest shouted once more. Captain Herrig and the young priest fervently knelt, their foreheads pressing against the cold, slick rocks, repeating the sacred incantation. The departed do not perish, but shall rise again, and with greater force. Chieftain Colrin did not kneel immediately. He strode forward, nearly seizing the waning, gasping infant from the old priest's hands. Colrin's rough fingers delicately brushed away the viscous seawater and slime from the infant's face, trembling ever so slightly as he made contact with the cold, slick body. His gaze, akin to the most seasoned captain surveying a storm-battered map, swept over the child's heterochromatic eyes. The left, a black void that devoured all light. The right, a piercing blue like the most frigid sea before tempest. There was no paternal warmth, only a heavy, complex scrutiny as if he bore the weight of the future of the Iron Islands upon his shoulders. Euron Greyjoy's deep voice cut through the priest's fervor as he raised the squirming, wailing infant overhead with undeniable authority and the exhilaration of survival, proclaiming, "This is my son, the ironborn of House Greyjoy, Euron Greyjoy. Euron Greyjoy." The others echoed, celebrating the rebirth of the second son of the Iron Islands. Colrin turned and handed Euron to Balon, instructing, "Take your brother back to the castle, wrap him warmly in lambskin, and present him to your mother." The 12-year-old Balon met his brother's strange gaze, frozen like a small rock besieged by the sea winds. He watched as his father took the resurrected sibling from the priest, observing the complex mixture of joy and heavy concern in his father's eyes, an emotion he had never witnessed before. He gazed into his brother's unsettling, heterochromatic eyes, a chilling, unfamiliar sensation like the dark currents of the deep sea quietly washing over young Balon's heart for the first time. His emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement at becoming an elder brother and an indistinct wariness, as if his territory had been encroached upon and his attention diverted. The cold waves crashed against the rocky altar, murky seawater swirling in the crevices, reflecting the kneeling priests and captain, the chieftain Colrin cradling the infant with a grave expression, and the isolated firstborn Balon, whose eyes flickered with complex emotions. Within that small body, having just traversed the cycle of life and death, two utterly distinct souls, Huang Zhengdao from another realm and the newly born Euron Greyjoy, were slowly merging in a painfully strange manner within this cold, briny abyss. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined from the very first moment of arrival, deeply embedded in the future of House Greyjoy, hovering over the heart of Colrin, the father who sought reform yet clung to miracles, and casting the first shadow over the still tender but increasingly hardened heart of Balon Greyjoy. Chapter 2. Euron Greyjoy. Deep within the towering, rocky fortress of Pike Island, a stone chamber was barely warmed by the flickering flames of the fireplace, struggling to dispel the characteristic chill and dampness of the Iron Islands. The air was thick with the musty scent of parchment, the slight bitterness of ink, and a faint brine that the sea winds could never entirely wash away. This was the abode and modest library of the scholar of Pike Island. 3-year-old Euron Greyjoy sat upon an oak chair far too large for him, his feet dangling in the air, wrapped in a thick woolen sweater that accentuated his cherubic pale face. Most striking were his eyes. The left, as unfathomable as an ancient well, absorbed the light in the room, presenting an almost pure black. The right, a startlingly clear blue, reminiscent of the sea before a tempest, exuded an icy demeanor. The Iron Islands have always been the most barren territory of the Seven Kingdoms. The elderly scholar, Clagan, stood beside him, his white hair and beard contrasting with his slightly stooped posture, yet his gaze remained sharp, filled with uncertainty and an indescribable awe. Yet our ancestors charted a realm vaster than Westeros with longships. Come, let us today familiarize ourselves with the illustrious sigil of House Greyjoy, shall we? Scholarly Clagan carefully unfurled a worn, darkened piece of thick parchment. The illustration depicted a fearsome sea creature, its coiling, robust tentacles adorned with suckers, as though ready to breach the paper and drag all into the abyss. Heavy scales cloaked its body, and its head bore 2 eyes, one as deep as a starless night, the other as cold as the most fierce sea before a storm, both gazing intently at the viewer. On a pure, black backdrop, only the sea creature was meticulously illustrated with gleaming gold threads, radiating an unsettling majesty in the dim light. Behold, this is the golden sea monster. Clagan's bony finger traced the parchment with deliberate reverence. It symbolizes strength. It proves our ironborn can breathe, fight, and rule beneath the waves. The sea is our hunting ground, and the monster embodies us. He endeavored to imbue his voice with the passion a child could grasp. Our House Greyjoy, Claggan's voice flowed on, attempting to draw the young master's thoughts back. Descend from the Grey King. The Grey King, do you know? He is an ancient being, older than the children of the forest on the continent of Westeros. Legend has it that he was a mermaid and ruled over all kingdoms beneath the waves. His blood courses through our veins. The scholar's tone was resolute. The scholar Claggan slowly unfurled a yellowed map, the map of the Iron Islands, and began to elucidate the long history of these islands to Euron, referencing the intricate details of the cartography before him. The Iron Islands are situated in Ironman Bay, within the Sunset Sea of Westeros's western realm, with direct access eastward to the Trident and Neck. Scattered like torn chains across the Sunset Sea, the archipelago comprises 31 islands, with 7 principal islands encircled by 21 smaller ones. The 7 main islands are Pike, Great Wyke, Old Wyke, Harlaw, Saltcliffe, Black Tide, and Oak. Among the 21 smaller islands, some are utilized for sheep herding, while others remain uninhabited. Pike Island resembles a spearhead pointing towards the mainland, with the town of Pike perched atop 3 eroded pillars on a precarious cliff. Great Wyke's volcano continues to smolder, and the ruins of the Greyjoy Hall on Old Wyke are older than Valyria itself. Harlaw appears as a beached whale, while Saltcliffe is riddled with honeycomb-like caverns. Black Tide is the domain of House Blacktide. Oak Island, formerly known as Oakmont, flourished during the reign of King Hor, when merchants and trading fleets traversed between Oak and Lannisport, Old Town, and even the Free Cities, bestowing unimaginable wealth upon the Iron Islands. He picked up a charcoal pencil and began sketching on a rough piece of parchment. "Behold, young Master Euron, our Iron Islands," he said, drawing several crooked circles that resembled scattered pebbles. "The largest one represents our home, Pike. The others are Great Wyke, Old Wyke, Harlaw." His finger pressed heavily on the circle representing Harlaw. The powerful Harlaw family. They possess the finest shipyards, capable of crafting longships that cleave through storms. His tone carried a deliberate emphasis. "And here, Great Wyke," Claggan's charcoal pointed to another slightly larger circle, his tone tinged with caution. "This is home to the Goodbrother family. They are descendants of black blood, good brother, ancient, very proud. They hold tradition in high regard." He sidestepped the specific implications of tradition, merely sketching a simple anchor beside it. "Here, Old Wyke," the charcoal moved again. "This is the territory of House Drum. The Kingsmoot. Do you know? Long, long ago, the great king of the Iron Islands was not born to the throne. He was elected by all the captains at the Kingsmoot. House Drum presides over this ancient ceremony." The scholar's tone brimmed with reminiscence of glory. "And here, Black Tide, the realm of House Blacktide." He drew a wave at that location. "They are the most loyal servants of the drowned god, the most fearless warriors of the sea." Finally, the charcoal rested on a solitary dot at the tip of Great Wyke. "Lonely Light, the Farwind family. They." The scholar hesitated, as if choked by an invisible sea mist. "Very special, rarely leaving the castle, as mysterious as the fog upon the sea." He inscribed a small lighthouse symbol. This map, composed of rough lines and symbolic representations, embodied the nascent form of the world in Euron's eyes. Pike Island stood at its core, with the other islands serving as surrounding reefs and hidden rocks. The names Good Brother, Drum, Black Tide, and Farwind weighed heavily upon him, imbued with the scholar Claggan's tone, compressing them into his emerging consciousness. They were inexorably bound to weighty words such as power, pride, ancient rituals, devout followers, and mystery. "My lords," Claggan summarized, attempting to muster a benevolent smile, like the tentacles of a sea monster reaching out in every direction, "we must firmly grasp the rocks belonging to Greyjoy. Only then can the great ship of the Iron Islands navigate steadily through the storm." "Lord Corran quarreled with the captains again this morning," sighed Claggan, his fingers tapping on the position of Lannisport. "This is the 3rd time he has proposed forming a merchant fleet, and the 3rd time he has been opposed." Euron's fingertips traced the waters between the Iron Islands and the mainland. He recalled his father Euron Greyjoy's reform plans, to replace raiding with iron or trade, to supplant iron payments with dock taxes, and even to propose erecting statues of the Seven in Pike City to improve relations with the mainland. Such notions were deemed more terrifying than the others in the eyes of the Iron Men. "The Drum family claims this is blasphemy against the drowned god," the scholar whispered. "Yesterday, fishermen carved, 'Taking by force is better than hard work' at the docks of Pike City." Euron nodded slightly, stating matter-of-factly, "This is the motto of our Greyjoy family." The sound of crashing waves outside suddenly grew deafening. Euron understood that this phrase, inscribed in the essence of the Greyjoy family, embodied their belief that the drowned god created the Iron Men to seize the wealth of the weak. Yet, at this moment, as his father Euron Greyjoy proposed reforms favoring trade over raiding, the inscription at the docks served not as a compliment, but as a pointed jibe directed at the Greyjoy family, mocking and accusing Euron Greyjoy of abandoning the family oath, forsaking the traditions of the Iron Islands, and betraying the Iron Man. It was said that fishermen had etched the words, yet literate fishermen on the Iron Islands were rarer than three-legged fish. Euron understood this implicitly, but chose to remain silent. As the second son of House Greyjoy, he had been the center of attention since birth, a living embodiment of the drowned god's presence on land, a testament to the dead who do not truly perish, but shall rise again. The hope for the future of the Iron Islands as foretold by the old priest and his striking heterochromia of black and blue eyes. Almost every Iron Man was aware of Euron's title as the son of the drowned god. Yet at the tender age of 3, he could not bear the weight of various titles. Wood that stands out in the forest will be toppled by the wind. A pile that rises above the shore will be swept away by the current. One who walks higher than others will be scorned by the masses. Euron comprehended this wisdom, and thus knew he must learn to conceal himself until he possessed sufficient strength. To remain low-key was to survive a little longer. Before speaking or acting, Euron would remind himself of this mantra. Having strayed from the theme of enlightenment, Clegane shook his head and resumed today's lesson, his quill tracing the pivotal moments in the history of the Iron Islands on the parchment. 300 years ago, when Blackheart Heron built Harrenhal in the Riverlands, we ruled the western coast from Bear Island to Greywater Watch. Until the conquest, Aegon's Dragonfire burned our fleet, and the sight of the subjugation king, Euron Greyjoy, kneeling to present his crown still stings the pride of the Iron Men. Now, the Iron Islands nominally serve the Iron Throne, yet within every captain resides the spirit of the Raider Corey. Euron noticed the old scholar's hand tremble at the Targaryen sigil. Clegane was born and raised in the Iron Islands. Even after spending over a decade in the Citadel, the tales of the Iron Islands coursed through his veins, never forgotten. Clegane displayed the map before Euron and inquired, "Euron, do you know where you are?" "Here, Pike City, the seat of House Greyjoy." Euron's voice rang clear, imbued with an unusual certainty. Clegane raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Very accurate, young master. Your father would be proud of you." Euron remained silent. His gaze swept across the other islands, Great Wyke, Old Wyke, Harlaw. Each name stirred vivid memories within his mind. He knew which families resided on those islands, and how they would choose their allegiances in the future. "Scholar," Euron suddenly asked, "why do the Iron Men refer to themselves as ironborn?" Clegane stroked his beard, a habit he adopted while pondering. "It is an ancient tradition, young master. Our ancestors believed that the drowned god forged the ironborn from iron, the undull from soft gold, and other races from mud." Euron nodded, yet modern metallurgical knowledge lingered in his thoughts. Iron is indeed harder than bronze, but prone to rust. This metaphor proved unexpectedly apparent. The way of life of the Ironborn differs from that of other kingdoms. Clegane continued, "We pay in iron, not in gold or silver." "Iron? With swords and axes, my lord. We take what we desire." Clegane's voice brimmed with pride, such as the ancient way. The ancient way was merely another term for plunder and pillage. In the culture of the Ironborn, warriors seized spoils from defeated foes, paying in iron rather than purchasing goods with money. The Ironborn's thralls and salt wives were likewise acquired through plunder, never through trade. To use money for purchasing goods was deemed a disgrace among the Ironborn. Whatever could be taken without cost was the most desirable. A slight smirk graced Euron's lips. He recalled the calamities that befell King Balon in his attempt to revive the ancient ways, as well as Euron's even more extreme actions in the original narrative. "My father wishes to change this," Euron suddenly remarked. Clegane's expression faltered momentarily. Lord Corran does indeed entertain some revolutionary ideas. Euron was aware that his father, Euron Greyjoy, sought to integrate the Iron Islands into the mainstream culture of the Seven Kingdoms. In the original tale, this endeavor ended in failure, leading to the Greyjoy family's temporary decline. Yet now, with his intervention, history might veer in a different direction. After 3 years of confusion and misunderstanding, he ultimately chose to embrace his current identity, accepting the reality of having traversed into the world of a song of ice and fire. "Tell me about the sigils and mottos of the other houses, Scholar Clegane." Euron shifted the topic. Clegane exhaled in relief and began to point at the map, explaining, "Aside from our Greyjoy family ruling over Pike, the island of Great Wyke is controlled by House Drum, whose sigil features bones and chains." Euron listened intently, cross-referencing every detail with the knowledge stored in his memory. House Drum would one day support Balon. House Stonehouse bore a sigil of a rock within the tentacles of a sea monster. House Merlin's motto was though dead, yet live. Some of these houses would remain loyal to the Greyjoys, while others would betray them at critical moments. Chapter 3 Knowledge is Power Euron. A resounding voice echoed from outside the door. Balon Greyjoy strode into the room, the scent of the sea trailing in his wake. He was tall, with silver-streaked black hair, and the scars on his face narrated tales of countless naval battles. Father. Euron slid off his chair and awkwardly bowed. Balon laughed heartily as he lifted his son. What has my little sea monster learned today? About the affairs of the great houses. Father, Euron replied, unexpectedly adding, and your desire to abolish the old way. Balon's smile faltered. He cast a stern glance at Maester Clegane, who hastily shook his head, denying that he had divulged anything to the child. How do you know this, son? Balon lowered himself to Euron's level. Euron blinked innocently, feigning naivety. I overheard you arguing with Brother Balon, stopping him from raiding at sea. You said the old way has left the Iron Islands impoverished. Balon's expression grew complex as he ruffled Euron's hair. You are still too young to grasp these matters. The old way is the lifestyle of our ancestors. Altering it is no simple task, not merely difficult. Cultivating a good habit is arduous, and changing a tradition that has been upheld for centuries is akin to scaling the heavens. Euron understood the predicament his father faced. The Iron Islands were barren and rocky, yielding little beyond fish and seaweed. The ironborn subsisted through raiding, yet this way of life had become increasingly untenable since the Targaryen unification of Westeros. Father, Euron suddenly said, if the ironborn do not raid, how shall we survive? Balon was astonished by his son's insight. Trade, my son. Exchange our iron ore and salted fish for grain. Construct merchant ships instead of longships. But will the other houses agree? Balon chuckled ruefully. That is precisely the dilemma. Your brother Balon vehemently opposes it. Euron recalled the obstinate Balon Greyjoy from the original tale, the one whose stubbornness had led to the failure of 2 rebellions. Now merely 15, his character was already evident. More troubling was the fact that Balon Greyjoy, as the eldest son, would inherit Balon's title and dominion, making it difficult for them to persuade the other lords given their differing ideologies. I support you, father, Euron declared earnestly. Balon dismissed the notion lightly, but laughed heartily, lifting his son high. At merely 3 years old, you already have a political stance. My little sea monster shall surely become an exceptional lord in the future. After Balon departed, Euron returned to the window. On the distant horizon, a longship was entering the harbor, its sails emblazoned with the golden kraken of House Greyjoy. He recognized it as the vessel his father had sent to trade at Lannisport, laden with iron, ore, and salted fish. Young master, Maester Clegane whispered. Do you truly comprehend what your father intends to achieve? Euron turned, his dark blue eyes gleaming brightly in the dim room. More than anyone else, Maester. The Iron Islands must change, or they shall inevitably be consigned to the annals of history. Clegane inhaled sharply. Such words spoken by a mere 3-year-old sent shivers down his spine. The following days unfolded in a monotonous yet extraordinary manner, as Euron's learning progressed at an astonishing pace. He not only grasped the intricacies of the prominent families of the Iron Islands, but also began to acquire rudimentary knowledge of navigation and weaponry. Qhorin marveled at the child's innate talent and crafted a small wooden sword specifically for him. Each afternoon, Euron would dutifully appear at the training ground, a field laid with white sea salt, to undergo warrior training. Grip it tighter, Euron, boomed Uncle Balv, his voice resonating through the Pike training grounds. This future commander of the Iron Fleet, a robust man in his early 20s, possessed muscles as taut as ship cables. A true ironborn must hold a sword as one would embrace a lover. He seemed to forget he was instructing a mere 3-year-old, who had no understanding of what a lover was or how one might hold a lover's waist. Euron gripped the wooden sword with both hands, adopting a defensive stance. Balon Greyjoy laughed heartily as he swung his wooden sword, and Euron barely managed to block the strike, landing hard on the ground. Well done, Balon exclaimed, helping him up and playfully swatting at Euron's sea salt-covered bottom. You're far better than Balon was at your age. Euron brushed off Uncle Balv's hand, clutching the wooden sword tightly, his gaze resolute. Again, this world has never been tranquil. There are wars among men, battles for power, and a looming conflict with the others. To survive, one must learn to wield a longsword and shield for self-defense. After training concluded, Euron ventured alone to the castle's library. The collection in Pike was limited, mostly comprising maritime logs and records of warfare. He tiptoed, extracting a weathered tome titled The Kings of Westeros. Young master, you can read already? came Clygon's astonished voice from behind. Euron did not respond. Instead, he opened the book and pointed to the text, reciting, Seahorse, Corlys Valerion, the Lord of Tides, who once danced with the blood dragon. Clygon's beard trembled. By the gods, you are a prodigy, young master. Euron smiled wryly within. Possessing the memories of an adult allowed him to read, yet he needed to regulate his pace to avoid raising undue suspicion. He feigned difficulty in reading, occasionally seeking Clygon's assistance with the pronunciation of certain words. As the sun set, Euron was summoned to the family hall for dinner. Qhorin sat at the head of the table, flanked by Euron's mother, Lady Sansa, a frail woman from the Black Crown. Seated along the long table were his brother Balon and Uncle Balth. I heard you made progress today, Euron, Qhorin remarked, slicing into a salted fish. Balon scoffed. What use is reading? A true ironborn should learn to navigate longships and wield battle axes. Qhorin furrowed his brow. Balon, how many times must I tell you? Times are changing. Euron's dedication to learning is commendable. Balon's 15-year-old face was etched with defiance. Euron observed this future King Balon, noting the stubbornness glinting in his eyes. In the original narrative, it was indeed Balon's obstinacy that led to the failure of 2 rebellions in the Iron Islands, resulting in the ruin of his house. Brother, Euron suddenly remarked, reading can aid us in our battles. Balon scoffed, how so? By understanding the history and culture of our enemies, Euron calmly replied. Knowing that the red wine family of the Arbor poisons their wine can help us avoid treachery. Understanding the pride of the Lannisters allows us to exploit it for traps. Familiarity with the mottos and sigils of various houses reveals their ways of conduct. To conquer them effectively, we must comprehend the lifestyles and combat strategies of the people from different regions. There is an ancient saying in the East, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. The hall fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone stared at the 3-year-old child, incredulous that such words had emerged from his lips. Particularly the ancient saying, profoundly sensible yet unfamiliar to them, left them astounded. Colin, who had been stooped over his meal, was the first to regain his composure upon hearing his younger son's words. He erupted into laughter, banging the table, while said, My son shall undoubtedly become the wisest lord of the Iron Islands. The weight of reform had bent his back. He had proposed the abolition of slavery, the opening of trade ports, and even the allowance of the 7 priests on the islands, all to extricate the Iron Islands from the mire of antiquated bloodshed. Yet, his eldest son Balon consistently opposed his reforms, igniting a sense of frustration within Colin akin to that of a blacksmith lamenting over unyielding iron. He sternly turned to Balon, exclaiming, Learn to think with a pen rather than an axe. The Ironborn require a new anchor. You ought to learn diligently from your brother, read more, and refrain from engaging in frivolous games with those filthy sailors. Balon's countenance darkened as he jabbed at the food on his plate, falling silent. A new anchor? A new anchor? Or perhaps a new heir? The obstinate Balon understood that the discord between him and his father stemmed from their differing ideologies, yet he would never yield, even if his father wielded the threat of succession. He cast a glance at his composed brother Euron. His eyes filled with disdain for the boy who only knew how to curry favor with their father. After dinner, Euron was granted a brief moment of freedom within the castle. He longed to visit the seaside but was denied. Leaning against the window, he gazed at the tumultuous sea bathed in the light of the setting sun. The salty breeze tousled his curls, while the roar of the waves crashing against the rocks filled his ears. Though he had inadvertently offended his hot-tempered brother during dinner, Euron dismissed the incident from his mind, aware that in the future, greater conflicts would arise between them due to their divergent beliefs. The struggle between reformists and traditionalists was inevitable. He reflected on the madness of Euron in the original tale, commanding dragons with the horn of winter, drinking from the shade of the evening to gain foresight, and possibly engaging in blood magic rituals. Though such methods proved effective, the costs were steep. Now endowed with modern knowledge and historical foresight, perhaps a wiser path could be forged. Young master, it is time for bed, came the distant voice of a maid. Euron cast one last glance at the darkened sea before turning to enter the castle. He understood that he must consciously cultivate his own influence, forge alliances with future key figures, and prepare for the impending transformation of the Iron Islands. In the body of a mere 3-year-old resides the soul of an adult, a duality that presents both a boon and a curse. He must deftly conceal his peculiarity while seizing every opportunity to learn and evolve. Behind the stone walls of Pike, the game of power has commenced, and he, Euron Greyjoy, shall no longer be the deranged crow's eye of the original tale, but rather a novel entity, a ruler infused with contemporary wisdom and the Ironborn's audacious ambition. Upon returning to his chamber, Euron knelt beside his bed, performing a brief prayer to the drowned god. As all children of the Iron Islands do. "O drowned god," Euron murmured, "if you truly exist, grant me the strength to alter the fate of the Iron Islands." He then climbed into bed, closed his eyes, and began to mentally outline the subjects for his studies the following day: the fundamentals of navigation, the distribution of resources across the Iron Islands, and the intricate web of alliances among the great houses. Chapter 4. The Pirate King System. 2 unremarkable years passed on Pike Island, and Euron Greyjoy had turned 5. Dawn bathed the world in a salty mist, the damp sea breeze lashing salt crystals against the jagged rocks. Euron Greyjoy walked barefoot across the slick stones, the frigid seawater lapping at his ankles before receding, leaving a delicate foam in its wake. In the distance, the silhouette of the black drink loomed through the fog, its shallow draft and prow carved into the likeness of a gaping dragon's maw, flanked by 6 brass-rimmed positions on either side. This marked his 3rd clandestine visit to the vessel. Ever since the ship Dagerma docked at Pike Island for supplies, his brother Balon Greyjoy's gaze had not strayed from it. Subsequently, Balon had spent nearly every day mingling with Dagerma and his crew, drinking, boasting, and sharpening his axe. Balon had long desired to set sail for plunder, and the black drink provided him with that opportunity. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If given the choice, Euron would prefer the safety of the castle. However, 3 days prior, upon first stepping barefoot into the sea, he heard a sound that quickened his heartbeat. Ding. Host contact with seawater detected. Pirate King System activation at 1. May the drowned god bless, for he finally possesses a golden finger. As the tide surged, enveloping his ankles with an oddly intimate chill, Euron suddenly perceived an octopus retreating into a crevice 3 inches beneath the surface, not through sight, but through the tremors of the water. He cautiously ventured deeper. Yet as the water reached his knees, a guard yanked him back. Pirate King System activation at 101. Upon reaching an activation level of 100, the Pirate King System shall officially commence. Perhaps a long voyage could fully activate the system. Euron gazed intently at the black drink, his fingers unconsciously stirring the seawater. To change destiny, his own, his father's, his brother's, his yet-to-be-born nieces and nephews, and indeed the fate of the entire Iron Islands, power was essential. The black drink, fortuitously, offered him that opportunity. My lord should not be in such a place. Those sailors, once intoxicated, regard not even a lord, let alone a king, with any measure of respect. The old fisherman, Wick, stood by the shore, shielding young Euron's gaze with his hand, which was missing 2 fingers. If your father were to learn of your clandestine venture aboard last night, you need not speak, nor shall I, and naturally, my father will remain oblivious. At the tender age of 5, Euron was permitted to roam outside the castle only along a narrow stretch of the coastline, accompanied by a guard. Wick's unwavering loyalty, valor, and combat prowess provided Colin with a sense of reassurance, as he temporarily assumed the role of Euron's protector. Suddenly, the sea mist was parted by a gust of wind. Euron beheld a towering figure by the ship's helm, Dagmor, whose chin was split in 2, the origin of his moniker, Split Chin, held together by an iron ring, which leaked dark red liquid whenever he indulged in drink. Legend had it that he single-handedly felled 7 ironborn sailors at the Stone Steps Isles, and the golden belt he had seized now clasped tightly around his greasy leather armor. Euron pointed at a long string of objects dangling from the mast and inquired, "What are those?" Wick emitted a throaty gurgle. "Ears. Those still moist are the ears of Lycene merchants. The good drink recently plundered a merchant vessel, and each ear signifies a successful raid." His tone revealed a hint of envy, as if the primal urge for plunder coursed through his veins. Euron fished a silver stag from his pocket and tossed it to old Wick. "I almost forgot to congratulate you. Your youngest is now 3 months old, yes? Spend time with him. They grow quickly, and before long, they cease to be adorable." Wick caught the coin deftly, a grin spreading across his face as he discerned the implication in Euron's words, dissuading him from thoughts of maritime plunder. He nodded. "You speak wisely, young lord. At my age, old Wick is better suited to fishing in Iron Man's Bay. Is the young prince inspecting his fleet again?" Dagmor's voice was rougher than the crashing waves, yet it carried an affectionate tone. He squatted by the rocks, remnants of last night's honeyed wine still clinging to the fissure in his chin. He lifted Euron as one might a kitten, his large hand, despite being 3 fingers short, surprisingly gentle. "Your brother is about to commit a foolish act." Dagmor dried Euron's damp hands with his leather armor, "But I suspect the little sea creature has already noticed." The damp planks creaked suddenly. Balon emerged from behind a pile of cargo, an 18-year-old youth more robust than most warriors, his leather vest stained with remnants of last night's revelry and traces of perfume. A newly sharpened axe hung at his waist, its blade glinting with a bluish hue in the morning mist. Is the little mouse spying on me? Balon grasped Euron by the collar, the brine of the sea evident in his breath. Are you planning to inform on your dear brother? Euron dangled in the air, catching sight of the fresh scar on Balon's neck, a result of King Colin's whip 3 days prior. As their father had bellowed that Greyjoy's eldest son ought not to cavort like an ordinary pirate. Euron blinked. The eastern reef will be submerged by the tide tonight. He gestured towards the good drink, catching the southwest wind. It could slip beyond their father's watchful eye before dawn. Balon's blue eyes narrowed into slits. In the distance, the horn summoned the crew. The good drink was retracting its gangplank. Brother, Balon's voice was taut as a rigging line. If you inform father. His hand rested upon the axe's handle, yet his gaze wandered like a child caught in wrongdoing. A wise man learns to remain silent. He cast Euron onto the wet sand like a discarded catch, striding towards the longship while issuing a warning without looking back. If mother inquires, say I have gone to Oldwick Island to spar with the stonemasons. Mother would not believe that. Euron rose, brushed the sand from his backside, and scoffed. Even a 3-year-old knows what you're off to do with Dagmar. Balon spun around fiercely, his gaze menacing. You little brat. Do you believe I won't tie you to the rocks and let you experience drowning once more? Euron grinned. I might keep your secret, but only if I can sail with the hound's drink. The old fisherman Wick stood dumbfounded. Sail? Balon laughed heartily. Sail? Do you think we're going fishing? We're not fishing. We're going to raid merchant ships. You're but 5 years old. Even at 5, I am of the ironborn, the son of Euron Greyjoy, heir to the Iron Islands. Balon's teeth ground in frustration. Blades are merciless. Blood and flesh scatter. Do you think raiding is child's play? The old maester and his pile of moldy parchments await you atop the tower. Don't you always claim that learning is useless? Shouldn't a true ironborn learn to command longships and wield battle axes? Euron provocatively eyed him. Or do you wish your 5-year-old brother to charge into battle? Is the so-called greatest swordsman of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy, incapable of protecting his own brother? Balon's face flushed crimson as he seized Euron by the collar. His toothless grin sinister in the morning light. Since you fear not death, let me show you the true path of the ancients. The old fisherman Wick stepped in front of Balon, his robust hand gripping the axe handle, eyes sharp. Release the young lord. Balon let Euron go, flashing a grin at Wick as he drew his sword. The old fool only sees the young lord. I am still the future king of the Iron Islands. What of it? Old man, care to test the edge of my blade? This is my personal decision. It concerns none of you. Euron waved at the old fisherman Wick, laughing. Wick, return to my father and tell him, within 2 weeks, or at most a month, I shall return with a ship full of spoils. The old fisherman Wick, seeing he could not prevent it, leapt onto the ship, his face pale. I am your protector. How can I return to face the king if you sail heedlessly into danger? The king would not kill me, yet I would have no face left. The sail of the hound's drink rose, the black canvas adorned with the sigil of the Dagmar family, a sea serpent devouring its own tail. When the last tether was cast off, a small flag suddenly ascended from the mast's peak. The golden sea monster of the Greyjoys writhed menacingly in the morning light. A faint smile crept upon Euron's lips. System activation level 15. Chapter 5. Voyages and Raids. Euron Greyjoy once had 3 sons, born of his first wife, Meryn from the stonemason family of Harlaw Island. Euron Greyjoy, his first son, perished in childhood due to grayscale. Quentyn Greyjoy, the second son, died in infancy. Donner Greyjoy, the third son, returned to the embrace of the drowned god alongside his mother at birth. Subsequently, Qhorin found his second wife, the mother of Balon and Euron. Due to the previous loss of 3 children, Qhorin placed immense value and cherishment on the 2 sons he had painstakingly acquired. 18-year-old Balon was extraordinarily robust, having triumphed over numerous battle-hardened pirates in finger-dance duels, and he could hold his own against his uncle, the esteemed knight of the Iron Islands, Baldric Greyjoy, in sword combat. 5-year-old Euron, born with captivating mismatched eyes and a miraculous revival, garnered significant attention, earning the moniker of the drowned god's son. With his intelligence and resilience astonishing all who encountered him. Together, they embodied the future and hope of the Iron Islands. One a warrior, the other a scholar. Yet, both treasured sons of the Iron Islands king now found themselves aboard the drunken ship, preparing to accompany their father on a raid against merchant vessels at the Stepstone Islands. Dagmar Cleftjaw felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The thrill of piracy suddenly diminished. However, the sails were raised, and there was no turning back. Unless laden with spoils or his own corpse, retreat was not an option. The docks of Pike City, shrouded in salty mist before dawn. revealed damp planks that yielded slightly beneath his feet, seeping black seawater as if the drowned god were caressing the departing vessel. Euron Greyjoy trod barefoot across the tangled ropes, the coarse gravel and shells pricking his soles as the cold seawater lapped over his ankles, retreating to leave a delicate froth. The silhouette of the drunken ship loomed in the morning fog, its low gunnels resembling a slumbering sea beast, while the dragon-carved prow gaped wide, seemingly poised to devour distant prey. "Remember, little sea creature," Dagmar said, rubbing Euron's curls with his calloused hand, the split chin glinting coldly in the morning light. His voice, weathered by the sea wind, resembled the rugged rocks, coarse yet imbued with an unusual rhythm, speaking the language of the waves. The gentle whisper of the surf signified safety, while the hissing warned of shallows. Should one hear the ominous thud of an old pirate's gesture signaling sinking, followed by a gurgling laugh, it meant the rocks were gnawing at the ship's hull, and the drowned god was knocking at the coffin. Euron nodded, his mismatched eyes scanning the deck, his left eye, a deep abyss, swallowed light, while the right mirrored the cold surface of the sea before a storm. Within his 5-year-old frame resided the spirit of a time traveler. Yet at this moment, he needed to learn as a true ironborn. He reached out to touch the ship's hull, the rough wood leaving tiny splinters in his palm. Imbued with the briny essence of seawater, the sea breeze suddenly quickened, laden with ominous salt. Balon Greyjoy stood beside the helm, motionless as a bronze statue. His 18-year-old muscles taut beneath leather armor, his gaze fixed on the increasingly pale horizon. A scar from his father Corran's whip still marked his neck, the dark red scab resembling a twisted sea serpent, but at this moment, all his thoughts were on the distant plunder. Dagmar was at the bow, conducting a ritual for their departure, smearing whale oil on the eyes of the carved sea monster, his hoarse voice mingling with the sea breeze. "Open your eyes, old friend, and lead us to bountiful prey." 53 sailors took their positions, with Balon standing resolutely at the helm like a bronze statue. "Set sail." Dagmar's roar drowned out the cries of the seagulls. The black sails unfurled with a rustle, adorned with the banner of the serpent biting its tail, fluttering at the mast's peak. Euron gripped the gunwale rope, feeling the tremors of the longship awakening, the creaking of the keel and friction, the humming of the taut cables, the muffled thud of waves against the hull. These sounds interwove in his ears, forming a battle hymn of the Iron Folk. Salty spray splashed upon his face, imbued with a peculiar vitality. Pirate King System Activation, 25. On the third day of our voyage, while Euron was observing the sun's angle from the bow, he was caught by Dagmar. "Our little prince is studying navigation." The old pirate lifted him to the helm as if he were a kitten, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Watch closely. This is the true compass of the Iron Folk." Dagmar unbuckled his belt and relieved himself over the sea. The bifurcation of the stream in a headwind indicated hidden currents, while a straight line in a tailwind was a favorable omen. He glanced at Euron, grinning. But this lesson can wait until you are older." Euron did not smile. He pointed to a wooden chest in the corner of the deck. "There lies the star chart." Dagmar raised an eyebrow. "A scholar's toy. The Iron Folk have no need for such trinkets." He patted the dagger at his waist. "We navigate by blood and salt instinct." Yet, Euron understood that true seamanship encompassed far more. The charts surrounding the Stone Steps archipelago were a secret of the Iron Folk. Dagmar produced a piece of whalebone from beneath his leather armor, etched with symbols marking whirlpool zones, hidden reefs, and pirate dens. The bone was polished from countless consultations, its edges smooth and worn. "We are about to reach this point." He indicated a jagged incision on the bone, the Weeping Widow's whirlpool, which has claimed 20 ships. "When passing, one must scatter salt on the deck. Otherwise, the drowning god will take your helmsman." Euron silently noted this, and whether the act of scattering salt bore any genuine efficacy. He saw no harm in respecting tradition. After all, salt was hardly precious. Dagmar, seasoned in both navigation and plunder, imparted nautical wisdom that could not be found in tomes. For someone aspiring to master the seas, such knowledge was more valuable than gold. As the voyage commenced, the gluttonous draft plunged ever deeper into the ocean, advancing towards the Stone Steps archipelago, while the activation of the Pirate King system steadily escalated. Pirate King System Activation, 205. On the 7th day of our voyage, Euron bore witness to the fury of the sea. The gluttonous draft was a quintessential Ironfolk longship, its low bulwarks suited for ambush, its shallow draft allowing for beach landings. Its sails, coated in tar, were lighter and faster than those of the merchant vessels from Qingting Island. Yet, when faced with headwinds, the Ironfolk would lower the sails, relying entirely on oars, 6 positions on each side, manned by the strongest pirates in rotation. "Look at the clouds," Baron suddenly appeared behind Euron, pointing to the curling fish-scale clouds at the horizon. Those are the teeth of the drowning god. A storm is approaching. Initially, it was but a streak of leaden gray at the edge of the sky. But soon, the dark clouds crashed down upon the sea like a warhammer. Towering waves raised a curtain of water as high as a fortress wall, and the gluttonous draft was tossed like a leaf upon the crest of the waves, only to be violently hurled into the trough. Euron was flung to the port side and then to the starboard, his nails digging into the wooden planks to prevent himself from being swept into the depths. Even with ample preparation, the furious sea remains an insurmountable force against human endeavor. Lower the sails. Secure the cargo. Dagumo bound himself to the helm with ropes, rainwater seeping through his split chin and mingling with his spittle. Baron, get your brother below deck. Baron hoisted Euron as if he were a sack of grain, rushing into the captain's cabin in a flurry. Under the dim glow of the whale oil lamp, the nautical chart lay soaked, its ink blurred into a murky blue-black. Yet Baron precisely pointed to a specific location. Remember this spot, Devil's Molars, the most treacherous whirlpool area of the Staircase Isles. If the ship breaks apart, head northeast. There are reefs you can climb upon. Euron gazed at his brother's rain-soaked face. In that moment, Baron appeared not as a brash youth, but as a true captain. A tremendous crack echoed from the mast, and Dagumo's curses pierced through the wooden walls. Damn the 7 gods. Oldwick has fallen overboard. Suddenly, Euron broke free from Baroness' grasp, seized a dagger from the table, sliced open his palm, and smeared his blood upon the doorframe. An ancient rite he had learned from old fisherman Wick, a blood sacrifice to the god of drowning. Blood flowed down the doorframe, seeping into the crevices of the wood as if absorbed by an invisible force. Ding! The host has actively engaged in a maritime crisis for the first time. The Pirate King system's activation level has increased by 5, currently at 65. A warm current surged through his limbs. Baron stared intently at his brother, intending to pull him back, but a colossal wave crashed into him, sending him back into the captain's cabin. He grasped the doorframe with pale fingers, shouting frantically, "You fool! Come back!" But his voice was drowned out by the howling wind and roaring waves, and then he witnessed a miraculous spectacle. As Euron ascended the deck once more, he found himself able to navigate the tilting ship as if it were level ground, even anticipating the direction of each wave's surge. He picked up a rope from the deck and threw it towards the struggling oarsmen on the port side amidst the tumultuous sea. The rope, as if imbued with life, accurately wrapped around Old Wick's flailing wrist. Once assured that the oarsmen had grasped the rope, Euron secured the other end to a nail on the deck. Regardless of how fierce the waves or how wild the wind, Euron felt no impact, as though the ocean were a mere extension of his own body. Dagumo lay sprawled on the deck, eyes wide. Is the god of drowning above? Is this little sea creature growing on the ship? The son of the god of drowning. Everyone involuntarily recalled the legend associated with Euron. Chapter 6. Life at Sea and First Aid After the Storm, on the 10th day of the voyage. The deck of the haughty drink was piled high with swollen wooden barrels, each secured tightly with coarse hemp ropes to prevent them from rolling during the journey. The most conspicuous were the barrels of salted cod, from which salt frost seeped through the dark, splintered wood. Upon opening the lids, a foul stench of rotting seaweed and dead fish assaulted the senses. When Euron witnessed the sailors opening the barrels for the first time, he thought it was some form of punishment ritual, a biological bomb, or an attempt to suffocate enemies with the putrid contents. Watch closely, little prince. Red-haired Oakwood grinned, the stench of liquor wafting from his toothless grin. He pried open the barrel lid with a dagger, revealing a surface of yellowish brine adorned with a layer of milky maggots, writhing upon the salted carcasses of fish, resembling a living mold. The one-eyed old wolf, accustomed to such sights, pinched a piece of dried cod with his rough fingers, causing the maggots to tumble away. He nonchalantly wiped his hands on his filthy apron and stuffed the fish into his mouth, chewing as yellow juices dribbled from the corners. The more he chewed, the more flavorful it became. He mumbled, revealing his jagged black teeth, the sea salt nourishing. Euron's stomach churned. Yet, as he hesitated, Dagmar's iron hook had already speared a chunk of fish and presented it before him. Eat, the old pirate urged, his single eye squinting, unless you wish to find yourself as famished as Torek, gnawing on your own leather armor. Ultimately, Euron gently shook his head in refusal. The hard bread was another form of torment. Those dark, round loaves were locked in an iron chest to fend off rats and moisture. When the hobbled cook retrieved a box, they were as hard as rocks, their surfaces mottled with dubious green spots. Stand back. Oakwood swung his axe down forcefully. With a resounding crack, the bread split in two, crumbs flying. Euron picked up a piece, discovering it infested with tiny beetles, scurrying frantically through the bread's honeycomb holes. Baron grinned widely, seizing half and biting into it, the crunch of crushed beetles distinctly audible, more refreshing than the fish. No lie there. It does seem marginally better than fish, he remarked. Mimicking them, Euron took a fractured piece of bread from the iron box, scraped off the mold with his dagger, and dipped it in seawater to soften it. Upon taking his first bite, his tongue tasted wood and grit, as the bread had been mixed with sawdust and crushed shells to prolong its shelf life. Freshwater was even more precious than food. A tar-coated goatskin bag hung in the shadow of the mast, each drop meticulously rationed. As Euron drank, he noticed tiny transparent creatures floating on the surface, swimming in the bag like tendrils of living mist. Most dreadful was the freshwater after the 7th day. The water in the goatskin began to turn green, tasting of rust and decayed seaweed. Do not stare, and certainly do not waste. Every drop of fresh water is invaluable, Dagmar warned, handing him a rusted iron sieve. Just filter it. Drinking it raw is fine. Your intestines will eventually be filled with sea worms anyway. Euron chose not to heed the old piratess' advice, opting instead to boil the water after filtering it over the fire. This method drew scorn from his brother Baron. For the sailors of the Gallant, the most agonizing plight was their dwindling supply of alcohol, nearly exhausted. Originally sufficient for at least a month, half had been claimed by the Tempest a day prior, and the remaining liquor was to be strictly rationed. To the sailors, liquor held the same significance as their blades and the heads upon their shoulders. In the hold after sunset, the air thickened with sweat and the stench of fish as 20 sailors crowded amidst barrels and coils of rope. A gladiatorial arena for iron men. Come, let the little prince witness. Old Wick shoved Euron into the center of the circle. His opponent was one-eyed Glenn, his face still marked by the scabs of the day's battles. He wielded no weapon. Instead, his hands were coated in a slick layer of whale oil, glistening under the dim glow of the whale oil lamp. The first tenet of ironborn combat, he surged forward, his oily hands reaching for Yulon's face, throwing his enemy off balance. Yulon evaded sideways, yet his foot was ensnared by Glenn's boot. Just as he was about to topple, he seized the overhead rope, swinging upwards, his legs scissoring tightly around Glenn's neck. The two crashed heavily onto the deck, the impact resonating through the barrels with a dull thrum. Splendid. Dagmar gulped down a swig of rum, but when it truly came to blows, it had to be like this. He suddenly kicked over a barrel, amber liquid splattering all over Yulon. In that fleeting moment of blurred vision, the old pirate's knee pressed against Yulon's lower back. A rough dagger poised at his throat. The dead had no chance to swing from ropes. The bloody lesson endured until deep into the night. The essence of ironborn combat distilled into 2 words: practicality, using teeth to gnash at an enemy's windpipe, nails to gouge out eyes, and even how to conceal sharpened fish bones within one's sleeve. Elegance was nonsense on land. At sea, survival was the only truth. Aside from eating, sleeping, boasting, brawling, drinking, the scant liquor never enough to satiate, and staring vacantly at the ocean, there existed a perilous pastime known as finger dance. This game was popular among the ironborn, requiring at least 2 participants. Contestants would hurl short-handled axes at each other, and the recipient must catch or evade the whirling axe without moving a step. This game, dubbed finger dance, typically concluded when a participant lost at least 1 finger. Balon Greyjoy was an enthusiast of this game, particularly captivated by a legend that claimed Eros Hall had triumphed over Logar Greyiron II in a finger dance duel, thereby inheriting the title of King of the Iron Islands, albeit losing 2 fingers in the process, earning him the moniker Eros the Crippled. This tale transformed Balon's fondness for finger dance into fervor. Yulon, however, deemed it not a game, but rather an act of foolish self-mutilation. Yet, at the tender age of 5, Yulon lacked the capacity to alter ironborn customs and remained merely an observer. The sharkskin war drums reverberated across the deck, each thump akin to a blow against the ribs. Let the drowned god witness the brave, Dagmar roared, striking the drumsticks down. The sharkskin drums rattled painfully against the eardrums. The sailors marked out a 5-step diameter circle with whale oil, Balon Greyjoy standing opposed to Split-Finger Hawk, the flying axes shimmering with a mercury-like glint in the moonlight. As Dagmar's drumsticks struck the 3rd beat, the duel erupted. Balon's right arm drew back like a catapult, and in an instant of torso twist, the short-handled axe transformed into a silver arc, hurtling directly at Hawk's heart. Yulon distinctly perceived the air tearing as the axe blade spun. This was no game, but a targeted act of slaughter. Hawk's one-armed form displayed astonishing resilience. He pivoted sharply on his left foot, the axe blade grazing his leather breastplate, igniting a shower of sparks. Almost simultaneously evading, his remaining left hand drew the flying axe from his waist, utilizing the momentum to hurl it back with force. The axe emitted a piercing wail, aimed straight for Balon's throat. Clang! Balon raised his axe to block, the two blades colliding and sparking brilliantly. The immense impact forced him to stagger back a step, the heel of his boot already teetering on the edge of the oily circle. Retreat! The sea! The Iron Men bellowed. Dagmo grinned maliciously as he lifted the salt bucket, dousing Baron with the murky liquid. The brine seeped into the unhealed lash wounds on his neck, provoking a spasm. Baron wiped the salt from his face, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Both axes flew from his grasp simultaneously. One swept low at Hawk's ankle, while the other soared high, blocking his escape route, a lethal pincer movement. Hawk roared as he leaped, the high-swinging axe grazing the bottom of his boot. Yet, as he landed, the low-swinging axe had already bitten into the muscle of his calf. The sickening crack of bone sent a wave of nausea through Euron's stomach. However, Hawk, using the momentum of his fall, clamped his teeth onto the axe handle and hurled it back with all his might. The bloodied throwing axe spun like a crimson wheel. Baron quickly turned his head, the blade slicing through the upper half of his left ear's dark hair, embedding itself deep into the mast behind him. As wood shavings flew, Hawk, dragging his exposed, wounded leg, managed to rise once more. The blood vessels had ruptured. Euron dashed into the fray, pointing at the spurting blood from Hawk's calf, which fanned out in a 3-meter arc. His femoral artery was severed. If it did not stop bleeding within 3 minutes, he would surely die. Dagmo's hammer hung poised in midair. Baron, gasping for breath, glared at his brother, the throwing axe humming in his hand. Are you willing to die for him? Oldwick stood in front of Euron, not forgetting his role as protector even after boarding the ship. I must preserve the fighting strength of the gluttonous. Euron kicked aside the bloodied axe, slamming the sea chart into the pool of blood, indicating the northeast where the swift ships of Bravos were spotted. If we lose men now, by dawn they will hunt us. The courage of iron, Baron's voice was icy, more valuable than life itself. Pointless maiming is not bravery. Euron stepped forward, his heterochromatic eyes glimmering eerily in the moonlight. This is foolishness. He abruptly drew his sword and severed the mooring rope, sending the heavy anchor crashing into the circle of death. Want to play? Then bind your feet and leap from the tip of the anchor. Only those who survive deserve to be called warriors. Silence enveloped the deck. Suddenly, Dagmo erupted into raucous laughter, shattering a wine barrel. Did you hear that, fools? Let us do it this way next time. He was unwilling to witness his brother's quarrel aboard his ship, thus diverting this minor conflict with a jest. Play. Play your mother. Euron scoffed internally. By the moonlight, he glimpsed the horrifying wound on Hawk's calf where the axe blade had cleaved the fibula. Dark red muscle rolled back like a split pomegranate, and the pulsating blue-purple veins were faintly visible deep within. Press here. Euron screamed, grabbing Oldwick's hand and firmly pinching his thumb against the groin of Hawk's thigh. This was the surface pressure point of the femoral artery. Modern first aid knowledge had become a lifeline. The gushing blood flow abruptly lessened, transitioning from a spurt to a steady stream. Fetch the spirits. Needle and thread. Canvas rope. Euron's youthful voice carried an undeniable authority. Dagmo hesitated for a moment, then kicked aside a wooden crate and retrieved half a bottle of rum. Baron silently cut a length of canvas rope, the coarse fibers soaking up the blood. Euron uncorked the bottle, amber liquid pouring over the wound. Ugh! Hawk awakened in agony, then fainted again, under the cleansing of the alcohol. Euron discerned the severed blood vessels. The main branch of the femoral artery had been sliced a third of the way through, gushing blood like a ruptured water sack. Fragments of bone and wood were embedded within the tissue, quivering slightly with each pulse. Give me shark teeth. Euron reached out. Glenn hurriedly removed the necklace, a protective talisman crafted from 6 shark teeth. Euron selected the slenderest and sharpest tooth, soaked it in rum, and threaded it through the twisted hemp stitches. As he pierced the rolled flesh with the shark tooth, the onlooking Iron Men gasped in unison. The needle deftly avoided the nerve bundles, weaving between the ruptured vessel walls. With each stitch tightening the hemp, the gaping wound began to close incrementally. Baron handed over a canvas rope, which Euron tore into strips. He first laid down coarse burlap soaked in rum, then spiraled the fabric strips around the injury. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, he abruptly wedged Hawk's dagger between the injured man's teeth, commanding him to bite down. With both hands, he grasped the ends of the strips, pulling them taut. A nauseating grinding sound emanated from the fractured bone. Hawk's eyes bulged as the dagger's hilt was marked by deep bite impressions. Yet, more terrifying was the fabric, instantly drenched in a vivid crimson. Without hesitation, Euron applied a 2nd and 3rd layer of pressure. When the 7th layer was finally secured, the bleeding ceased. Yuluen severed 2 oars, shaping them into splints with the dagger. Glenn contributed his remaining foot wrappings to serve as bandages. Once the splints were secured, Yuluen elevated Hawk's wounded leg upon a rum barrel. Under the moonlight, the pallor of the injured man's face, drained by blood loss, began to reveal a flicker of vitality. Dagmo crouched in the pool of blood, his single eye fixated on the intricate splint. "Where did you learn that?" he inquired. "The drowned god taught me in a dream," Yuluen replied, wiping his bloodied face, his mismatched eyes glinting eerily in the moonlight as he chuckled softly. "Do you believe me?" Dagmo was skeptical, while Baron scoffed nearby. "I believe you're full of nonsense. Last month, Vincent Rain fell from Blackwater Cliff and broke his leg. A female doctor from the north amputated it. And when she staunched the bleeding, she did it just like that. That little rascal was right there, watching the whole spectacle. He probably just learned by imitation." Chapter 7. The first battle of the drunken hero. On the 12th day at sea, the midday sun scorched the deck of the drunken hero, causing the tar between the wooden planks to sizzle. Yuluen squatted at the bow, employing the method Dagmo had taught him to observe the shifting clouds. Suddenly, a lookout's crowing call echoed from the crow's nest. "Sail sighted. 30 degrees to port." Yuluen jerked his head up to behold, in the distance, the gilded prow of the silver swan gleaming blindingly under the sun. He squinted. His heterochromatic eyes, one dark as pitch and the other a frosty blue, simultaneously perceiving something amiss. The draft of this Bravo's merchant ship appeared unusually deep, and the chaos on deck seemed excessively contrived. "Prepare for boarding," Baron bellowed, his voice laced with a bloodthirsty thrill. He ripped open his leather armor, exposing a chest marred by scars, as his longsword glistened coldly in the sunlight. The surrounding ironmen seized their weapons, axes and harpoons clattering rhythmically on the deck, creating a heart-pounding cadence. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yulen's fingertips. His blood surged with boiling fervor. Memories of the original narrative flooding back like a relentless tide as he recalled the traps used by Braavosians to masquerade as merchant vessels. "Wait." Yuluen grasped Baron's wrist. The hand of a 5-year-old was less than half the size of an adult's, yet surprisingly strong. Something was amiss. The Braavosian warriors were never known to falter. Before the words could escape his lips, the side plank of the merchant ship before him crashed down, revealing 6 gleaming crossbows. In Yulen's line of sight, time appeared to stretch. He witnessed the crossbowmen draw their strings, observed the cold light reflecting off the steel arrows, and even discerned the faint tremor of the fletching in the air. "Take cover." Dagmar's roar coincided with the whistling of the first volley. A 3-foot steel arrow pierced the chest of the oarsman beside Yulen, pinning him to the main mast with a gruesome spray of flesh and blood. The man, still gasping for breath, futilely grasped the arrow shaft embedded in his chest, spewing pink froth that splattered across Yulen's face. His mind went blank. Warm blood trickled down his cheek, the salty, metallic scent flooding his nostrils. His legs trembled uncontrollably, yet some primal instinct seized control of his body. As the second wave of arrows descended, he instinctively rolled behind a pile of ropes. "Balon, engage on the starboard." Dagmar's voice echoed from afar. Peering through the gaps in the ropes, Yulen beheld his brother leap onto the enemy vessel like a beast. Balon's longsword carved a deadly arc, cleaving through the skull of a Braavosian mercenary clad in a bronze mask who had just raised his curved blade. Brain matter arced through the air in a ghastly white spray, splattering upon the gilded ship's rail, glimmering ominously in the sunlight. "Little sea monster." To the left. Oldwick's shout snapped Yulen back to the present. A captain adorned with a silver nose ring brandished a torch, charging towards a barrel. A malevolent grin plastered across his face. In Yulen's gaze, the flickering flames expanded infinitely. The trajectory of the fire's tongue was vividly discernible. Time seemed to freeze. He could hear his heartbeat thundering, the rush of blood through his veins resonating like a tsunami. His right hand instinctively reached for his waist, drawing the dagger Dagmar had gifted him, a weapon longer than his forearm, yet it felt weightless in this moment. "Die, ironborn bastard," came the roar of the silver-nosed captain. Yulen's body reacted before his mind could catch up. He ducked and rolled, evading the hurled torch while simultaneously thrusting his dagger like a striking serpent. The sharp blade found its mark, slicing through the tendon of the captain's knee, eliciting a scream that harmonized with the hissing sound of the torch plunging into the sea. "Ah, you little brat." The captain's words were cut short. Using the momentum of his roll, Yulen sprang to his feet, seizing a harpoon from the deck and driving it with all his might into the captain's throat. The sound of the harpoon penetrating the trachea was a dull, wet thud. The captain's eyes bulging, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. This was Yulen's first act of murder. The metallic tang of blood was overwhelming. He gazed down at his hands, smeared with crimson. Oddly, he felt no revulsion, but rather an unsettling sense of satisfaction. The darkness enveloping his left eye seemed to deepen, as if it could absorb all surrounding light. "Watch your back," Dagmar's warning jolted Euron. A bald giant wielding a chain mace charged at him, the hammerhead still slick with brain matter and shattered bone. Instinctively, Euron leaned back, the chain mace whistling past his nose, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. Yuluin's gaze instinctively locked onto the somewhat rigid left leg of his opponent. He seized a handful of scattered salt from the ground and hurled it fiercely towards the giant's face. In the brief moment the adversary closed his eyes, a dagger was thrust with precision into the old wound of his left knee. Ack! The giant collapsed onto the ground, his chain mace slipping from his grasp. Without hesitation, Yuluin stepped onto the back of his foe, gripping the dagger's hilt tightly, and drove it downward with all his weight. The blade pierced through the leather armor, embedding itself within the gap of the spine. The giant's scream abruptly ceased, his body convulsing like a fish drawn ashore before falling still. The battle upon the deck had reached a fever pitch. Baron grappled with a red-bearded mercenary amidst a pool of blood, their weapons having been knocked aside. Resorting now to primal, beast-like biting, Dagmar found himself besieged by 3 mercenaries, his battle axe having carved out a gap, yet with every swing, a limb would be severed. In this bloody boarding skirmish, the warriors of the Iron Islands showcased their unique combat style. Yuluin leaned against the battered ship's rail, panting as he observed this brutal yet effective art of slaughter. Let them taste the ancient ways. Dagmar's roar resonated like thunder. The battle style of this seasoned pirate epitomized the quintessential ironborn ethos. In his left hand, he wielded a short-handled battle axe adorned with spikes, while his right gripped a serrated dagger. Each attack surged forth like relentless tides, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, focusing solely on the most direct and lethal cleaving. When the first Bravo's mercenary raised his shield to block, Dagmar's axe struck the shield with ferocity, numbing the adversary's arm. Immediately after, the dagger thrust upward from beneath the shield, piercing the enemy's abdomen. "Watch closely, lad," Wick called out amidst the chaos, continuing to instruct Yuluin. Ironborn do not employ the knightly tricks. He sidestepped a thrust, colliding his shoulder forcefully against his opponent's chest, sending both tumbling onto the deck. In that instant, Wick's headbutt shattered the enemy's nose, followed swiftly by his teeth sinking into the foe's ear, tearing away a chunk of flesh. This primal approach to combat left Yuluin both astonished and entranced. He noted that the Ironborn predominantly favored short weapons such as battle axes, curved blades, and harpoons, with scarcely any long swords in sight. These weapons proved far more agile on the narrow deck. During the days spent at sea, the sailors had imparted lessons in fighting to Yuluin. He had gained a rudimentary understanding, but it paled in comparison to the visceral reality of murder. On board, long swords are a burden. Baron's voice echoed through the melee, affirming Yuluin's observations. His brother fought with a curved blade, its blade shorter and thicker than the typical designs found in Westeros, its back serrated. Each of Baron's strikes flowed with the rhythm of the ocean waves, his body instinctively adjusting its center of gravity with the ship's motion. When a mercenary lunged with a sword, Baron did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the blade, parrying with his curved knife while drawing a skinning dagger with his left hand, thrusting it upward into the opponent's chin. The Ironborn excelled in close-quarters combat. Yuluin witnessed Old Wick even discard his weapon, opting to pound the enemy with his iron-fingered fists. This weathered sailor, missing 2 fingers, targeted the eyes, throat, and groin with each punch. There were no rules in maritime brawls, only life and death. He spat out a broken tooth and laughed heartily. What left Yuluin most astounded was the indomitable fighting spirit of the Iron Men. A sailor, with a harpoon lodged in his chest, lunged at the enemy even as death approached, sinking his teeth into the throat of his foe. Another warrior, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, knelt on the ground, yet continued to wield his axe until the last drop of his blood had spilled. They were like rocks amidst the sea, battered by winds and waves, yet determined to crash upon their adversaries, leaving them bloodied and bruised. "Remember this, lad," Dagmo wheezed between bouts of combat. "The Iron Men fear not death, for the drowning god will grant us rebirth." He spat out a mouthful of blood, "But let our enemies fear death." With that, he seized a wounded mercenary and, amidst the man's anguished cries, brutally gouged out one of his eyes, forcing it into the man's mouth. This cruelty served not merely as a means of slaughter, but as a psychological tactic. Yuluin noticed that the mercenaries witnessing this gruesome act began to shrink back in terror, while the Iron Men grew ever more frenzied. They emitted shrill cries reminiscent of seagulls, akin to a pack of bloodthirsty piranhas descending upon their prey. Embodying the Iron Men's martial creed, I may not survive, but you shall surely perish. As a mercenary turned to flee, Yoluin instinctively grasped a fishing net from the deck and hurled it forth. In the instant the net ensnared its target, he lunged forward, stabbing repeatedly with his dagger until the man ceased to struggle. Rising, he realized he was emitting the same victorious cries as the other Iron Men, akin to seabirds celebrating their triumph. After the battle, Yoluin gazed at his bloodied hands, gaining a profound understanding of the survival philosophy of the Iron Islands. On the sea, graceful swordsmanship is of no consequence. Only the most savage, direct, and fearless warriors can endure. Just as waves batter against rocks, either the rocks are worn down, or the waves are shattered. Suddenly, Yoluin noticed an anomaly in the ship's hold. Among the hastily discarded treasure chests, he glimpsed the cold glint of iron chains. He cautiously approached, prying open one of the boxes with his dagger, and gasped in shock. It was filled to the brim with shackles and chains. Faintly, he heard the sound of heavy breathing from beneath the ship's hold, while the blood-soaked water on the deck seeped down below. Knocking on the deck with his hand produced a crisp sound, and as he lifted a blood-stained carpet, he uncovered a rusty iron ring. Pulling it up, he beheld a multitude of terrified eyes and many dark rocks beneath the ship's hold. A slave ship. This was a merchant vessel masquerading as a slave ship. Yoluin's shout pierced the battlefield, tinged with disappointment and anger. The lower hold is filled with stones and over a dozen slaves. This revelation ignited a furious rage among the already bloodthirsty Iron Men. Their blades and axes danced incessantly, and their mouths spewed curses potent enough to drown the mercenaries in saliva. When the last mercenary met his demise at the hands of Baron, the setting sun had painted the sea a deep crimson. Yoluin sank down on the deck, realizing that his garments were drenched in sweat and blood. A deep wound, visible to the bone, marred his left arm, yet curiously, he felt little pain. The surviving and invigorated Iron Men scoured the vicinity for treasures of gold and silver. Baron, dragging his injured left leg, approached Yoluin and, for the first time, regarded his brother with a gaze of respect. You saved my life. He grinned, his toothless smile appearing particularly fierce against the backdrop of the setting sun. The battle concluded, and Euron found himself utterly drained, having expended nearly all his strength in a mere handful of strikes. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the ship's hold, dismissing his brother's gratitude with a casual wave of his hand. Dagmar, in a fit of rage, swung his sword wildly in the captain's quarters of the Silver Swan. Cursed be it. The lives of 8 brothers traded for this worthless scrap. The spoils consisted solely of a dozen trembling male slaves, devoid of any gold or silver treasures. It was a disastrous raid. Should they return with naught but a hold full of sand, Dagmar's reputation would be rendered a jest, subject to ridicule by the ironborn of the Iron Islands until the drowned god claimed him. Euron felt no surprise at the lack of gain from this skirmish. Struggling to his feet, he made his way to the bow of the ship. The sea breeze brushed against his wounds, eliciting sharp pangs of pain. Gazing towards the distant horizon, he suddenly laughed. Have you ever considered? Euron's voice was soft, yet managed to hush the restless sailors. Why send an armed vessel to roam this area? He pointed to the captured sea charts. Look here, they replenished supplies just 3 days ago. Over 30 fully armed mercenaries. Were they merely escorting a handful of slaves? Dagmar's single eye gleamed with realization. Boy, are you suggesting there's a greater quarry ahead? Euron's mismatched eyes sparkled in the twilight, envisioning a merchant ship laden with gold, spices, and women. Leave a few alive. Dagmar's roar echoed across the deck. I shall interrogate them myself. Ding. First naval battle. Pirate King system activation increased by 5. Current activation level 85. Chapter 8. Interrogation and plunder. As Dagmar's skinning dagger pierced the first captive's thumb, the wail that erupted from the deck was more harrowing than that of a seagull impaled by a harpoon. The bones are the drowned god's harp. The finger bones are his keys, the old pirate croaked, humming a dissonant tune as he deftly maneuvered the blade like a bloodthirsty silver fish. The skin began to roll back from the fingertips, revealing quivering crimson tendons beneath, droplets of blood cascading down the gleaming knife's spine, forming a disjointed, eerie necklace of rubies in the pallid moonlight. State the course of the spice ship and the number of guards. The roar of Balon Greyjoy drowned out the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn. The captive convulsed, uttering a few incoherent syllables. Without hesitation, Balon's battle axe came down with a resounding crack. The little finger was severed at the root, a stark white bone fragment bouncing across the deck before rolling to Euron's salt-encrusted boots. Lies. The eldest Greyjoy kicked the severed digit into the pitch-black sea. The icy blade now poised over the ring finger. I shall ask once more, where are the gems of the Lysini? The captive bit down hard on his bleeding lip. The axe blade gleamed ominously, and with another crack, the ring finger was cleaved off, splattering bone shards and blood upon Euron's leather boots. The excruciating pain finally shattered the captive's will, and he screamed hoarsely, "Starboard! Starboard, second cargo hold!" Having observed coldly from the sidelines, Euron finally took action. He extended the tip of his boot and touched an old arrow scar on the right shoulder of the captive. This mark left by a triangular arrowhead signifies that you have once bartered your life for gold. Having served as a mercenary, he bent down, grasped a handful of damp, rusted iron filings mixed with salt, and mercilessly pressed it into the depths of the old wound, grinding the fresh flesh against the scar. A mercenary's instincts are honed for survival and victory. Thus, one must be acutely aware of how many warriors capable of wielding a blade stand on their side. Under the precise agony and the crushing weight of fear, the captive completely broke down. 9. There are only 9, including 2 unarmed attendants. It's true. The free trade port flies the flag of bravos. The third captive, having succumbed to a mental breakdown, muttered incoherently from the side. 2 hours later, the intelligence extracted from the 3 interrogated captives resembled fragments of driftwood washed ashore by the sea, ultimately piecing together a complete and tantalizing picture. 2 merchant ships, laden with rare spices from Tyrosh, the softest silks from Myr, and the coveted Lisa gems that have enraptured countless nobles, with a laughably weak escort of merely 9 men. Dagmar licked the congealed blood from his dagger, his eyes, stained red by greed and slaughter, fixated intently on the dark horizon to the northeast. Tomorrow night, at the hour of the moon's descent, they must pass through Widow's Cove. Do you all comprehend? Euron's voice was low and calm, even offering a small amount of spoiled fresh water to the 3 half-conscious, barely human captives. He half-squatted before them, the moonlight casting half of his face into profound darkness, while the other half remained cold as a statue. Tomorrow night, at the moon's descent, Widow's Cove, 2 ships, 9 men. If there is even a modicum of error in this information, if any unforeseen circumstance arises during this hunt, he paused, his voice imbued with a chill more piercing than the icy waters of the North Atlantic. I swear by the god of drowning, you will deeply regret not having bared your hearts and lungs to speak the truth. They will start by skinning you, piece by piece, gradually slicing away your flesh, ultimately binding you to a reef, letting the rising tide devour your exposed bones over the course of days and nights. He subtly shifted his tone, introducing a hint of almost merciful persuasion. But if all goes well, perhaps you may yet retain your lives. You must surely be aware of my name and identity. On these waters, those I wish to protect are difficult for even death to claim. So now, think carefully once more. What useful secrets have you forgotten to divulge? Extreme terror can sometimes extract the most deeply buried secrets. After a brief silence, broken only by the mournful whisper of the waves, a frail voice emerged. Will-o'-the-wisp. The will-o'-the-wisp is an ancient and more lethal creation than wildfires, highly flammable, akin to a liquid rage from the depths of hell. Long ago, merchant ships teetering on the edge of peril would secretly stockpile a few barrels, hidden in the most concealed hold, to be used as a last bargaining chip or a weapon of mutual destruction in dire straits. Yet, its raw materials are rare, and the art of its concoction is tightly held by a select few known as fire mages. In the present day, those fire mages have long been nurtured by the Mad King of King's Landing with the wealth of the realm. Who could have anticipated that within this seemingly ordinary merchant vessel lay such perilous secrets? Balon and Dagmar exchanged a sudden, intense glance, and the atmosphere was instantly charged with a new, more treacherous aura of greed. Subsequently, their gazes converged upon Euron, reflecting an unabashed admiration and reverence akin to that of beasts encountering a grander prey. On the 14th day of their voyage, the night was as dark as ink. As the last sliver of moonlight was devoured by the roiling clouds, the ship, the Silence, glided silently into a treacherous reef, resembling a serpentine creature cloaked in black scales. The vessel melded almost seamlessly with the roaring darkness, save for the bow, which occasionally shimmered with a faint glow like peeling paint in the frothy waves. Euron Greyjoy crouched behind the figurehead, his nostrils tinged with the warm, sweet aroma of nutmeg entwined with the somber scent of sandalwood, an opulence that starkly contrasted with the briny sea air and the faint scent of blood. A silent grin crept across his lips, reminiscent of a shark sensing death. The merchant fleet remained blissfully unaware, akin to docile lambs slowly entering the jaws of death. On the deck of the leading ship, Beneath the dim glow of 2 yellow lanterns, 2 guards jostled and bickered over a deflated wine sack. Their voices were drowned by the crashing waves, their gazes clouded. Oblivious to the 12 bows hidden in the shadows of the dark rocks on either side, their strings taut as a cold full moon. Release. Captain Dagmar's roar was swallowed by the crashing waves. The poisoned arrows, dipped in the feces of night owls, flew silently into the darkness. In the next moment, the guards on the deck fell like stalks of wheat cut by an unseen scythe, their throats pierced by feathered arrows, their final gasps failing to disturb the night. Simultaneously, Balon Greyjoy's grappling hook latched onto the enemy's rail with a fierce grip. Launching himself with the rope, he resembled an agile monkey, and his curved blade traced a chilling arc. The archer atop the lookout tower, sensing an anomaly, found his throat swiftly slashed open, warm blood spraying forth as he fell silently into the churning Black Sea below. The Ironborn's pillaging displayed a chilling efficiency honed through countless trials. Old Wick led a phantasmagoric charge into the cargo hold, swiftly draping heavy, seawater-soaked blankets over barrels marked with danger symbols, containing hellfire that could ignite at the slightest spark. A young attendant trembled in fear, nearly losing grip of the torch. Without hesitation, Old Wick swung his blade, and the young head rolled onto the damp deck. An expression of shock etched upon its face. On the other side, Glenn's skinning knife found its mark on the helmsman's ankle. The delicate sound of severed tendons drowned out by the chaos. The former master of direction crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. On the deck, Dagmar trampled through the sticky chaos, his roar overpowering the wind and waves. The drowned god claims souls, not cargo. Toss the dead overboard to feed the fish. Not a single piece of cargo shall be harmed. You little wretches, keep your wits about you. Misplace even one item, and I shall flay you alive. His voice was as coarse as the rocks, each word dripping with greed and blood, resonating across this sea suddenly besieged by death. As if it were the final prayer offered to this dark sacrificial rite. Chapter 9. The Song of Iron Coins. The tides have turned. The slaughter has drawn to a close, our black sails blotting out the sun at noon. What we possess is not paid in coins, but rather in the ancient bravery of iron currency. So, fill the rum to the brim, and stoke the bonfire high. Let us sing aloud for the desires of every lost soul. The deceased do not perish. They shall rise again beneath this azure sky, even more audacious. Their ships splintered, their flags lowered. We send their lords to the watery paradise. We seize their fine wines, snatch their provisions, casting their dreams aside among the corpses. Thus, fill the rum to the brim, and stoke the bonfire high. The sea will swallow both the weak and the strong. The gods know we have nowhere to take refuge. Shall we till the land, or kneel in prayer for mercy? We are the storms that end the daylight. Iron coins are our only creed. Iron coins endure until we sink. The sailors sang the song of iron coins with fervor, while Barrow stood at the ship's bow, drinking deeply from his goblet, conducting the raucous revelry with animated gestures. This was the first time Euron heard this wild pirate anthem, yearning to drink heartily like the other Iron Men. But as soon as the bottle reached his hands, it was seized by Old Wyke. The deck of the Indulgent was piled high with spoils, glittering enticingly under the midday sun. Euron squatted atop an oak barrel, observing as the sailors sorted the plunder. His gaze was drawn to silks from the east. The black goat's wool from Coer shimmering like pearls in the sunlight, more exquisite than the tapestries in the homes of the wealthiest merchants of Pike City. The sailors lunged at the pried-open chests like ravenous wolves, their rough fingers clawing at silks, spices, and gleaming silverware. Dagmar kicked open the oak door of the captain's quarters, dragging out a pearl-inlaid iron chest, and with an axe, he smashed the lock. Clatter! A cascade of gold coins rolled across the deck, glinting in the sunlight like fish scales. By the gods! A toothless old sailor scooped a handful of coins into his mouth, biting down to leave impressions. Real gold. Purer than that excavated from Old Wyke Island's mines. Look at this. The red-haired Oakwood held aloft a goblet encrusted with rubies, the rim stained with deep crimson wine. A private collection of the Bravo's banker. His toothless grin appeared particularly grotesque in the sunlight, a fresh scar on his forehead oozing droplets of blood. Old One-Eyed Wolf knelt before a pile of spices, trembling fingers pinching a tuft of saffron to inhale deeply. By the gods, his hoarse voice choked with emotion. My wife adored this scent before her paralysis. He carefully wrapped the spices in a piece of cloth torn from his own garments, concealing them in a pouch close to his heart. This old pirate may not love his paralyzed, unattractive wife, but he understood that these spices were worth their weight in gold. Dagmar laughed heartily, his split chin leaking a few drops of saliva. Everyone, take a handful first. He cast a glance at Balon, Adhering to the customs of the Iron Islands, where the captain takes a third, the warriors receive a larger share, and the remainder belongs to House Greyjoy. The sailors erupted in cheers as they lunged toward the spoils. Some adorned themselves with the silken scarves of Braavosi merchants, while others filled silver goblets with spirits and drank deeply. A burly man, his face marred by scars, even donned a confiscated gilded breastplate on the spot, though it fit him as snugly as a dinner plate. The captives in the hold were driven onto the deck. The merchants and sailors of Braavos, shackled together by iron chains, knelt pallidly upon the bloodstained boards. The women, 3 trembling maidens, were brought forth before Balon. According to ancient custom, men would become slaves, toiling in the iron mines of the Iron Islands until death, while women, if deemed desirable by any of the ironborn, would become salt wives. If not, they would serve as playthings for all ironborn. These 2 are yours, Balon, Dagmar said with a grin, nudging the 2 elder girls forward. The first, a Dornish lass of about 14, had olive skin still speckled with sand, her green silk dress drenched in seawater, clinging to her form. Anger blazed in her dark eyes. Her lips pressed defiantly together, resembling a cornered wildcat. The second girl hailed from Tyrosh, slightly older at 16. Her amber right eye clouded as if pierced by a fish's bladder. A purple lotus tattoo adorned her ankle, marking her as a Tyroshi courtesan, and her wrist jingled with golden bells. Balon regarded them with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over their figures, a smile tugging at his lips. Take them back. Once soaked in salt water, they shall become ironborn women. Yet, Euron's attention fell upon the third girl. She was younger than the others, no more than 12. Slender as a reed, her light golden hair tousled by the sea breeze. She neither wept nor glared at them like the Dornish girl, but stood quietly, her blue eyes seemingly capable of piercing through to the soul. What is your name? Euron inquired. The girl lifted her head, her voice as soft as the sea breeze. Lisa. Where do you hail from? Penthos. Her common tongue bore a gentle foreign accent, but my mother is Braavosi, and my father is a Lysini merchant. I speak 7 languages. Euron raised an eyebrow. 7? She nodded, suddenly switching to High Valyrian. All mortals must serve. Then she transitioned to Dothraki. I have witnessed the sunset on the plains. Finally, she uttered a few phrases in the difficult tongue of Giscari. Dagmar whistled. This little one has a sharper tongue than a parrot. Euron turned to Balon. I want her. Balon snorted. How old are you? And how old is she? She hasn't even had her first moon's blood. It's too early for her to be a salt wife. Not a salt wife, Euron replied. I want her as my handmaiden. I prefer young girls to serve. Balon scrutinized his brother for a moment, then suddenly broke into a grin. As you wish. If father inquires, you'll have to explain yourself. With a playful blink, he teased. You rascal. From now on, seek women like these, gesturing towards the voluptuous foreign maidens nestled in his embrace, their faces adorned with myriad charms. Yuluen shrugged dismissively. He believed that the ability to converse in 7 languages was far rarer than mere physical allure. Clad in simple attire with tousled hair, she resembled a facade, her hands and face smeared with mud, yet her skin remained exquisitely smooth, evidence of a life untouched by toil. Her demeanor exuded that of a pampered noblewoman. The ship, overflowing with spoils, returned with a draft noticeably deeper than when it had set sail. The deck was laden with treasures, glassware from Braavos, lace from Myr, barrels of wine from the Isle of Quoinen, and even a few beautifully crafted Valyrian steel daggers, despite their inferior quality, enough to provoke envy among the ironborn. The sailors, inebriated, sang raucous pirate ballads, some tying stolen silk scarves to the mast, letting them flutter in the wind like banners of triumph. At the bow stood Balon, one arm wrapped around the waist of a Dornish maiden who had ceased her struggles, her gaze coldly fixed upon the sea. The one-eyed girl from Tyrosh sat at his feet, using a confiscated golden comb to untangle her damp hair. Meanwhile, Yuluen's handmaiden, Lisa, quietly stood behind him, her gray-blue eyes reflecting the fading light of the sunset. Dagmar took a swig of the golden wine from Quentin, laughing with satisfaction, declaring, this journey was worthwhile. Though they had amassed a wealth of gold and jewels, such treasures could never replace fresh water and bread. This merchant vessel, according to its course, would reach port within a day, hence it lacked sufficient provisions, with only tradable wine aboard. Naturally, the ship could not dock at the enemy's port immediately after plundering a merchant ship. It had no choice but to make a swift return. As the final days of the voyage approached, the scarcity of food and fresh water left everyone with cracked, bleeding lips and swollen, pus-filled gums. In a corner of the deck, Yuluen chewed on a piece of moldy hardtack, maggots writhing on his tongue. He no longer retched or hesitated, like all ironborn. His stomach had grown accustomed to decay and brine. The sea offered the ironborn not romantic adventures, but rather maggots, thirst, and the grim reality of survival. Yet they yearned for the next voyage. Such is the spirit of the ironborn. Chapter 10. The Might of Conquerors on the 20th day of their journey. When the black tower of Pike finally emerged on the horizon, the sailors did not cheer. They silently licked their cracked lips, their eyes fixated on the fresh barrels of water and the smoke rising from roasting meat on the shore. Yuluen stood at the bow, watching as Lisa delicately polished the dragon-glass compass, a treasure secretly bestowed upon him by Dagmar. Her slender fingers moved with grace, and as she whispered in High Valyrian, a faint blue glow emanated from the compass's edge. She referred to it as the beacon of blood and fire. Dagmar's eye glimmered in the twilight. Young prince, you have found a gem. The waves caressed the hull, and the wound on Yuluen's shoulder had begun to scab. He gazed at the gradually emerging silhouette of Pike City, aware that this voyage had irrevocably altered certain elements, perhaps the fate of the Iron Islands, or perhaps his own destiny. After 20 days at sea, the long-cherished Pirate King system had fully activated for Euron Greyjoy. Pirate King system bound to host. Euron Greyjoy, world law synchronization for low magic plane completed. For each point consumed, a reward of free attribute points will be granted. 100, 200, 400, 800, 1600, 3000. Remaining free attribute points. 0, 0, 100. Basic rewards. The data panel reflects the standard values for a mature male in Westeros. Strength, 4, 10. A child's physique, lacking the power of a wild hound. Agility, 6, 10. Balance honed by the sea breeze. Stamina, 4, 10. Old injuries hindering blood oxygen levels. Spirit, 12, 10. A breakthrough threshold through the fusion of disparate souls. Dominance, 8, 10. The initial condensation of the aura of the drowned god. Charisma, 9, 10. The bewitching power of heterochromia. The legend of the son of the drowned god. Luck, extremely poor, yet potentially exceptional with special attributes, full of uncertainties. System activation reward. Conqueror's Haki, 1. Passive. Cannot be actively controlled. Only released unconsciously during intense emotional fluctuations, such as anger, fear, or life-threatening situations, instilling mental deterrence to make the weak retreat. Upgradable to 22,000 points. Euron felt a mix of surprise and disappointment. The surprise stemmed from acquiring one of the rarest abilities in the Pirate King lore, Conqueror's Haki, symbolizing the potential to become a king. The disappointment arose from the fact that in the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, this skill did not possess the overwhelming force it was reputed to have in the anime. It could not simply cause foes to faint with a mere display of power. However, the subsequent appearance of the number 1 indicated that this ability could be upgraded, suggesting limitless possibilities for the future. At present, Conqueror's Haki was a passive skill, radiating from Euron with a radius of approximately 10 steps. Its effect was to impart a sense of royal aura to certain individuals, prompting them to desire submission. Others would develop a more profound impression of him, growing wary. Recruitment of certain individuals would become easier, accompanied by a sense of awe. Some weaker souls, both psychologically and physically, would experience fear and hesitate to resist. Enemies would find their strength, agility, and spirit diminished under the weight of his pressure, potentially leading to illusions and hallucinations. Moving forward, every 100 points could be exchanged for rewards from the Pirate King system, with rewards dispensed at random. There were numerous ways to earn points: exploring new continents, like Sithorios, discovering new races, such as the Children of the Forest or the White Walkers, consuming special foods for the first time, or defeating renowned figures, points awarded based on strength levels, among others. Rewards could manifest as skills, talents, or items. Contemplating the various forms of Haki, the extraordinary devil fruits, the Navy's 6 styles, and the myriad of wondrous foods in the world of Pirate King, Euron suddenly felt a surge of hope in the face of the unknown. In that moment, upon acquiring Conqueror's Haki, Euron stood at the bow of the ship, appearing somewhat transformed in the eyes of those around him. In a state of exuberance, Euron bellowed into the sea breeze, akin to a young dragon's roar. Oldwick felt the hairs on his body stand on end, causing the dried cod in his hand to slip and plummet into the depths. Glenn, at the helm, suddenly felt his knees weaken, nearly colliding with the compass. Meanwhile, Balon, wielding an axe on the deck, felt splinters erupt from the handle into his palm. Dagmar's eyes reflected the swelling illusion of Euron amidst the twilight, where the silhouette of a 5-year-old twisted into that of a giant crowned with coral. A trident pointed ominously at the smoky sea. Exploration. Discovering the Sunset Sea of Westeros, earning 80 points. Exploration. discovering Pike Island, earning 80 points. In the Black Hall of Pike, the scent of sea salt and blood had yet to dissipate, only to be ensnared by a heavier chill. The spoils of the Greyjoys. A heap of silks, shimmering gold coins, and fragrant spices accumulated in a corner of the hall, which should have been emblems of victory, now cast an ominous glow under the flickering torches. The raucous revelry of the sailors had long since silenced, and Dagmar's once jubilant smile was now tightly pressed shut. As everyone stood solemnly, hands at their sides, their gazes averted from the figure standing at the far end of the hall, as immovable as a rock. King Balon Greyjoy stood with his back turned to them, gazing into the flickering flames of the hearth, his broad shoulders taut as iron. The air was thick with the silence preceding a storm, broken only by the crackling of the firewood, each pop resonating in the hearts of those present. Returning laden with spoils? Balon's voice was low, yet it struck the hall like a cold iron anchor crashing onto stone, reverberating throughout the chamber. He slowly turned, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the mountainous treasures, devoid of warmth, ultimately locking onto his two sons, Balon and Euron, standing at the forefront. Spices from Tyrosh, silks from Myr, gems from Lys. Have you returned with a veritable gold mine? Should I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of the Iron Islands? Balon's voice suddenly escalated, booming like thunder and causing dust to rain down from the beams above. But what did you exchange for these treasures? Your wits, or the future of Pike Island? He strode forward, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of those present, finally halting before Balon, nearly nose to nose. Balon could see the flames of fury burning in his father's eyes, a wrath not directed towards the spoils, but aimed at something deeper, more lethal. Acting independently, Balon's spittle nearly splattered onto his son's face, under the very nose of the governor of Butalaf. Did you think you were merely attending a market? You have seized gold, yet drawn the wrath of the enemy fleet upon the Iron Islands. You have acquired silks, yet exposed the folly of the old ways to the entire narrow sea. His roar echoed against the stone walls, each word striking like a whip laced with ice. Who granted you such audacity? Since when did the ships of House Greyjoy come under the command of two mere boys? Every piece of gold you have seized may demand the blood of iron men in payment. Every yard of silk you have brought back could serve as a shroud. His gaze swept over Euron, cold and piercing. Your cleverness has been misapplied. Did you think that prying open the mouths of a few captives would suffice? Did you believe the warnings of the specters would shield you from all peril? Foolishness. The true peril lies within the fuse you have ignited. After venting his frustrations, Colin took a deep breath, the stifling silence more suffocating than any roar. The moment for punishment had arrived. House arrest, he declared sternly, his voice resolute. For 1 month. Without my permission, you are forbidden to step outside of Pike City. Your ships and your weapons will be securely stored. Make good use of this month. And with your gold-dazed minds, contemplate the meaning of responsibility. This severe punishment caused some sailors to shrink back. Yet, Colin's gaze, akin to a venom-laden harpoon, fixated once more on his eldest son, Balon. Balon. Colin's voice grew somber, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 storms. As the firstborn, as my future heir, you not only failed to deter your brother's reckless notions, but led the charge yourselves. Your guilt far surpasses that of Euron. Your arrogance requires a more profound lesson to temper it. Balon's fists clenched at his sides, knuckles whitening as he felt the complicated gazes of those around him. His father's words struck him like a searing iron, branding his dignity. Upon the completion of your confinement, Colin stated, enunciating each word, you shall cleanse the barnacles from Screaming Cove, with your hands, with your knife, under the sun. You shall not rest nor touch a ship until the task is complete. Only when you finish will it be deemed finished. Screaming Cove. Murmurs of suppressed gasps rippled through the crowd. It was the most treacherous reef area east of Pike Island, where the waves roared year-round like the cries of the damned, the rocks sharp as razors, and the barnacles clinging to them as hard as iron, making the cleaning process exceedingly slow, perilous, and agonizing. Under the blazing sun, with the briny seawater soaking wounds, the monotonous repetition of the task was a humiliation and torment far more brutal than any whipping for a warrior proud of his might and freedom. Especially for the proud heir. Colin's gaze shifted toward Euron, still cold, but lacking the heavy disappointment and fury aimed at Balon. You, Euron, during your confinement, shall transcribe the drowned god scrolls, the history of ironborn, and the laws of the Iron Islands 3 times each. Use your mind to properly understand what the true customs of the old way are, and what the responsibilities of Greyjoy entail. Lisa, he glanced at the golden-haired girl quietly standing in the shadow of the corner, the handmaiden brought back by Euron. You shall oversee his ink, ensuring he does not take shortcuts in his writing. This punishment was equally severe: house arrest, tedious transcription. Yet it was evidently lighter compared to Balon's torment of dual physical and mental anguish. Through this stark contrast in punishment, Colin coldly proclaimed to all, the higher the status, the greater the responsibility, and the cost of mistakes is all the more painful. Balon must pay a price far beyond that of an ordinary man for his failure in leadership and recklessness. Instantly, Balon's face drained of color. His teeth gritted to suppress a low growl, his eyes swirling with humiliation, fury, and resentment. He felt his father's gaze press upon him like a rock, nearly suffocating him. Euron, however, slightly lowered his eyelids, concealing the fleeting glimmer in his eyes, silently accepting his punishment. In the corner, Lisa nodded gently. King Balon no longer regarded his two sons. His gaze shifted to the amassed spoils of war, as cold as the sea. As for these Dagmars, they shall be divided according to the rules. The portion due to House Greyjoy will be split. Half will go to the treasury, while the other half, he hesitated, his voice laden with a heavy resolution, will be exchanged for grain and timber to bolster the defenses of Pike and the nearby islands. You have returned with gold, but you have also brought calamity. Now be gone. The sailors felt as if a great weight had been lifted, scarcely daring to breathe as they slipped along the walls of the oppressive Blackstone Hall, the heavy oak door closing behind them with a dull thud, severing the icy rage within from the salty, liberating air outside. Chapter 11. The slap of love. Balon turned rigidly, each step heavy as if dragging invisible chains, the sound of his feet echoing sharply yet sluggishly against the cold stone floor. The pride of the heir to the lordship of Pike was crushed under the weight of his father's harsh punishment. The word screaming reef pierced through his boiling anger like a cold iron hook, leaving only a dull ache of humiliation. He had anticipated a whipping, raw and brutal, a warrior's badge of honor. But hard labor? Scrubbing barnacles like a wretched salt slave amidst the sun-drenched rocks. This was a desecration of his very identity. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the glinting spoils, the gold of Myr and the silk of Kohor. Their luster offered no solace. Instead, they resembled countless mocking eyes, silently deriding the shame brought by his so-called victory. Euron, on the other hand, appeared far more composed. He cast one final contemplative glance at his father, whose rigid figure resembled a rock, more isolated and burdensome in the flickering light of the hearth. He had foreseen his father's fury and the punishment of confinement, even relishing the thought. The mountainous heap of spoils seemed cursed in his father's eyes, yet to Euron, they were merely cold, utilitarian resources. His gaze ultimately fell upon Lisa, quietly standing in the shadows of the corner. Her calm gray-blue eyes resembled deep wells, reflecting the dancing flames of the hall, and perhaps mirroring some unformed thoughts within him. He gave her a barely perceptible nod before turning to follow in his brother's footsteps. The two walked silently side by side toward the heavy doors. Balon's fury and humiliation had no outlet, threatening to tear him apart. Just as he was about to grasp the door handle, he abruptly halted, his iron grip seizing Euron's slender shoulder. His fingers sunk deeply, the force so overwhelming that Euron gasped in sudden pain, his body stumbling forward. "You little wretch." Balon's voice emerged through clenched teeth, laced with an unshakable hatred that even the sea breeze could not disperse, his hot breath fanning against Euron's ear. "If it weren't for your cursed presence, Father would not be this incensed. I could have endured a mere whipping, but to be sent to Screaming Reef as a laborer?" The more he thought, the more he loathed, his fingers tightening as if to crush his brother's shoulder blade. Euron grimaced in pain, yet his deep blue eyes held no fear, only a chilling mockery and a flicker of offended ire. He bore the pain with unwavering resolve, confronting his elder brother's fiery gaze. His voice, low and frigid, cut through the tension. "Humph, dear brother, without me, you and your band of brutes would have been turned into pincushions at the Havana port. You owe me a life. Have you forgotten so swiftly? How shall I repay the life-saving grace within the ancient paths of Iron Islands?" He deliberately emphasized the words ancient paths. "One matter is one matter." Balon roared, like a wounded sea beast. "The enmity of the ironborn is clear. I shall repay your life-saving grace in due time. But this punishment is solely due to you." He stubbornly attributed all the blame to his brother's presence. "Huh, what clarity!" Euron scoffed, straining against the iron grip. "The one punishing you is our father. He believes that as the firstborn, the future king of the Iron Islands, you should not act recklessly, nearly dragging the entire Greyjoy family into the abyss. Your foolishness is your own. Do not cast it upon me." His words flew swiftly, each like a dagger. "Bah!" Balon, in a fit of rage, spat vehemently upon the stony ground, the sound resonating as if it encapsulated his disdain for his brother's remarks. He released his grip and forcefully shoved Euron, causing him to stumble a few steps back, just as the brothers stood poised for conflict. The cold and weary voice of King Quellan rang from the depths of the hall, dousing the atmosphere like a bucket of ice water. Enough. Before you retreat to your respective rocks and desks, go and check on your mother. Quellan did not turn around. His voice brimmed with impatience and a barely perceptible pain. She, for the two of you, cries incessantly, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. Let her have some peace. He paused, his tone regaining its commanding chill. Dagmar, you stay. Balon and Euron were rooted to the spot by their father's furious bellow, the reprimand regarding their mother's tear-blurred eyes striking them like a whip. Though Quellan did not look back, the weight of his subdued anguish was heavier than any chastisement. Silently, they turned and made their way toward their mother. Lady Sansa Greyjoy's chamber. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and suppressed tension. Their father's rebuke acted as an invisible whip, dissipating the fiery standoff between the brothers. Balon's anger was swiftly replaced by a complex array of emotions: concern for his mother, the embarrassment of being exposed by his father, and a deeper sense of guilt. He shot Euron a fierce glare, choosing silence as he abruptly pulled open the heavy wooden door, his unresolved ire and heavy footsteps echoing as he strode into the shadow beyond. Lady Sansa leaned against her cushions, her 6-month pregnant belly visible beneath a thin blanket. Her pale face marked with remnants of tears, her eyes swollen. Upon the entrance of her 2 sons, especially at the sight of Balon, a surge of anger quickly eclipsed her sorrow. Balon, her voice, hoarse yet piercing, cut through the air as she propped herself up. Before Balon could react, a sharp slap resounded against his face, the force so great it caused the 18-year-old to stagger, a clear imprint of her fingers blooming on his cheek. If you wish to seek death, so be it, but what were you thinking taking Euron with you? He is but a child. Is that a place for a 5-year-old? Lady Sansa's chest heaved violently, her eyes ablaze with fear and fury. Balon covered his face, stubbornly lifting his chin, his gaze dark and brooding. Yet he dared not confront his mother. At that moment, Sansa's eyes swept over Euron, instantly fixating on the horrifying expanse of purplish bruises revealed beneath his torn sleeve, where the edge bore the faint mark of a white arrow scratch, bleached by seawater. Oh gods! Sansa gasped, her face paling to a ghostly white. Even more so than before, she abruptly turned to Balon, her eyes almost ablaze with fury. Raising her hand, and with all her might delivered a resounding slap to the other side of Balon's face. You wretched brother, how could you care for your brother like this? Do you wish to see him perish? Do you want me to lose both of you? Balon's cheeks burned fiercely, swollen from the blows. He bit down hard on his teeth, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, making a crackling sound. His fierce gaze resembling a poisoned dagger, aimed viciously at Euron. That look was rife with humiliation and fury directed at his brother. Euron shivered under the weight of that gaze. At this moment, a mother's love transformed into the most perilous of death sentences. He understood Balon all too well. The beating and humiliation he endured would not be directed at their mother, but rather would be repaid tenfold upon himself. Mother, Euron gritted through the pain in his shoulder, his voice tinged with just the right amount of weakness and panic. I feel so dizzy, and my wound hurts. Maester Clegane said I need to change the bandages immediately. I must go find the Maester. He spoke rapidly, offering neither his mother nor Balon a chance to respond, like a frightened fawn. He turned and stumbled out of the room, leaving behind his enraged brother and his worried, weeping mother. He needed to escape this volatile powder keg immediately. Balon's eyes warned him that a thorough and memorable beating was merely a matter of time. Chapter 12. Dagmara, which one do you value? The doors severed the last vestiges of light and sound. The vast black stone hall was entirely engulfed in a suffocating silence, with only the crackling of burning wood in the fireplace echoing through the emptiness, sounding particularly jarring. King Corlentazer stood with his back to the door, like an ancient and unyielding statue of rock, enduring the silent storm within. The flickering firelight cast wavering shadows upon his broad back, fluctuating between light and dark. Not far in front of him, the spoils of victory, gold coins, silk, and jeweled goblets, glimmered enticingly in the firelight, yet exuded a cold and ironic aura, as if mocking the very victory they represented. What he had gained in exchange for his son's peril and the safety of the entire archipelago were merely these lifeless, frigid objects, along with a future that demanded even stronger defenses. His deep voice, laden with the weight of iron and blood, slowly resonated, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps addressing the black stone hall that had borne countless generations of the Greyjoy family's glory and sins. Pillaging is an instinct etched in our iron bones, a lifeline bestowed upon us by the drowned god. His voice, heavy in the silence, bore a weighty gravity, but foolishness, arrogant foolishness, will gnaw like a worm from within, ultimately consuming the very bones of our ships and sealing the fate of the entire archipelago. He paused for a considerable time, the flickering firelight casting shadows over his tightly pressed lips and pronounced lines of age, ultimately escaping as a barely audible sigh. Imbued with complex expectations and stern admonitions regarding his firstborn, Baron, my son, I hope the crashing waves of Howling Cape can truly wash away the arrogance residing in your mind. Dagmar, with the customary cold authority of Colrin, did not turn around. Sit down. The infamous pirate, Dagmar the Split-Jaw, who once struck fear into the hearts of enemies upon the seas, now appeared remarkably uneasy. He fidgeted with his gnarled and scarred hands, his throat constricting as he cautiously pulled out the heavy wooden chair opposite King Colrin. The legs scraped against the stone floor, producing a jarring sound that resonated starkly in the silence of the hall. He sat stiffly, back straight, hands resting on his knees, resembling a prisoner awaiting judgment, entirely devoid of the ferocity he once displayed during his maritime raids. Stealthily, he cast a glance at the king's formidable silhouette, only to swiftly lower his gaze. At last, Colrin slowly turned around, his weathered eyes, sharp as a hawk's, glimmering with a cold and oppressive light in the fire's glow, fixated firmly on Dagmar. Reveal every drop of seawater, every whisper of the ocean breeze, every jagged rock that you concealed within your belly regarding this voyage, from beginning to end. Not a single word must be omitted. At your command, my king. Dagmar inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the anxiety swelling within him. His coarse voice resonated in the vast hall as he commenced his lengthy and detailed report. It all began when young Baron acquired that merchant ship's route map at the Salty Blood Tavern. It marked the paths and timings of fat sheep, spices, silks, and gemstones. Young Baron's eyes were ablaze, akin to a shark sensing blood. Naturally, I felt the same, if not more ravenous. He licked his cracked lips. And thus I gathered the crew, prepared fresh water and provisions, and awaited the tide to set sail on the glorious draft. As for young Euron, he was brought aboard only after threatening Baron with exposure prior to our departure. At this juncture, Dagmar paused, seemingly weighing his words. Once aboard, young Euron immersed himself in his tattered book, appearing indifferent to everything around him. Baron made the decision to proceed, and he did not object, merely inquiring. The map does not indicate escort ships nor the depths of hidden reefs. My father taught me that plunder relies on both steel and cunning. Colrin remained motionless, his back turned, yet the flickering shadows of the fire seemed to momentarily linger upon his broad shoulders. What did Baron care for such cautions? He cursed the lad, declaring him clueless, and set the plan in motion. Dagmar continued. Before we truly engaged, young Euron exhibited some peculiar behaviors. Speak. Colrin's voice was as frigid as the rocks beneath the waves. Dagmar's voice lowered slightly, tinged with a perplexity he could scarcely comprehend. After silencing them, Baron and we were eager to pry open their mouths. Axes, skinning knives, whatever was most effective. But young Euron was different. Dagmo described the interrogation scene, his tone unconsciously infused with a measure of astonishment at the efficiency displayed, despite the instinctive chill it evoked within him. He was akin to a fishmonger, my lord. He did not hastily resort to severing fingers. Instead, he circled the three captives, scrutinizing their hands, their garments, even the old scars upon their bodies. It was he who identified the scar from a trident tip on the shoulder of the mercenary captive, and then he employed it. Dagmo instinctively touched the iron rust at his waist, not a knife, but remnants of corrosion. He scraped a handful of rust from the deck and, with remarkable precision, forced it into the old wound on the mercenary's shoulder. Good heavens, you did not hear that outcry. It was more harrowing than severing a finger. The mercenary immediately broke down, spilling every detail regarding the guards, their positions, even the unarmed attendants. Colrin remained turned away, yet Dagmo sensed that the weight of his silent scrutiny had intensified. What proved most critical was his method of separating the interrogations. Euron was venturing out to sea for the first time, undertaking his first act of piracy and undoubtedly his first interrogation. Yet he exhibited a proficiency surpassing that of seasoned pirates, considering matters with greater thoroughness. Dagmo emphasized, Master Baron interrogated one, I interrogated another, and he tackled the third. We posed identical inquiries, number of ships, cargo, guards, and course, then juxtaposed their testimonies like assembling a jigsaw puzzle. My lord, you understand, separate interrogations yield contradictions in testimonies, revealing deceit. We have never employed such a tactic before. Dagmo paused, seemingly reminiscing about that chillingly efficient raid. He recalled Euron's final words to the captives. Offering water to those half-dead souls, squatting before them with a voice as icy as winter's breath, informing them of the gruesome fate that awaited them should any of the intelligence prove false, and declaring that, if fortunate, he could ensure their survival, his tone devoid of menace, merely stating an inescapable truth. As a result, one truly terrified individual cried out in fear, revealing the ghostly flame. This intelligence was an unexpected boon. Had it not been for prior knowledge, as the Hoween approached, that attendant would have struck a match, and we would all have become roasted fish. Dagmo's voice carried a hint of trepidation and relief. Having established the course and the timing for action, we arrived early at the ambush site. Master Yuan directed several iron men to row small boats beneath the narrowest part of Widow's Gorge to scout the waters. A glimmer of recollection flashed in Dagmo's solitary eye. Not merely assessing the positions of the reefs, but studying the currents, observing which rocky outcrops would be exposed at low tide and could support a person, and which waterways would be submerged at high tide, turning into dead ends. He even instructed Glenn to note the locations of the swiftest whirlpools. At the time, we all thought this lad was being superfluous in maritime combat. Who pays heed to the currents? And during the ship raid, Corin finally interjected, his voice betraying no emotion. Master Baron, displaying unparalleled valor, was the first to leap aboard the merchant vessel, swiftly dispatching the lookout. Dagmo quickly added. Old Week led the men into the cargo hold to deal with the phantom flame. It was executed splendidly. Yet, some of the finer details were orchestrated by Master Yuan. He swallowed hard. He instructed those who had previously scouted the currents to lie in wait on the rocks exposed at low tide, armed with poisoned arrows smeared with owl droppings. The location was cunningly concealed, with swift currents rendering it inconceivable for merchant vessels to suspect that anyone could be hidden there. The arrows flew silently, achieving remarkable results. Moreover, he instructed Glenn to block not the main deck, but rather the outlets of several waterways that would be submerged at high tide. Consequently, 2 guards attempting to escape by diving met their demise, colliding headlong into a dead end. The young girl, Dagmar, hesitated briefly before revealing. Lord Lisa Barrow chose a salt concubine as per tradition, yet Lord Euron opted for the youngest, a girl from Pentos. As slender as a reed, he stated that he would not have her as a salt concubine, but as a maidservant. At that time, we all mocked him, thinking he was too young to command a servant. However, later aboard the ship, I overheard the young maid speaking in a language we could not comprehend, and to my astonishment, Lord Euron was learning it as well. The intonation was peculiar, reminiscent of a serpent hissing, yet akin to a dragon's low roar. It was said to be High Valyrian. Dagmar's voice gradually diminished, sensing he had divulged too many details concerning that cunning young man. Stealing a glance, he found King Colin still turned away, like an eternal black rock, with only the flickering firelight casting dancing shadows upon him. The hall was enveloped in profound silence, broken only by Dagmar's heavy breaths and the crackling of burning wood. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Dagmar to nearly suffocate, Colin's deep voice finally resonated, laden with the weight of careful contemplation, to act like a fisherman and to scrutinize the enemy as one observes the patterns of a current, to exploit their weaknesses rather than flaunt one's strengths, analyze them separately, then test them collectively. The currents, old scars, and the human instinct for survival can all serve as blades. It seemed as if he were summarizing and digesting these unfamiliar traits, even expressing the need to learn High Valyrian. King Colin finally turned slowly, his hawk-like eyes sharp as blades in the firelight, piercing Dagmar with intensity. Dagmar, tell me, what does an ironborn, a Greyjoy, require of this? With an enigmatic smile, he inquired, do you seem to hold Lord Euron in high regard? Of course. Euron is the king's son. Is that all? Dagmar was rendered speechless by the question, a chill surging from his feet. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately bowed his head in trepidation, unable to meet the king's gaze, which seemed capable of penetrating through all facades. In the midst of the storm, Lord Euron appeared as if he could command the sea, and I witnessed him donning the crown of the Grey King. Within the hall, only the spoils glimmered silently under the flickering firelight, casting cold and eerie reflections, accompanied by the oceanic depths of silence. Chapter 13. Valyrian. The air at the summit of the library tower in Pike City was thick with dust, mildew, and the lingering scent of sea salt. A narrow arrow-slit window grudgingly allowed a hint of daylight to stream in, barely illuminating the yellowed parchment stacked upon the oak table and the rough manuscript paper before Euron. The rustle of the quill gliding across the paper was the dominant melody here, occasionally interrupted by the gentle clink of the inkpot or the distant roar of the waves. Lisa sat quietly across from Euron, resembling a delicate salt sculpture. Before her lay 3 weighty tomes, the old scrolls of the drowned god, the history of the ironborn, and the laws of the Iron Islands. Her slate-blue eyes traversed the pages and the wild scrawl of Euron, fulfilling the supervisory duties bestowed upon her by King Corlin, ensuring every word was meticulously transcribed without a hint of negligence. Euron was inscribing the apocalyptic prophecies concerning the great deluge from the ancient tome, the ink blurring into chaos, mirroring the tumultuous thoughts stirred by the dark doctrines within. Abruptly, he halted his pen, shifting his gaze from the stain on the paper to the tranquil visage of Lisa. Lisa, he broke the silence, his tone laced with a deliberate nonchalance. You mentioned that you speak 7 languages. Euron had always harbored curiosity about this maid. Yet amidst the throngs aboard the ship, the opportunity for a meaningful conversation had eluded him. Now, however, it was merely the two of them. Lisa raised her head, meeting his gaze, and nodded softly. Indeed, my lord Euron. High Valyrian. Euron's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, producing a faint rhythmic sound. What does that phrase you uttered on the deck mean? He mimicked her pronunciation, though not perfectly. He captured the peculiar cadence. All mortals are destined to serve. Lisa replied clearly, her voice as gentle as a breeze caressing the sea's surface. Serve? A playful smirk danced upon Euron's lips. Serve whom? The drowned god? The 7? Or perhaps some dragon lord? He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words, laced with a subtle provocation. Lisa's expression remained inscrutable. That phrase is a common greeting among the Bravosi, also used to express humility. Its essence is that all mortals are fated to serve a higher purpose or existence. The object of servitude depends on the speaker's beliefs and stance. Her common tongue flowed with precision, imbued with a soft Pantos accent. A higher purpose, Euron echoed softly, his gaze sweeping over the text in the ancient tome regarding abyssal whispers and apocalyptic destruction. The drowned god claims to manifest wisdom in the bubbles of the drowned. You say, does the drowned god whisper in Valyrian? His inquiry bore an almost blasphemous curiosity. Lisa paused momentarily, seemingly weighing her words. The whispers of the drowned god may transcend any mortal language, my lord Euron. Yet Valyrian is the legacy of the old freehold, the tongue of dragons and magic, a vessel for countless ancient knowledge and secrets. It may very well contain the key to approaching certain higher purposes. Her response was both cautious and laden with profundity. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Euron's eyes. This was precisely what he yearned to hear. Teach me, he commanded directly, his tone brooking no dissent, yet deep within, a pure thirst for knowledge burned, a rarity for him. Lisa did not immediately acquiesce or refuse, merely gazing at him silently. Transcribing is the command of King Corlin, my lord Euron. Time is of the essence. Time. Euron scoffed, gesturing towards the piles of books and manuscripts. We have an entire month, confined within this dusty tower of madness. Transcribing is punishment. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. It is a distraction, a key. Teach me a few words. Consider it a moment's respite from the overly thick ink. He lifted the ink pot, giving it a gentle shake. Lisa's gaze lingered on his face for a few moments, seemingly assessing his resolve and the profound implications behind his request. Ultimately, she nodded gently. As you wish, but only during the intervals of transcribing, and you must complete the day's quota. Euron had just finished copying a passage from the ancient scroll of the drowned god that recited a prayer concerning the water burial ritual. What is your name? Where do you belong? What do you seek? He set down his quill and shook his weary wrist. How do you say it in Valyrian? He inquired immediately. The pronunciation is akin to hate, yet the tone is flat. Lisa articulated clearly. Euron repeated it, the tip of his tongue savoring the brevity and vigor of the syllable. And what of the drowned god? How do you Pantosi or Braavosians refer to him? The drowned god of the Iron Islands does not possess a specific name in Valyrian. Lisa replied, but he can be described. The god of salt is Arnagalzar, and the lord of the abyss is Darislan. Euron mimicked with interest. These syllables were more intricate and enigmatic than the rugged language of the ironborn, as if they held latent power. It bears more weight than the drowned god, he remarked, a peculiar light shimmering in his eyes. Lisa turned to the history of the ironborn, pointing at a crude illustration depicting the black castle of Pike, stone, in Valyrian. Is Daris sharing the same root as Lord? It signifies strength, eternity, and dominion. Euron's gaze swept across the jagged silhouette of Pike Castle in the illustration, then turned to the faintly visible black tower outside the window. He whispered thoughtfully, the stone of dominion, the drowned god, is the lord of the abyss. Pike Island is the stone of dominion, quite intriguing. He picked up a quill and scrawled hastily in the margins of the manuscript, writing, and as he copied a passage in the history of the Ironborn detailing a bloody family feud, Euron paused once more. The pages were filled with words of axes, drowning, and betrayal. Blood. He glanced at Lisa. In Valyrian? Cinder, she responded. Euron pronounced it, sensing the word bore a metallic, rusty tang. What about knife? Or sword? Tagon refers generally to sharp weapons. Sword is Vala, Lisa added. Valyrian steel swords are called Valyrian Tagon, meaning Valyrian blade. Euron's expression sharpened instantaneously as he recalled several inferior Valyrian steel daggers among the spoils. He repeated the term, his fingers tracing the surface of the table as if feeling that legendary edge. It sounded more lethal and precious than the dragon steel spoken of among the ironborn. He paused, a calculating gleam flickering in his eyes. Lisa, how do you say knowledge is power in High Valyrian? Lisa hesitated slightly, seemingly taken aback by the question, but soon responded fluently. Rooklandaril and Hankiri, knowledge is the foundation of power. Euron slowly articulated it, enunciating each syllable as if to engrave them into his very marrow. He fixed his gaze on Lisa, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening and growing colder. Well said. Continue transcribing. He resumed his writing, yet the words seemed to carry newfound weight and sharpness. As Euron transcribed the cold remark from the Iron Islands law regarding the grave sin of breaking oaths and the mutable promises made to land dwellers, a glimmer of intensity ignited in his eyes. He abruptly set down his quill, causing ink to splatter. The law? He inquired with urgency. In Valyrian? Liptra Lisa, she replied. Chains. The root of hatred and the foundation of strength is the same word. Oaths. Avi. Sand. Kapa. Euron swiftly noted these words in the margins of his manuscript. Law. Chain root. Oath. Sand. He stared at these terms, and then glanced back at the remark in the book, suddenly erupting into a deep, joyous laughter that resonated oddly within the silence of the tower. The law is like chains, but oaths are like sand, especially oaths to land dwellers. He pointed to the text, his eyes sparkling with the exhilaration of uncovering a loophole in the rules. Lisa, do you see? The book states in cold words that promises to land dwellers can slip away like sand through one's fingers. In Valyrian, it audibly attests to this. Oaths are like sand. How apt. Lisa observed the exuberant Euron, her gaze shifting to the Valyrian words he had inscribed in the margins. A flicker of complex emotion seemed to pass through her slate blue eyes. Was it caution? Concern? Or perhaps a certain comprehension of this perilous wisdom? She spoke softly. Words are solidified sounds, my lord Euron, and sounds are fluid. The meaning of an oath sometimes resides in the one who utters it, at times in the one who hears it, and occasionally, it is merely in the wind. Euron's laughter subsided as he regarded Lisa deeply, as if for the first time truly examining the young girl he had selected from among the captives. Fluid sounds, he pondered, savoring the term. Well said, Lisa. Very well. He uttered no further words, resuming his writing of the remaining legal texts. Yet his handwriting became more deliberate, as if he were not inscribing mere words, but rather delineating a blueprint for a weapon he was poised to wield. A cold smile of insight, prepared to exploit all, lingered at the corners of his mouth. When the final stroke was completed, Euron set down the quill, his fingers stained with ink and the rough texture of the parchment. Lisa meticulously inspected his wild, yet unexpectedly coherent copies, confirming their accuracy. The tower was left with only the eternal roar of the waves, surging in through the narrow window like the distant sigh of the drowned god, reminiscent of the remnants of ancient Valyrian dragon's breath. Chapter 14. The mysterious handmaiden. Euron leaned against the cold stone chair, closing his eyes. His mind was no longer filled with mere whispers of the drowned god or the roars of his iron ancestors. The peculiar syllables of Valyrian, names, the salt god, stone lord, blood, Valyrian blade, knowledge as the foundation of power, law, oaths like sand, intertwined with the apocalyptic prophecies of the drowned god's ancient scrolls, the violent cycles of the ironborn history, and the chilling logic of the Iron Islands law, forming a new and unsettling cognitive map. The drowned god represented the frigid abyss. History illustrated the cyclical trajectory of power. While the law was a human construct, a lever that could be manipulated, Valyrian serves as the enigmatic key to deciphering and perhaps even reconstructing all of this. He opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Lisa, who was quietly closing the weighty tome of the laws of the Iron Islands, her delicate movements imbued with a sense of finality. Lisa, Euron suddenly spoke in a somewhat halting High Valyrian, shattering the silence. Lisa paused, raising her penetrating gray-blue eyes to regard him quietly. A slow, cold smile crept upon Euron's lips, forming a chilling and meaningful arc. His deep blue eyes reminiscent of the tumultuous sea before a storm, profound and inscrutable. All mortals must serve. But serve whom? In what manner? He deliberately slowed his speech, his gaze sharply locking onto Lissa. Are there words in Valyrian that can answer this question? Lissa offered no reply. She simply gazed at him, a fathomless sea. Calm on the surface, yet tumultuous beneath. In her gray-blue eyes, there was neither fear nor panic, only a near-solid tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, Euron detected a subtle ripple, not a tremor, but rather an assessment born of heightened vigilance. She resembled a poisoned dagger concealed beneath opulent velvet, seemingly harmless, yet instinctively poised to strike. Fluent in 7 languages, her eloquence and precision in expression far surpassed that of the common folk. The restrained nobility she exuded in her movements remained intact, even in the presence of terrified captives. In the face of the tortures of skinning and mutilation, and the brutality of the ironborn, she maintained an unfathomable composure. Moreover, there was the exquisitely crafted dagger, adorned with dull sapphires. Cleverly concealed by her, but caught in Euron's peripheral vision amidst the chaos, an object far beyond the means of an ordinary maidservant. Its ancient and peculiar design, suggesting a token of identity or a symbol of heritage. All clues, like scattered pearls, were swiftly strung together by Euron's keen intellect. This girl named Lissa, who claimed to hail from Pintos, daughter of Bravo's merchants and Lysini traders, was decidedly more complex than her nonchalant demeanor suggested. Ha! Euron suddenly erupted into a deep and hearty laugh, shattering the near stillness of the tower. His laughter echoed against the stone walls. Imbued with a sense of omniscience and unrestrained mastery, he abruptly rose, his tall figure casting an oppressive shadow in the confined space. Yet his gaze towards Lissa was not one of scrutiny or suspicion, but rather a strange, almost fervent excitement. Everyone harbors secrets, Lissa. Euron's voice brimmed with power. No longer the bright tone of youth, but imbued with an undeniable penetrating force, as if proclaiming a truth. You conceal the mystery of your lineage, your dagger, perhaps even your past. How delightful. He stepped closer to Lissa, approaching her without a hint of menace, as if admiring a rare treasure. Fear? Suspicion? Such emotions belong to the weak. They are the privileges of salt slaves and land sheep. He spread his arms wide, exuding a wild and confident demeanor, as if to embrace the entire world. I, Euron Greyjoy, am destined for greatness. My ship shall sail into realms untouched even by the gods of drowning. My throne shall not be constructed from the black stones of pike. His gaze burned intensely, locking onto Lissa's eyes, which finally stirred with genuine emotion at his words. What use is a maid who merely weeps and obeys? What I require is a key to unlock ancient doors, to decipher lost scrolls, to comprehend the whispers of dragons. Euron gazed down at Lissa, his icy yet profound smile transforming into pure, almost greedy admiration and ambition. Your secret? Let it remain your armor, your weapon, as long as it serves me, serves the grand objective towards which we are destined to sail. His tone was resolute, imbued with a regal confidence and a wisdom beyond his years. Your past belongs to the shadows. Then let it remain there. What I desire is your present and future. Your clever mind, your 7 tongues, your hand that wields a dagger. Offer them to me, Lissa. Serve me. And what I can offer you is far beyond the mere act of survival. I shall provide you with a position, a status so luminous that it will eclipse the very identity you seek to conceal. In my narrative, you shall no longer be an anonymous captive, but an indispensable chapter. His words resonated like thunder, reverberating through the depths of Lissa's heart. It was not merely an act of forgiveness or exploitation. It was an acknowledgement of her worth, her concealed strength, even the validity of her secret existence. This audacity, this perception of secrets as resources rather than threats, transcended Lissa's understanding of the ironborn and indeed of most nobles. No longer was he the reticent youth, but rather an emerging figure, possessing formidable ambition and astonishing inclusiveness, an aspiring monarch. The aura of dominance reached its zenith at that moment. Lissa's pupils constricted slightly, and the calm facade she wore revealed its first noticeable fissure. Shock, confusion, a flicker of being seen, and an indescribable thrill ignited by this grand and perilous vision intertwined in the depths of her gray-blue eyes. She gazed at the youth before her, who radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression and allure, and for the first time, she truly comprehended that she might be stepping into a vortex far deeper and more dangerous than becoming a salt wife or a slave. At the center of this vortex burned the wildfire within Euron Greyjoy's eyes. The anticipated fear or panic did not prevail. Instead, a dizzying sensation of being forcibly drawn into a grand game enveloped her, accompanied by a secretive, perilous spark of excitement ignited by that indispensable chapter. In the ancient tongue of Giscari, The language of mortals, the questions of mortals, will ultimately yield mortal answers. In High Valyrian, all must serve, I am aware. Whom to serve, and in what manner, depends upon the servant, as well as the sovereign. In Dothraki, I have witnessed many storms, and I have seen many Khaleesi. If the Tempest seeks to obliterate Khaleesi, if the Tempest aims to annihilate the Dothraki, then it must first shatter me. At last, she cast her gaze once more upon Euron, reverting to the common tongue, her voice regaining its previous softness, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Lord Euron, your inquiry cannot be answered with a singular word in Valyrian, for the answer must be inscribed rather than sought. She paused slightly, her gray-blue eyes shimmering with wisdom and a subtle hint of defiance. You seek a key. Perhaps I am one among many. However, the worth of a key lies not solely in the doors it can unlock, but also in whether its bearer possesses the strength to confront whatever may lie beyond, be it a lost treasure or an all-consuming abyss. Lysa did not finish her thought, merely inclining her body slightly, a gesture both succinct and steeped in ancient elegance, as if a scholar were bowing to a prospective patron, rather than a handmaiden submitting to her master. At that moment, the answers she served would naturally emerge, as clear as rocks exposed by the receding tide. Until then, Lysa was willing to be your key to interpreting Valyrian, as well as your other pair of eyes through which to perceive the world. Her response concluded without pledging fealty, without revealing secrets, yet distinctly delineating boundaries. She recognized Euron's ambition and potential, willing to temporarily nestle beneath his wing, offering her worth, language, and insight. Yet she tightly bound her service to Euron's own growth and power and his ability to provide genuine sanctuary. She implied herself as an observer, an evaluator, rather than a mere subordinate. She accepted the future possibilities painted by Euron, rather than his current identity or commands. Simultaneously, the warning regarding the abyss behind the door served as both a reminder to Euron and a reaffirmation of her own value. The doors her key could unlock might lead to unforeseen peril. This response, woven together in 4 languages, brimming with wisdom, metaphor, and dignity, bore a weight far exceeding any simple affirmation or denial. It rendered the air within the tower seemingly frozen, leaving only the clash of their gazes, one side ablaze with ambition and desire for control, the other steeped in profound wisdom and a willingness for conditional collaboration. The roar of the waves became the grand backdrop to this silent contest. Euron slowly began to applaud, the sound echoing crisply against the stone walls, filled with unabashed admiration and awe, a verbal tempest unheard by even the gods. Euron's voice rang out, an ancient intonation of Giscari, the contracts of Valyria, the fierce winds of the Dothraki, and the sharp intelligence of the common tongue. Lysa, you shine even brighter than I had imagined. You assert that answers require inscription? Just as I desire. History is the confessional of the weak, while the future shall be rewritten by the strong with iron and fire. You claim strength requires a foundation? He abruptly pointed at the piles of transcribed tomes and the scattered Valyrian lexicon. Knowledge? This is merely the beginning. What I seek is the lever to move the world. And you speak of sanctuary? Euron's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing through to Lysa. The tempest must first destroy me? No, you are mistaken. The true tempest shall not obliterate its acknowledged allies. It will envelop them, bestowing upon them strength, enabling them to dance upon the crest of the storm. The answer to servitude? It shall gradually reveal itself during our voyage, alongside the conquered seas, the deciphered secrets, and the mastered powers. It is not the ebbing tide that unveils the rocks, but rather our own hands that shall raise new lands from the abyss. You will be the witness. Lysa. He no longer awaited Lysa's response, as if her collaboration were a foregone conclusion. He turned towards the oak desk, laden with books, his demeanor composed and powerful, as if he had just concluded a significant negotiation, confident that he had secured the most valuable of tokens. Chapter 15. The Dilemma of the Iron Islands. On the desk, several sheets of parchment, delivered by the Raven, were spread haphazardly, inscribed with the neat handwriting of the scholar, chronicling news from King's Landing. Some were dated years prior, while others were more recent, as Euron meticulously organized the intelligence received from the Crow along the timeline. Rebellion in Storm's End. Aerys too is imprisoned, while Barrys Targaryen single-handedly seeks to rescue him. The king is freed, yet his spirit is gravely wounded. Follow-up. The Mad King, a term delicately phrased in the scholar's report as His Majesty's troubled disposition, harbors grave doubts regarding the loyalty of Tywin Lannister, suspecting deliberate delays in his rescue efforts, with ulterior motives at play. A rift has emerged between them. Supplement. The letter further mentions that to counter the pervasive conspiracies and betrayals, His Majesty Ares II has recruited a eunuch named Varys from across the Narrow Sea, appointing him as the Master of Whisperers. This individual, known for his cunning, is referred to as the Spider, and has begun to weave an extensive network of intelligence encompassing the court and the Seven Kingdoms, earning the trust of the Mad King. Latest, the Mad King has rejected Tywin's proposal for a marriage between Prince Rhaegar and Lady Cersei Lannister, instead announcing that the prince will be betrothed to Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. Simultaneously, the Mad King has publicly ridiculed Tywin as the King's South Steward within the court, subjecting him to utmost humiliation. History remains unchanged, which is good news. Euron mused silently, his fingertips tracing the name Ares II upon the parchment. The shadow of Storm's End has already cast itself over this Dragon King, and the humiliation of the rejected marriage proposal has arrived, as anticipated. Tywin Lannister, that guardian of the West, marked by the Golden Lion, must surely have his heart poisoned with cold venom at this moment. 270. Euron Greyjoy is born. 273. Rebellion in Storm's End. The Mad King is imprisoned, and Barry's Targaryen rescues him. The Mad King doubts Tywin, a rift emerges. 275. The Mad King rejects the marriage proposal between Prince Rhaegar and Lady Cersei Lannister, instead announcing the prince's engagement to Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. He humiliates Tywin as the King's steward. The rift deepens. 281. The Mad King forcibly conscripts Jaime into the Kingsguard, stripping Tywin of his heir. The rift becomes irreparable. 282. Rhaegar abducts Lyanna Stark. The Mad King brutally murders Rickard and Brandon Stark. The War of Usurpers erupts. 283. The Battle of the Trident, Rhaegar dies. The Mad King buries wildfire to burn the city. Jaime kills the king. Robert is proclaimed king. Euron inscribed the information in Chinese upon the parchment, his fingers gently tapping on 283. Standing behind him, Lisa gazed curiously at the unfamiliar script penned by Euron. 275-283. 8 years. Only 8 years, Euron murmured softly, his youthful chest swelling with the fervor and excitement of an aspiring conqueror. The War of Usurpers. The continent of Westeros shall descend into unprecedented chaos and bloodshed. This will be the providential opportunity for the Iron Islands to break free from their desolate chains, allowing the name of the drowned god to resound throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, this hinges upon the Iron Islands amassing sufficient strength to seize this chance, rather than succumbing to the tempest. His immediate concern was how to make the most of this golden period of 275,283 years to enhance the power of the Iron Islands. Charles Keatling once stated, "A clearly articulated problem is already half solved." Euron sighed, analyzing the current state of the Iron Islands, meticulously listing these issues on parchment. What the Iron Islands possess: a formidable naval tradition and culture venerating the drowned god, an ancient spirit. The culture of raiding is deeply ingrained. And their warriors, ironborn, are renowned for their valor, ruthlessness, and fearlessness in the face of death. The faith in the drowned god sanctifies their plundering. And the ironborn possess exceptional nautical skills. Having lived by the sea for generations, they boast the finest sailors and navigators. Well-versed in the treacherous waters of the Narrow Sea and Sunset Sea, adept at navigating through adverse maritime conditions. The longship fleet, a substantial number of longships, swift, shallow-drafted, and highly maneuverable, capable of delving into shallow waters and rivers. The geographic isolation of the Iron Islands, situated in the western seas of Westeros, surrounded by treacherous waters, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. The cost of invasion is exorbitant, and aside from stone and salt, invaders gain little. Historically, there has been no successful external invasion of the Iron Islands. Additionally, the surrounding reefs. The islands are encircled by hidden reefs, forming a natural defense, making it perilous for unfamiliar navigators who are likely to run aground. The natural resources of the Iron Islands, limited to 3 commodities: iron, ore, salt, and fish. Iron ore, particularly rich on great white, serves as the foundation for weapons, tools, and some trade. Salt. Salt production is a vital industry and trade good, though less valuable than gold. Fisheries provide a basic food source: fish and seaweed. The warriors of the Iron Islands are martial in spirit, with men generally undergoing combat training, embodying a fierce culture, and excelling in boarding actions and close-quarter battles. Moreover, these warriors possess a fearlessness in battle that is unparalleled among the other 6 kingdoms. Their faith in the drowned god diminishes their fear of death compared to mainland soldiers. Yet, concurrently, the Iron Islands are lacking in numerous critical aspects, leaving Euron somewhat overwhelmed. Scarcity of arable land. The terrain is barren, rocky, and the climate harsh, rendering it unsuitable for large-scale agriculture. 90% of their grain is reliant on imports or plunder. Thus, without food, what shall they eat? Insufficient forest resources. A lack of quality timber hampers the development of shipbuilding. Timber for ship construction is severely dependent on imports or raiding. Without wood, how shall they build ships? While there is iron ore, the absence of blacksmiths renders them incapable of transforming or into weaponry. The limited population. The total population of the islands is far fewer than any major kingdom on the mainland. The pool of soldiers is restricted, rendering them unable to sustain large-scale land wars or long-term occupations. A small population base further hinders their capacity for prolonged conflict. Internal discord prevails. The principal islands, Pike, Great Wyke, Old Wyke, and Harlaw, are governed by distinct families, Greyjoy, Drum, Stonehouse, Harlaw, etc. While they nominally submit to the King of the Iron Islands, Greyjoy, competition and internal strife flourish. The Old Way emphasizes individual valor and plunder, resulting in a cohesion that is woefully inadequate. The lack of administrative governance. The Seven Islands are scattered, leading to a disorganized bureaucratic system that hampers effective taxation, logistics, and intelligence. Their remote geographical position weakens their ability to proactively gather crucial information from the mainland, court politics. Large-scale military movements, making them vulnerable to neglect or delayed information from continental powers, thus losing opportunities. The fire crackles in the hearth, illuminating the contemplative, mismatched eyes of Euron Greyjoy. Ultimately, and most importantly, all subsequent matters require the leadership and decision-making of the King of the Iron Islands, his father. Convincing his father poses the greatest challenge. Lord Balon Greyjoy, ruler of the Iron Islands, harbors a vision that is not without merit. The Iron Islands need transformation to escape the insidious poverty and isolation that cling to them like a parasite. His aim is to integrate into the Seven Kingdoms, to end the bloody old way, and to embrace peace and prosperity, a vision that appears bright and righteous. However, the dilemma lies in his father's desire for immediate, sweeping change. To liberate all the slaves of the islands? Euron silently sighs, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the cold stone table. This notion, while radiant with the light of compassion, is met with the harsh realities of rock. The iron mines of Pike, the volcanic pits of Great Wyke, and the salt fields of Salt Cliff. These burdens that sustain the fragile lifeblood of the Iron Islands now rest predominantly on the shoulders of the enslaved. If they are freed, who will wield the heavy pickaxes? Who will endure the scorching sun in the salt pans? Does his father truly expect the ironborn lords, accustomed to paying iron price and commanding longships, to immediately roll up their sleeves and toil in the mines or salt flats? The economy would collapse instantaneously, more thoroughly than any tempest could wreak. To entirely abandon the old way, such a move would strike at the very foundation. Euron concedes that the old way is barbaric, unsustainable, and one of the roots of the Iron Islands' poverty. Yet, his father seems to forget, or perhaps underestimates, the significance of the iron price to the majority of ironborn families. It is not merely a means of survival, it is woven into their very honor and belief. Severing this economic lifeline, which has persisted for centuries, would drain the Iron Islands of 80% of their vitality. The captains and sailors, deprived of their plunder and rightful income, where would their anger and confusion be directed? Likely not toward the Lannister gold mines, but rather towards the very heart of Pike. To invite the Septon to the islands? To spread the faith of the Seven? Euron is a man devoid of faith, or perhaps a believer in any god that offers him advantage, regardless of which deity. The one that provides benefits is the one he reveres. The faith of the drowned god has taken root in this salt-soaked land for millennia, shaping the souls of the ironborn, their maxims, their way of life, and even their unique understanding of death. Does father truly believe that a few monks clad in silk robes, reciting prayers from the 7 scriptures upon the rocks, could sway those drowned priests who have just baptized newborns in frigid sea waters? Could they possibly turn the ironborn, who are accustomed to battling the waves and seeking glory through plunder, to fervently pray to the Father above and the Holy Mother? Such notions are utterly preposterous. Moreover, even if the ironborn were to genuinely convert their faith, what then? The deep-seated prejudices of Westeros would perceive this as a hypocritical charade, a clumsy disguise from a savage band of pirates. Would the nobles of King S. Landing, the Knights of the Reach, or the Lords of the North suddenly embrace the ironborn as devout brethren merely because they profess belief in the Seven? No. They would only scoff or be even more vigilant of these iron sea creatures masquerading in sheep-esque clothing, wary of what new tricks they might employ. Opening the ports, however, is one of the few genuinely sagacious ideas in Father S' plan. The Iron Islands require external connections, the lifeblood of trade. Yet, prejudice is a mountain more formidable and frigid than Black Tide Island. On the cognitive maps of all merchants across the Seven Kingdoms, the name Iron Islands is invariably accompanied by labels such as pirate dens and perilous waters, a place of no return. Father may have opened the ports and erected lighthouses, but which merchant vessel, laden with goods, would dare gamble their life and fortune on the goodwill of the ironborn? Who could assure that their ship would not be met with iron coins in the dead of night? Who would trust those ironborn, their eyes sharp and faces etched with scars, not to reveal their axes in the next moment? Without the cornerstone of trust, even the most splendid port is merely a vacant dock, listening to the waves crash in vain. Father is too hasty. He sees the alluring glow of the destination ahead, but overlooks the thorn-strewn, tumultuous path beneath his feet. He attempts to shatter a millennium of shackles with a heavy hammer, yet fails to consider that when the hammer strikes, it may first obliterate the very rock upon which he stands. Reform demands the patience of peeling an onion, the precision of a surgeon, and the wisdom of slowly warming a frog. Euron casts his gaze upon the somber sea outside the window. True transformation should resemble the tide eroding the rocks, slow yet resolute. It is not about capsizing the entire ship at once, but rather about subtly adjusting the sails, cautiously replacing the rotting timbers, and patiently carving new tributaries along the course. It requires time, strategy, and a gradual demonstration that the new path can indeed yield richer salt and iron than the old ways. It necessitates visible benefits and a greater power to persuade, to divide, and ultimately to supplant those obstinate rocks. Father yearns for a direct route to the end goal, whereas Euron perceives a long journey that must be meticulously laid out, advancing step by step. The dilapidated vessel of the Iron Islands does not require a revolutionary storm, but rather a skilled navigator, adept at harnessing the tides and winds, to carefully guide it away from the treacherous shoals known as the Old Ways. Chapter 16. Persuasion. To persuade someone to relocate, one must first place a more comfortable stone beneath their feet. When Euron inquired of Lisa how to convince their father, she replied, "He is the king of the Iron Islands, and he is your father." Although he had only met your father once, one could sense his profound solitude. Beside King Corlin, there was not a single sage who genuinely considered his perspective, only discord, strife, opposition, and uproar. Enveloped by the mountains, one often fails to perceive their entirety. Perhaps all that is required is a tranquil soul to gently part the mists, allowing the king to glimpse all that the future holds. Euron remarked with a smile. That makes sense. The heavy oak door to the study of the patriarch of the Pike clan creaked open slightly, and 5-year-old Euron Greyjoy darted inside, swiftly closing the door behind him. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea and a palpable sense of fatigue. Euron Greyjoy stood with his back to the door, gazing through the vast arched window at the leaden, tumultuous sea, his broad shoulders slightly slumped. "Father?" Euron's voice was soft, imbued with the clarity unique to childhood, perfectly shattering the oppressive silence. Corlin did not turn, merely grunting in acknowledgement, the tone laced with an enduring irritation. Euron stepped further in, carefully shutting the door. He refrained from approaching directly, instead pausing beside the enormous table in the center of the room, cluttered with nautical charts and scrolls. He required a modicum of distance, as well as a stage for his thoughts. "Mother mentioned that you were vexed today by Lord Drum and his companions," Euron stated, devoid of inquiry, his voice tinged with a subtle, age-appropriate concern. At last, Corlin turned to face his youngest son, the deep creases on his face accentuated in the dim light, his eyes weary yet piercing. He observed the child, noticing the tranquility in his gaze that transcended his years, a serenity that at times brought him solace, yet at other moments left him inexplicably uneasy. A bunch of stubborn old fools, their minds pickled in salt. He bellowed, slamming a fist against the window frame, causing the glass to buzz. They only see the meager pickings before them, completely oblivious to the future of the Iron Islands. Euron listened quietly, waiting for his father's fury to ebb before he spoke. His voice still steady. "Father, you are correct. The Iron Islands require transformation." He affirmed his father's vision, a crucial step emphasized by Lisa. First, validation, then guidance. Corlin's gaze scrutinized his youngest. "Oh, you share this sentiment?" "Indeed," Euron replied, taking 2 steps forward, his mismatched eyes appearing particularly profound in the shadows. "But have you considered whether the sea reshapes the rocks through relentless crashing or through the silent, gradual caress of the tides over the years?" Corlin furrowed his brow, evidently caught off guard by his son's metaphor. Euron pressed on, maintaining his cadence. farmers on the mainland, when cultivating new land, do not aspire to remove an entire mountain in a single day. They clear a small patch, sow seeds, and await their sprouting and harvest to prove that the land can sustain life. Only then will more join in, eager to cultivate even larger expanses. He approached the table, his small finger tracing the position of the Iron Islands on the chart. Our Iron Islands are akin to the most arduous stretch of wilderness. To envision transforming it into a land as bountiful as the Reach in a single sweep is admirable. Uncle Goo Goo and Brother Baron. They are those who have grown accustomed to the desolate mountains and wilds, fearful of change. If you were to ask them to immediately set aside their axes and take up hoes, they would deem you mad or a traitor to the god of the drowned. Corlin's gaze flickered as if he were digesting his son's words. The god of the drowned has bestowed upon us the timeless wisdom of the undying dead, that we shall surely rise again. Yulan's voice rose slightly, imbued with an uncanny certainty as though resonating with that ancient existence. Yet the god did not declare that this rebirth must adhere to the ways of the past. Perhaps we can forge stronger ships from superior iron, employ wiser methods to fill our warehouses with grain, and wield greater strength to silence all who mock the Iron Islands. Is this not a more illustrious manifestation of the god of the drowned's glory than merely seizing a few bags of gold or capturing a handful of slaves? Corlin's breath seemed to momentarily pause. He had never contemplated this perspective before. A new approach from the god of the drowned. His keen gaze fixed intently on his youngest son. Father, we need not liberate all the slaves at once. However, we could begin in Pike City, right under your watchful eyes, by selecting a few mines or salt fields as a trial. Offer the most diligent and obedient laborers a glimmer of hope. For instance, if they work diligently for 5 years without fault, or acquire a trade, they could become free men, even receiving a small patch of barren land to cultivate. If they perceive a future, they will toil with greater zeal than if driven by the lash. Once the output of Pike City's mines and salt truly increases, and the warehouses overflow, will not the lords of the other islands grow envious? They will come to inquire how you achieved such success. The ancient way of paying iron tribute is a matter of ancestral honor. To discard it entirely would be akin to casting the bones of our forebears into the sea, which none could bear. Yet, might we not adapt? Yulan's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. For example, we could decree that longships must not seize merchant vessels flying the banners of the Seven Kingdoms. This would certainly mitigate many troubles. But those pirate dens of the Stone Steps Isles, and the ships in Slave Bay transporting living cargo, let us seize from them. This is not to betray the ancient ways. It is to cleanse the seas of refuse, a just act that the god of the drowned would surely commend. A portion of the spoils could be given to the crew, another portion delivered to you for the purchase of grain, timber, or even to invite skilled blacksmiths to teach our people. This is how we nourish our roots with the blood of our enemies. The cleric of the 7 gods, Yulan, shook his head slightly. A forced fruit is not sweet. The god of the drowned has dwelled in the Iron Islands for thousands of years, and it is not a matter of simply asking them to leave, rather than allowing them to land and incite the wrath of the priests of the drowned. Would it not be wiser to send a few clever apprentices of the drowned to the old town to learn? To think inversely and take the initiative. Let them learn how to keep accounts, how to build ships, how to heal. When they return having mastered these skills, they will be the finest testament to the union of the god of the drowned and knowledge. Their words will resonate more with the iron folk than the incantations of 10 clerics standing at the dock. Opening the ports is a golden idea, father. Yulan's tone brimmed with genuine admiration, yet to entice ships to come, merely opening the doors is insufficient. We must instill confidence that once inside, they will not be turned into fish bait. We may embark on 2 initial endeavors. First, to delineate a small safe zone in Pike Harbor, guarded by your most trusted sentinel. Any ironborn who dares to wield weapons within this sanctuary shall face judgment for betraying the family. Second, we shall seek out 1 or 2 audacious merchants, those who have engaged in several salt and iron transactions with us, offering them special protection and significantly reduced taxes, even permitting them to establish a modest warehouse within the safe zone. Let them carry back the news of secure trading in the Iron Islands. Word will spread. From 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, there will inevitably be reckless merchants willing to take the plunge. If but 1 ship returns home safely, laden with goods, it will speak louder than 100 proclamations of our reform. After Yuluin spoke, his small chest heaved slightly. The study was enveloped in the crackling sound of the fireplace and the faint roar of the waves. He raised his gaze to his father, his mismatched eyes clear and resolute, awaiting a verdict. Euron Greyjoy gazed intently at his young son. The weariness that once clouded his features seemed to lift, replaced by a profound mixture of astonishment, complexity, rekindled hope, and an indescribable scrutiny. This child articulated his thoughts with such clarity and cunning, striking at the very heart of the matter. The problems he identified were precisely where Colin had encountered his own failures. The paths he proposed, though slow, appeared more feasible, less likely to incite catastrophic backlash. Colin's voice was somewhat hoarse as he slowly approached the desk and took a seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. Did you conceive this idea yourself, or did someone impart it to you? He posed the pivotal question. Lisa told me that changing people's hearts is akin to simmering an old soup. Too much heat will scorch it, while a gentle flame allows the flavors to melt. Her words awakened a realization within me, and I pondered for a long time. Yuluin replied candidly, I wish to assist you, father. I do not want to see you vexed by them daily, nor do I desire for the Iron Islands to languish in perpetual poverty. Lisa, the maid who speaks 7 languages? Colin inhaled deeply, expelling a heavy sigh as if to purge the accumulated tension within him. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze drifted once more to the perpetually turbulent sea outside, yet this time, there seemed to be something different in his expression. Gentle simmering, he murmured, repeating the phrase as if savoring a piece of tough cured meat, striving to discern a new essence. Perhaps it is wiser than my old bones crashing against the rocks. He turned his attention to Yuluin, finally revealing a weary but genuine smile of approval. I shall taste this slowly simmered soup. Although King Colin did not immediately render a definitive decision, Yuluin understood that his father had taken his words to heart. Just as he was about to depart, Colin suddenly remarked, from tomorrow onward, you shall accompany me to the council chamber. Chapter 17, The Salted Concubine Conference Colin's pronouncement, from tomorrow onward. You shall accompany me to the council chamber, resonated within Yuluin like a stone cast into a stagnant pond, stirring tumultuous waves in his heart. The brief silence of the study shattered under the weight of this unexpected decree, the air thickening as if holding its breath. Even the flames dancing in the fireplace seemed to pause in anticipation. Yolan abruptly raised his head, his mismatched eyes resembling an abyss that devours light on the left and a shard of ice crystallized before a storm on the right. For the first time, pure astonishment, the kind that belongs to a child, revealed itself before his father. 5 years old, the council chamber? That place had only recently permitted Baron, the 15-year-old heir capable of battling the tempest on longships, to occasionally listen in. Has father lost his mind? Or does he regard my earlier childish musings about rocks and tides with such gravity? Colin observed the shock of his youngest son, a trace of fatigue deepening into a wondrous smile on his face, intermingled with a hint of the ironborn's almost cruel expectation. What? Are you afraid? He stood, his towering figure elongated by the flickering firelight, casting a shadow that nearly enveloped Yolan entirely, exuding an undeniable, rock-like authority. What happened to the commanding rhetoric about the tides and rocks, my little sea monster? He stepped closer, his voice low yet each word struck like a hammer. Do you not wish to aid me? Do you not want to see me vexed daily by those salt-cured stubborn stones? Then come. Use your own eyes to behold the hardness of the rocks of the Iron Islands. Use your own ears to listen to the fearful voices of change, concealing countless poisoned daggers within. Merely poring over maps in the study to ponder the ebb and flow of tides is insufficient. This is not a discussion. It is a command. It is the trial of the king of the Iron Islands upon his heir, albeit this heir is but a 5-year-old child at present. Colin's gaze was as sharp as Valyrian steel, as if he sought to cleave open Yolan's tender shell to unearth the extraordinary wisdom lurking within his soul, alongside any pretenses. To discover what strange beast or divine miracle lay hidden within. Yolan parted his lips, his throat feeling constricted by sea salt, dry to the point of silence. He could sense the heavy weight behind his father's words, trust, a test, and an invisible force dragging him into the heart of a power vortex that was cold and unyielding. The council chamber was not a training ground strewn with white sea salt. There were no wooden swords clashing, only the silent glimmers of blades. Venomous rhetoric and icy calculations capable of tearing one apart. Instinctively, he clenched his small fists, his nails digging painfully into the soft palm. A sharp sting that barely sustained the thin veneer of calm upon his face. Yes, father. He heard his own voice rise, clear yet taut like a drawn bowstring. Carrying a barely perceptible tremor, I will observe keenly and listen intently. Colin nodded in satisfaction, as if he had finalized a critically important strategic deployment. Excellent. Now, return and prepare. Tomorrow, he emphasized, as if nailing down a ship's timber, do not be late. He waved his hand, infused with the briny scent of the sea, turning his back once more to face the restless ocean, swirling in inky waves under the twilight. For him, This earth-shattering decision felt as commonplace as commanding a longship to set sail. Yolen nearly floated away from that room, thick with tobacco and heavy burdens. The cold stone walls of the corridor brushed against his slightly flushed cheek, grounding his tumultuous spirit back to reality. Lisa, like a silent shadow, had quietly awaited in the depths of the corridor's gloom, as if she were an integral part of the ancient stone castle. Her emerald eyes, calm and still in the dim light, reflected the faint glow of the wall sconces, as if she had foreseen the tempest that was to come. My lord. Her voice remained gentle, akin to the sea breeze that caresses the jagged rocks. He has summoned me to the council chamber tomorrow. Yuluin's voice was low, laced with a bewilderment he himself could scarcely comprehend, mingled with a secret thrill, as if caught in the eye of a storm. A flicker of understanding crossed Lisa's gaze, only to be swiftly enveloped by a deeper calm, akin to the stillness of an ancient well. The tide surges towards the rocks, and the rocks must ultimately reveal their rugged truth. She whispered, as if articulating an immutable law of nature. Are you prepared? To see, to listen, to remain silent. Silent. Yuluin furrowed his brow in confusion. The eye of the storm is often the quietest place. Lisa slightly inclined her body, her demeanor humble, yet imbued with a peculiar insight. Before you learn to stir the tide that could obliterate all, first learn to steady your fragile vessel amidst the towering waves. Observe more, listen more, contemplate more. Words can sometimes be the most futile of paddles, even attracting the gaze of lurking sharks, particularly among those accustomed to wielding axes in place of tongues. Yuluin silently mulled over Lisa's words. Silence, he murmured, as astonishment began to ebb from his heterochromatic eyes, replaced by a focused calm reminiscent of a hunter lying in wait. Lisa was right. The council chamber was a more perilous arena than any battlefield. He was still too weak. Recklessly wielding the axe of language would only expose his position too soon, making him the target of every sharp arrow. He needed to be like the octopus among the rocks, concealed, observant, learning the intricacies of each lord's visage, discerning the hidden blades in seemingly peaceful words, and interpreting the transactions concealed within every meaningful silence. He needed, as Lisa suggested, to become the quietest and most lucid point at the center of the storm. However, such a deliberate pursuit of silence could never truly descend upon the turbulent night of Pike City. That night, the darkness was thick as ink, suffocatingly dense, with only the briny sea breeze sobbing between the cold stone walls of Pike City. In the shadows behind the armory's window, a small silhouette pressed against the rough wall, lying in wait like a gecko. Through the narrow gap of the window, a scene below on the rocky shore jolted into Yuluin's vision, the altar of the drowned. His brother, Baron, stood bare-chested in knee-deep water, the frigid waves relentlessly crashing against his taut calf muscles. A newly inked tattoo writhed grotesquely on his broad chest in the dim moonlight and flickering torchlight. A ship braving the tempest, its sails billowing, while its hull belched forth eerie green flames. The twisted mast constructed from a pile of bones. On either side of the altar, the seawater lapped over the slender ankles of two barefoot girls. The once resplendent green silk gowns that adorned them were thoroughly soaked by the briny seawater, clinging to their youthful forms and outlining their helpless curves, resembling a second layer of pallid skin. The voice of the old priest echoed like rusted chains dragging across the rocks. From whence do you come? From Yangyang Jiqing, replied the tall girl, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Among the curls of her hair, a few grains of fine Dornish red sand shimmered faintly in the firelight, remnants of her homeland. You are dead. The cold iron staff, imbued with undeniable authority, struck heavily upon the girl's smooth forehead, accompanied by the faint sound of burning flesh and a scent of char, leaving behind a bloody, rebirth-marking brand, reborn at this moment, to become the wife of the ironborn. As the heavy iron staff turned towards the smaller girl, Euron's gaze abruptly fixed upon a delicate silver chain adorning her slender neck, glinting coldly in the firelight. It was the renowned Nightingale collar from Lannisport, each intricate link engraved with a different name, akin to the metals of her haunting past. The girl seemed to sense the penetrating gaze, and at the moment the iron staff was about to descend, she suddenly lifted her head. Her amber eyes, a gift from the Summer Island sun, now brimmed with fear and an almost primal alertness. More unsettling was her right eye, shrouded in a murky film resembling a ruptured fish bladder, reflecting the flickering flames in eerie silence. You are dead. The old priest repeated his actions, branding the girl's forehead, reborn at this moment, to become the wife of the ironborn. Have you seen enough? Baron's voice struck Euron's ears like a chilling iron anchor, exploding without warning. He scarcely had time to turn, as a tremendous force, infused with the scent of the sea and sweat, abruptly seized his collar, yanking him violently from his concealed perch. Immediately following, a fist, laden with the fury of a tempest, crashed against his cheek. Ugh! Euron gasped as his small body fell like a severed kite onto the sharp stones below. His mouth was instantly filled with the heavy taste of rust and the briny essence of the sea, while one side of his face burned with pain. After a month of confinement, this was the first time the two brothers had seen each other again. This punch was Baron's retribution, although he had held back. It still stung, the rascal. Baron's towering figure loomed over him, reeking of damp sea air. He roughly grasped Euron by the dark collar of his neck, akin to lifting a stranded fish, directing him toward the altar. Did father permit you to spy? Baron's voice was low, yet it thundered like distant storms over the rocks, each word laced with ice. King Corran was presently occupied tallying the gold coins owed by the Bravosi, with no time to spare for his clever little son's mischief. You little brat, keep your eyes wide open. Ironborn take wives without exchanging wool or gold at the market. We seize them. This is the salt and iron that flows through the veins of the Greyjoy bloodline. By the altar, the old priest held the Dornish girl's chin, inexorably forcing a large bowl of murky, icy salt water, reeking of death, down her forcibly opened throat. The girl's futile struggles were drowned out by the roaring waves, her heart-wrenching coughs and sobs cruelly torn apart by the merciless sea breeze. You struck me a blow. Consider it a settlement for the last time you were punished. Now, set me down. I have something to discuss. Euron calmly patted Balon's hand and said, Brother, father has summoned me to the council hall tomorrow. The council hall. Balon's mouth gaped open, his previously violent laughter instantly freezing on his face, as if encased in ice. He abruptly bowed his head, his hawk-like gaze pinning Euron's face, his voice dropping to a low growl, yet resonating with the ominous rumble of thunder gathering strength before a storm, laden with incredible danger. Has father truly gone mad? His fingers tightened unconsciously in Euron's hair, causing a sharp pain. You wretched boy, you can hardly lift even the lightest sword. What could you possibly accomplish there? Will you become a jest for those old foxes? Let all the captains of the Iron Islands see that the second son of House Greyjoy is merely a babbling infant? Euron spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, enduring the pain on his face, and forced a nonchalant smile. The council hall is not a fighting arena. Is it necessary to wield a sword to slay someone? Nonsense. Balon suddenly straightened, his dark hair whipping like seaweed in a tempest, his anger intensifying. Your little wits might suffice before a 3-year-old, but the council hall? That is a den of wolves, a place colder than the altar of the drowned god. Those old men do not have blood coursing through their veins, but ice and poison. They will chew you to pieces, skin and bones, and swallow you whole. Not even spitting out the fragments. Just to witness father's folly, to humiliate House Greyjoy. In his voice, beneath the fury, there was a hint of a restlessness that Euron had never perceived before. What does a 5-year-old child know of politics? What matters can he discuss? Behind every word they utter hides a blade. Do you comprehend this? Actually, it's not so bad. Euron endeavored to steady his suspended body, trying to keep his voice calm. Merely eavesdropping is also a means of learning. Observe, listen, for one day we too shall be lords. And understanding the council is part of our education. He paused, his mismatched eyes directly meeting Balon's blazing gaze, laced with curiosity. Are you concerned for me? I am worried about the reputation of House Greyjoy. Balon immediately retorted, as if a seal had been stepped on, his voice rising. Though the grip on Euron's hair instinctively loosened, he irritably tossed Euron onto the gravel and pivoted to deliver a fierce kick to a nearby empty barrel, which rolled over with a hollow thud. Father is laying our dignity, the majesty of the king of the rock, on the butcher's block for those scoundrels to hammer away at. He turned his back to Euron, his shoulders heaving with anger, yet his voice gradually diminished, tinged with a heavy sense of defeat. I fear that you, this ignorant little brat, will be so frightened by the gaze of those old men that you will weep. And then all the reefs of the Iron Islands will mock us, saying that the son of Corran is a coward who wets his pants at the sight of a storm. Before him, an uncontrollable vision flickered, 3 years prior. On the training ground, paved with white salt, the 3-year-old Euron was repeatedly brought to the ground by the weighty wooden sword. His diminutive form thudded against the unforgiving stone floor, producing a dull sound, while the purplish bruises on his pale skin were particularly jarring. Yet, in those infuriatingly defiant eyes, one black and one blue, there burned an obstinate flame that even Baron found painfully sharp. The boy may have been bothersome, may have spoken in ways that were incomprehensible, but he was never a coward. Euron chuckled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and struggled to rise. gazing up at Baroness top profile. That is precisely why I came to find you, dear brother. Are there any particular rules to heed in the council hall? Which lord should I avoid even glancing at? What topics are absolute minefields that must not be touched? Please, enlighten me. Why should that concern me? Baron interrupted irritably, spinning around with a glare fierce enough to devour Yuan whole. His chest heaved violently, clearly struggling to contain the tumultuous anger within. He glared at Yuan as if intending to pin him to the rocks behind. After several breaths, he seemed to expend all his strength, forcing a command from his tightly clenched teeth, cold as the iron of the deep sea. Silence. Do not speak recklessly. He inhaled the night air, tinged with blood and salt, and added with an unwavering voice, "No, it is not merely about silence. Seal your lips. Be quiet. Also do not be late." Chapter 18. The Council Hall Ding. Council Hall discovered. 10 points awarded. The Pirate King system. It is Yuan's greatest secret weapon. With every step into a new location, points are automatically accumulated, while the world before him unfolds like a map, displaying every explored detail in vivid clarity. With uncharted territories shrouded in thick black mist, awaiting Yuan's footsteps to illuminate them. At this moment, the entirety of Pike Island sprawled before Yuan, akin to an ancient maritime map saturated with salt. The coordinates of the council hall had just been unlocked, and details began to emerge: the rough stone walls, the flags of sea monsters hanging, the black stone chair of his father, King Corin, and the corner piled high with plundered treasures. Even the wine stains from the ironborn chiefs were discernible. Further afield, unexplored areas remained engulfed in mist: docks, armories, salt fields, and the iron mines of Old Wick Island, each representing potential points and resources. Points signify power. Yuan was not late. Before the dawn had fully dispelled the thick fog among the reefs of Pike City, he had been meticulously prepared by the deft and serene hands of the maid, Lisa. The brand new dark green velvet robe, embroidered with the Greyjoy sea monster emblem in golden thread, shimmered faintly in the dim light, its claws seeming to declare his undeniable presence. He sat at the far end of the council table, in a side seat adjacent to the main throne, his small form sitting upright, striving to mimic his father's composed demeanor. The old scholar, Clagan, stood anxiously in the shadows to his left, his thin lips pressed tightly together, nervously fiddling with the chain of his scholar's necklace. Lisa stood silently in the deeper shadows of the chamber, akin to a deep-sea plant seamlessly merging with its surroundings. Her emerald gaze was cast downward, as if she were merely a phantom in the corner. He had arrived far too early. King Corlin had yet to make his entrance, and the vast, chilly council hall echoed only with the crackling of newly added firewood and the mournful whispers of the sea breeze seeping through the stone window crevices. However, this tranquility was soon to be shattered. The heavy oak doors swung open repeatedly, ushering in the distinct briny aroma and sharp aura of the Iron Islands. Lord Dunstan of Great White strode in with the ferocity of a volcano, the thud of his heavy boots resonating against the stone floor. Lord Gaymond of Saltcliffe entered with a gaze as sinister as an eel lurking among the rocks. Meanwhile, Lord Bellon of Blacktide approached with a priestly solemnity, his fingers deftly manipulating a smooth string of drowned god beads. Their retinues, representatives, subsequently occupied the sides of the hall. The vast chamber was instantly infused with an intangible pressure and the acrid scent of sweat, a heady blend of alcohol and sea salt. A myriad of glances, some astonished, others disdainful, inquisitive, or openly furious, coiled around the diminutive figure at the far end of the long table, clad in a freshly donned sea monster robe. The air felt thick and viscous, as if it had congealed into a murky broth of seaweed. Dunstan was the first to pierce the silence. He seized the rough ceramic cup before him and guzzled down a hearty draught of inferior ale, the audible swallow echoing like a thunderous wave. His coarse voice rasped against the stone like sandpaper, mercilessly slamming into Gaymond. "Look at this. A barely weaned child, hardly more than a whelp, seated here? What does he take the council hall for? A playroom for sandcastles?" He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring the entire hall heard, each word striking with the sting of a salted whip against the dignity of Greyjoy. Gaymond stroked his sparse chin stubble, emitting a low, serpentine chuckle. "Not necessarily a bad thing, Dunstan. It allows all present to witness." His piercing gaze swept the room before fixing upon Euron, our self-proclaimed reformist chief. What tempest rages in his mind? If this little brat dares to spout nonsense in this sacred space, we shall see. The lingering tone dripped with icy expectation and veiled threat. Bellon, however, appeared out of place. He refrained from joining the mockery, instead solemnly placing a small, polished, drowned god effigy upon the table before him. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and whispered with an almost mournful concern, "Drowned god, please heed the confusion of your humble servant. Is this indeed your decree, heralding a path of renewal? Or a foreboding omen of chaos and misfortune set to inundate the Iron Islands?" The child's eyes, one black and one blue, mirrored a torn night sky and a frozen abyss, stirring tumultuous waves within the tranquil sea of his soul. His prayer resembled a proclamation, quietly sowing seeds of faith-driven doubt within the hearts of the assembled lords. These deliberately belittling remarks, unabashed disdain, and faith-based skepticism crashed against Yuluan's heart like cold waves. Relentless and fierce, he could sense the palpable anxiety radiating from the scholar Clygon behind him, and hear Lisa's barely perceptible, deep sea-like steady breaths, a silent reminder to remain silent and observant. Was it truly absurd for a 5-year-old to enter the council chamber? Yuluan silently rebutted this notion within. His heterochromatic eyes cast downward, long lashes obscuring the turmoil within. His thoughts raced through the annals of Westerosi history. Joffrey I, that golden-haired boy king, crowned at the tender age of 12, had plunged the 7 kingdoms into chaos. Every foolish decree he issued spilled the blood of his subjects. Lyanna Mormont, the young bear of Bear Island, had marched into battle at the age of 10, embodying her family's proud motto, and had taken her fallen father's place in the Mormont Council, issuing commands with her youthful voice. Robb Stark, the young wolf of the North, raised the banner of the dire wolf at 15, challenging the Iron Throne, and made Tywin Lannister taste defeat on the battlefield. And when the men of House Stark marched south, Bran Stark, merely a child, remained behind, accompanied by Maester Luwin, sitting at the head of the table, addressing disputes in the north. Countless examples abound. The presence of youthful figures at the heart of power has never been an uncommon occurrence in the legendary and brutal land of Westeros. The distinction lies solely in whether they were ruthlessly thrust into the spotlight by fate or, as in his case, actively drawn into the eye of the storm by a father. These rebuttals clashed fiercely within Yuluan's mind, nearly spilling forth. Yet he tightened his small fists hidden within the sleeves of his robe, nails digging into his palms, using the pain to remind himself of Lisa's counsel to remain silent. Now was not the time to wield the sword of knowledge. What he needed to do was to stand firm like a true rock, allowing the malicious waves to batter against him without yielding. He adjusted his posture slightly, striving to appear more composed, his gaze fixed upon the polished surface of the table before him, as if the rough wood grain concealed endless mysteries. Only the slight tension in his jawline betrayed the turbulence within. The council chamber was thick with mockery, suspicion, and unease, like a damp fog, setting a cold and heavy tone for the extraordinary meeting before King Colin's entrance. All eyes were firmly locked on the 5-year-old child, who appeared diminutive in the vast stone chair, yet shone brightly in his golden-threaded sea monster robe and strikingly mismatched eyes. Chapter 19. The rising tide of rebellion within the council chamber. The embers of mockery had yet to cool, and whispers of doubt lingered in the stone walls. Lisa's deep sea-like steady breaths were a faint anchor in this oppressive ocean. Yuluan could vividly feel the cold or fiery gazes clinging to his back. He met the lords within the hall with calmness, unperturbed and unangered, as Dunstan Drum's desire to stoke the flames appeared unwavering. The calculating glimmer in Gaiman de Portly's eyes flickered ominously, as Balon Blacktress finished reciting the final prayer over the wooden carving. The unassuming heavy oak door leading to the inner chamber silently slid open. The towering figure of Euron Greyjoy emerged at the threshold, akin to a rock abruptly surfacing from the depths of the sea. He was not newly arrived. His weathered, sharp gaze, as if sculpted by relentless waves, remained calm, yet seemed to absorb every mockery, every glance, and every whisper of unease that had transpired in the council chamber. His expression was devoid of emotion, exuding a profound tranquility reminiscent of the abyss, a stillness that bore an imperceptible weight of authority. He strode forward, his leather boots echoing steadily against the frigid stone floor, each step resonating like a rhythmic drumbeat upon the hearts of those present. He did not acknowledge anyone, moving directly toward the immense throne hewn from ancient black rock, a seat that epitomized the sovereignty of the Sea Stone King. The sea creature emblazoned leather armor he wore glimmered with a cold sheen in the flickering light of the hearth. Instantly, the council chamber succumbed to a profound silence. Even the crackling of the firewood seemed jarring in the stillness. Dunstan Drum's wine cup hung frozen midair, Gaiman de Portly's fingers stilled upon his chin, and Balon Blacktress discreetly tucked the wooden carving into his breast. All gazes, whether filled with reverence, defiance, or suspicion, converged upon this ruler of the Iron Islands. Catelyn settled into the grand throne, leaning back slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly like the most seasoned captain surveying his crew, or rather, scrutinizing these treacherous waters. He offered no superfluous pleasantries, extending his gnarled hand, calloused from years of toil, to strike the smooth, cold surface of the rock table with 3 measured taps. Thud, thud, thud. The sound, though not loud, resonated through the silent hall like a ship's hammer striking a warning bell, heralding the storm's approach. The gathering was complete. It was time to deliberate. Catelyn's voice, deep and steady, bore an undeniable clarity, each word sinking like an anchor into the depths, demanding attention. What waves were to rise on each of their islands? The brief silence shattered like a restrained tide, finding its release. Dunstan Drum was the first to break the tension. Slamming his cup down, spilling a few drops of wine onto the table. Waves? The greatest wave is that swarm of raven-clad sycophants from King's Landing. His voice boomed with unabashed disdain, those 7 gods' priests, scurrying about the isles like sea roaches, reciting prayers to fishermen at the docks and preaching to slaves by the salt fields. The priests of the drowned god are nearing the brink of fury, Catelyn. You allowed them onto the islands, and now they threaten to defile the sanctum of the drowned god. This matter must be addressed. His stout finger pointed accusingly at Catelyn. As if he were the architect of this calamity, Gaiman de Portly immediately interjected, his tone lacking Dunstan's ferocity, but imbued with a chilling intent. Akin to hidden rocks beneath turbulent waters, Lord Drum speaks the truth. This is indeed a predicament. However, the greater wave is likely that newly constructed port in Pike City, which has exhausted both manpower and resources to come into being. A hint of sarcasm curved his lips. What a magnificent dock it is, with its pristine stone shore and towering lighthouse. Yet, aside from the crashing waves and the droppings of seabirds, what has it truly yielded? Emptiness. Emptiness. It is as if each word were an icicle piercing through Colonel's reform plans, for no merchant vessel bearing the flags of the 7 kingdoms dares to dock here. Those traders would rather take a longer route to Seagull Town than approach the coastline of our Iron Isles. What purpose does this heap of stones serve, other than squandering iron, ore, and labor? My Lord Colonel, your open gates have made the outsiders too fearful to even cast a glance within. The wave? Balon Blacktaste's voice bore a heavy, mournful weight as he spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping across the assembled lords. Do you not feel the true chill? Winter is upon us. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the intangible cold. The Iron Isles are barren, and our sustenance has always relied on external purchases or the payment of iron coins. How long can the supplies in Pike City's warehouses sustain us? 2 months? 3 months? And you? He turned his gaze towards Colonel, his eyes filled with the concern of a true believer. Do you still intend to raise the salt tax? Salt is one of the foundations of our iron people's survival. Raising the salt tax would strip the impoverished fishermen and salt workers of their last vestige of life. This will extinguish the fires on the island even faster. The god of the abyss granted us salt to ensure our survival, not to drive our people to desperation. No sooner had he finished speaking than another spokesperson from Old White Island, a captain with a gaunt visage and hawk-like eyes, abruptly stood, his voice slicing through the air like a knife against bone. Lord Blacktaste has struck at the very core. Food. Survival. This is the true perilous wave. My Lord Colonel, can your merchant ships, ports, and the dreams of monks fill the bellies of hungry children? Can they withstand the biting winds of winter? He surveyed the room, his eyes ablaze with a primal fervor. The ancient path. We must return to the ancient path. Let our longships set sail once more. Let our warriors grasp their battle axes again. Let us journey to the bountiful southern shores to pay in iron coins. Let us reclaim the food necessary for our survival. Let us restore the lost glory of the Iron People. This is the path sanctioned by the god of the abyss. This is the anchor that resolves all issues. Yes, return to the ancient path. Paying in iron coins is the true way. Seize the damned food for winter. Several captains and spokesmen from remote islands, more radical in their views, immediately echoed his sentiments, filling the council chamber with a fervent, restless atmosphere driven by a desire for plunder. The calls to return to the ancient path crashed upon Colonel and the reform direction he represented like a ravenous tsunami. Colonel remained seated upon his rocky throne, his expression as still as water, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the cold tabletop, as if measuring the depth and force of this surging wave. His gaze was profound, revealing no trace of emotion. Meanwhile, at the far end, Euron maintained an almost frozen posture, his diminutive form enveloped in a brand-new sea monster cloak. Resembling a tiny rock isolated in a tempestuous sea, at the sight of his father, The taut line of his jaw seemed to relax ever so slightly. At this moment, amidst the Lord's fervent disputes and the fervent calls for a return to ancient ways, beneath his lowered eyelids, those mismatched pupils resembled a chasm that devoured all light on the left, while the right glimmered with an icy blue, reminiscent of a storm frozen in time. Yet remarkably bright and focused, he imprinted every contorted face twisted by anger, anxiety, and zeal, every shout filled with demands for interest, faith, and survival. Deep into his memory, as if they were the most precise nautical charts, Lisa's warning echoed within him. Remain silent, observe. In the eye of the storm, only absolute clarity could ensure survival. He stood as an outsider, silently gathering first-hand intelligence from this arena of power struggles, crafting a crucial map of hidden reefs for future voyages. Chapter 20. New Rules of the Ancient Path. The roaring of Dunstan Drum, the chilling sarcasm of Gamond Portley, the heavy anxiety of Baron Blacktide, along with the fervent cries for a return to ancient ways, surged like various torrents of conflicting currents, violently colliding within the frigid assembly hall, nearly overwhelming Catelyn and his rocky throne. Yet, Euron Greyjoy remained seated, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the cold stone table. The soft thuds, amidst the cacophony, oddly sustained a realm of tranquility. When the last spokesperson from Old Wyke, consumed by the frenzy of plunder, took his seat, only heavy breathing and the restless crackling of the fireplace remained in the hall, allowing Catelyn to finally lift his gaze. His eyes, akin to two spears freshly forged from the icy seas, struck precisely towards Dunstan Drum. The faith of the Seven. Catelyn's voice, though not loud, bore a sharpness capable of cleaving through tumultuous waves. They are merely preachers, nothing more. The laws of the Iron Islands, inscribed upon the stones of antiquity, which decree that under the drowned god, no other shall preach, do not exist. His gaze swept across the assembly, each word hammering into wood like iron nails. The priests of the drowned god can likewise set sail to the ports and towns of the Seven Kingdoms, spreading the tenets of the drowned god. This is the spirit of ironborn. Do you not favor those clad in silken robes? A cold smile curled upon his lips as he turned away, closing his ears to their clamor. However, Catelyn's voice suddenly rose, akin to thunder erupting, resonating through the hall. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze acting as a tangible shackle, firmly locking onto Dunstan Drum's flushed face, sweeping over every lord who might harbor ill intentions. Who dares to lay a finger upon them? Who dares to douse them with a drop of seawater as a sign of disrespect? I, Euron Greyjoy, swear in the name of the King of Salt and Stone. He struck the table with a heavy fist, producing a sound as thunderous as cannon fire. I will personally hang that fool from the highest black stone of Pike. Let the sea winds and gulls feast upon his corpse. Let all witness the fate of those who defy my command and desecrate the laws of the Iron Islands. This unabashed, blood-soaked threat, akin to the most biting cold wave, instantly froze the anger on Dunstan Drum's face and the predatory glint in the eyes of certain captains. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the weighty sounds of breathing. Balon Greyjoy opened his mouth, seemingly intending to argue from a standpoint of faith. However, under the unyielding gaze of Corlin, reminiscent of the sea god's fierce scrutiny, he ultimately bowed his head in silence. Corlin's gaze shifted to Gamond Portley, the chilling sense of oppression still palpable. The harbor? Empty. He scoffed, with an assurance that foresaw the future. Open your salt-encrusted eyes and gaze further at the horizon. I have dispatched ravens to contact Prince Dorne and the Duke of Dragonstone, our old friends who once traded with us during tumultuous times and even fought alongside us. Reputation requires time to ferment, Gamond, like a fine vintage. Trust, he surveyed the crowd, his eyes ablaze with intensity, is not seized by breaking down doors. It is cultivated through repeated honest dealings and secure exchanges, gradually honed like waves eroding the rocks. One day, our docks will be brimming with ships, but not today. Patience is another weapon for Ironborn to survive the tempests. He paused, casting his gaze upon the anxious Balon Greyjoy and the captains shouting for the old way. His tone softened, yet still imbued with the resolve of a ruler. Food. Timber? Indeed, the bitter winds of winter are encroaching upon our throats. He acknowledged the harshness of reality. Next month, my envoy will set sail northward, bearing the iron and salt of the Iron Islands to Winterfell to meet Duke Rickard Stark, then southward to the Arbor to confer with Duke Mace Tyrell. With our produce, we shall barter for grain to survive the winter and timber to construct ships. This is the path to survival. At last, his gaze, heavy as an anchor, fell back upon the eyes still aflame with the desire for plunder. His voice turned somber, laden with the weight of history. The old way demands iron coin, he uttered slowly, as though savoring a bitter piece of cured meat. I know this is the salt and rust that courses through our veins. I admit, my previous desire to sever it with a single stroke may have been too hasty. This rare, almost compromising admission ignited a flicker of hope in the eyes of Dunstan Drum and others. However, Corlyn's next words extinguished that flame with the precision of a cold deluge. But Corlyn's tone returned to one of unwavering certainty, bearing the grand imprint of Aegon's era of conquest. Remember the conquest. Remember the dragonfire of Harrenhal. Remember the crown offered by Euron Greyjoy. Aegon Targaryen I pacified the Iron Islands, proclaiming from atop his great dragon. Henceforth, the tradition of ironborn raiding within the realms of the Seven Kingdoms is illegal. Those who defy this will face the dragon's wrath. He abruptly rose, his towering figure elongated in the firelight, resembling an insurmountable rocky barrier. His authoritative gaze swept over every lord present. The iron decree set by Aegon I remains the cornerstone of the Seven Kingdoms. The Iron Throne endures. Though the dragons of House Targaryen may be hidden, their power is not extinguished. I, Corlyn Greyjoy, as the King of the Seastone, sworn to the Iron Throne, shall not, and cannot, allow you to violate this iron law and drag the Iron Islands into the abyss of destruction once more. A profound silence enveloped the council chamber, with only Corlyn's voice resonating like a great bell, echoing against the stone walls. Thus, the old way may be followed, but only beyond the waters delineated by Aegon I. The vessels of the Seven Kingdoms, adorned with the banners of any lord or castle, are our neighbors and potential trade partners, absolutely not to be touched. Each word he uttered was like a hammer striking a brand, declaring that your battle axes and longships, your iron coins, must be directed solely towards the pirate dens of the Stone Steps Isles, the slave ships transporting live livestock to Slave Bay, the remote islands and trade routes in the summer sea that belong to no kingdom, and the merchant vessels of the free trade city-states, wealthy yet lacking formidable fleets for protection. These places are open to you. Let the blood and goods of your enemies nourish the sinews of the Iron Isles. This is my decree, a new order from the ancient ways. Colin reclined once more against the cold stone chair, his gaze weary yet sharp as ever. It was not a forsaking of the old paths, but rather the imposition of wise reins upon them. Let it sustain the Iron Men while avoiding the cataclysmic wrath of dragons. Who is in favor? Who is against? His final words transformed his gaze into a drawn blade, slowly sweeping across the faces of each lord present, awaiting the onset of a new storm or a temporary submission. At the end of the long table, Euron remained silently steadfast. His mismatched eyes sparkled with a bright, yet intricate light beneath the dual forces of his father's iron-fisted threats and the sliver of compromise presented in this new order. He perceived the strength of his father's hand, as well as the pragmatic political wisdom that navigated the narrow yet potentially viable channel between iron laws and the traditions of the Iron Men. Lisa's strategy of silence permitted him to observe this power struggle like the most composed chess player, noting the subtle vibrations each piece underwent in response to his father's move. The lords of the islands called in unison, "We comply with your will, King Colin." Colin waved his hand. "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may disperse." Chapter 21. The Mad King. The heavy oak door of the council hall closed with a dull thud after the last lord departed, sealing off the cold, briny sea breeze and the remnants of the earlier tension. The hall fell into an immediate silence, interrupted only by the faint crackling of the charcoal in the fireplace and the ghostly wails of the wind squeezing through the stone window cracks, suppressing the flickering flames that danced low and uncertain upon the cold, rough stone floor, casting ever-changing shadows. Colin Greyjoy's towering figure seemed to lose its supporting mast, the authority of the Sea Stone King ebbing like a receding tide. He sank heavily back into the throne carved from massive whale bones and black rocks, the leather and joints creaking softly. In that moment, he resembled a weary old seal battered by waves against the rocks, having shed the ferocity of battling the storm, leaving only the deep fatigue etched by time and burden. His rough, rock-like fingers unconsciously traced the cold rim of a ceramic goblet, the amber-hued honey wine reflecting the flickering remnants of the fire. His gaze, imbued with an introspection born from shedding burdens and an ineffable complexity, traversed the dancing light and shadow to rest upon the small figure at the end of the long table. "Speak," he commanded, his voice gravelly, shattering the silence. He sipped the honeyed wine, the sweet liquid gliding down his throat, yet failing to dispel the weight upon his heart. The storm had temporarily abated. "Now, with your gaze, enlighten me as to what you perceive." Euron raised his head, as the swirling hues seemed ignited by an unseen flame, burning silently. Father, I heard the waves crashing against the shore, and I beheld the jagged rocks. Yet the loudest sound did not emerge from the bickering of the Iron Islands. His youthful voice, clear yet imbued with a chilling resonance that transcended time, each word striking like frost-laden icicles against the barren stone walls, originated from King's Landing. From the one who sat enthroned upon twisted iron thorns, feared and loathed as the Mad King, Aerys Targaryen. Colin's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, his fingers momentarily pausing on the wine goblet. He refrained from interruption, his eyes, akin to those of a weathered hawk, deepened further, resembling the unfathomable sea before a tempest. The child's voice suddenly took on a strange, ethereal quality, as though it were not his own, but rather emanating from an ancient, boundless realm. Father, I dreamt of the drowned god last night. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to the intangible tides, his robes swirling in a vast, deep blue, his fingers pointing towards the crimson sky of the south, proclaiming, "Behold, the red dragon of King's Landing is madly devouring its own tail. The lion's golden mane shall inevitably be soaked in its own blood. The raven, carrying a venomous serpent, quietly builds its nest in the shadows of power. When the horn of winter sounds, only the fleet bound by iron chains shall shatter the frozen sea." Colin's fingers froze upon the cold ceramic cup. An indescribable chill crept silently up his spine. The scholars of Pike had attempted countless times to explain Yuluin's rare heterochromia through birthmarks and chance, yet in this moment, the prophetic dream, laden with the ocean's unique, heart-pounding dread, caused him to waver in his previously unwavering belief in their explanations. The flickering firelight reflected in the honeyed wine danced violently before his eyes. "Speak clearly." His voice was low and hoarse, akin to gravel scraping against rock, each syllable imbued with gravity. Yuluin's youthful tone regained an almost chilling calmness, as if reciting a preordained, blood-soaked chronicle, the rebels of Sunset Vale, even upon laying down their arms and kneeling in surrender, were cast into eternal green flames. Their wails were the funeral dirge composed by the Mad King. The remnants of the black fire were bound to the iron thorns he claimed as his dominion, roasted alive in the wildfires, the Iron Throne groaning, twisting, and contorting in that infernal blaze, not a molten victory, but the very foundation of Targaryen rule for centuries, being consumed by his own flames. His fingertips traced over the minute grains of salt upon the table, leaving a twisted, charred mark, as if symbolizing the scorched sovereignty. Ser Balistan Selmy, the knight who had pulled him back from the hell of Sunset Vale, his pleas, that meager loyalty, barely snatched the life of a 3-year-old from the clutches of the Mad King's madness. Were it not for that, Yuluin's voice bore an icy compassion. Even that scant thread of his own bloodline would be severed. Is this mercy? Was it a deeper, more despairing madness? Korra's breath seemed to halt. His towering figure tensed within the chair, as the flickering flames cast uncertain shadows across his countenance. Those gruesome rumors, those deliberately obscured yet chilling fragments of news from King's Landing, were now woven together in the piercingly clear, cold, and essence-revealing language of a 5-year-old child, forming a horrifying tableau. He seemed to be transported back to the oppressive Red Keep, witnessing the dragon banner flutter atop the tower, the grotesque outline of the Iron Throne, and the king with golden hair, his gaze flashing with a madness akin to shattered glass. A familiar scar on his knuckles throbbed faintly, a remnant from a year ago when the Mad King, in a fit of unfounded rage, hurled a golden cup, leaving behind a mark, a primal brand of insanity. He became infatuated with flames, and Euron continued, his voice laced with a chilling mockery, commanding the fire mage Rosart, who had clawed his way to power by licking festering wounds, to bury countless jars of wildfire beneath the ground of King's Landing, beneath the very foundation of the Red Keep, like eggs hidden by a malevolent dragon. Those were not the bastions safeguarding the kingdom. Father, he raised his right eye, the icy blue pupil reflecting the hearth's fire, yet devoid of warmth. They were graves buried beneath his own throne, awaiting ignition. They were the pyres he had dug for himself and for the entire Targaryen dynasty. He paused briefly, the darkness of his left eye seemingly absorbing all surrounding light. His voice lowering, yet growing more penetrating. Queen Riella, his wife, imprisoned in the cold stone chamber of Maegor's Holdfast, accused of consorting with Tywin Lannister? The question was laden with icy derision. The wrath of Doran Martell had long been boiling within the veins of House Martell. This imposed humiliation was like a poisoned spear thrust into Dorne beneath the scorching sun. The wound would fester and ooze, with no hope of healing. Korra's Adam's apple struggled to rise. He recalled the letter received not long ago from Prince Doran of Dorne, its veiled language chillingly precise. The Mad King's actions were gradually tearing apart and incinerating the network of alliances that the dragon lineage had forged over centuries through blood and fire, marriage and promises, reducing it to acrid ashes. Any slightest disturbance, Euron's delicate fingers gently tapped upon the grains of salt, producing a faint yet harrowing rustle. Akin to the ticking of a countdown clock, a delay in taxation, a careless remark, even an inadvertently revealing glance could ignite the next pyre. Guards, commoners, criminals, the eerie green flames of wildfire devouring the living had become an omnipresent shadow of death hovering over King's Landing. He leaned slightly forward, his small frame appearing remarkably resolute atop the vast chair, having abolished the ancient customs of noble deliberation. Placing his trust solely in the jesters who crawled from the muck and those loyal servants who survived by kneeling at his feet and licking the putrid sores on his fingers. Father, his voice bore the weight of a heavy pronouncement. This was not governance. This was a cauldron of poison brewed from fear and madness. Beneath the boiling pot lid lies an innumerable array of loyalty chains, forcibly stretched and on the brink of snapping. A mountain of dry tinder that awaits merely a spark to ignite. He believed that the flames could forge chains of terror, unaware that the spark had long since fallen, merely awaiting a gust of fate's wind. The youthful voice of Euron echoed in the vast, chilling stone hall, each word striking like a cold hammer, heavily pounding against the anvil of reality, producing a chilling resonance. Catelyn fell into a prolonged silence. His gaze shifted from Euron's seemingly all-seeing countenance to the last flicker of struggling flame in the hearth. The dancing orange-red transformed and twisted in his eyes, merging with the terrifying green flames he remembered from the surrender of the cities of dusk. The image of the Mad King, through the almost cruel dissection by his youngest son, had never appeared so vividly, so tangibly, so despairingly before him. A madman perched atop a mountain of gunpowder, wildly brandishing a torch, with the fuse already burned to its end. This madness ignited a fervor in Euron's voice, suddenly rising with a sharpness that pierced through the fog. It burned not merely the red keep of King's Landing. Its sparks had long since taken flight on ominous winds, splattering across the tinder piles of all Westeros. His fingers moved swiftly across the rough map outlined in salt, marking, as if annotating a series of imminent explosions. The north. His fingertips struck heavily upon the location representing Winterfell, the noble Stark family, whose bloodline flowed with the honor of ancient ice plains. The Mad King's atrocities, burning the living, imprisoning the innocent, trampling upon noble dignity, were utterly incompatible with the North's millennial-old codes of honor. Duke Rickard Stark of Winterfell, renowned for his steadfastness, had publicly hurled the title of Mad King at the Iron Throne on more than one occasion. Varys's little birds would undoubtedly carry this rebellious rhetoric into the depths of the Red Keep. Do you know the Mad King's reaction? A cold curve crept upon Euron's lips as he shattered the dragonbone crown, a symbol of royal authority, passed down from Aegon the Conqueror. He paused, allowing this shocking symbolic act to ferment in the frigid air. Father, this is not merely anger. It is a complete desecration of his bloodline, of the glory of the Conqueror. The fangs of the North's wolf have been silently sharpened. The Westerlands. His finger abruptly traced towards Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister. The name of his wife, Lady Joanna, bore a heavy weight upon his tongue. Her death, though lacking irrefutable evidence pointing to the Mad King, cast a lingering shadow, akin to the eternal dust of gold beneath Casterly Rock, not to mention the searing humiliations year after year, treating the wealthiest and most powerful lords of the Seven Kingdoms as mere jesters. A Lannister pays his debts, father. This is not merely a proverb. It is an oath etched into the marrow. The mountain of gold accumulated at Casterly Rock, every coin steeped in cold hatred, directed towards the Mad King and the crumbling Iron Throne. This hatred is more flammable than wildfire, heavier than gold. Dorne. The fingertips finally settled in the sweltering southern sun, where Princess Elia Martell was on the verge of marrying Prince Rhaegar and ascending to her role as the new bride of the Red Keep. Yet, her mother-in-law, the esteemed Queen Rhaella, languished in the Maegor's holdfast, bearing the ignominious stigma of a harlot, subjected to endless humiliation. The pride of Dorne stood unyielding, like a spear of scorching sun in their desert, resolute and inflexible. The Mad King's disdain and cruelty towards House Martell had already pushed their loyalty, which was precariously founded on marriage alliances, to the brink of rupture, as fragile as a spider's thread in the wind. Chapter 22. A chaotic future. Euron abruptly lifted his head, his eyes, tearing through the night and freezing the abyss, ignited with an almost otherworldly glow in the dying embers of the hearth. That brilliance pierced through the gravity of Saren's demeanor. His contemplation and subtle trepidation, reaching the very essence of strategic intent. Father, the plundering zone you have delineated at the heart of this tempest. Directing the Ironman's battle axes beyond the Seven Kingdoms into the ancient paths of newly forged regulations is an astute tether indeed. It deftly circumvents our premature entanglement in the impending conflagration that threatens to engulf Westeros, capable of incinerating all that exists, while shielding us from self-immolation and becoming the target of scorn. Within his diminutive frame, it seemed as though a slumbering leviathan of the sea was awakening, unleashing a disquieting vigor that belied his youth. His voice imbued with a prophetic certainty, when the wildfire jars laid by the Mad King are ultimately ignited by his own deranged torch or by a desperate spark. As the lions of Westeros, the Starks of Winterfell, the vipers of Dorne, the roses of Lannisport, and the stags of Storm's End clash amidst the chaos ignited by madness. With blood and flesh flailing as the cold radiance of the Iron Throne is thoroughly obscured by an endless torrent of blood and smoke. Euron rose with sudden resolve. His dark green velvet sea monster robe appeared to come alive in the dim light, the golden threaded sigil of the Greyjoy kraken grotesquely dancing and clawing. He spread his tender palms skyward, as if with all his might he were cradling an invisible yet weighty game of world chess, where smoke billowed and blood intertwined. This is our moment to shatter the constraints of the new regulations, allowing the iron axe of the drowned god to drink deeply of the enemy's blood and gold. In that time, the merchant ships of Lannisport laden with gold, the bountiful granaries of the Riverlands, and the strongholds of the Iron Islands, each embroiled in turmoil and unable to safeguard their wealth and lifeblood, will become our legitimate hunting grounds for iron coin. At our mercy, his voice echoed through the vast, silent stone hall, imbued with a primal allure that quickened the blood. Akin to the growl of a leviathan from the deep, the more frantically the Mad King burns, the deeper the chaos in Westeros. The more bountiful and enticing the hunting grounds beyond the safe waters delineated by our new regulations will become. Father, we are not prophets foretelling the storm. We are fishermen harnessing its fury, and the Mad King Aerys Targaryen, in his madness, is stirring a tempest teeming with leviathans and golden scales for us. As the banner of House Targaryen falls ever more swiftly, the flames engulfing Westeros blaze with increasing ferocity, casting an even more resplendent glow upon our seat at the Iron Islands. For it is that world-consuming fire which compels all denizens of the land, whether lion, wolf, deer, or serpent, to leap in terror into the chaotic sea, desperately seeking survival. And we, the Greyjoys, with the voice of Euron rising to a fever pitch, embody a pride forged from iron and salt that runs deep within our very bones. We have awaited this tumultuous tide for a millennium. We are born of it, nurtured by it. We are the tempest itself. Chaos is not a voracious abyss, Father. Rather, it is the divine gift bestowed upon us Greyjoys, the singular staircase leading to supreme power and eternal glory. Those merchant vessels laden with gold, provisions, and fine wines, those castles bereft of their lord's protection and defenseless, shall become mere lambs, stripped of their guardianship by our hands. The gold of Casterly Rock, the grain stores of the Tyrells, the wine cellars of Salt Shore, our longships shall appear like phantoms wherever we desire, seizing whatever we wish, nourishing our ironborn with the blood and wealth of our foes, fortifying our strength and sharpening our war axes in the service of the drowned god. Enough! The roar of Corrin erupted like thunder, abruptly shattering Euron's incendiary declaration. His voice, hoarse as if ground down by gravel and salt, erupted from clenched teeth, imbued with incredulous shock, a profound chill, and a hint of fear at his own terrifying insights. Those words, as beguiling as a venomous serpent. His knife-like gaze swept sharply to Lysa and the old scholar, Clygon, concealed in the shadows, exuding an aura of scrutiny. Who is it? Who has instilled such notions into the mind of a mere 5-year-old child? Was it you, Lysa, the enigmatic made fluent in 7 tongues? Or you, Clygon, the antiquarian, steeped in the moldy parchments of yore? Lysa remained ensconced in the deepest shadows, as if melded with the stone wall, her emerald eyes lowered, long lashes veiling any trace of emotion, seemingly oblivious to Corrin's wrath, which could shatter bones. Only her deep, oceanic breaths attested to her existence. In the corner, Scholar Clygon trembled as if struck by lightning, his emaciated form shaking like chaff. His countenance pale as a dead fish upon a salt-crusted shore, his murky old eyes filled with profound confusion and a fear that threatened to engulf him. Clearly, he too was shaken to his core by Euron's analysis. which transcended age and reason, leaving him speechless. The news brought by the ravens has its copies in the scholar's tower. A hint of childlike innocence, tinged with mischief, flickered across Euron's face as he deftly deflected his father's inquiry. Have you forgotten, father? I was confined there for an entire month. Such a lengthy interval afforded me ample opportunity to peruse those documents, contemplating the past, present, and future of the Iron Islands. He candidly acknowledged that he had indeed sought Lysa's counsel on matters pertaining to the genealogies and customs of the southern nobility, as well as consulting scholar Clygon on history. Yet the dream of the drowned god from the previous night and all that he had just articulated stemmed from this very mind of his. As he pointed to his own head, his mismatched eyes reflecting clarity. The more one contemplates, the more one feels. He paused briefly, articulating with a tone imbued with near philosophical depth the statement that would reverberate through the echelons of the entire Westerosi nobility. Those who possess virtue receive assistance, while those who stray from the path find themselves bereft of support. When all the nobles deemed the person upon the throne unworthy of his position, silence. Corlyn's sharp rebuke crashed like a tsunami, instantly drowning out Euron's words and extinguishing the last flicker of ember in the hearth. His voice, blending with the suddenly intensifying roar of the waves outside, resonated with the undeniable authority of the king of the Iron Islands. You have no right to judge, even less to express opinions on the Iron Throne here. His towering figure in the dim light resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Everything you have uttered, every single word, must rot in your belly, completely decay. His icy gaze swept once more toward Lysa and Claygon, akin to a tangible blade. Lysa, Claygon, every syllable you have heard in this council chamber today, if a fifth person learns even the slightest whisper. Though he did not finish. The chilling intent and ironclad threat froze the air like tangible ice, communicating its meaning with exquisite precision. Lysa inclined her head slightly, her demeanor respectful and silent. Claygon, nearly paralyzed with fear, could only nod vigorously, producing raspy sounds from his throat. An oppressive silence descended once more, heavier than before. The only sound was the furious crashing of waves against the rocks outside, akin to the breath of a colossal beast. After a considerable time, King Corlyn's taut fingers relaxed slightly. He gazed at his youngest son, who stirred within him a tumult of emotions, fear and awe intertwined, and tapped twice lightly on the cold stone table, producing a muffled sound, as if arriving at a difficult decision. His voice returned to its usual low timbre, yet carried an undeniable command. Every Wednesday afternoon, come to my study. He paused, his gaze deepening as he learned how to scrutinize the wax-sealed missives. As Euron bowed and stepped back from the vast stone hall, steeped in the residual heat of power and the invisible smoke of conflict, he distinctly heard his father's voice behind him, low and almost murmurous, blending with the tumult of the waves outside, resonating like an ancient incantation. The deceased do not perish. The heavy oak door slowly closed behind him, severing the latter part of the phrase, yet the maxim, laden with the indomitable will of the ironborn, had already been etched into Euron's heart like a brand. In the shadows of the corridor, Lysa materialized silently like a specter, cradling a hefty parchment scroll that detailed the critical grain stockpiles of Pike and its surrounding islands. Her timing was as precise as the tides. Euron lifted his small face to meet the depths of Lysa's emerald gaze, where a glint of triumphant scheming flickered within her mismatched pupils. He winked at her, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible arc. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Chapter 23. The undercover operation. As he prepared to leave the hall, Euron suddenly recalled a person who might prove invaluable, his father. Euron's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable resonance. Among the captives returned by the raiding fleet, there is a merchant from Pentos. Colin's brow quivered slightly, yet he refrained from interruption. He was known as Mario, a trader of spices and a smuggler of Milries, holding a certain influence within the Pentos Merchant Guild. Eulun's fingers gently tapped the surface of the table, maintaining a steady rhythm. I wish to make him our eyes. Eyes. Colin's voice resonated deep like the currents of the abyss. The intelligence regarding the shipping routes of the free trade city-state, the inventory of goods, and the configuration of guards holds greater value than the act of plunder itself. Eulun lifted his gaze, the darkness of his left eye akin to an abyss devouring light, while the icy blue of his right eye resembled a frozen storm in the polar regions. However, merchants do not easily betray their city-states, thus we must ensure his loyalty. Colin's knuckles lightly rapped against the armrest of the throne, his gaze sharp as a blade. What do you intend to do? A faint smile, icy and incongruous with his age, curled at Eulun's lips. Lysa possesses a poison known as the Siren's Kiss. While discussing how to control those who may be less compliant at the Bachelor-S Tower, Lisa had voluntarily revealed her abilities, in addition to her linguistic talents. Poison. Colin's voice carried a hint of scrutiny. You've taken in a girl who is both dangerous and enigmatic. Indeed, but she is now my maid, and I shall place my trust in her. Yuluan's tone remained calm, each word imbued with an icy precision. The siren's kiss requires an antidote every month, or else the skin will rot, the bones will decay, leading to a death more grotesque than that of the slaves in the salt fields. Colin fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping towards Lisa, who stood in the shadows. The maid's emerald eyes were cast down, as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. The poison is merely the first chain. Yuluan continued. The second is the Iron Man's knife. The Iron Man's knife? 2 Iron Men, one openly serving as the merchant's guard, while the other lurks within Pantos, watching over his shop, his ships, his family. Should he dare betray, he would not be the only one to perish. In the dark, Yuluan's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable coldness. Merchants are driven by profit, yet fear death even more. Under the weight of these dual chains, he will be more obedient than the most loyal Iron Man. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Colin's eyes. He slowly reclined against the back of his chair, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his goblet. Information holds greater value than brute force. Yuluan's voice was low. If we could ascertain in advance which merchant ship bore Bravos' gold, which fleet possessed weak defenses, and which port was inadequately guarded, our longship could hunt like a sea monster, striking true and returning laden with spoils. Colin's lips tightened subtly, his gaze anchoring on Yuluan's face like an iron anchor. After a prolonged silence, his deep voice echoed within the stone hall. This matter shall remain confined to this space. His gaze swept over Lisa and the scholar Clagan in the corner, a chilling pressure that made the old scholar's throat involuntarily constrict. Lisa, Clagan, you are the guardians of this secret. Should even a whisper escape, he did not finish, yet the murderous intent had solidified the air around them. Lisa inclined her body slightly, her demeanor respectful and silent. Clagan, however, appeared pale, his fingers tightly grasping the scholar's chain around his neck, as if it were his sole talisman. Colin's gaze ultimately returned to Euron, his voice imbued with a somber authority that bore an almost cruel edge. Proceed. Utilize your poison, your ironborn, to weave this web. Dispatch those to monitor him. Ensure they are agile, astute, and loyal. My father must have suitable candidates. Euron nodded slightly, a glint of cold sharpness flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. Colin waved his hand dismissively, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Such talents are never in short supply among the Ironborn. Moreover, Old Wyke is better suited for fishing. Dagmar, he can be trusted and will serve as your protector. Assign him these tasks, and he will manage them adeptly. Euron paused, taken aback. Does he no longer wish to be the king of the drunken whale? It is the Ironborn tradition that every captain is the king of his ship. He can reclaim the throne at any time, yet he prefers to be your shield and spear, especially since you require him, Colin replied with a smirk. So, unleash your tempest, and let me witness your prowess. Thank you for your trust, father. The plan has been approved, even more flawlessly than I had imagined. Discovering Pike Island, Salt Mines Dungeon, earning 15 points deep within the dungeons of Pike City. Dampness and despair writhed upon the stone walls like living entities. The stench of brine, decay, and excrement mingled to create a nauseating, viscous atmosphere. The flickering light of torches barely tore through the oppressive darkness, illuminating rows of rusted iron bars, behind which huddled figures resembling discarded rags. The only symphony of this dismal place consisted of groans, coughs, and the occasional clank of chains. In a relatively secluded, shadowy corner, one figure stood out distinctly. The sumptuous satin garments he once donned had lost their former luster, now becoming filthy rags, stained with grime and dubious dark marks, with several torn seams revealing the same expensive lining beneath. Yet, the exquisite tailoring, remnants of intricate embroidery, and a faint thread of gold at the collar silently proclaimed his past dignity as a merchant from a free trade city-state. At this moment, he curled up on the cold stone floor like a frightened shrimp, stripped of his remaining dignity, replaced by a profound sense of fear and numbing despair. He was a prey captured over a month ago by the drunken whale, now merely a lowly slave on the salt mine roster, his identification number barely legible, ready to be consumed by the waves at any moment. Euron Greyjoy's silhouette appeared at the end of the corridor, resembling a specter from another realm. He was not clad in the deep green sea serpent robe that signified his status. Instead, he wore a thick, deep gray cloak that nearly merged with the shadows, its hood pulled low to obscure much of his youthful face. Only when he lifted his eyelids did his heterochromatic gaze suddenly ignite beneath the shadow of the hood. Like an unearthly cold flame ignited in the dark. Lisa, like a silent specter, stood half a pace behind him, her emerald eyes shrouded in the flickering torchlight. Resembling an unfathomable whirlpool in the depths of the sea, Dagomar stood beside Euron, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, while the other rudely flung open the prison door. The jarring sound of metal scraping against metal caused the merchant on the ground to shudder violently, and the gaping jaw of Dagomar instilled a sense of terror that made the merchant tremble. As Dagomar shifted his body, he was taken aback to find a child standing at the threshold. The murky depths of the child's eyes suddenly filled with absurdity and deeper confusion. A child? In the depths of the dungeon? No, he had been on the ship. It was he, the second son of the king of the Iron Islands. Euron did not step into that filthy domain. He remained at the entrance, his gaze concealed beneath his hood, dissecting every line of the merchant's face with the precision of a scalpel. The marrow-deep fear, the extinguished pride, the remnants of mercantile instinct, and the faint, almost instinctual yearning for survival nestled at the bottom. This desire, like the last glimmer of light in the eyes of a drowning man, was frail yet precisely the fulcrum Euron required. Pantosian? Euron spoke, his youthful voice clear yet imbued with the chilling resonance of the dungeon, devoid of question, a cold statement. The merchant emitted a vague whimper from his throat, instinctively nodding, his cracked lips twitching yet unable to produce coherent sound. Do you know why you still live? Euron's voice was flat and undisturbed, as if discussing an object unrelated to him. Because your tongue is worth more than your bones. In an instant, the murky depths of the merchant's eyes erupted with a complex light intermingled with astonishment, confusion, and a flicker of faint hope. Work for me. Euron was blunt, offering no circumlocution, not as a slave, but as a tool that could speak and convey messages. He leaned slightly forward, the shadows beneath his hood deepening, with only the captivating brightness of his mismatched eyes piercing through. I will return you, back to your silks, spices, and gold. You will still be the respectable Mario of the Pantosian Trading Company, correct? He accurately named his counterpart, causing the merchant to tremble violently, as if struck by invisible icy needles. But freedom comes at a price. Euron's voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to the winds of the north. He slightly tilted his head, casting his gaze towards Lisa behind him. Lisa silently stepped forward, retrieving a small, inconspicuous pouch from the depths of her cloak. Her slender fingers moved with grace and precision, as if performing some enigmatic ritual. She poured a small amount of dark red powder, thick as congealed blood, into her palm, then dripped a drop of clear liquid from another, smaller crystal vial. The moment the two substances met, an extremely faint yet sickly sweet aroma wafted through the air. The powder dissolved rapidly in the liquid, transforming into a deep purple, slightly writhing gel-like substance that seemed alive. Lisa dipped a needle as fine as a hair into it, the deep purple venom coalescing at the tip of the needle into a tiny droplet shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. Open your mouth. Her voice was as gentle as a feather, yet carried an undeniable command. The merchant, in sheer terror, recoiled desperately, producing a series of guttural protests from his throat. Dagomar stepped forward forcefully, his iron-like hand gripping the merchant's chin, compelling him to open his mouth. The deep purple poison pearl shimmered with a lethal gleam under the flickering torchlight, precisely propelled into the depths of his throat by a silver needle. An indescribable agony, a blend of searing heat and icy chill, surged through his esophagus. The merchant coughed violently, retching, tears streaming down his face, as if his very innards were about to be expelled. Do not waste your strength. Yolen's voice resonated like a decree, a siren's kiss. Lisa's masterpiece now resides within your veins. He raised a diminutive finger before each full moon. You must appear punctually at the designated location to obtain the antidote for that month. Pausing, he observed the merchant's countenance contorted by pain and dread. A day late, and you shall witness your skin gradually transform into the pallid hue of a lifeless fish, peeling away like decaying seaweed. You will feel your blood boil within your veins as if infused with molten lead. Ultimately, your bones will become brittle, crumbling to dust with the slightest touch. Each detail he described sliced through the merchant's nerves like a frigid blade. The merchant collapsed onto the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted, leaving only the instinctual fear that sustained his ragged breaths. The antidote is a gift, Yolen continued, his tone returning to its previous icy calm. And your loyalty will be overseen by the ironfolk of Pike. They will watch you like seagulls fixate on the dead fish along the shore. Your shop, your fleet, your cherished mistress, everything you hold dear lies within their gaze. Any act of disloyalty, his voice plunged to an icy pitch, will not only result in your excruciating demise, but all that you treasure in Pantos shall be reduced to ashes in the wildfire. Trust me, the wrath of the Iron Isles is swifter and more thorough than wildfire. This unadulterated venomous control, coupled with the omnipresent shadow of the Iron Folk, wove a dual-layered web of death. The merchant gazed at the child before him, calmly inflicting torment within the grim dungeon, his mismatched eyes betraying no emotion, only the chilling demeanor of one who held absolute dominion and a stark indifference to human nature. He felt his very soul freeze under that gaze. To refuse? Instant hell. To agree? A plunge into an unending abyss enslaved by poison and violence. In the face of extreme terror and a desperate yearning for a glimmer of hope, that once proud head finally bowed heavily, in despair and acquiescence. Very well. Yolan's voice remained devoid of inflection. Lisa will inform you of the means of contact, the location of the initial antidote, and the first tidings you must convey upon your return. He turned, his deep gray cloak carving a resolute arc through the damp dungeon corridor, leaving the merchant, utterly hollowed out, gasping violently in the filth. The air thick with the sickly sweet aftertaste of poison and a desperation more pungent than the scent of the sea. A total surrender. The free trade city-state of Mario would be Yolan's first nail, but not his last. In the near future, every significant port would be saturated with Yolan's watchful eyes. Chapter 24, White Sands. The Mario, prepared by Yolan as a covert nail within the free trade city-state, would have all subsequent operations entrusted to Dagmo. Dagmo was appointed by King Colin to be the guardian of Yuluin, not merely to ensure his safety, but more so to allow Yuluin the freedom to pursue his desires, with Dagmo's skills and connections serving as valuable assistance. The voyage aboard the Drunken Feast lasted over 20 days at sea, a journey that could be deemed one of shared life and death. Yuluin had gained a certain understanding of Dagmo. He appeared coarse, impulsive, and foolish, yet in truth, he was astute and capable, possessing a depth beneath his rugged exterior. Within Yuluin's mind swirled many schemes, necessitating prioritization based on significance and feasibility. Presently, the only venture that required minimal investment, bore low trial and error costs, held a high probability of success, and promised substantial returns was Salt. The deepest stone cellar beneath Pike City was damp, akin to the womb of a drowned god. The salt efflorescence seeping from the rock walls shimmered with a ghostly pallor under the flickering torchlight, each breath imbued with a chilling briny tang, and the sound of dripping water echoed hollowly in the stillness. Here, the anguished cries of salt-field slaves were muted, the eternal roar of the waves silenced, leaving only the somber stillness of stone and a brewing, transformative quietude. Euron Greyjoy stood at the center of the cellar, his dark gray cloak blending almost seamlessly with the shadows. Beneath the hood, his mismatched eyes burned with an intensity that belied his youth, radiating focus and control. He was no longer a mere observer. He had become the very heart of this clandestine ritual, the source and helmsman of a torrent of knowledge. Dagmo had guided him to this tranquil location and prepared all that Yuluin required. At this moment, Lisa, shedding her deep-sea silence, transformed into the most precise vessel and extending arm, her emerald eyes closely tracking Yuluin's slightest commands, much like a devotee reverently absorbing the words of a deity. His uncle, the Greyjoy priest who had once baptized him, was summoned from the drowned god's temple to serve as a silent witness to his every move. Upon the rough wooden table lay the crude vessels common to the Iron Islands. Hefty ceramic jars, polished wooden barrels, sturdy iron cauldrons, finely woven wicker filters, and smooth whalebone sticks. Beside them was a pile of coarse salt just transported from the salt flats, a mixture of gray and yellowish brown, exuding the briny odor of seaweed and rust, tinged with bitterness. The first step was dissolution. Yuluin's voice resonated within the stone cellar, his youthful tone carrying an undeniable command that sliced through the silence. He extended his slender fingers, pointing towards a wooden barrel filled with pure rainwater and then to the heap of impure coarse salt. Measure the quantity and pour it into the water. Allow it to settle, like a rock sinking into the abyss. Let the mud, gravel, and shells, all the earth's impurities, descend to the bottom. Lisa obeyed, her movements as precise as a machine. The coarse salt particles fell into the water, emitting a dying hiss. She stood silently by, her gaze fixed on the surface of the water like a hawk. The murkiness gradually stratified, the upper liquid taking on a sickly pale yellow hue. Yuluin nodded slightly. Filter. Only the clear liquid from the upper layer. The sediment at the bottom was useless, to be discarded like worn-out footwear. The wicker filter skimmed across the surface, transferring the relatively clear brine into another clean ceramic jar, while the murky residue was thoroughly abandoned in a corner's refuse barrel, symbolizing a forsaken past. The second step was consumption. Yuluan's gaze shifted towards a sealed ceramic jar in the corner. He approached and personally lifted the lid, revealing the ebony black. Crisp charcoal within, active charcoal derived from specially treated sea oak, subjected to a slow burn in a custom kiln, crushing it into a fine powder. Lisa immediately took the charcoal and meticulously ground it in a stone mortar, the resulting charcoal powder as fine as the ashes of black jade. Yuluan pinched a small amount of the charcoal powder between his fingers, observing its texture under the flickering firelight, nodding in satisfaction. He sprinkled it into the saline solution and stirred, demonstrating a slow yet powerful circular motion with a whalebone stick, urging the remnants of charcoal to consume. To devour the bitter essence dissolved in water, to annihilate the iron spirit that brought forth the stench of rust, to eradicate all impurities that brought shame upon the salt. His words, akin to incantations, were merely the simple method of adsorption using activated charcoal, yet he sought to cloak it with an air of mystery. For this was a world steeped in the belief of deities. Lisa took the bone stick and began to stir. Miraculously, the murky brine began to lose its yellow hue, transforming into a clearer, more transparent solution within the whirlpool of charcoal powder. Yuluan observed intently, his heterochromatic eyes acting as precise instruments, scrutinizing every subtle detail of the color change. Enough. He raised his hand to signal a halt, when the water resembled a cold pool kissed by the first snow. It was time for the impurities to be eradicated. Filter again. This time, both the charcoal powder and the impurities it had consumed were to be filtered out. The woven filter resumed its task, yielding a saline solution nearly devoid of color, pure as mountain snowmelt. The black residue and the bitter spirits it had ensnared were completely eliminated. The third step involved boiling the bones with fierce flames to refine their true essence. Yuluan pointed to the heavy, dark cast-iron cauldron. The purified saline solution was poured into the cauldron. He personally approached the fire pit, igniting a mixture of dried seaweed and whale fat. The ethereal blue flames surged like a living entity, licking the cold bottom of the cauldron. Fire embodies the will of refinement. Initially fierce, it dispels the inertia of water vapor. The cauldron, calm at first, soon erupted with fine bubbles rising from its depths, becoming denser, crackling and releasing steam imbued with a pure saline essence. As it boiled like a raging sea, a gentler approach was required. Yuluan's voice resonated like an ancient alchemical chant. When the steam billowed and the liquid level decreased by 1/3, he took a long-handled wooden spoon, dipping it into the viscous liquid and letting a drop fall onto a cold obsidian slab. The droplet rapidly crystallized into tiny, colorless crystals. Behold, the essence of salt begins to awaken. A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. Now, the fire must act as a warm bed, not a raging blaze. Allow the moisture to retreat gracefully like the ebbing tide, enabling the true form of salt to congeal and grow within the mother liquor. Those malevolent spirits that bring bitterness and deliquescence, such as magnesium chloride, were more enamored with the embrace of water. Let them remain in the liquid. This encapsulates the essence of the evaporation crystallization method, where the control of heat determines the separation of purity and impurity. Lisa, fully engrossed, meticulously adjusted the flame based on every flicker of Yuluan's gaze and each subtle gesture, maintaining a gentle boil within the cauldron. Along the walls and edges of the liquid, delicate white crystals grew silently, akin to sacred frost flowers. The fourth step, to bleed and sever its toxic roots. When the bottom of the cauldron was blanketed with a layer of snow-white crystals, while the remaining mother liquor became viscous, diminished, and took on an unsettling yellow-brown hue, Yuluan decisively commanded, "Extinguish the fire." He gestured towards the willow basket layered with fine linen filter cloth. "Scoop it out." The contents of the cauldron, a pristine white essence, and a viscous yellow-brown bitter liquid, known as bitter brine, were separated by the cloth, with the essence remaining atop while the bitter brine drained below. This toxic liquid, if touched, would tarnish the soul of salt, inevitably severing its roots. The separation of solid and liquid at this moment was imbued with a resolute meaning of severing fate. Lisa, with a specially crafted wooden spatula, meticulously ladled the scalding mixture into the filter basket. The hot, viscous bitter brine hissed as it passed through the linen, flowing into the ceramic jar below, exuding an off-putting, bitter aroma. What remained on the filter cloth was damp, yet gleaming with the pure light of crystallized salt. Yuluan watched the drained, bitter brine, akin to observing the severed head of a venomous serpent. The fifth step was sublimation, sealing the pure soul. The damp crystallized salt was evenly spread across several wide shallow ceramic dishes. Yuan led Lisa to a well-ventilated drying chamber nearby. Within, a small basin of smokeless charcoal emitted a dry heat. The wind and gentle warmth were the final sculptors. They stirred the salt as one would preen wings, striving for each grain to be dry, light, and independent. He personally demonstrated the gentle and even motion of turning the salt layer with a smooth whalebone. Lisa took the bone and turned the salt at intervals. Time slipped away in the arid warm air, as moisture was gradually stripped away. The salt grains became loose, dry, and sparkled with a frigid white light. This final step of drying was akin to cloaking the pure soul in an eternal garment. When Lisa pinched a small handful of salt, her fingertips bore only the essence of saltiness, devoid of any impurities or stickiness. She looked towards Yuan. He extended his tiny hand, personally pinching a bit to taste. The exquisite purity of the salty flavor burst on his tongue, akin to the perfect essence of the sea. He closed his eyes, as if savoring the very essence of power. Upon reopening them, the brilliance in his heterochromatic eyes was capable of piercing the densest darkness. The sixth step was sealing the stone sarcophagus, imprisoning authority. The completely dry, cold crystallized salt was delicately scooped by Lisa into a thick-walled small ceramic jar using a specially designed bone spoon. Yuan stood beside her, meticulously supervising each action. The jar's opening was covered with soft sheepskin soaked in beeswax, then tightly sealed with melted black wax, symbolizing the Greyjoy family. Each sealed jar resembled a miniature tomb, imprisoning the pristine white purity and transformative power within. Lisa presented the first sealed jar before Yuan, kneeling on one knee as if offering a sacred relic. Its value from this moment on was equivalent to that of a golden dragon. Let us call it white sand from now on. Yuan accepted the cold jar, his small fingers tracing the smooth surface and the hard seal. He sensed the power contained within, capable of altering the fate of the Iron Islands. The gravity of the moment was intended to bestow upon white sand an air of profound mystery, for the majority of people in this world held beliefs. The more enigmatic the process, the more it could evoke a sense of divine possession. After this elaborate undertaking, Yuan felt the gazes of Lisa and Dagmar filled with reverence. If the system had a trust metric to assess, Lisa's trust would now be at least 80, while Dagmar would score a perfect 100. This was not merely salt. It was a scepter. It was a chain. It was the cornerstone of the Greyjoy family's dominion. When the production of white sand begins, it marks the commencement of a new era. Chapter 25. Salt Dominion. As supremacy, the salt fields on the western shore of Parker Island unfurl beneath a leaden sky, resembling a festering wound upon the earth. Murky seawater is channeled into rudimentary evaporation pools, where it is subjected to the searing sun and the relentless sea breeze, ultimately yielding a layer of coarse salt grains, gray-white interspersed with brownish hues, rough as sand. The air is thick with a briny and bitter essence, a persistent amalgamation of rust and seaweed, characteristic of low-quality salt. The salt workers stoop under the weight of labor, their bare feet sinking into the scalding salt mud, their skin eroded by the brine, resembling cracked reefs. Each motion of bending to scoop up the salt is accompanied by suppressed groans and the jarring clatter of dragging chains. This coarse salt, mingled with sea mud and bitter impurities, is carelessly stuffed into coarse burlap sacks, heaped in damp warehouses, awaiting exchange for meager iron ore or moldy grains, a bitter cycle that has endured for centuries in the Iron Island salt fields. In stark contrast, deep within the soaring black stone towers of Parker City, the air is cold and pristine, imbued with the sense of parchment, whale oil, and authority. Euron Greyjoy stands before the enormous nautical chart table of his father, King Quellan, his small frame appearing particularly serene under the flickering glow of the whale oil lamp. He does not gaze out at the salt fields that symbolize poverty and toil. Instead, his attention is drawn to the two rough ceramic bowls placed side by side upon the table. One bowl brims with a sample of coarse salt freshly delivered from the salt fields, grayish-yellow, clumped, uneven in granulation, exuding a briny, bitter aroma. The other bowl contains a small handful of snow-white powder, crystalline and as dry as fine sand, shimmering with an almost sanctified luminescence in the light. King Quellan, with his calloused fingers, pinches a small amount of the coarse salt and tastes it on his tongue. His brow immediately furrows, recognizing the familiar yet unpleasant bitterness and roughness. He then hesitantly takes a pinch of the pristine powder. As the pure, unadulterated saltiness dissolves on his tongue, devoid of any impurities, only the essence of the ocean remains. Igniting an astonishing sharpness in his weathered eyes, he samples and compares, as if appraising a rare treasure. What is this salt? Quellen's voice is low, resonating with suppressed intensity. He has never encountered such purity. Its quality surpasses even the renowned salt of Dorne. Salt. Euron's reply is simple, bordering on mundane. Yet within the depths of his heterochromatic eyes burns a flame of dominion, the product of the Iron Island sea salt, refined through the White Sand Initiative. The White Sand Initiative? Quellen's gaze, sharp as a hook, firmly ensnares his youngest son. Indeed, father, Euron's voice is clear and composed. The coarse salt from the salt fields is of little worth, akin to pebbles by the roadside. However, through specific processes of refinement, dissolution, and crystallization, techniques mastered by Lisa, whose secret formula resides solely here. He indicated with delicate fingers to his temple, then pointed towards Lisa, who stood in the shadows like a specter of the deep sea. By removing all bitterness, impurities, and moisture from the salt, we can produce this snow-white, pure, ice-like white sand. He lifted the ceramic bowl filled with exquisite salt, raising it to the light, allowing the crystalline grains to cascade in the interplay of shadows. The renowned salt of dawn, celebrated for its purity across the Seven Kingdoms, was worth its weight in gold. Yet, our white sand, in its unparalleled purity, surpassed it. He paused, each word striking the table like cold gold coins. It's worth being at least tenfold that of coarse salt, perhaps even more. Nobles, affluent merchants, scholars, and even the chefs of the Red Keep, who pursued the ultimate delicacies, would pay handsomely for it. Colin's breath grew heavy as he fixed his gaze upon the bowl, shimmering with a silvery glow in the light, before abruptly turning to the bleak, bitter salt fields outside. The stark contrast crashed against his established perceptions like tumultuous waves. Tenfold. The value 10 times that of coarse salt. What did this signify? It meant that the barren salt fields of Pike Island would instantaneously transform into veins flowing with golden sands. It implied that the most inconspicuous resources of the Iron Islands would become levers to manipulate the wealth of the Seven Kingdoms. This technology, Colin's voice laced with an unprecedented gravity and greed, must be treated as a sacred relic, belonging solely to the Greyjoys. Solely to Pike City. Of course, father, Euron replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. The secrets of white sand are locked within an iron chest in the deepest cellar of Pike City, with only you and I possessing the key. Lisa is responsible for the core formulation, each step meticulously supervised by our most loyal ironborn guards, segregated and isolated. No one, not even the slaves executing the tasks, will have access to the entire process. They will touch only a fragment, akin to blind men grasping an elephant, forever unable to perceive the whole. He approached the window, gesturing toward the distant Salt Hill Island, the domain of Count Jimund Portleaper. Salt Hill Island, too, boasted vast salt fields and was one of the primary sources of coarse salt in the Iron Islands. The Count's salt remained the bitter, gray-yellow coarse variety. Meanwhile, Pike City would solely produce white sand. His voice, sharp as a poisoned dagger, declared, in the name of benevolence, we shall selectively and sparingly supply white sand to the lords of other islands, based on their loyalty. They will trade this snow-white salt for gold, grain, and silk from the mainland, savoring the sweet rewards, and thus becoming dependent. Colin instantly grasped the cunning scheme of the younger son. The refined salt would become an invisible chain. The loyal allies, steadfast as rock, would receive a generous and stable supply of white sand, their warehouses brimming with snowy wealth. In contrast, those harboring treachery, who outwardly comply yet secretly defy, his voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to the biting winds of the north. Their quotas would be diminished, or even severed. They would be left to guard mountains of bitter coarse salt, helplessly watching wealth slip through their fingers while their people languished in poverty. They would either wholly submit to Pike City or sink into the bitterness of coarse salt. He turned, his mismatched eyes flickering with an eerie and merciless light beneath the whale oil lamp, locking his gaze onto Colin. Father, salt is the foundation of the Ironborn's existence, and it is the lifeblood of our control over the islands. Whoever masters the purity of salt commands the throats of all islands. Let the white sand become the scepter of our benevolent authority, allowing the lords of other islands to comprehend that their wealth, their might, and even the tranquility of their domains hinge upon a single thought in Pike City. The dominion of salt equates to supremacy. King Corlin clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He gazed at his 5-year-old son, already astutely aware of the essence of power, and observed the bowl glistening under the light, symbolizing boundless wealth and absolute power. A torrent of ambition, searing enough to melt iron chains, surged through him, obliterating the last remnants of doubt in his heart. The dominion of salt equates to supremacy. Corlin murmured with closed eyes. Now, we must carefully contemplate how to best utilize it. Outside, the faint cries of the salt field slaves resonated, carrying the sorrow of millennia. Meanwhile, within the Blackstone Tower, an unvoiced storm, stirred by the pristine white salt, had already descended, one potent enough to upend the power dynamics of the Iron Islands. The bitter arrow of salt was on the verge of concluding, as a new age, paved by white sand and dominated by the Greyjoy family, began to subtly spread with the sea breeze. The dominion of salt equates to supremacy. Chapter 26. The Will of the Drowned God. The ancient temple of the Drowned God loomed atop the jagged black reefs. The waves roared below, crashing with a thunderous resonance, as if the deity himself were beating war drums in the abyss. The interior of the temple was as dark as the deep sea, illuminated only by the flickering whale oil lamps in the stone niches, casting the distorted sea monster reliefs on the walls as if they were alive. The briny sea breeze, laden with salt, slipped through the high window crevices, swirling and lamenting among the stone columns. The air was thick with the stench of decaying seaweed, the acrid scent of burning whale fat, and a suffocating religious pressure that had settled over millennia. At the innermost sanctum, the high priest of the drowned god, Euron Greyjoy, King Corlin's younger brother, appeared as an ancient totem grown from the ocean's rocky depths. His emaciated form was enveloped in layers of deep brown seaweed robes, soaked with salt, while his exposed skin resembled leather aged for 1,000 years, marred with grayish-white salt stains and deep brown tanning marks. In his gnarled hand, he clutched a whalebone staff adorned with a monumental mother-of-pearl at its top, the shark teeth and human bones suspended from it clattering hollowly in the dim light. His deeply sunken eye sockets housed murky yet piercing eyes, sharp as anchor hooks, penetrating the obscured light, resting upon the two stone basins placed side by side before him. One basin contained the coarse salt sample, proudly presented by Gamond, portly from Salt Hill Island, grayish-yellow, lumpy, exuding an inescapable bitterness and metallic tang. The other basin held the white sand brought by Euron, pristine and crystalline, as fine as early winter frost, seemingly emanating a pure and sacred glow under the dim light of the everlasting lamp. Euron's withered fingers, trembling with a near-religious reverence, slowly reached towards the coarse salt. He pinched a small amount, placing it between his cracked, parched lips. His murky old eyes instantly squinted, confronted with the familiar, unpleasant coarseness and bitterness, reminiscent of the fates of the ironborn throughout the ages, heavy and humble. Then, his fingers turned towards the white sand. The movement became extraordinarily slow and solemn. When that exquisitely pure briny essence silently unfurled upon his tongue, untainted by any impurities, revealing only the primordial essence of the ocean. A terrifying brilliance suddenly ignited within his murky eyes, as if a slumbering leviathan of the deep had been roused. Salt Viclay's voice rasped like gravel scraping against rocks, resonating with an incredible tremor, the gift of the drowned god. He abruptly lifted his gaze. His murky, yet razor-sharp stare fixed intently upon the still figure of Euron beside him. This 5-year-old child, with eyes of disparate hues, appeared particularly uncanny under the dim light of the sanctum. It was indeed the high priest. Euron's voice was clear and tranquil, yet imbued with an unusual penetrating power. Echoing throughout the vast expanse of the sanctum, last night, the drowned god walked through the waves into dreams. His robe billowed with boundless deep blue, and his finger pointed towards the salt fields of Pike City. He proclaimed, "The bitterness of a millennium is but the dust of the old covenant. Today, I bestow purest white, to refine the labors of my people and forge the glory of the Iron Islands. This white sand is the manifestation of my will, distilled through my hand from the mundane." His small palm grazed the edge of the stone basin brimming with white sand, as if caressing a sacred relic. Viclay's emaciated form trembled violently, and murky tears began to seep from his deeply sunken eye sockets, tracing paths down his salt-stained cheeks. "Grace. This is the drowned god's grace bestowed upon the Iron Islands." He suddenly raised the whalebone staff, the mother-of-pearl reflecting a mysterious halo in the dim light, as shark teeth clashed with finger bones in a wild cacophony. Old salt, like blood tears, new salt, like frost and snow. The drowned god has delivered his decree. The pure white sand is his gift to the devout. The bloodline of Greyjoy is his chosen vessel. His voice, sharpened by fervor, pierced the air like the lament of seabirds, yet bore the undeniable weight of divine prophecy. News swept across every corner of the Iron Islands like a briny sea breeze overnight. The snow-white, pure substance, certified as the drowned god's divine gift by the high priest himself, became the coveted relic of all lords. The volcano of Great White seemed to have erupted prematurely. Count Dunstan Drum, like a frenzied walrus reeking of strong ale and sweat, surged towards Pike City aboard his swift longship. His fan-like hand struck heavily upon the obsidian table of King Corlyn's council chamber, causing goblets to leap. "Corlyn, my brother, the drowned goddess gift must be shared. Grant me the secret of the white sand. The Drum family's salt fields shall offer the purest tribute to the drowned god." Following closely was Gaemon Portly of Salt Hill Island, his gaze as sinister as an eel nestled between rocky crevices, now ablaze with unabashed greed. He stroked his sparse chin stubble, his voice slithering like a venomous snake across damp sand. "My lord Corlyn, the Portly family has served the drowned god for generations. This gifted white sand surely deserves to bask in his glory. The secret must be safeguarded by all the devout islands." Balon Blacktide of Blacktide Island was quaking with excitement, clutching the drowned god's wooden effigy against his chest, his voice laced with fervent weeping. "This is a miracle. King Corlyn, High Priest Viclay's declaration is the voice of the drowned god. The white sand is the blessing that the drowned god bestows upon the entire Iron Islands through his youngest, Euron. It should not belong solely to Pike City. It ought to bask in the salt fields of every island, allowing all ironborn to feel the glory of the drowned god. This is his will. You cannot obstruct the dissemination of divine intent." He was nearly prostrate, as if beseeching for divine grace. In the face of the surging clamor for tribute, almost bordering on coercion, Balon Greyjoy sat resolutely upon his rocky throne, emblematic of power, like an indomitable black reef weathered by the ages. His countenance bore no expression, only a profound tranquility reminiscent of the abyssal sea. "Lords," Balon's deep voice resounded, effortlessly overpowering the din within the hall, akin to an anchor sinking into the tumultuous waters. "I comprehend your yearning for the drowned god's gifts. Yet, you seem to have forgotten what the High Priest of Vickery conveyed in the divine oracle. What did the drowned god proclaim?" His piercing gaze swept across every eager visage. "Through my hand," Balon slowly and clearly reiterated, his gaze ultimately resting upon the quietly standing Euron. "It is the drowned god who has chosen Euron, chosen me, the second son of Greyjoy, as the singular vessel for his white salt upon this earthly realm. He did not inscribe the secret upon the rocks, nor did he reveal it in dreams to every priest. Rather, he chose Pike City, selecting a mere 5-year-old child. Do you not grasp the profound significance of this?" He leaned slightly forward, the weight of the Seastone King's authority palpable in the air. "The secret is a sacred trust bestowed by the drowned god upon Pike City, upon the Greyjoy family. It is the very essence of his divine will. Like the holy name of the drowned god, it must not be carelessly divulged or profaned. To forcibly demand the secret is to question the drowned god's arrangements, to desecrate divine intent. This resolute refusal, cloaked in the guise of divine will, extinguished Dunstan's rage and Gaemon's schemes like a cold wave. Even Balon opened his mouth, ultimately bowing his fervent head under Balon's unassailable gaze and the gravity of the oracle. Balon surveyed the lords, now rendered speechless, and recognized that the moment had arrived. He reclined back in his chair, his voice softened yet imbued with greater authority. "However, the drowned god's blessings are as vast as the sea. His white salt, though the secrets must not be lightly shared, should nonetheless benefit all who faithfully serve him." He presented a plan he had long prepared. From this day forth, Balon's voice resonated like law etched upon stone. Pike City will allocate gifts based on each island's devotion to the drowned god, their loyalty to the Seastone throne, and their past contributions to the common welfare of the Iron Islands. His gaze traversed the assembly, each word heavy with significance. "The devout, steadfast allies like rock shall receive ample and stable supplies of white salt. You may exchange this divine gift for gold, grain, and iron, to strengthen your islands and glorify the name of the drowned god." His gaze suddenly turned frigid, reminiscent of the biting winds of the north, and those who lack faith, harboring ulterior motives, their allocations will be diminished, even severed. They shall endure the bitterness of old salt, sinking into poverty and ignorance, watching blessings slip through their fingers. Let their people question their lords. Why do the drowned god's gifts bypass their islands? Colin's voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating through the assembly hall. This was not merely a transaction. It was a trial and a blessing bestowed upon all the subjects of the Iron Islands by the drowned god through the hand of Pike City. To accept the quota was to embrace the will of the drowned god, and to submit to the dominion of the Seastone. Who among them was worthy of the pure white sands would be adjudicated by both the drowned god and Pike City. The hall fell into a profound silence. with only the distant roar of the waves filtering through the windows, reminiscent of the drowned god's deep, mocking laughter. Dunstan's purple visage twitched with suppressed rage, while the calculating glint in Gemmen's cold eyes betrayed a reluctant submission. Baron, in a fervor, grasped the wooden effigy of the drowned god tighter, as if in gratitude for the divine distribution of blessings. The fundamental right to salt, the essence of life itself, was cleverly cloaked by Colin in the guise of divine favor, firmly tethered to the measure of loyalty. The pristine white sands were no longer mere wealth. They had become the sword of Damocles, suspended over the heads of all island lords, witnessed by the drowned god, and controlled by House Greyjoy. The taste of salt would dictate whether their power remained steadfast as a reef or crumbled like sand. Chapter 27. The Pirate King systems for consecutive draws at the stony beach beneath the cliffs on the western side of Pike City. The furious sea roared, and the salty wind cut like a knife. Each wave crashing against the jagged black rocks sent up a spray of white foam and a deafening roar. In this perilous realm, where mortals dared not tread, the young Euron Greyjoy engaged in a nearly brutal combat training session with Balv, the fierce instructor of the Iron Islands. Known as the Bonebreaker, Balv wielded a heavy practice axe with sweeping motions, embodying the raw ferocity and valor inherent in the Ironborn. Each chop reverberated with a sound that tore through the air, and every sweep kicked up shards of gravel, reminiscent of a miniature tsunami. His philosophy of combat was straightforward: overpower through sheer strength, fighting life with life. Huh, Balv bellowed, the wooden axe cleaving through the air with the force of a mountain's might, aimed directly at Euron's slender shoulder. Euron, though diminutive in stature, was as agile as a phantom octopus darting between the rocks. He knew that a head-on clash would lead to certain demise. At the moment the axe whistled toward him, he deftly slid his left leg backward, his body bending to the right as if pulled by an invisible hand, narrowly evading the lethal descent of the axe that crashed down with a thunderous roar, fracturing the hard basalt beneath him and sending debris flying. Seizing the fleeting opportunity created by Balv's exhaustion, Euron sprang forth like a tightly coiled spring. His short sword lunged toward Balv's exposed right ribcage, striking with the precision of a viper's strike. The angle was deceptive, the speed blinding. Cunning, Balv growled, his massive form twisting with astonishing agility, narrowly deflecting the deadly thrust with his thickly armored arm. The wooden sword scraped against the leather armor with a shrill sound. Euron staggered back a few steps, panting, as sweat mixed with the cold seawater dripped down his taut jawline. His mismatched eyes, one a deep abyss of defeat, the other a glacial sea of stubborn resolve, fixed intently on Balv. Dagmar stood between the two, halting Euron's intent to continue training, and remarked, "Your mind is as swift as lightning, young master, but your body cannot keep pace. Lord Balv's combat style is tailored for those who can withstand the first strike and deliver a second. If you continue training like this, your bones will shatter first. Strength. This frail 5-year-old body is the greatest constraint. The ferocious path of Balv's ironborn tradition, which relies on brute force to overcome cunning, is a dead end for him." "You are correct, Dagmo. I require the sword of the water dancer." Euron gasped, his voice laced with the chill of the sea breeze. His gaze traversed past Balv and Dagmo, casting itself towards the tumultuous strait. "I have heard that the water swordsmen of Bravos wield blades that are light and agile, penetrating every defense, defeating strength with skill. Dagmo, has Mario returned to the Free City yet?" Dagmo contemplated for a moment and replied, considering the distance, "It will take at least 3 days." Euron nodded. "Assign Mario a task, to assist me in locating a suitable Bravosi water dancer swordsman. I trust he will devote himself earnestly." Combat training is merely a facet of Euron's life. His greater energies are devoted to exploring every unilluminated inch of Pike Island's mists, seizing those precious exploration points. This is not a leisurely stroll, but a journey fraught with challenges and dangers. The Flint Cliffs, a daunting precipice located at the northeastern corner of Pike Island, rise steeply. The black basalt columns jut forth like colossal spears thrust into the emerald fury of the sea, as if placed there by a wrathful deity. Here, the sea breeze is compressed into a chilling wail, and the salt grains whip against his face like abrasive sandpaper. Euron declined the assistance of the guards, carrying only a resilient rope and specially designed hook boots. His small frame pressed against the frigid rock face, fingertips digging into the narrow crevices, while the tips of his boots ground into wind-eroded hollows. With each upward movement, his heart thundered, accompanied by the roars of the abyss below, echoing like a monstrous beast's breath. Salt crystals seeped into the gaps of his nails, bringing excruciating pain. Upon finally reaching the cliff summit, the raging wind nearly toppled him, standing upon this minuscule perch, akin to the edge of the world, gazing down at the shattering waves. A shiver of conquest intertwined with reverence for the might of nature surged through him. The foggy map in his mind illuminated this perilous terrain, marking hidden seabird nests. A weathered ancient ironborn rune, and the entrance to a tidal cave, nearly hollowed out by the waves, just large enough for a single person to hide within. Exploration. Discovered the Flint Cliffs, earning 20 points. The Blind Lord's ghost tower lies at the edge of a desolate salt marsh in the heart of Pike Island. Legend has it that centuries ago, a Greyjoy lord, blinded by his brethren, was imprisoned in this isolated tower until he succumbed to madness and death. The tower, built from immense black stones, has been ravaged by time and salt, its surface pockmarked like the decaying bones of a giant beast. A suffocating moldy scent pervades the air within, mingling the bitterness of sea salt with an indescribable essence, as if steeped in countless despair. Light filters through the narrow arrow slits, forming ghastly beams that illuminate the dust dancing in the air, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. The wooden staircase has long succumbed to decay, forcing Yuluin to rely on ropes and rock spikes, climbing laboriously with Lisa's assistance. The cell at the tower's apex is utterly empty, save for the walls marred by frenzied claw marks and stains, long dried and darkened, reminiscent of ancient blood. The air seemed to resonate with silent wails. As Euron's hand grazed the claw marks, a chilling sensation pierced through to his very marrow. The system map not only illuminated the forgotten ghost tower, but also indicated a deeply concealed entrance to a small cellar, sealed by salt crystals and rubble. Exploration. Discover the Blind Lord's ghost tower and earn 20 points. It was precisely these lands, measured by footsteps, sweat, and even peril, that had accrued substantial capital for him. The hidden corners of Pike, the rugged reefs and solitary isles of the western coast of Westeros, and the treacherous, intricate waterways of Iron Man's Bay. At dusk, atop the highest tower of Pike, Euron dismissed those around him and stood alone. His consciousness sank into the boundless void of his mind. A vast tapestry, woven from stars and the Cerulean Sea, unfolded, the Pirate King system. In the center of the map, Pike Island appeared in meticulous detail, as if it were a specimen thoroughly dissected, from the perilous contours of Flint's Cliff to the concealed cellar entrance deep within the Blind Lord's ghost tower. From the distribution of every drying pool in the salt fields to the most hidden berth in the docks, even the musty, pungent passage leading to the unknown beneath the old stronghold, along with the mists of Iron Man's Bay and the western coast, were dispelled, marking the waterways, hidden reefs, and secret caverns. Exploration points, 420100. This number flickered in the cerulean light at the top of the screen, a treasure earned through footsteps, courage, and wisdom. His gaze focused on the central spinning lottery wheel, radiating enticing starlight. Countless minute sectors were shrouded in mist, with only a few glimmers indicating possibilities. Skills, deep blue. Items, emerald green. Mounts, mysterious purple, unknown, chaotic gray. Lottery. His mental command was calm and resolute. The wheel suddenly erupted in brilliant starlight, the pointer whirling in a frenzy. The misty sectors seemed to come alive. Countless blurred runes, phantoms of strange creatures, and weapon silhouettes flashed by, akin to a fleeting glimpse of fate's river. A sense of tension permeated the void. The pointer slowed, weighed down by a sense of destiny, skipping past the faint glows. Ding! A crisp notification echoed as the pointer landed in the deep blue marine glow sector. Congratulations! Acquired. Basic navigation skill. A refreshing stream of information surged into his mind like a newborn sea breeze. Star navigation requires calibration with the Westeros star chart. Seabird trajectory for land indication, subtle perception of ocean currents, cloud patterns foretelling storms, and efficient sailing knowledge imprinted into his instincts. It felt as if he had established an invisible umbilical cord with the roaring sea beneath him, the whispers of the tides resonating deep within his soul. Continue. The wheel spun again, starlight flowing. Ding! The pointer halted in the abstract wave and fist print region of deep blue. Congratulations. Acquired. Skill, Fishman Karate 1. A heated current surged from his dantian, instantly coursing through his limbs. His muscle fibers were invisibly stretched and tempered, becoming supple yet imbued with explosive power. An extraordinary technique for unleashing force emerged, concentrating power like compressing waves at a single point, inch force. Releasing force like water flowing through immense impact, and riding the waves as if walking on solid ground. This was precisely tailored for him, a technique of overcoming strength with softness. He instinctively swung his fist through the air, the motion fluid and peculiar, generating a faint vortex of air. Once more, the wheel spun for the third time, its radiance dimming slightly. Ding! The pointer halted in a sector emanating a vibrant green light of life. Congratulations! Item Life Card, Subcard 1. A flicker of brilliance revealed a palm-sized black card, its texture reminiscent of resilient biological membranes, appearing in his hand. The edges were adorned with runes glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Information flooded in, dripped blood into the central groove. The life mark of the main cardholder would manifest, brightly oscillating between life and death, and the subcard would eternally point towards the main card. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall. Instantly, the blood seeped in, and the card shimmered with a ghostly glow, revealing a small yet distinct totem of the Greyjoy sea monster, composed of green stardust, vibrant with life. A remarkable find, though presently of no use. Such a mystical item should not be carelessly entrusted to others, as explaining its origins alone would require considerable effort. He treasured it and placed it within the inner pocket of his attire. One final chance at the lottery. The wheel spun again, its brilliance subdued. Ding! The pointer rested in the abstract violet area resembling a galloping horse. Congratulations, Mount Furlough Juvenile. The light dissipated, accompanied by a call that was youthful, bewildered, yet clear as silver bells. Looking down, he found a small colt nuzzling his calf with its warm nose. Smaller than a Westeros pony, yet remarkably majestic. Its snow-white coat flowed with a velvety sheen, and its long, powerful legs were striking. Most captivating were its large eyes, where two clusters of golden flames flickered with intelligence and wildness, its mane and tail swaying like the flowing night. Though young, the latent nobility, speed, and strength were already evident. System information: Feralu, an ancient and noble breed of the East. Extraordinary in youth, unmatched in speed and endurance in adulthood, highly intelligent, and capable of telepathic communication. Requires special care for growth, to be explored. The steed of the popular character Cavendish from One Piece, embodying both elegance and ferocity. Loyal to its master and brave in battle. Feralu affectionately nudged him, its golden-eyed gaze filled with trust and curiosity. He gently stroked Feralu's smooth, warm neck. Feeling its vibrant vitality, it was now a suitable pony for him, destined to grow alongside him. Though he did not acquire the most coveted devil fruit, the rewards from 4 draws were all exceedingly practical. He felt a sense of satisfaction and anticipation for the next endeavor, yet as he gazed at Feralu, he felt a headache coming on. How to explain the sudden appearance of a pony? Never mind. He would simply claim he found it in the stable, born of an unknown mare. Now, he needed to ponder how to create an appealing packaging for the white sand, boastfully promote it, strategize how to utilize salt to open trade routes, invigorate the port, and control those disobedient lords. Chapter 28, Salt, Gold. Empower the bracing sea breeze of Ironfolk Bay now permeated with the fervent essence of gold and power. The docks of Pike City have never been so vibrant. With merchant ships from 7 kingdoms and the distant shores of the narrow sea, their masts rising like a forest, sails casting shadows that obscure the sky. The dull thud of hulls colliding with stone, the shanties of sailors, the bargaining of merchants, and the melodious clinking of gold and silver coins intertwine to create an unprecedented symphony of wealth belonging to the Greyjoys. The air is thick with the scents of spices, whale oil, rust, and a new, exhilarating aroma, the scent of gold. In just 1 year, the once desolate port has undergone a remarkable transformation. Within the grand study of the central fortress overlooking the bustling docks and the deep-sea stone hall, a silent storm has long settled. Balon Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands, stands like an ancient reef retreating into the eye of the storm. Placing 2 heavy seals, one depicting a roaring sea monster encircled by salt crystal patterns, the other a bloodied battle axe entwined with chains, upon the expansive black stone desk. Take them. Balon's voice is deep, imbued with a complex sense of relinquishing burdens and entrusting the future, his gaze as profound as the ocean. Resting upon his youngest son seated across the desk, the gift of salt, the ancient path of the sea. The future course of the Iron Islands is yours to navigate. Seated opposite him is Euron Greyjoy, a mere 6 years of age. The deep emerald green sea monster cloak fits him well, accentuating his upright stature like a young fir tree. He does not immediately reach for the 2 seals capable of driving all lords to madness. Instead, he slightly bows his head, his mismatched eyes calm and unperturbed, as if he were accepting 2 ordinary pebbles. This tranquility, transcending his tender age, causes the gaunt fingers of the old scholar Clegane, standing in the corner, to tighten unconsciously around his necklace. and a flicker of barely perceptible light passes through the deep green eyes of Lisa, who remains silent as the sea. A year ago, when this 5-year-old child proposed the strategy of white sand amidst a tempest of skepticism, no one believed him. Just give me a year, and let us see. Now, he has silenced all dissenting voices with irrefutable results, commanding submission and reverence. Grounded in the power of salt, invisible chains bind all. The sacred halo of white sand has not ensnared Euron in the illusions of false gifts. He remains as lucid as the edge of a reef, transforming divine grace into the coldest of commercial scepters and dominion chains. Any lord or merchant wishing to purchase white sand must first acquire several times their quota of Pike City's ordinary sea salt. This is his first ironclad decree. Although this ordinary sea salt, having undergone preliminary processing, is of far superior quality to the bitter coarse salts of other islands, it still bears a grayish-white hue and remains inexpensive. This binding anchor fastens the buyers of white sand to Pike City's foundational and most abundant salt production. Count Gamon Potley of Salt Hill Island once attempted to resist, possessing the largest salt field in the Iron Islands. How could he endure the dumping of Pike City's coarse salt? He maliciously hoarded his own coarse salt, refusing to purchase Pike City's salt. What was the outcome? Not only did he lose the right to buy white sand, but he also forfeited the channel to exchange white sand for continental gold and grain, watching helplessly as the warehouses of Salt Hill Island filled with unwanted, bitter coarse salt. Wealth slipping through his fingers like sand. The resentment of the salt workers and the plight of his territory ultimately forced him to bow his proud head. The binding of the saltworks in Pike City ensures that the salt remains perpetually in demand, intertwining the economic lifelines of all the islands with Pike City, fostering a shared prosperity and mutual vulnerability. The second ironclad decree establishes a stringent price barrier. Coarse, grayish sea salt flows at a modest price to the humble kitchens and pickling barrels of the Iron Islands, sustaining the most basic livelihoods. In stark contrast, the white sand salt is crafted into a luxury item reserved solely for nobility, affluent merchants, and the sanctified halls. The snow-white crystalline grains are encased in specially designed crystal vials or exquisitely carved wooden boxes, each grain seemingly imbued with divine favor and the essence of the sea. Euron's ambition is to elevate white sand into a luxury commodity, one that appears unattainable to the common eye, accessible only to the elite and the affluent. The price? Tenfold the cost of coarse salt is merely the starting point. In King's Landing, Old Town, and Bravos, a small vial of white sand is valued equivalently to an equal weight of silver. This is a blatant harvesting of wealth, exploiting the halo of faith and absolute quality monopoly, extracting astonishing profits from the tables of the noble families across the Seven Kingdoms, from the treasury of the Prince of Dorne, and within the ledgers of Bravo's Iron Bank. The flow of gold surges like a tamed tide, continuously pouring into the storerooms of Pike City. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity, Euron established the Ice and Fire Trading Company, its influence quietly extending to the major ports on both shores of the Narrow Sea, proclaiming to all potential buyers, interested in acquiring white sand from the Iron Islands? Certainly. However, one must concurrently purchase the salt produced in the Iron Islands, whether it be the blessed salt from Pike City or the coarse salt from other islands. It must originate from the Iron Islands. Any attempt to procure salt from alternative sources to replace iron salt, once discovered, will result in the permanent revocation of the right to purchase white sand. Monopoly is the means to set prices. It is the most lucrative strategy. The third ironclad decree established by Euron is the blade of monopoly. These three mandates hang like a sword of Damocles, compelling all merchants and lords coveting white sand to fix their procurement gaze firmly upon the Iron Islands. This not only solidifies Pike City's absolute pricing power over iron salt, but also binds the salt production of the entire archipelago to the chariot of House Greyjoy, significantly enhancing the bargaining power and overall value of all iron salts. The coarse salt from Saltcliffe Island, merely by basking in the glow of Iron Island's production, sees its price soar, and although Count Gimmon's heart is filled with mixed emotions, he nonetheless secures a share of the bounty, his will to resist quietly dissolving in the face of cold hard cash. The ancient path of new power, the sharp blade in hand. Another authority bestowed upon him by King Corlin, the allocation of raiding privileges under the new order, is wielded by Euron with the precision of a skilled surgeon. He categorizes the new order's raiding routes and waters into different tiers based on the loyalty and contributions of each island, particularly the enforcement of salt taxes and binding sale policies, as well as the discipline shown in past raids, strictly prohibiting any interference with the vessels of the Seven Kingdoms, issuing varying values of raiding permits. Loyal islands with substantial contributions, such as Dunstone of Greatwick Island, closely bonded through marriage and the allocation of fine salt, often secure lucrative routes directed towards merchant ships laden with spices and silks or slave trading fleets. Those who harbor indecision and exhibit ineffective execution, such as the once duplicitous Balon of Blacktide Island, may find themselves relegated to perilous, low-reward fringe routes, or even reduced to harassing impoverished fishing villages. The allocation of licenses is decreed by Euron, for he alone possesses knowledge of all the intelligence relayed by his informants regarding the routes. This information acts like invisible reins, directing the marauding forces of the Iron Islands, transforming their destructive capabilities into instruments for the targeted acquisition of wealth, steadfastly serving the overarching strategy of Pike City. The spoils of plunder must be proportionally rendered to Pike City as a management fee, while the Ice and Fire Trading Company emerges as the paramount intermediary for fencing and resupplying, adeptly collecting funds while simultaneously selling goods, thereby gaining control over the flow of black gold. The Song of Ice and Fire, a symphony of black and white, is epitomized by the banner of the Ice and Fire Trading Company, which features a sea monster forged from frost on one side and a battle axe entwined in flames on the other, establishing a formidable new power along the narrow sea. Ostensibly, it engages in legitimate commerce, transporting salt from the Iron Islands, especially the bundled common salt, ironware, and salted fish to the mainland in exchange for grain, timber, textiles, and luxury items, subsequently distributing these goods back to the islands. Yet, its true profit core lies hidden beneath the surface, efficiently distributing the spoils of conquest from Bravo's gold ingots to Dorne's sunset red wine, from Myreen's lace to the ivory of the Summer Isles, simultaneously providing the ironborn fleet with precise intelligence, partially sourced from eyes controlled by poison and the blades of the ironborn, secure supply ports, and urgently needed repairs and armaments. With one hand, it launders black gold, and with the other, it supplies the instruments of slaughter, weaving an extensive net that encompasses both economy and violence. In just a year, the amassed wealth, as recorded in the trembling parchment scrolls of the venerable scholar Claygon under dim candlelight, astonishingly surpasses the total plunder and trade revenues of the Greyjoy family over the preceding decade. Gold coins, as if summoned by sorcery, inundated the once desolate cellars of Pike City. King Corlin stood before the vast stone window of his study, gazing at the bustling harbor filled with competing sails, observing the towering stacks of cargo below the castle, and listening to the faint yet distinct sound of clinking coins. His rough fingers unconsciously traced the cold stone windowsill. The 5-year-old child who had proposed the audacious salt strategy in the Storm S Hall, once met with skepticism, now sat resolutely at the center of the power chessboard like a rock. He silenced the voices of faith with the gifts of the drowned god, shackled the economy with bundled sails, erected high walls of wealth through monopolistic barriers, seized the reins of violence with precise distribution of plunder, and orchestrated a symphony of black and white through the Ice and Fire Trading Company. Each step was executed with precision, coldness, and efficacy. The echoes of doubt had long since shattered into frothy bubbles upon the relentless tide of gold coins and absolute control. Indeed, many lords proposed designating Euron as their heir. Chapter 29. The Oath of the Grey Sea King in the family banquet hall. A unique aroma mingled the scents of sea salt, roasted fish, and whale oil lamps. The enormous black stone table resembled a whale's skeleton washed ashore, cold and heavy. Flames danced in the fireplace, casting distorted shadows upon the rough stone walls, yet failing to dispel the chill that permeated the hall, soaked to the bone by the briny cold sea breeze. At one end of the long table sat Euron Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands, his presence as unyielding as a rock, diligently slicing into a succulent roasted cod. Beside him was his wife, Sansa Greyjoy, a woman from the Blacktide family of Blacktide Island, her countenance perpetually shadowed by an air of melancholy, quietly shredding fish meat to feed their 1-year-old son, Victarion, who was just beginning to utter his first words. Also present was Colin's fiery brother, the boisterous trainer Balon Greyjoy, who was heartily indulging in ale, along with Balon, the elder brother of Euron, seated at the second place at the table. The occasional clatter of cutlery against silver plates, the indistinct babbling of young Victarion, Balon's hearty laughter, and Balon's whimsical singing of pirate songs filled the air. Colin swallowed a piece of fish, his rough fingers grasping a coarse pottery cup, his gaze anchoring heavily upon Euron, who sat quietly at the opposite end of the table. His voice, though low, shattered the tranquil atmosphere like a stone cast into a deep pond. Today, 2 lords have proposed to me. Colin paused, surveying the faces around him, finally resting his gaze upon Euron's calm, almost indifferent visage. "They wish for you, Euron Greyjoy, to be named my heir." A soft clink resounded as Sansa's silver spoon lightly struck the edge of her porcelain plate, producing a subtle yet jarring sound. She abruptly lifted her gaze, a flicker of alarm flashing in her eyes, instinctively clutching her son, Victarion, tighter. Uncle Balon's hand froze mid-pour, murky liquid cascading down his thick beard as his eyes widened in disbelief, darting between Colin and Euron, finally landing with a complex expression on his silent nephew, Balon. The air in the hall seemed to be sucked away in an instant, leaving only the crackling of the firewood and the mournful wail of the sea wind against the high windows. At the second seat of the long table, Balon Greyjoy's robust arms firmly gripped his knife and fork, his eyelids lowered as he focused intently on his meal. He had certainly heard his father's words and understood their weight. Just before the feast, his father had posed the same question in the armory. Balon's response had been unequivocal, even tinged with a hint of approval for his younger brother. "Euron? That lad has a certain cunning, his mind racing faster than a storm. If he can indeed seize more gold and fatter sheep for the Iron Islands than I can, what of it? After all, it is the blood of Greyjoy that flows upon the throne of the Iron Islands." Balon cherished his family, loved all his brothers, including the one who often made him feel a bit uneasy, Euron. Blood ties were chained stronger than any nonsensical law. An heir? If his father decided. A mere furrow of Balon's brow would not be enough to contest it. He instinctively felt that such a significant matter was too casually brought up at the dining table, and he was eager to witness the reaction of that ever-mysterious little imp. Colin, while continuing to eat his fish, casually inquired, "Euron, what do you think?" "What do I think? How can I think? I can only lie here." Euron's heart remained untroubled, even amused, as a distant memory of a jest from another time flitted through his mind. In his hand, the knife and fork moved with unwavering precision, effortlessly slicing through the pristine white flesh of the fish, his movements so graceful they seemed incongruous with his age. He did not even lift his eyelids, as if his father were discussing the weather rather than a matter that could shake the very foundations of their lineage. Amidst a suffocating silence, Euron finally delivered a small piece of the meticulously deboned tender meat to his mouth, savoring it with deliberate care. He picked up a linen napkin and leisurely wiped the corners of his mouth before finally raising his mismatched eyes. The left eye resembled a chaotic abyss that consumed all light, while the right appeared as the frozen core of a storm, calmly meeting his father's scrutinizing gaze. "The firstborn inherits," he stated in a clear, youthful voice devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if articulating the immutable laws of the tide, which had always been the cornerstone of the Iron Islands and even of Westeros itself. His gaze seemed to inadvertently drift towards Balon, who snorted dismissively through his nose, continuing to chew on the fish. He knew this brat would invoke tradition, putting on a pretense. The slight resentment that had arisen from his brother's favoritism was momentarily suppressed. Corrin observed Balon's expression and Euron's composure with keen interest, leaning forward slightly, akin to a seasoned captain probing unknown waters. "But you are the son of the drowned god. The Iron Islands diverge from the mainland's 6 kingdoms. The will of the drowned god reigns supreme over mortal law. There are precedents in our history for non-firstborn inheritance." His words served as bait, probing the innermost ambitions of the younger son. A subtle arc lifted the corners of Euron's mouth. He set down his cutlery and leaned back against the chair, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through the thick stone walls, casting itself upon the roaring, boundless obsidian sea beyond the window. "Father," his voice remained calm, yet it resonated with a grandeur that transcended age, almost prophetic in its ethereal quality. He paused slightly at every mention of the salty sea breeze or the sound of crashing waves, each word crystallizing like ice laden with sea salt, striking the silence of the stone hall. "All of it is my domain." This proclamation swept through the hall like an invisible tempest. Lady Sansa gasped, her complexion paling. Uncle Baff's mouth fell agape, oblivious to the wine spilling from his cup. Even Balon, who had been staring at the table, felt his body tense imperceptibly. Euron's gaze traversed their astonished faces before finally resting on Corrin, his mismatched eyes seemingly aflame with a deep-sea fire. "I prefer the promise of the Grey King. I shall rule the oceans and the rocky lands. Adorned in a robe woven from seaweed, my lofty pale crown fashioned from the teeth of Naga." He recounted the most ancient and exalted legends of the Iron Islands, his voice not loud but imbued with an undeniable weight, echoing as if from the depths of antiquity. In the hall, one could hear a pin drop, the only sound being the restless flickering of the fire in the hearth, casting reflections upon every face etched with astonishment. Euron's gaze ultimately shifted towards his brother Balon, who sat across from him like a silent mountain. His tone softened remarkably, even imbued with a childlike innocence and playful teasing, as if he were amusing a hot-tempered yet close companion. "So, father," he said, spreading his small palm and gesturing as if to say, "Take it and play with it." Mischievous glints sparkled in his heterochromatic eyes as he declared that this little iron islands should be left for Brother Balon. He even mimicked the tone of adults coaxing children, elongating his words to add, "He should be able to keep the home safe." The tone and demeanor were unmistakably those of a child saying, "Big brother, you can play with this toy first, just don't lose it, as I am off to play with something grander." Suddenly, a jarring metallic screech erupted, causing a visceral reaction. Balon Greyjoy's face turned a deep shade of liver. He understood. He comprehended fully the insufferable lightness with which this little rascal regarded him. What did he mean by keeping the home safe? Balon Greyjoy was a wolf of pike, a fearsome captain capable of tearing apart enemy ships. How old was this brat? To dare speak to him in such a condescending tone, bestowing the Iron Islands upon him. The fury ignited within him like a flame. Forget the son of drowned god. He would first teach this insolent child who was the elder brother. With a surge of violent strength, he gripped the knife and fork in his hands. The heavy, forged steel knife was grotesquely twisted as he squeezed it like soft clay. The tines of the fork sank deeply into the flesh of his palm, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with rage, fixating on Euron like an irate sea lion tormented by a seal, bellowing so thunderously that dust fell from the ceiling. "You little brat, I want to kill you." Beneath the surface of his furious roar lay an undeniable anger. Yet deeper still was the embarrassment and indignation that arose from his peculiar, yet beloved brother's irreverent teasing. The bond of blood remained, but in this moment, all he wished was to seize this wretched child and deliver a sound thrashing. A scene of brotherly camaraderie unfolded in the dining hall as Euron darted around the table, evading his furious elder sibling, until their mother, chuckling, gathered him into her embrace. Only then did Balon begrudgingly cease and return to his seat. After a moment of quietude, King Quellan turned to Balv and extended his hand, stating, "You lost 100 golden dragons." Balv rolled his eyes, having initially thought it a jest between brothers, unaware that his brother Quellan would truly overturn the table. Accepting defeat, Balv tossed a jingling pouch of golden dragons, shaking his head with a sigh. Shouldn't it have been the younger brother scheming against the elder preparing to vanquish the menace, and then both of them engaging in a brawl? What has become of the worth of the Iron Islands king? Betting on whether the brothers would fall out over this? Balon was astounded, shouting, "You bastard! Is this something to be wagered or joked about?" King Quellan and Balv erupted in laughter, unperturbed by the chaos. Euron, acutely aware of an unusual scent, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Perhaps many truly desire to witness the scene that Uncle Balef has described." Colin sighed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he replied, "Balon, I must say, your brother's intellect far surpasses yours." Balon paused for a moment, then responded, "Father, do you mean to suggest that someone is deliberately spreading these rumors to incite discord between us brothers and disunity within the family? And then what? Those who engage in such deeds surely harbor ill intentions. They must be captured and executed. Yet there are numerous lords who entertain such thoughts, some with ulterior motives, some merely following the crowd, and others genuinely sincere. Shall we apprehend and eliminate them all? We can initially detain them, and then employ means to make them understand. These individuals are the ironborn of the Iron Islands, nobles and lords, not mere salt slaves or your captives. It is not simply a matter of capture or execution. Do you wish to plunge the Iron Islands into chaos?" Colin disregarded the single-mindedness of his eldest son and turned to Euron, inquiring, "Euron, what is your perspective?" "What can I say?" Euron responded, "It is a most effective and insidious conspiracy. My point is," Euron smiled, "we should bide our time in silence. Furthermore, since they wish to witness discord between us brothers, let us grant them their wish, allowing them to see what they so desire. In due time, several individuals will undoubtedly appear at both my side and Balon's, masquerading under various pretenses of goodwill, offering us counsel. Those who appear most eager and willing to provide assistance will be the hidden rats." Balon scratched his head and remarked, "Acting? This is my forte. No wonder they call you a prodigy. In such a brief span, you have conjured an idea. It is indeed perplexing. We consume the same salted fish. Yet how does your mind work so differently?" As he spoke, he ruffled Euron's hair, playfully pinching his cheek. "Brother, let us ensure that we do not inadvertently turn pretense into reality, becoming entangled by those individuals." "Idiot, are you mocking my intelligence, or do you look down upon me?" "Oh, it's not so bad. Truthfully, There's a hint of both. Once again, the scene of brotherly affection unfolded in the banquet hall. Chapter 30. Arrangements for my brother's marriage. Every Wednesday afternoon, the top floor of the bachelor's tower is suffused with the scent of aged parchment, sour wine, and a profound dust that belongs to the realm of knowledge. Sunlight filters through the thick glass windows, slicing into murky beams that illuminate the slowly swirling particles in the air. Euron Greyjoy, a child barely taller than the high-back chair he occupies, is curled within a massive seat crafted from whale bone and ironwood, nearly engulfed by the colossal structure. Opposite him sits Balon Greyjoy, the king of the sea stone, grounded like a mountain, his rough fingers brushing against a letter just delivered by a raven, embossed with the sigil of the bronze chains of the citadel. The news inscribed upon the parchment is heavy as lead. The prolonged summer lasting a full decade is drawing to a close, and what follows will be at least 3 years of bitter cold. Euron, what is your take? Colin's voice resonated deeply, akin to distant thunder. This is not a mere inquiry into a child's opinion. Rather, it serves as a test of an heir's intellect. How do I perceive it? How could I possibly perceive it? I find myself reclining, witnessing a nonsensical jest traverse through the mind of Euron, evoking a sense of absurd detachment. Yet, his heterochromatic eyes calmly scan each meticulous and unforgiving character upon the parchment before he lifts his gaze. His youthful voice resonant and unhesitant. The scholars of the learning city have observed the stars, recorded the tides, and dissected the clouds for millennia. Their prophecies may occasionally falter in minor ways, yet they have never completely failed. This prolonged summer of 10 years itself stands as a defiance against the natural order. Thus, the impending winter shall undoubtedly arrive with a severity that doubles to amend all of this. His small finger rests upon the parchment's prediction regarding the duration of winter, 3 years. Perhaps merely a conservative estimate. The Iron Islands must stockpile sufficient provisions to sustain themselves for at least 3 years, and my counsel is that the more, the better. In the protracted winter, surplus grain holds more power than excess gold. Balon nods slowly, his jawline resembling a rock eroded by relentless storms. We have 1 year left. The roses of the High Court are preoccupied with their own affairs. Their supplies will flow solely towards the golden dragon of King's Landing. The vast lands of the north and the Vale will yield only more hunger during winter. His gaze drifts towards the gray-green sea under the gloomy sky. It appears that only the free trade city-states of the east and Pantos remain viable options. Grain, timber, and the furs and oils that will keep our people warm in the icy seas. Euron interjects, his tone reminiscent of reciting the most ordinary of trade lists. These have always been our most vital and frequent exchanges with the outside world. As news of the impending winter spreads like a plague throughout the 7 kingdoms, the masts of salt pans grow increasingly dense with each passing day. Under Euron's discreet orchestration, the longships belonging to the Company of Ice and Fire and various lords traverse the narrow sea with unprecedented efficiency, akin to industrious ants, hoarding provisions for the winter. However, before the breath of winter truly reaches the towering spires of Pike, a matter of great significance regarding the bloodline and power of House Greyjoy awaits resolution: the marriage of the eldest son, Balon. In these islands, where iron and blood dictate law, marriage has never been a personal delight, but rather a strategic maneuver for families. Especially for the heir of the King of Salt and Rock, his bride must be a piece of considerable weight in the game. If winter lasts for 3 years, the union with his brother Balon must be completed beforehand, or they shall wait an additional 3 years. According to the customs of Westeros, the 3 years of winter are the most opportune times for procreation. Euron does not wish to delay the births of his nieces and nephews. The following day, Euron stands alone in the depths of the Greyjoy family crypt. The cold, briny air entwines around the eternal whale oil lamps that cling to the stone walls, casting flickering shadows. His fingertips glide over the obscured sarcophagi, eroded by time and sea winds, feeling the ancient glory and death inscribed upon them. Beneath the immense, imposing statues of his ancestors, the body of a 5-year-old child appears as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet the cold calculation flowing in his eyes is more unyielding than the ice at the crypt's deepest recesses. My lord. A gentle yet clear voice shatters the silence. Lisa appeared behind him, as if coalescing from the shadows like a specter. She offered him a roll of aged parchment, the information regarding House Harlaw that he requested. Euron accepted it, unrolling the scroll in his hands. The dense text and intricate diagrams outlined the lineage of another prominent family from the Iron Islands, detailing their power distribution and the undercurrents that had emerged in recent years. His gaze ultimately settled on a name: Yelanis Harlaw, the 16-year-old niece of the head of House Harlaw, whose mother hailed from House Blacktide, and whose father perished a decade ago in the Battle of the Stone Steps as a captain of the Iron Fleet. Tell me about her. Euron's voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the roar of the waves crashing against the tomb's foundations. Lisa lowered her eyes, the firelight dancing upon her long eyelashes. Her eyes were a rare shade of light sea green, and her hair a deep brown, uncommon among the ironborn, reminiscent of submerged oak. She could concoct potions to cure high fevers in front of a distillation apparatus, and also play melodies on her lute that stirred the sailors' longing for home. Yet last month, someone witnessed her accurately shoot an errant seagull, plucking it from the air with a skinning knife from 10 paces away. Last year, she had spurned the proposals of 2 suitors from House Stonebridge, returning their tokens with disdain. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Euron's lips. Perfect. The Harlaw family's lineage, closely intertwined with House Blacktide through maternal ties, possessed a unique blend of cultural refinement and the fierce valor intrinsic to the Ironborn. More importantly, House Harlaw commanded the most extensive repository of knowledge in the Iron Islands, with their fleet more inclined towards trade routes than raiding ancient pathways. This union could artfully weave the fortitude of Greyjoy with the wisdom and wealth of Harlaw. Moreover, in the preordained trajectory of fate, Yelanis was destined to be Balon's rockwife, to bear heirs who would inherit the Greyjoy name and ferocity. Euron had no intention of altering this chapter already inscribed. He even found himself looking forward to the nephews and nieces that were fated to be born. 3 days hence, the training grounds were filled with sweat, the shrieks of steel clashing, and heavy breaths. Balon Greyjoy was violently cleaving a heavy battle axe into an oak dummy, wood shavings flying with each strike, each blow encapsulating the energy of a 19-year-old seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration since his father had enacted the new laws. Steam rose from his bronzed skin, his muscled back resembling a restless volcano. "Brother," a calm childhood voice, incongruous with his current state of mind, broke through. Balon paused, panting, and turned to see Euron standing at the edge of the training ground, cradling a small barrel reinforced with iron bands. "Try this." Euron offered the barrel. Balon took it skeptically, uncorking it before taking a hearty swig. The intense burning sensation surged up his throat, provoking a cough. Yet his eyes brightened. "The red venom of Dorne? Where did you get this, you little rascal?" "Yelanis Harlaw had it sent to me," Euron replied, blinking, a mischievous glint flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. "She said that only the eldest son of House Greyjoy is worthy of this blood-igniting spirit after sampling all the islands." Baron's ears flushed crimson at a visible pace, resembling one who had been scalded. He brusquely shoved the barrel back into Euron's embrace, deliberately elevating his voice to mask the sudden awkwardness. "Humph. Those bookish ones from House Harlaw, merely adept at arithmetic, she is not." Euron leisurely extracted a dagger from within her garments. The dagger was exquisitely crafted, its handle wrapped in slip-resistant seaweed fibers, an eccentric yet practical design. "Recall that incident last month near Blacktide Island, when a sailor from Mill attempted to snatch her amber necklace. It was this very dagger that she used to pierce his throat with lethal precision." He paused, adding, "A single lethal strike." Baron instinctively softened his grip as he received the dagger. His fingertips grazed the cold blade, and he seemingly detected a faint, lingering scent of rusted iron that had not been entirely washed away. He gazed silently at the blood-stained weapon, as if perceiving something beyond it. "If all goes as expected, she will soon be your rockwife, my sister-in-law." Euron's tone carried the light-hearted teasing unique to brothers. "You have seen Yelanis, brother. In terms of beauty, courage, and that indefatigable spirit, she is a divine gift, perfectly suited to your brutish nature. I cannot fathom what ill fortune you have stumbled upon to earn such luck. You scoundrel." Baron, akin to a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, felt the nascent, unfamiliar emotion swiftly replaced by an all-too-familiar irritability. "It seems you haven't had any affection in a while. Feeling a bit frisky, are we? Come, let your dear brother see if your tongue is swifter than your skills." Before he could finish, he kicked a heavy wooden training axe lying on the ground towards Euron, while swiftly drawing another, striking down with a fierce gust. The force was relentless and unyielding, yet curiously avoided all vital points. Euron nimbly sidestepped, the wind from the axe's swing tousling his dark hair. Unarmed, he bore a knowing smile at the corner of his lips, beginning to dance around his enraged brother on the sand-laden training ground. For a moment, the air was filled solely with the dull thuds of wood clashing, Baron's roars, the whispers of wind as Euron deftly evaded, and the raw, fervent exchange that was unique to the Greyjoy brothers of the Iron Islands. Chapter 31. The Alliance. The 10 towers of House Harlow's castle did not exude the somber majesty of Pike. Instead, They resembled an enormous nest perched atop gray cliffs. A hodgepodge of towers, studies, and observatories. Even the sea breeze here seemed to soften, carrying the scents of parchment, aged ink, and dried seaweed. As Euron Greyjoy's small boat approached the shore, it did not elicit the usual commotion that accompanied ironborn visits. Instead, a few robed scribes, their gazes sharp as hawks, silently guided him across the tide-marked stone steps. Accompanying Euron were 10 guards led by Dagmor and the maid Lisa. In the circular chamber at the pinnacle of the Grand Library Tower, he encountered Lord Roderick Harlaw, known as the Scholar. Unlike most lords of the Iron Islands, he was tall and slender, draped in a worn velvet robe, his fingers stained with ink, and a pair of discerning gray eyes concealed behind a cluttered table laden with scrolls and astrolabes. Euron Greyjoy, Lord Roderick's voice was calm, imbued with the cautious demeanor characteristic of a scholar. The hatchling of the sea monster from Pike had flown alone to 10 Towers, a venture uncharacteristic of his brother. Balon Greyjoy. Was he seeking to borrow tomes on greenhouse cultivation in preparation for the impending long winter nights? Euron inclined slightly, his manners impeccable. The unusual hues of his eyes appeared even more enigmatic under the scant light filtering through the tower's window. Lord Roderick. My father's gaze is firmly fixed upon the grain ships heading east. I have come with a matter of greater warmth and significance concerning the future of the Greyjoy bloodline. He did not meander. Instead, he produced a document meticulously wrapped in sealskin. On behalf of my brother, Balon Greyjoy, heir to Pike, I extend a proposal of betrothal to your family's illustrious jewel, Lady Alysanne Harlaw. Roderick did not immediately accept the document. He merely tapped his fingers lightly on an open ancient tome adorned with intricate title charts. Balon is like a blade unsheathed, sharp yet prone to inflicting harm upon himself and those around him. He hesitated, a glimmer of familial softness appearing in his eyes. She requires more than just a husband capable of wielding an axe. It was precisely for this reason that the union seemed particularly fitting. Euron's voice flowed steadily. My brother Balon possesses an indomitable will and fearless courage. He is a born warrior and leader, destined to elevate the glory of Greyjoy to new heights. As for Lady Alysanne, her wisdom, her healing skills, and indeed, her precise knife work, if I may be forgiven for having heard some tales, could become the most resilient vine upon the rock, smoothing edges and enriching the land. The fortitude of Greyjoy requires the wisdom of Harlaw to chart its course, while Harlaw's knowledge and trade networks necessitate Greyjoy's might for protection. This is not merely the union of two families. It represents a synthesis of ancient traditions with new pathways, an endeavor to ensure that the Iron Islands emerge stronger in the forthcoming winter and beyond, rather than merely wealthier. He stepped forward, gently placing the document in a vacant spot upon the table. Moreover, he lifted his gaze, his eyes appearing to pierce the barrier of scrolls. In the impending embrace of the lengthy night enveloping the world, what could provide greater warmth and strength than the close bonds of blood? This is not conquest, but alliance, a covenant of the most ancient and steadfast kind. Roderick remained silent for an extended period, the tower top filled only with the howling sea breeze and the subtle rustling of parchment. Finally, he extended his hand, his fingertips brushing the sealskin scroll, as if to gauge its weight and promise. He glanced out the window. The shadow of 10 Towers was slowly elongating, casting its veil over the bustling port below and the vast, unending sea beyond. Indeed, Yara Greyjoy once remarked that in all of Pike, only the fury of the eldest Greyjoy son could evoke the taste of Dornish wine in her mind. Nonetheless, I must seek the counsel of both her and her mother before I can respond, the Count finally said, a subtle curve gracing the corners of his lips. Of course, Euron replied, blinking. This is my first visit to Harlaw Island, and I wish to explore the surroundings, though I wonder if it would be convenient. With every new location explored, one earns corresponding points. Waste is a shameful endeavor, as even the smallest gains accumulate. After all, a mosquito's leg is still meat. And Euron never looked down upon it. Roderick readily consented. Our esteemed guest, certainly you may. On the day of the wedding at the Sea Goddess Temple in Pike, the hall resembled the belly of a long-submerged leviathan more than ever before. Beneath the vast stone dome, hundreds of whale oil torches were affixed to iron rings in the walls, their flickering flames casting an ethereal glow upon the tattooed, bald heads of the drowned priesthood, while elongating and distorting the shadows of all present onto the slick, salt-crusted black stone floor. The air was thick with a briny heaviness, a blend of seawater, burning oil, cold stone, and a more primordial, mysterious essence belonging to the deep-sea rites. Balon Greyjoy stood tall in a fresh black leather tunic, adorned with the golden sigil of a sea monster embroidered on his chest. He was as rigid as a mast nailed before the altar, his jaw taut. And within his usually fiery eyes lay a deeper, more intricate emotion, a solemn acceptance of the impending, inescapable fate. Occasionally, his gaze swept over the woman beside him. Yara Greyjoy was not clad in the elaborate silks typical of mainland noblewomen. Instead, she donned a simple yet elegant deep green woolen gown. Its edges embellished with silver-threaded wave patterns, complemented by a cloak woven from polished black fish scales draped over her shoulders. Her deep brown hair was intricately braided into a thick plait cascading before her, interspersed with tiny pearls reminiscent of stars. In her hand, she wielded a ceremonial short dagger, its sheath crafted from walrus ivory. Her stance resembled that of a warrior poised to forge a blood oath with her allies rather than a bashful bride. Her green eyes calmly meeting the myriad of gazes, curious, scrutinizing, awestruck, and even tinged with a barely perceptible jealousy. The voice of the drowned priest resounded, both robust and hoarse, reciting the ancient vows of the ironborn, each syllable seemingly imbued with the weight of the sea and the echoes of the abyss. Thou art the rock, and he is the chain that binds thee, allowing thee to stand steadfast amidst the storm. Thou art the blade, and he is thy whetstone and sheath, ensuring thy edge remains ever sharp without harming thyself. Together, you shall sail towards the distant shores, finding a place within the palace of the drowned god. The climax of the ceremony did not revolve around the exchange of rings. The priest presented a rough black stone sea bowl filled with icy, nearly black seawater. Balon and Yara simultaneously submerged their hands into the frigid depths, the biting cold instantly tightening their muscles. With a coral-embedded dagger, the priest swiftly made a shallow incision upon their overlapping wrists, allowing a few drops of blood to mingle with the inky seawater, disappearing almost immediately. With salt, the priest raised his voice, casting coarse sea salt into the bowl. By ice, he then added a small shard of everlasting ice, said to have originated from the farthest northern lands. By blood, finally, he gestured towards their mingling blood. You shall unite, until the seas run dry, until the stars fall. The ritual concluded. The priest splashed the seawater, now a mixture of salt, ice, and blood, at their feet, allowing it to seep into the crevices of the stone. There were no sweet kisses, no jubilant cheers. Instead, the ironborn nobles and captains struck the ground with the butts of their knives and axes, producing a deep, rhythmic rumble akin to war drums, reminiscent of the ominous thunder preceding a tsunami. This was the highest form of acknowledgement and blessing from the Iron Islands. Balon turned his head, for the first time truly and thoroughly observing his bride. Yara was likewise gazing at him, her face devoid of bashful blush, marked only by a calm appraisal and resolute acceptance. She slightly raised the dagger in her hand, a subtle yet potent gesture. Amidst the cacophony, King Balon maintained a placid demeanor, his eyes reflecting a satisfaction rooted in the consolidation of family interests. Lady Sansa clung tightly to Victarion, her gaze a mixture of concern and a faint glimmer of hope for the newlyweds' future, gently caressing her abdomen where a new Greyjoy awaited birth. Uncle Baff grinned widely, enthusiastically thumping the shoulders of those beside him. Euron Greyjoy stood silently in the shadow of a massive stone pillar in the temple, watching the couple at the altar. Bound together by ancient rites, destined to confront storms and winters side by side, silently bestowing his blessing. This union, which he had orchestrated, aligning with fate and self-interest, settled firmly into its predetermined position on the vast chessboard, yet he sensed an added weight upon his shoulders. He wished for none of his future nieces or nephews to face a tragic fate. Chapter 32. The Lottery. Brooks' soared the brief excursion to Harlaw Island ultimately yielded him 160 points. The gain was not particularly bountiful, yet it met expectations. His stay had been brief, and although he bore the title of the second son of the King of the Iron Islands, to the intricately woven and traditionally rooted Harlaw family and its subjects, he remained a figure to be regarded with caution. Many corners were inaccessible to him, and many gazes held a scrutinizing undertone, significantly limiting his efficiency in accumulating points. As plans for crossing the ocean approached, Euron found himself in greater need of strength than ever before. With a flicker of intent, the system interface shimmered, and a full 100 points instantly vanished, drawn into the unfathomable whirlpool of rewards. A frigid sensation, perceptible only to him, coursed through the depths of his soul, as if the gates of the underworld had momentarily swung open. Acquired weapon, Soul Reaver, the chill coalesced, and a slender European rapier quietly materialized in his hand. The blade was exceedingly thin, yet it radiated an inhuman, ethereal blue luminescence, as if forged from millennia-old ice marrow. Its weight was peculiarly light, feeling almost insubstantial in his grip, yet it astonishingly maintained perfect balance. This was the sword of Brook, the musician and swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. One of the esteemed officers of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, hailing from another world. The blade's edge not only has the power to rend flesh, but also to infect the very marrow with a chilling despair that emanates from the underworld, capable of rendering the enemy into a state of frozen horror. For Euron, who does not solely rely on brute strength, this ethereal, enigmatic, and deadly sword of magic arrives at an opportune moment. He hangs the Soul Reaver at his left hip. It no longer belongs to Brook. Thus he has bestowed upon it a name of his own, Cold Spirit. This additional Western sword has attracted attention, yet it was merely curiosity. Only Baron, with a restless hand, drew it forth for a moment, only to deride it with scorn, a toy for a little girl. Euron's gaze swept over the gray expanse of the sea outside the window, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the rough wooden table. How many months remained until the winter predicted by the scholars in the academy? Without raising her head, Lisa replied with a clear and calm voice, 3 months. The ominous messages from the north corroborated this, as the cold winds began to coalesce north of Neck's End. 3 months should suffice. Euron rose, shadows dancing along the stone walls with his movements. In the coming 2 months, I shall traverse every island of the Iron Islands, leaving no corner unexplored. My father has entrusted me with a heavy responsibility. I must witness with my own eyes whether their granaries are full, if their eaves can withstand the storms, if their blades are sharpened, and if they truly require no assistance. His tone was steady, articulating noble reasons. Yet deep within, this journey was far more than an act of compassion or duty. Each island was a chessboard awaiting a decisive move. Every appearance, every promise, and even every act of benevolent punishment would transform into silent currency, accumulating points that belonged solely to him, Euron. He craved these points, yearning for the rewards that the Pirate King system would bring. The journey across the narrow sea called to him from afar, fraught with unknown storms, arcane sorcery, and ruthless foes. Beyond that vast expanse, any external aid could dissipate like mist. Only the strength clenched firmly in his grasp would be his sole reliance to cut through waves and survive. Over the next 2 months, the footprints of Euron Greyjoy, alongside the dark hull of the Drunken Hound, traversed every rebellious inch of the Iron Islands waters. This was not a leisurely cruise, but rather a silent storm. The Drunken Hound served as an extension of his will, cleaving through the leaden waves to visit those islands of craggy rocks and howling sea winds. Despite his tender age of 7, no lord of the Iron Islands dared to regard Euron Greyjoy as an ordinary child. He wielded the White Sands, not merely as an extraordinary object, but as a source of power more intoxicating than gold. The origins of this secret were unknown, yet its blinding radiance heeded only his command. Every quota that the island's nobles could secure was delineated by his slender fingers. This gift could elevate a family to prominence, while its deprivation could plunge another into the abyss. All trade routes leading to wealth and plunder intertwined like threads of fate, ultimately converging at his fingertips. It is he who determines which maritime routes are revealed and which plunders of ancient paths may be carried out. The strength with which the Iron folk wield their swords derives from the intricate visions silently orchestrating in his mind. More awe-inspiring still is the fact that even the unfathomable deity of the depths seems to crown him through the voice of priests. The clergy extol his divine miracles before the smoke-wreathed altar, venerating him as the offspring of the water god. Thus, a bizarre fusion of religious fervor and secular authority is accomplished within him. When the distinctive black sails of the grand ship appear on the horizon of any isle, the entire territory instantaneously enters a taut state, laced with anticipation and dread. The horn atop the watchtower sounds in a specific rhythm, its notes no longer serving as alerts for external foes, but conveying a more intricate message. He has arrived. The port swiftly descends into an orchestrated chaos. The lords would never wait until the vessel docks to hastily prepare. They would immediately don their finest furs or chain mail, commanding their servants to hasten in tidying the courtyard, bringing forth the most exquisite sour ale and cured meats from their cellars, and sternly instructing the raucous, salt-stained crew to temporarily restrain themselves, forming at least a semblance of respectful ranks. No lord would perceive this visitation as a mere ceremonial call. In their eyes, the gradually emerging warship does not carry a mere child, but rather transports a moving treasury and an invisible scepter of power. The welcoming ceremonies at the docks are invariably excessive, even tinged with a hint of clumsy obsequiousness. The lords themselves must be present, accompanied by all significant members of their families and anxious scholars. Their faces were the most sincere smiles they can muster, yet in the depths of their gazes, rapid calculations unfold. What is the purpose of his visit? Is it to inspect tributes? To allocate shares of white sand? To divulge the routes for the next season? Or has he caught wind of some unfavorable news? No matter how full the goblets at the banquet, they cannot dilute the air thick with caution and inquiry. Each toast conceals a subtle edge, and every report on the state of the territory is meticulously crafted. They display ample provisions and robust warriors, not out of pride, but to demonstrate their worth and loyalty, hoping to secure more favor in the forthcoming allocations. Their fear does not stem from his tender age of 7, but rather from the absolute power he embodies, the intelligence that ignites greed and warfare, the quotas of white sand that dictate the rise and fall of families, and the nearly divine legitimacy endorsed by the priests of the water god. Each of Yuluin's visits is for them a miniature election of kings, an assessment of fate. They bow before a diminutive figure of 7 years, yet one who is the indisputable embodiment of power controlling the lifeblood of the Iron Isles. He appears to be fulfilling the duty of a second son, inspecting provisions, ships, and preparations for winter with concern. However, those hawk-like eyes measure something far deeper: the inclinations of the human heart, the price of loyalty, and the depths to which fear can reach. Indeed, for Yuluin at this moment, the utmost priority lies in acquiring the points that will render him even more formidable. Chapter 33. The Pirate King System's 10 consecutive draws. Iron Archipelago, a realm sculpted by frigid ocean waters and resilient rocks, is anchored by 7 principal islands. Pike Island, ruled by the Greyjoy family; the mineral-rich Dock Island; the ancient and sacred Oldwick Island; the vast and formidable Harlow Island; the cliff-laden Salt Cliff Island; the tumultuous Black Currant Island; and the verdant Oak Island. This time, Yuluin, navigating the ship Gourmet Drinker, soared across these uncharted lands like an indefatigable sea hawk. He delved into the mist-laden depths of Dock Island's mines, stepped upon the ancient reefs of Oldwick Island where the king's selection was held, surveyed the towering white cliffs of Salt Cliff Island, explored the enigmatic whirlpools of Black Currant Island, and traversed the shadowy forests of Oak Island. He even meticulously inspected over 20 desolate micro-reefs scattered around the main island, imprinting every corner of the Iron Archipelago into his memory. This almost obsessive pilgrimage yielded bountiful rewards, amassing a total of 1030 points. As the bow of the Gourmet Drinker once again cleaved through the familiar waves of Pike Island, before the vessel could fully steady, Yuluin eagerly plunged into the depths of his consciousness, initiating the arcane drawing ritual. 10 brilliant beams of light cascaded forth, revealing the gifts of fate: food, seafood fried rice, a steaming portion of robustly prepared fried rice, the sweetness of the seafood seemingly capable of dispelling the briny scent of the sea. This was indeed the very first dish crafted by Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. Undeniably delicious, yet merely sustenance. One must eat while it is hot. Ah, how delightful. Special item: Bloodline Factor, a life blueprint discovered by the scientist Vegapunk and the Vinsmoke family, Sanji's father, defined as the core substance determining biological hereditary traits, possessing the potential to alter an organism's genes perilously. In the anime, it is implanted during the embryonic stage, granting immense strength, venomous abilities, exoskeletal defenses, and more upon maturation. It is implausible to revert Yuluin to a fetal state. Thus, under the adjustment of the world's will, it transforms into, upon consumption, the latent bloodline within his body may be activated. Talent: Archaeologist, a sudden awakening of intuition bestowing him extraordinary insight into the historical fragments within ancient carvings and shipwreck remains. Additionally, he possesses a remarkable aptitude for language acquisition. Skill: Basic shipbuilding, an influx of knowledge regarding keel material selection, vessel design, and storm-resistant structures inundates his mind, surpassing the current craftsmanship of the Iron Archipelago. Skill: Culinary Art 1, a newfound mastery over the timing and seasoning of ingredients bestows him with exquisite control, transcending mere roasting. Skill: Basic Meteorology, the ability to interpret cloud formations, wind direction, and sea wave variations allows him to predict short-term weather patterns. Talent: Fishman Breathing, an extraordinary enhancement of lung capacity enables him to hold his breath underwater for extended periods, akin to the legendary creatures of seafarers' tales. Skill: Navy 6 Styles, Paper Drawing 1, mastery of an uncanny evasion technique permits him to flow like a sheet of paper in the wind during combat, sensing air currents and dissipating force. Item: Dancing Powder, a small pouch of peculiar powder, rumored to disturb rainfall in specific areas in a bizarre manner, harboring dangerous political potential. It may prove to be remarkably effective at certain times. Item: Sea Stone, a dim, pigeon egg-sized mineral. When held, emits a disconcerting faint energy, potentially possessing unique effects on specific subjects. However, its hardness rivals that of diamonds. In Westeros, who could forge it? Among the Tendras, the most useless in Euron's eyes was undoubtedly the already consumed food, seafood fried rice, followed by skill, culinary arts. It is not that the skill is without merit, but as a noble, he seldom has the opportunity to showcase his culinary prowess in the kitchen. Skill, basic shipbuilding, and skill, basic meteorology, lean more toward long-term investments. While item, dancing powder, and item, sea stone, will be carefully preserved, as their utility may manifest unexpectedly. The most useful are skill, naval 6 style paper drawing 1. Talent, archaeologist, and talent, fishman breathing. Months ago, a water dancer from Bravos set foot on the hard soil of Pike Island. His name was Rafael Ortega, graceful yet tinged with melancholy. He did not come seeking adventure or wealth, but rather for a fervent yet disastrous love. He became infatuated with a renowned courtesan from Bravos, and, in a duel ignited by his passion for her, he fell the powerful merchant's favorite with his rapier. This victory briefly captured the lady's favor, but also summoned relentless hatred and pursuit, forcing him to retreat to the Iron Islands across the narrow sea. Since Euron mastered skill, naval 6 style paper drawing, his combat prowess experienced a qualitative leap. Raphael's rapier struck with the swiftness of a snake's strike. Yet before Euron's increasingly keen perception, he frequently faltered. Euron's form became like a leaf dancing in the wind, able to accurately predict and align with the currents of each attack, allowing the deadly tip of the sword to narrowly graze his garments. The two faced each other daily in the coastal training grounds, the clash of metal harmonizing with the sound of waves. One imparting the fluid swordsmanship of Bravos while the other honed the art of evasion to instinctive perfection. Meanwhile, talent, archaeologist, endowed Euron not only with insight into antiquities, but also with an extraordinary understanding of linguistic symbols. As he learned other languages from Lisa, his astonishing speed astonished her as well. The obscure grammar and ancient vocabulary swiftly fell into place in his mind, connecting seamlessly. Within mere months, he was able to shed the clumsiness of a novice and engage in profound conversations in fluent and precise High Valyrian with Lisa, his articulation of the ancient tongue bearing an air of chilling authority. Moreover, talent, fishman breathing, fundamentally transformed Euron's relationship with the sea. He was no longer merely a marauding sailor, but had become a part of the ocean itself. He could plunge into the cold, dark depths like a seal, with powerful lungs enabling him to remain submerged for extended periods. He darted between the rocks with a speed that surpassed even the startled shoals of fish, moving with an agility that suggested gravity had lost its hold in the water. The sea, once a cradle for iron men and a grave for countless others, now lay before him, transformed into a vast expanse ripe for exploration and conquest. At last, Yuluen gazed intently at the special item, bloodline factor. Standing alone atop the highest serrated pillar of Pike Island, he was surrounded by the roaring waves crashing against the dark rocks below. Clutching a black jade vessel in his hand, the liquid within swirled as if it contained a miniature, tempestuous ocean. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. An unnatural chill erupted within him, freezing his blood and breath, as if he had swallowed the very core of an eternal winter's heart. Immediately, a searing heat surged forth, akin to molten rock coursing through every vein. He gasped, sinking to one knee, his nails digging deeply into the hard stone. His bones creaked under the unbearable strain, while muscle fibers tore and frantically reconfigured. His consciousness was cast into an endless abyss of darkness, sinking beneath the whirlpool of agony. Just as his awareness teetered on the brink of dissolution, a grand illusion burst forth before his eyes. A magnificent throne, constructed from colossal corals, the bleached bones of sea monsters, and the remnants of countless sunken ships, loomed at the ocean's silent depths. Upon this throne sat a figure, blurred yet immensely imposing, crowned with entwined seaweed and a dim diadem, wielding a colossal pale-boned spear that seemed capable of piercing the primordial fabric of existence. Great sea dragons and the gentle sea trolls of the north bowed submissively at his feet. This was the Grey Sea King, the progenitor of all oceanic dominion in the mythos of the Iron Men. The agonizing tide receded, and an unprecedented sense of power surged from the depths of his bloodline. Vast and ancient, he gradually rose, his body as light as sea foam, yet imbued with the weighty strength of the rocks. The world as he perceived it had irrevocably altered. He could distinctly hear the rippling water disturbed by a fleeing school of mackerel miles away, catch the scent of sulfur wafting from a deep-sea volcanic vent, and even sense the slow pulse of the earth beneath the island's foundation. Pike Island transformed from mere cold stone into an extension of his own being. Deeper changes stirred within the core of his soul. A profound, majestic, and inhuman will awakened within him. When he gazed once more at the vast ocean that had devoured countless ancestors of the Iron Man, his perspective had shifted entirely. He was no longer a conqueror surveying a beast to be tamed, but a returning king, surveying his birthright, an undeniable domain. This bloodline did not bestow upon him the divine ability to manipulate the seas, but granted him an unparalleled affinity and understanding of the ocean, instilling a primal pressure that inspired awe in all marine life, along with a profound sense of raw submission deeply rooted in the ancestry of all Iron Men. His eyes were no longer the windows of a mere mortal. The left eye was a void of all-consuming darkness, purer than the deepest midnight, as if all light would be crushed and absorbed within, leaving only an absolute emptiness and silence. In contrast, the right eye embodies the deep azure of the sea before a tempest, seemingly imprisoning the impending thunder and the serpentine lightning that rends the sky and ocean, pulsating with near-violent energy. 1. Bloodline of the Grey Sea King. The perception of the ocean extends like a jellyfish, allowing consciousness to diffuse across the surrounding waters. Without the need for sight, one can sense subtle changes in currents, the movements of schools of fish, and even the approach of large creatures such as seals and sharks. This sensitivity is particularly acute during stormy weather, enabling one to interpret the fury and rhythm of the waves. 2. Large marine creatures instinctively regard you with awe or curiosity, rather than aggression, and you may even command legendary sea beasts. 3. Deep sea physique. Strength and endurance are significantly amplified underwater, with swimming speeds rivaling the swiftest dolphins. The body is better equipped to withstand water pressure and cold, capable of diving to depths far beyond human limits while maintaining core temperature and mobility in frigid waters. 4. Bloodline majesty. The iron-willed followers of the submerged deity evoke a sense of reverence and submission stemming from the depths of the bloodline. 5. Unknown. 6. Unknown. These abyssal and azure eyes manifest the power inherent in his bloodline. Abyssal eye, left eye, blacken the presence of this absolute eye of reality. All illusions and magical deceptions are rendered impotent, their facades twisting and dissipating like gossamer cast into a raging fire, revealing their underlying grotesqueness or ordinariness. One can even actively perceive internal ailments and corrosive toxins as impurities, extracting and consuming them into nothingness with sheer will. With merely a gaze, even raging flames are throttled as if by an unseen hand, swiftly dimming to extinguishment, leaving only wisps of smoke. Azure eye, right eye. Blue, this eye governs the tumultuous forces of the external world. The waters within its line of sight cease to flow freely, bending to his will, swirling into a colossal fist or an unyielding water shield that strikes with impact. He can perceive and direct the energy coursing through the atmosphere, summoning storms, causing dark clouds to gather with unnatural swiftness, while winds and lightning heed his command. This power is overwhelmingly formidable. A mere attempt leaves the world spinning. Clearly, mastering these eyes capable of subjugating the ocean will require an extensive period of refinement and adaptation. Chapter 34. The Winter of Westeros in Westeros. Winter is not merely a season, but a slow and precise divine retribution descending upon the entirety of civilization. Its arrival is not a sudden freeze, but a tightening noose, beginning with the first frost flower that fails to melt and culminating in the last sigh swallowed by the wind and snow. For the vast majority, winter signifies a reduction of life to its most primal and grotesque form. They huddle like troglodytes in lowly thatched huts, sharing their space with pigs, sheep, chickens, and dogs, relying on the meager warmth generated by livestock and the fermentation of their dung to stave off the cold that can shatter stone. Their range of movement is confined to the short distance between their beds and the cellar. Each day's ration transforms into a cruel ritual, a bowl of thin oatmeal, barely revealing the bottom, or a loaf of dark bread that requires half a day as saliva to soften enough to bite. Salt here transcends its role as a mere seasoning, emerging instead as a sacred essence that sustains life. It seals the scant provisions of meat and fish, representing the solitary taste of saltiness in the protracted months of scarcity. In this desperate rationing, humanity is compelled to make the darkest of choices. The elderly, once the pillars of their families and reservoirs of wisdom, silently and almost tacitly volunteer to diminish their own sustenance, reserving the meager crumbs of life for their grandchildren. In the north, This tradition is imbued with a hauntingly beautiful yet terrifying name, the North's Mercy or the Last Hunt. When the firewood dwindles and the granaries run dry, the elders of the household cloak themselves in the most tattered furs, proclaiming their intent to venture forth in search of prey for their kin, resolutely stepping into the boundless expanse of white, never to return. They exchange self-exile and death for a few more hours of warmth by the hearth and a few additional days of meager rations. In the depths of despair, whispers spread like a plague through the frozen hamlets, resurrecting the legend of the rat chef. This is no longer merely a tale to frighten children at bedtime. It becomes a chilling reality that grips the heart when one casts a furtive glance at neighbors or family in the throes of hunger, a shiver of unarticulated, yet palpably real dread. Even a castle forged from stone stands as nothing more than a slightly larger refuge against the winter's onslaught. The heavy gates fall shut, isolating the world beyond. Benevolent lords, such as the Starks of Winterfell, are acutely aware of their covenant with the land and its people. They may establish porridge kitchens, yet the gruel served is thinner than that found in the homes of the common folk, intended merely to sustain life rather than satiate hunger. Although feasts within the castle have not ceased, the contents of the platters have diminished from roasted pigs to stewed salt pork and root vegetables, while the music of the minstrel fails to dispel the pervasive anxiety that lingers in the air. The noble's principal preoccupation has shifted to meticulous calculations. How many more days can the stores in the cellar endure? How many nights can the woodpile burn? Each distribution of food becomes a gamble, wagering on the swiftness of spring's arrival. Winter also marks a season of population increase within the castle, not out of joy, but driven by cold pragmatism. In the interminable dark nights of idleness, procreation becomes a necessary endeavor to sustain the family and labor force, with the hope that as the snow melts, new hands will emerge to fill the void left by lives claimed by the harsh winter. If Westeros is enduring winter, then the wall faces winter itself. This colossal ice barrier transforms into the very frontier of hell. Passages are completely sealed beneath several meters of blue ice, and towers stand like frozen tombstones. The Night's Watch brothers huddle within the frigid stronghold, chewing on black bread and salt meat as hard as stone, a remnant of centuries past. Their sole beverage is a watered-down sour beer. Standing watch has become a punishment more dreadful than death. The sentinels must endure the numbing cold that threatens to freeze their fingers while keeping vigil over the desolate, snowstorm-shrouded haunting woods. Despair and cold dismantle the human spirit more effectively than the White Walkers. Each winter, there are brothers in black who choose to shed their cloaks and flee towards the vast, snow-covered plains of the south, fully aware that it too is a path leading to death. Their betrayal is not of their oaths, but of an unbearable, endless, icy solitude. The roads become legends buried beneath the snow. The narrow sea transforms into a roaring graveyard, and the pulse of trade ceases entirely. The significance of the golden dragon and silver stag has diminished to the point where a small pouch of salt or a bundle of firewood holds far greater value than a bag of gold coins. Society has regressed to a primitive state of barter. In an effort to combat this calamity, a frenzied struggle against nature ensued throughout the summer and autumn seasons. Granaries have been expanded to their maximum capacity, filled with grains, legumes, and barrels of salted fish. Taxes are nearly all levied in kind. Every cellar is crammed with pumpkins, onions, dried mushrooms, and any food that can be stored. Housewives bustle like warriors, pickling mountains of cabbage and brewing honey wine and beer that provide fleeting numbness and a modicum of warmth. The final moments of autumn are a race against time. People dash into the fields, hastily harvesting all unripe crops, regardless of their size or bitterness. The forests have been subjected to extensive logging, not for expansion, but for survival, with towering stacks of firewood serving as a more reassuring barrier than city walls. Perhaps most heartbreaking is the slaughtering season, where livestock, those cows, sheep, and pigs that grazed languidly throughout the summer, are culled in droves, unable to survive the winter devoid of fodder. The air is thick with the scent of blood and smoke, as their flesh is transformed by salt and smoke into bacon, ham, and hard, wood-like salted meat, becoming the cornerstone of protein to endure the long, harsh winter. Each prolonged winter represents a brutal harvest of the population and the very foundations of civilization in Westeros, with countless lives lost to hunger, cold, and the ensuing plagues, such as the dreadful winter flu, revealing the harsh reality of the cyclical fluctuations in the land's populace. Meanwhile, in the Iron Islands, this battle for survival bears a uniquely acrid flavor of seawater. The dominion of House Greyjoy will be put to the test this winter. The ironborn have long excelled in the art of salting. Throughout the autumn, The workshops of salt pans operate tirelessly, shrouded in smoke. The captured schools of fish are not sold, but are instead gutted and layered upon mounds of salt, transformed into salted fish that can sustain them for an entire year. The meat of seals, walruses, and even sharks undergoes similar treatment. Seaweed is harvested and dried, serving as both sustenance and fuel. The ancient trade routes falter in winter. Yet the role of the Ice and Fire Consortium becomes paramount. Under the strategic planning of Euron and the formidable support of King Corran, throughout the summer and autumn, the longships of the Iron Islands morph into trading fleets, feverishly exchanging iron or plundered goods in the last few raids before the weather turns. And their unique sea salt for the most essential supplies, grain, timber, furs, and medicines, with the free cities of Essos and the coasts of the Narrow Sea. The cellars and warehouses of Pike are brimming with provisions from across the world, their abundance perhaps even surpassing that of certain noble houses in the Reach. This represents another form of iron currency. King Corran understands well that if the common folk perish, who will row the boats? Who will forge? Who will fight? While he may not possess the warmth of a Stark, he is undoubtedly pragmatic. He will command all island lords to ensure the survival of fishermen, allocate food supplies judiciously, and concentrate the artisans of the Iron Islands indoors to hastily forge weapons and repair ships, preparing for any potential actions in the spring or the following summer. The idle ironborn pose a peril, necessitating their tethering to labor. The priests of the sea god become increasingly occupied, their hoarse voices intoning ancient prayers, soothing the dread of the drowned god, proclaiming that sacrifice and endurance are the paths to garnering the favor of the flowing palace. The tales of mercy from the north take on a different rendition among the Iron Islands, perhaps recounting the old sailor who braves a small boat into a winter tempest, seeking the fabled warm fishing grounds for his kin. Winter is equally harsh upon the Iron Islands. The damp, cold sea winds can penetrate to the marrow, and storms sever the connections between islands. Yet, reliant upon the bounty of the sea, strict discipline, the accumulation of trade, and an inherent resilience to suffering, they struggle for survival in this torturous civilization, awaiting the moment when they can break free from the ice and once again redefine the world's rules with iron and fire. Fortunately, this winter's arrival was heralded by Euron. The white sand he crafted a year prior has amassed a wealth of gold and silver for the Iron Islands, now offering countless souls the hope of survival. Chapter 35. The world is vast. The prophecy of winter arrives like an intangible chill, penetrating the marrow of the Iron Islands even before the salty, frigid winds from the Narrow Sea. Beneath the dome of the citadel, Euron Greyjoy's gaze does not linger upon the map before him, marked with the granaries and forests of Westeros, but instead, he gazes longingly at the vast, ancient map of Essos on the wall, its edges blurred by rot and humidity. Faced with the encroaching winter, another choice looms: to venture to a distant continent. The parchment depicts a vast expanse of the east, from the frozen, trembling sea to the smoke-filled Volantis, from the serpentine flow of the Rhoyne to the mysterious, eerie lands of Ass-High, a patchwork of countless city-states, deserts, oases, and grass seas. The deep voice of King Balon resonates nearby, analyzing the valley's stores, the plight of the north, and the increasingly treacherous shipping routes across the Narrow Sea. Yet Euron's thoughts sail upon the winds of imagination, traversing those tempestuous waters. Euron understands that the winter of Westeros is no ordinary season. The scholars of the Citadel employ the trajectories of stars and climatic cycles to elucidate, yet deep within, they harbor a more ancient and unsettling realization. The seasons of this land are distorted by some vast, primordial, incomprehensible magic. The long summer is both a blessing and a curse, heralding the subsequent, soul-freezing, civilization-threatening prolonged winter. This is an affliction rooted in the very laws of the world, tormenting only Westeros. And what of Essos across the Narrow Sea? When the ice crystals adorn the battlements of Winterfell, when the fields of the Riverlands lie buried beneath deep snow, and even the beggar-esque guilds of King's Landing huddle in corners, trembling, the southern lands of Essos may bask in the unyielding sunlight of Lys and Volantis, the Spice Islands still wafting warm breezes, and the hills of Karth adorned with olive trees and vineyards. Their winter is but a gentle footnote on the trade calendar, merely requiring an extra velvet coat. Their troubles lie in trade tariffs, mercenary contracts, and the prices of slaves, rather than the ability to unearth the final grain of sustenance from the depths of the snow. The laws governing the world are starkly divided between this shore and the other. Euron's fingertips silently trace the narrow, deep blue fissure on the map that represented the Narrow Sea. This chasm divides not merely two continents, but appears to separate two entirely distinct destinies. Westeros struggles upon the chessboard of gods and demons, bearing the cost of extreme seasonal fluctuations, perhaps also clandestinely nurturing ancient forces corresponding to it, such as the children of the forest, the White Walkers, and dragons. In contrast, Essos, despite its own deities, blood magic, and shadowy offspring, seems to operate under a more mundane set of rules, one more fervently devoted to trade, conquest, and hedonism, thus spared from the cyclical divine retribution wrought by magic. Euron mused that each fragment of Valyrian steel resonates with lost incantations. Every flame in the Red Temple may burn with genuine divine power. Each immortal of Qarth might guard the secrets of time, and every grotesque creature lurking at the edge of the smoke-filled sea could be a product of twisted magical experimentation. All of these, within the framework of the system, shine as harvestable points. His journey eastward would be a grand hunt, not for lions or bison, but for miracles, secrets, and forbidden knowledge itself. In Westeros, magic has faded, becoming a pale ghost. The Citadel dismisses it as superstition, while the nobility clings to ancient rituals. Its presence is as faint as the last warmth of summer's end. Dragons have long been extinct, the children of the forest have retreated into legend, and the White Walkers have become mere bedtime stories to frighten children. The world's hues here have become monotonous, imprisoned within the dreary cycle of steel, honor, and power. Yet in Essos, magic has never truly perished. It has merely transformed, lurking in the shadows, awaiting its awakening. Euron's fingertips lingered over the ruins of Valyria, where he could imagine the sulphurous mist still harboring the furious energy of blood magic and dragon fire. He thought of the Shadowlands of Ashai, where it is said that sorcerers still trade with entities not of this world. He envisioned the immortals of Qarth, perhaps soaking in pools of jade, peering into the currents of time. He contemplated the Red Temple, where the priests of the Lightbringer might truly resurrect the dead through faith. This ubiquitous, vibrant power, potentially tangible and even manipulable, emanated an allure far more enticing than any gold or crown to Euron. The system demands an exploration of anomalies, and perhaps at a deeper level, his soul yearned to comprehend and even master the wild, perilous primal forces that underpin the world's foundational logic. The Seven Kingdoms engage in a game of power, while certain corners of Essos unfold the chess match of gods and demons. He must venture there, not merely to observe, but to learn, in pursuit of ultimately entering the fray. Finally, it serves as a safeguard. Should, by any chance, Westeros fail to withstand the onslaught of the White Walkers, the lands across the Narrow Sea would serve as the last bastion for the Ironborn. Historically, the Targaryen family's exile prior to the madness of King Aerys had already underscored the value of the East. When the harsh winters or turmoil in Westeros become unbearable, the East stands as a natural sanctuary and supply line. Dragonstone acts as the forward outpost, while Essos serves as a vast rear base. The flickering glow of the whale oil lamp dances in the mismatched eyes of Euron Greyjoy, reflecting the enormous and intricately detailed map of Essos sprawled across the table. His fingertips glide slowly over the coarse surface of the parchment, traversing from the stepped pyramids of Pintos to the black woods of Kohor, ultimately resting beside the shadowy lands of Ashai. This journey is not merely a geographical exploration. It resembles a quest for the magnetic poles of destiny. As autumn gives way to winter, the Narrow Sea transforms into a roaring beast. The voice of Corran pulls Euron back to reality as he points to the strait on the map, his brow furrowed. The storm can shred the sturdiest longships, and hidden within the fog lie treacherous reefs and even more terrifying entities. Each crossing represents a gamble with the drowned god. All vessels must remain at the shore, and all trade must cease. The risks are indeed substantial. Yet, this very risk acts as a natural barrier, shielding Essos from the immediate frigid currents of Westeros, while simultaneously filtering out the bold and the desperate who dare to navigate its treacherous waters. A thought emerges, like a sea monster quietly surfacing in the darkness, becoming vivid in Euron's mind. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it, not merely to gaze upon it, but to touch, taste, and comprehend that land untainted by the curse of magical winter. The system demands points, and the continent of Essos brims with anomalies and tales, making it an exceptional hunting ground for acquiring them. More pragmatically, it offers the grains, timber, and resources urgently needed by Westeros, compelling him to personally integrate, fortify, and expand the trade network of the Ice and Fire Consortium. This intricate and sophisticated network encompasses numerous free cities, rife with cultural variances, greed, and betrayal. It necessitates a mind of absolute authority, extraordinary analytical prowess, and ruthless determination to personally orchestrate, intimidate, and make instantaneous decisions. Those agents and partners must witness the will of Greyjoy, even if it resides within the form of a 7-year-old child. This is not an inspection, it is an activation, transforming potential trade routes into the lifeline of the Iron Islands. While his father and others may fret over security, they remain oblivious to the fact that, over the past 2 years, the Ice and Fire Consortium has quietly laid its groundwork in Pintos, Bravos, and even further afield in Liss. Aided by Euron's foresight and a touch of fortune, nearly 100 elite from the Iron Islands, not merely merchants but also artisans, scouts, and warriors disguised as mercenaries, have infiltrated several major free trade cities like Wedges. His journey is not an incursion into unknown peril, but rather a reconnaissance to tighten the net that has already been stealthily cast. Meanwhile, the lords of Westeros continue to clash fiercely over the Iron Throne, fiefdoms, and claims of inheritance. But have they ever looked up to behold the world? True power may not solely emanate from the cold edge of a sword or a lengthy lineage. It also arises from the golden rivers, from the intricate web of information, and from a profound understanding of the rules governing the world. Essos serves as the finest classroom for grasping all of this. Euron yearns for a winter camp, situated just across the narrow sea. This is not an act of evasion, but rather a different form of ambition. While Westeros curls up in the chill of winter, nursing its wounds and gathering strength, he, Euron Greyjoy, will be on another stage, amassing a different kind of power for the Greyjoy family and for himself, one potent enough to upend everything in the future. His gaze returns to the unfamiliar names on the map of Essos, as if he can already envision the chimneys of bustling factories, the clamor of slave markets, the fragrant spice bazaars, and the undercurrents of gold and power surging beneath it all. It is a realm untouched by the long, frigid winter of Westeros, a vibrant and fervent world, waiting for him to explore and conquer in a manner distinct from the ancient paths of the Ironborn. Chapter 36. I long to see. Ultimately, Euron chose to confront matters head-on. In the king's study of Pike, the atmosphere was denser than the stormy sea outside. The whale oil lamp cast a flickering halo over the immense black stone desk of Euron Greyjoy, illuminating the spread sea charts, a half-unrolled trade list, and the silent collision of wills among the core of the Greyjoy family. Euron Greyjoy, merely 7 years of age, stood as steadfast as a sea reef. His voice rang clear, piercing through the hurried breaths of his mother, Sansa Blacktide. Father, mother, the long night is approaching, lasting 3 years. I do not wish to squander these precious 1,300 days and nights, hiding behind the heavy stone walls of Pike, existing like an onion in a cellar, waiting to be slowly consumed. His words surpassed his years. Waiting itself is a form of death. King Corlin did not respond immediately. His robust fingers absently caressed a bronze paperweight on the desk, an artistic representation of a drowning person's agony. His gaze resembled an abyss, scrutinizing his youngest, most enigmatic, and least controllable son. I know your mind is filled with thoughts far beyond your years. As if possessed by the drowned god, Corlin finally spoke. His voice deep and gravelly, tempered by the sea breeze. But your body, Euron, is only 7 years old. A single wave, a gust of winter wind on the narrow sea, could obliterate everything you are. If you were 5 years older, or even 3, possessing shoulders capable of withstanding a storm, my answer might be different. Euron's lips curled into a faint, almost mocking arc, his mismatched eyes glimmering with an otherworldly sheen under the light. Father, have you forgotten? They call me the son of the drowned god. Some even whisper in taverns that I am the king of the grey sea returned from the deep. Do you believe the ocean would easily reclaim its own creation? Begone. Colin slammed his hand on the table, causing the paperweight to leap. Do not attempt to placate me with the same old tales meant for fishermen and salt wives. You are my son, bearing my blood, not some mythical creature. His roar carried an edge of agitation, a disturbance stirred by the violation of a taboo, and a deeper unease that sometimes blurred the line between whether his son was truly gifted or merely a vessel for some ancient force. In the face of his father's wrath, Euron's expression transformed abruptly into one of stark pragmatism, even bordering on coldness, dispelling the air of mystery. Of course I fear death. Father, more than you can imagine. His candid admission was unsettling. It was precisely this reason that he would not recklessly plunge into the icy sea without preparation. He stepped forward, placing his small hand on the maritime map depicting the coastline of Essos. Pintos holds our ice and fire trading company's largest warehouse and boasts at least 100 loyal ironborn. The 3 alleys of Liss are teeming with our spies. We have trading partners in Volantis and even further afield in Coer. I am not going to wander. I am to inspect our existing enterprises. His fingers traced several crucial locations, his tone as calm as if he were reciting accounts. The Kraken's Dagmar will lead his longship fleet, the Black Bethany and 2 swift vessels, with 300 of the fiercest and most loyal ironborn as my escort. They have sworn, brimming with salt water, to protect me with their lives. He paused, lifting his gaze, his eyes sharp. Furthermore, I have informed Melia Romis that the Bravosi handling our grey dealings has generously contracted a squadron of elite mercenaries. 100 seasoned warriors will rendezvous with me in Pintos, tasked with safeguarding the shore. I am not going to wage war, father. I merely seek to fortify our trade routes, inventory our warehouses, ensuring that gold and supplies continue to flow to the Iron Islands like lifeblood, even through winter. This is far safer and more vital than any act of plunder. No, absolutely not. Lady Sansa could no longer contain herself. She rose abruptly, her face as pale as salt, her voice sharp with fear. You are merely 7 Essos. That is a land rife with slave traders, assassins, and plague. They will seize you and sell you to those eastern sorcerers for their potions. Or you may succumb to a fever in some filthy inn. I forbid you to go. Nowhere. Stay in Pike, where I can see you. As a mother, she envisioned not grand ambitions, but a small body on the brink of being consumed by the horrors of the East. Euron turned to his mother, his tone softening yet imbued with an unyielding resolve, a determination that appeared particularly chilling on the face of a child. Mother, I will not go now, I assure you. I will wait until the first true snowflake falls upon the towers of Pike, until the sea begins to freeze over, confirming that Westeros has officially entered its slumber. Only then will I depart. His promise sounded more like a countdown. Silence fell within the study, broken only by the crackling of the hearth and the lament of the sea wind against the high windows. King Colin's gaze shifted from his trembling wife to the calm, almost indifferent face of his young son. He glimpsed the depths of those eyes, revealing not the capriciousness of a child nor the recklessness of youth, but a chilling, meticulously calculated ambition coupled with an insatiable thirst for a grander stage. He discerned that this was not a discussion, but a proclamation. After a prolonged silence, the king of the Iron Islands exhaled heavily, the sound reminiscent of the ocean's abyss. It seems, he spoke slowly, each word laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. You have made your decision, not as a son seeking his father's permission, but as a Greyjoy, declaring your intent. Euron nodded slightly, offering no denial. Indeed, father. Euron reclined into the vast stone chair, shadows cloaking much of his face, yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Then, his voice regained its customary, undeniable authority. Prepare thoroughly before the first snowflake falls. I wish to see the repair records of every ship, the list and backgrounds of each guard, the details of every agreement with mercenary companies, and the precise locations and contact methods of all supply points. Your plans must be as impenetrable as the scales of a Naga. Otherwise, even if I were to chain you beneath the altar of the drowned god, I would not permit you to step outside of Pike. This was not a blessing, but a command, a trial, a final ultimatum from a father to his son, and from the king of the Iron Islands to one who might steer their family into uncharted waters. Euron nodded with a smile. It must be done. As I have said, I have a great fear of death. Chapter 37. Before departure, personal attributes. Pirate King system bound host. Euron Greyjoy. World law synchronization for low magic plane loading complete. For every certain number of points consumed, free attribute points will be rewarded. 100, 200, 400, 800, 1600, 3000. Remaining free attribute points. 4, 1400, 1600. Remaining points. 30. Base rewards. The data panel reflects the standard values for a normal adult male in Westeros. Strength, 6, 10. Agility, 9, 10. Stamina, 10, 10. Spirit, 16, 10. Leadership, 13, 10. Charm, 14, 10. Luck, extremely poor, extremely excellent special attributes, filled with uncertainty, 1. Bloodline, Greyjoy lineage grants the ability of oceanic perception. Awareness can extend like a jellyfish across surrounding waters, sensing subtle changes in currents and the movements of fish. Even the approach of large creatures, such as seals and sharks, without the need for sight. This ability intensifies during stormy weather, allowing one to interpret the fury and rhythm of the waves. 2. Large marine creatures instinctively regard you with awe or curiosity rather than aggression, and you may command legendary sea beasts. 3. Deep sea physique. Strength and endurance are significantly enhanced in water, with swimming speed rivaling that of the swiftest dolphin. The body is better equipped to withstand water pressure and cold, capable of diving to depths far exceeding normal limits, while maintaining core temperature and mobility in icy waters. Bloodline majesty. The The devout followers of the sea god evoke a reverence and obedience that springs from the very depths of their lineage. Unknown. Unknown. Talent. Archaeologist. Talent. Fishman breathing. System activation reward. Conqueror's Haki. Passive. Uncontrollable. Only manifests during intense emotional upheavals, such as anger, fear, or life-threatening situations. Whereupon one's gaze or entire being subconsciously releases a mental deterrence, intimidating the weak, upgrading to 21,000 points. Skill, basic navigation. Skill, Fishman Karate, beginner. Item, life card, subcard 1. Mount, Pharaoh juvenile form. Skill, shipbuilding. Skill, culinary arts. Skill, meteorology. Skill, marine 6 styles paper drawing. Weapon, soul-devouring sword, frost spirit. Items, dancing powder, sea prison stone. Over the course of 2 years, through relentless and steadfast effort, strength has risen from 4 to 6 points, primarily due to the constraints of age. Agility has increased from 6 to 9 points, nearing adulthood. Stamina has improved from 4 to 7 points, receiving an additional 3 points following the awakening of the Grey Sea King's bloodline. Mental fortitude, potentially due to the fusion of 2 souls or the act of traversing realms, has soared to an extraordinary 12 points, far surpassing that of an average individual. However, a means to further enhance mental strength has yet to be discovered, with a 4-point increase only occurring after awakening the Grey Sea King's bloodline. As authority and manpower have expanded, domination has ascended from 8 to 13 points, and charisma has notably risen from 9 to 14 points, undoubtedly aided by the vigorous promotion of the sea goddess priesthood. The 4 free attribute points are not in a rush to be utilized, as the body continues to grow prior to reaching adulthood. Various physical attributes are expected to naturally increase through exercise and maturation. On the eve of his long voyage, Yoluin hosted a modest gifting ceremony in the Hall of Pike City. The air was infused with the scents of sea salt and roasted meat, while torches cast flickering shadows upon the stone walls, and the attendees were those closest to Yoluin. He wished to keep the impending journey across the narrow sea a secret from any noble of the Iron Isles, even if it could not be concealed indefinitely. There was no need for grand ostentation. Yoluin approached his father, the king of the Iron Isles, without unnecessary words, simply raising his hand to signal Dagma and Lisa to present a covered object draped in thick velvet. As the cloth was unveiled, a suppressed gasp of astonishment resonated through the room. It was not an ordinary map, but an extraordinarily intricate diorama of the Iron Isles, occupying the entirety of the table. Every island was meticulously replicated using the island's own rock, capturing the contours of cliffs, the depths of harbors, and even the underwater reefs known only to seasoned fishermen, all precisely marked with colored sand and stones. This was not merely a map, but a strategic treasure forged from generations of nautical wisdom and countless explorations, encapsulating the entire kingdom within a compact space. This precision was certainly aided by the mapping function obtained from the Pirate King system. Such detail would have been impossible otherwise. The king observed in silence, his rough fingers gliding slowly over the coastline of Old Wick Island, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable approval and gravity. He then turned towards his mother. A wooden box inlaid with mother-of-pearl was opened, and in an instant, the brilliance within nearly eclipsed the flames. It was a crown from the distant land of Quillith, crafted with unparalleled skill, the warmth of amber, the depth of agate, the coolness of jade, and the translucence of precious stones were exquisitely set upon a base of mithril, intertwining to create a lavish and exotic radiance. Euron slightly bowed, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth as he softly remarked, "They say Westeros has an iron throne. Perhaps the Iron Islands should have an Iron Queen?" His mother stood momentarily stunned, her fingers grazing the cold, exquisite gems, rendered speechless as complex emotions shimmered in her eyes. After all, 9.5 out of 10 women are enamored by these dazzling, albeit impractical, treasures. For his younger brothers, his gifts were particularly thoughtful. To his third brother, he presented an ancient longship model, meticulously carved, assembled, and lacquered by his own hand, where every detail from the sails to the shields and the fierce visage of the figurehead was rendered with precision, enough to captivate any boy. For the toddler brother still unsteady on his feet, he offered a small wooden sword, polished to a smooth finish to ensure it could never harm, along with a bracelet strung with blood-red coral beads salvaged from the depths of the sea, contrasting vividly against the chubby wrist. He did not forget his uncle Baelor. The gift was a dagger of ancient design, devoid of embellishment. Yet, when Baelor curiously drew it forth, the dark, rippling blade glimmered under the firelight, exuding a unique luster. Its weight and icy touch left him momentarily breathless. This was Valyrian steel. This seemingly unremarkable, yet invaluable gift made the old warrior's hand tremble slightly. Finally, he approached his brother Balon, donning that expression which always irked Balon, feigning distress with his hands empty, palms upturned. "Alas, my dear brother, future king of the Iron Islands." Euron sighed, his voice rich with feigned regret. "The gift I prepared for you has truly taxed my wits. The finest spoils aboard the ship pale in comparison to your valor. The sharpest blades do not match even half the sharpness of your temper." He paused deliberately, savoring the tightening of Balon's brow, the flare of his nostrils in barely contained anger. At last, he unveiled his one-of-kind treasure. Euron abruptly produced an item from behind him, solemnly pressing it into Balon's hand. It was neither a formidable weapon nor gold or jewels, but a small wooden boat, crudely carved from rough timber, barely palm-sized. The hull was uneven, still bearing splinters, and the mast leaned awkwardly, resembling a child's clumsy handiwork. Balon stood stunned, gazing at this pitiful trinket in his grasp, his cheek muscles twitching from overwhelming humiliation and rage. The air around them seemed to solidify, everyone holding their breath. "You imbecile." Balon's face flushed a deep crimson, poised to hurl the wooden boat to the ground. The key. In the fleeting moment before the eruption of Baron, Euron swiftly completed the latter half of his sentence, simultaneously casting a heavy, rusted iron key with a clang upon the beleaguered little wooden vessel. The model accompanied by the key symbolized that he would wield dominion over a true Leviathan. Baron raised his hand, caught in a quandary. Torn between throwing the key or keeping it, he appeared somewhat dazed. Euron erupted in laughter, patting his shoulder, and gestured towards the shimmering bay illuminated by the moonlight. "Do you see that newly launched, largest, and most well-equipped warship in Dragonbone Bay? Yes. The very behemoth you have secretly admired on several occasions. From this day forth, it belongs to you. After all, once I set sail, there must be a worthy guardian watching over the home, lest a thief arrives, compelling you to pursue them in this diminutive vessel. Do you appreciate this jest, brother?" "Ha ha." Baron's expression transitioned from fury to bewilderment, and finally to overwhelming joy, the drastic changes rendering his face somewhat comical. He grasped the rusted key with fervor, nearly distorting it, his voice quavering with excitement. "The sea monster's fury? Are you truly serious? What an atrocious name, but so be it." Euron grimaced. "It is your vessel now. You would do well to rename it, something that would instill fear in your foes rather than provoke their laughter." Baron's ecstatic elation was swiftly supplanted by aspirations of renaming, his eyes igniting with a wild fervor. After a mere heartbeat of contemplation, he bellowed with all his might, "H-ing-ing-j-gu-I. I shall make all cowards who hear this name soil themselves before battle." Chapter 38. The golden sea monster of distant sails the morning mist, resembling a gray veil, had yet to fully dissipate from the rugged coastline of Pike Island. The immense black sails of the gallant were already filled with the brisk winds blowing from the north, akin to the wings of a colossal bird, propelling the slender hull resolutely toward the indeterminate eastern horizon. Two frigates trailed closely behind, composed of the most loyal and battle-hardened ironborn, meticulously selected by King Colin. Balon Greyjoy had been summoned for a private conversation with his brother the previous evening, and after an extended discussion, he emerged as one of the crew for this grand voyage. Euron held no objections. An additional reliable kin was more beneficial than detrimental. Thus commenced the journey across the distant seas. His initial target was clear and precise. Braavos, that free trading city-state standing upon countless canals and secrets. The choice of Braavos was by no means arbitrary. Over the years, he had, through clandestine channels, astute investments, and offers too compelling to refuse, embedded the most watchful eyes and loyalty, or at least fear, within the intricate web of that watery city. His roots there were the most profound, like an invisible yet resilient spider's web, quietly woven in the shadow of Braavos. It was a vast ocean of information, a crossroads where merchant vessels from all realms converged, exchanging both goods and rumors. Each day, countless stories and secrets were infused into the labyrinthine docks and taverns by the briny sea breeze. For Euron, it was the pulsating heart of the entire world, and he was bound for it, eager to listen to its rhythm, and ultimately to seize it within his grasp. Yet, the allure of this city for him transcended mere worldly power and intelligence. He had long yearned for the soul of the city, the enigmatic forces concealed behind the mists and legends. He was eager to witness under the vast silver dome of the Moonsinger Temple how the priests whispered to the silent night sky, to explore the ultimate mysteries of life and sacrifice hidden behind the unassuming door of the House of Black and White. and to catch a glimpse of the faceless ones. Those legendary messengers of the god with 1,000 faces, seeking to comprehend their transcendent fears and powers. For him, Braavos was not only a grand strategic chessboard, but also an ancient tome inscribed with mysterious symbols, waiting for his discovery. The sea breeze was biting, ruffling the hues of his irises. The ship, the drunken whaler, cleaved through the waves, embarking on a lengthy journey that would span 3 weeks. This voyage, a seclusion from the mundane world, promised not to be dull, at least not for Euron. The drunken whaler transformed into his mobile academy. With his 2 mentors, battle-hardened Balf and the exceptionally skilled water dancer, lifting the veil to reveal the vast world across the narrow sea. The deck, the captain's quarters, and even the swaying bow became classrooms. Lisa unfurled maps and scrolls, her voice calm and clear, systematically dissecting the intricate political chessboard of Essos's western shores, the balance of power between the governor of Braavos and the Sea King, the hereditary conspiracies of the governors of Pintos, and the suffocating machinery of slavery in Volantis. She elucidated the composition of various peoples, from the astute merchants of Braavos to the proud swordsmen, the pampered noble sons of Pintos, and the hedonistic slave masters of Lys. The water dancer, Raphael, provided more grounded instruction. He elegantly demonstrated how the meticulous attire of Braavosi could convey different social identities and how the posture of a drawn sword could reveal a person's school of thought or even character. He described the local cuisine, from the briny oysters at seaside stalls to the roasted peacock drizzled with honey and poppy milk at noble feasts, emphasizing the dining etiquette that must never be transgressed. When the winds calmed, he would spar with Euron on the deck, imparting not only swordsmanship but also analyzing the varied combat styles and philosophies across Essos, the ferocity of the Dothraki, the discipline of mercenary bands, and the chilling efficiency of the faceless ones. However, this was merely the surface of his studies. In the deeper hours of the night, only Lisa remained by Elrond's side, lighting a dim whale oil lamp. As before him lay the core directory of the intelligence network he had painstakingly constructed over years. The parchment was densely filled with names, codenames, positions, character weaknesses, leverage, and prices. He had to engrave into his mind the details of every collaborator across the narrow sea, the avaricious customs officer of Braavos, the Pentoshi governor's mistress with draconic blood, and the Lysian pirate lord whose family was firmly in his grasp. Similarly, all of his subordinates embedded within the accounts of the trading house, infiltrating the mercenary band as assassins, and serving as eyes and ears within the Temple of the Moon Chant, must be grasped with utmost clarity regarding their abilities, loyalty, and means of communication. This is not merely an act of memorization, but a rigorous exercise. He requires a mental rehearsal of countless possibilities, how to wield both favor and authority upon meeting, which hidden piece to activate in the event of betrayal, and how to cross-verify the information provided with other messages. The sound of the crashing waves serves as the sole accompaniment, while his mismatched eyes dance under the flickering candlelight, repeatedly scanning the names that will determine the success or failure of his expedition, transforming them from cold symbols into living chess pieces that extend his will. On the 10th day of their voyage, a tempest unleashed hail in a frenzied assault. The sea completely tore away its gentle faade. The leaden gray sky loomed heavily, and the fierce winds conjured colossal waves, akin to innumerable dark green mountains collapsing and abruptly rising again, attempting to rend the small vessel, the gluttonous, into fragments. The bone-chilling cold ceased to be merely a caress of the sea breeze, morphing into a tangible entity, accompanied by walnut-sized hail that pelted the deck and sails with a disquieting crackle. The world succumbed to a chaotic roar, where the boundary between sea and sky had become indistinct. At the most violent moment of this elemental fury, Euron, standing at the bow of the pitching ship, felt an entirely different sensation, a tremor emanating from the abyss. Through the thick planks of the ship and the churning icy sea, an ancient, colossal presence, sending shivers through the very core of his being, forcefully collided with his perception, akin to an underwater volcano awakening. The bloodline of the Grey Sea King surged forth with a thunderous call. It was not a matter of sight or sound, but a deeper resonance, a connection through the bloodline. His consciousness seemed to be inexorably drawn downward, penetrating the profound darkness, finally revealing the terrifying silhouette that loomed over the endless ocean floor. It was a creature of unimaginable size, resembling the golden sea monster emblem embroidered upon the banner of House Greyjoy. Its tentacles, as robust as castle towers, languidly stirred the frigid waters, each lined with terrifying suckers capable of snapping a dragoness spine. Its body resembled a moving mountain, and within that shadow flickered enormous, indifferent. In human eyes, it was the embodiment of the deep sea, the awe-inspiring totem from the ancient tales of the ironborn, now truly prostrate beneath his feet. A primordial sense of desolation surged through the connection of their bloodlines, cold and forceful, yet curiously devoid of malice, resembling more a scrutiny, a confirmation of kinship. Yuluen felt no fear. Instead, an indescribable surge of power welled up within him. He needed no words. A pure thought traversed the invisible bridge. Aid me. In the next moment, the previously chaotic and violent waves appeared to be tamed by an unseen hand. An unusually stable and precisely directed undercurrent quietly supported the keel of the gluttonous and two accompanying ships, counteracting the most lethal turbulence. Akin to an invisible guardian forging a relatively calm passage through the storm of destruction. The surrounding sea continues to roar with fury. Yet their vessel remains quietly protected by the might of the totemic beast. This is not taming, but acknowledgement. Not magic, but a covenant older than magic. Deeply rooted in bloodlines and legends, is being rekindled. Euron Greyjoy stands between the storm and sanctuary. Beneath him lies the warships of the mortal realm, and deeper still, the mythic beasts of an age-long past that submit to his lineage. Once the tempest calms, the golden sea creature extends its immense tentacles towards Euron, who reaches out to gently touch the appendage. Subsequently, the golden beast slowly submerges into the depths, leaving only an echoing cheer, seemingly from antiquity, lingering over the waters. The golden sea creature had existed solely in the tales of the ironborn, and they had never imagined witnessing it with their own eyes. Kneeling on the deck, they watched the silent communion between Euron and the creature, tears streaming down their faces, unable to quell their emotions for a long while. The enchanting golden beast, summoned by your call, is deemed a miracle by the ironborn, with 220 willing to offer their lives, unwavering in loyalty until death. Your charisma increases by 1 point, bringing your charisma to 15. Chapter 39. The Red Viper. When the unique black sails of the Silence finally pierced through the perennial mists of Bravos, gliding towards the bustling docks, a well-dressed man, bearing an expression of keen intelligence tinged with reverence, had long awaited at the designated spot. Maelor Omrys, one of Euron's pawns positioned deep within this water city, now greeted his master with a formality surpassing that of ordinary merchants. Behind him trailed several robust men who, despite appearing as mere servants, possessed sharp gazes, swiftly and effectively clearing a space for Euron among the curious onlookers. Simultaneously, another contingent made its grand entrance at the docks. Their numbers were greater. Their gear varied, yet exuding a fierce bravado born of countless battles. Adorned with the insignia of a coiling, venomous serpent, the Red Viper Mercenary Company, recently risen to prominence in contentious territories, approached. The raucous banter and the clanging of weapons among the mercenaries instantly drowned out the din of the docks. Euron's gaze swept over his loyal agent before being firmly drawn to the figure leading the mercenary band. Tall and imposing, the man donned an opulent velvet cloak and scale armor in the Dornish style, his dark skin and eyes ablaze with an insatiable vitality and a hint of danger. Balon had encountered this Dornishman before and was struck by his noble lineage and unique demeanor, promptly alerting Euron. He is Oberyn Martell, the Prince of Dorne, known as the Red Viper. I have seen him, there is no mistaking it. Euron's heterochromatic pupils narrowed slightly, a rare flicker of genuine astonishment coursing through him. Oberyn Martell? The Red Viper of Dorne. Why would he appear here, clad in mercenary garb? Euron's mind raced back, swiftly piecing together the fragments of intelligence regarding this prince. Oberyn Martell, 258300, ultimately perished in King's Landing. In his youth, the ruler of Dorne sought to forge an alliance through marriage with the castle of Casterly Rock, granting him the opportunity to witness the golden couple of House Lannister alongside their diminutive sibling. However, it was the renowned duel at the age of 16 against Count Edgar of Ironwood that truly earned him the moniker of the Red Viper. The Count met his demise due to a festering wound, and all believed that Oberyn had poisoned his blade. Thus, the name Red Viper became inextricably linked to him. In the original text, he indeed spent 5 years as a mercenary in the disputed lands across the Narrow Sea, first serving under the Second Sons and later establishing his own company. Lost in thought, Euron maintained a serene smile that belied his inner musings. One was among the noblest princes of Dorne, while the other was the son of the drowned god from the Iron Islands, both converging at the bustling docks of Bravos. Oberyn's talents were matched only by his perilous nature. His poisons were as lethal as his spear, and his loyalty was as unpredictable as a summer storm. His reputation was not mere idle gossip. He was passionate, astute, vengeful, and utterly unreserved. An unexpected companion indeed. Euron smirked coldly, his gaze briefly lingering on Oberyn before withdrawing. A beautiful, yet deadly desert serpent had slithered across the narrow sea. Should it be regarded as a trusty weapon or a cup of venom that might turn upon its bearer? In this context, trust had become the most extravagant, yet foolish of thoughts. As the grand black hull of the ship, the Indomitable, ghosted towards the bustling docks of Braavos. A figure approached with just the right blend of warmth and respect before the mooring lines were even secured. Mario Romies, the nail embedded deep within this key city, perfectly embodied the role of a shrewd and somewhat influential local contact. Noble Lord, welcome to Braavos. Mario's voice resonated with both power and courtesy as he bowed slightly. His movements fluid and natural, conveying respect without drawing undue attention from the dockworkers and merchants around them. His gaze quickly swept over Euron and his elite ironborn, and upon confirming their presence, his smile grew more genuine. Your voyage must have been exceedingly arduous. I have arranged everything for you: hot water, warm meals, and a place of absolute tranquility. His words flowed like a well-rehearsed script, impeccably delivered. Then, as if just noticing the well-equipped, formidable company beside them, he deftly turned his attention to them, his expression radiating the appreciation of a merchant toward potential partners. Oh, I trust you have witnessed the prowess of this renowned company during your journey? Mario gestured gracefully towards the Red Viper mercenary group. Allow me the honor of introducing them. My lord, these valiant warriors are the Red Viper mercenary company, whose name alone is enough to instill terror in the hearts of even the most stubborn foes in the disputed lands. His gaze settled on Oberyn Martell, who observed the encounter with an intrigued expression. Mario's voice, imbued with just the right amount of admiration, continued, Indeed, a truly exceptional leader, Captain Oberyn. His valor and wisdom are widely celebrated throughout the mercenary circles along the western shores of Essos. The fact that he was able to arrive alongside them and encounter one another in Braavos is undoubtedly a splendid twist of fate, perhaps heralding a successful collaboration. Mal-O's words flowed like smooth silk, attempting to envelop their serendipitous encounter in a cloak of auspicious omen, both flattering the mercenary group and subtly revealing his own value as an informed bridge builder before Yulan. Under his deft manipulation, the entire scene appeared as a meticulously orchestrated, joyous reunion rather than an unexpected collision of two perilous forces fraught with uncertainty. Mal-O, I extend my gratitude for your hospitality. Yulan then performed a standard noble greeting of Westeros towards the leader of the mercenary band, smiling as he continued, Oberyn Martell, I have long heard of your esteemed name. I never anticipated meeting you across the narrow sea, nor did I expect such a princely figure to form a mercenary band. You have seen me? Oberyn inquired. I have not had the opportunity, but those accompanying me who have encountered the prince speak of you with great admiration. Oberyn blinked, chuckling. Is it not said that meeting in person often pales in comparison to one's reputation? Far surpasses mere reputation. Hence, it is disconcerting to have such a noble prince serve as my protector. Upon hearing Yulan's words, Oberyn let out a short, low laugh, a sound laced with self-deprecation and undeniable pride. He slightly raised his head, his renowned eyes, ablaze with black fire, unwaveringly meeting Yulan's heterochromatic gaze. Protector? He echoed, his tone light, as if he had just heard a delightful jest. Lord Greyjoy, you may overestimate the significance of titles east of the narrow sea and underestimate the caution with which the Viper selects his hunting grounds. He advanced a step, his movements graceful like a leopard surveying its territory, completely indifferent to the damp sea breeze and the rough mercenaries surrounding them. In Dorne, where the sun scorches the red earth and sweet conspiracies fill the water gardens, I am a prince. Every word and action reflects the Martell family's lion and spear banner. But here, he gestured casually towards the vast and chaotic eastern continent, the copper bracelet on his wrist chiming. Amidst the dust raised in contested lands and the glint of gold in Pintos and Slaves Bay, princely status bears no weight. Here, only two things matter: the sharpness of your blade and the credibility with which you fulfill your contracts. I am not here as anyone's prince, his gaze sharpened. Yet the characteristic, perilous smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, but as the leader of the Red Viper Mercenary Company, an expert in getting the job done for a price. My reputation, whether good or ill, is founded upon my ability to execute tasks, not upon my lineage. Your unease is an unwarranted concern and an affront to my professionalism. What you ought to worry about is whether you can provide sufficient payment, rather than whom I may be the son of. His final words were tinged with a hint of cold mockery, both candidly acknowledging the complexity of his identity and firmly delineating the boundaries of his role. Here, He adhered strictly to the mercenary code. Then, for the journey ahead, it will be incumbent upon the leader to take good care. Since we are here, we shall find peace, thought Euron Greyjoy. He was unperturbed, yet he wished to keep his secrets hidden from the Red Viper across the narrow sea. With his presence, future endeavors would require utmost caution. Chapter 40. Essos trust those you employ, and distrust those you do not. Oberyn Martell, now the leader of the mercenary company he had engaged, insisted that his identity from Westeros and Dorne was of no consequence. He should merely be regarded as the captain of the Red Viper mercenaries. Thus, Euron ceased to be overly formal, redefining their relationship to that of employer and employee. In a secluded chamber in Braavos, where the whispers of the canals could be heard, the air was thick and heavy. Euron stood with his back to Oberyn, his gaze seemingly penetrating the solid stone walls, reaching towards the distant east. The enormous map of Essos on the wall appeared as a chaotic expanse awaiting conquest. Without turning around, his voice cleaved through the silence, each word striking like iron nails into wood. Captain Martell, in Braavos, we have a month. Euron finally turned, his heterochromatic eyes glinting with an otherworldly sheen in the dim light. 30 sunrises and sunsets. By then, I expect to see a comprehensive plan laid out upon this table. Every route, every supply point, strategies for every conceivable adversary, and a detailed roster of the talents you require. His finger jabbed at the map, akin to a general maneuvering troops on a battlefield, gliding through the complexities of the free city-states. Sliding into the scorching shackles of Slaver's Bay, sweeping across the vast grasslands of the Dothraki Sea, skimming the deathly silence of the Red Waste, pausing momentarily in the shadow of death over Valyria, ultimately pointing towards the spice-laden mists of Karth and the darkest legends of Ashai. A month from now, you and your men shall accompany me. We shall personally measure every secret of this continent. His tone remained steady, yet it bore an undeniable resolve. Linguists, guides, assassins, beast tamers, scholars who can decipher ancient texts, even wizards who can sense magic, whatever peculiar talents you require, recruit them. All funds, naturally, will be my responsibility. He stepped closer to Oberyn, his presence commanding despite any lack of height, exuding an aura as overwhelming as a tsunami. This journey will last 2.5 years. Not a day longer, and it must not be approached with indifference. His voice dropped to a low whisper, laden with urgency. When the winter of Westeros finally ends, and the first breath of spring caresses the neck, I must return to the Iron Islands without delay. This is paramount to your remuneration. This proclamation transcended negotiation. It became an edict. It defined the timeline, endowed infinite resources, and shackled them with an absolute temporal constraint. This would be a grand expedition, a race against time. Oberyn Martell let out a low, throaty chuckle, tilting his head, his renowned dark eyes glimmering with amusement and intrigue, much like a serpent observing its prey. The son of the drowned god. He elongated the words, savoring the weight of the title. What audacity you possess. Why, all of a sudden, have you chosen to place your trust in this infamous Viper of 7 kingdoms? Are you not fearful that one night, during our encampment, your own guards might lead you to the realm of the dead? Your expression remains utterly inscrutable, yet the glimmer within your peculiar eyes flickers ever so slightly. Trust? You scoff, as though you have encountered the most tedious of terms. You have been entwined in this land for 2 years, Oberyn. You ought to comprehend far better than I that here, self-interest prevails over loyalty in the long run. Moreover, you undoubtedly possess a greater understanding than most of how to navigate the rules for survival. Furthermore, my father has always maintained a close relationship with your brother. The Iron Islands bear no animosity towards Dorne, and on the contrary, there exists much collaboration. Besides, would a renowned Red Viper truly lay a venomous hand upon a mere 7-year-old child? It is precisely because I am aware that I wish to counsel you. If you desire to prolong your existence, remember this. Nothing is impossible, and remain vigilant towards everyone around you. Your advice shall be etched in my memory. Oberyn's smile waned slightly, his tone adopting a rare seriousness. Not every place resembles Braavos, where gold and information pave the way without hindrance. Farther east lies an existence that eludes explanation by sword or blade. Ancient magic, whispering cities, creatures lurking in shadows. These are realms that the longships of the Iron Fleet cannot conquer. I understand. Your reply is succinct and resolute, tinged with an almost fervent anticipation. I have come precisely to witness those magics and mysteries. Otherwise, do you suppose I traversed the frigid expanse from Pike Island merely to bask in the warmth of this winter? Witness. Oberyn raises an eyebrow, cautioning that the price could very well be your life. Danger lurks everywhere. We may not necessarily perish there, but it is far more likely that one among us, or perhaps several, will vanish in ways unforeseen. Thus, Euron leans forward, lowering his voice to a more oppressive timbre. I have insisted that Mario spare no effort in securing what is rumored to be the finest mercenary company. If you, or your Red Vipers, lack this confidence, he deliberately pauses, scrutinizing your expression before continuing at a leisurely pace, then that is of no consequence. My gold could just as easily open the doors to the Golden Company or the Second Sons. I have heard that while their prices are steep, at least their sense of honor in contracts remains relatively steadfast. This statement strikes with the precision of a well-aimed dart, piercing the very core of Oberyn's pride. The mockery on his face vanishes instantaneously, replaced by a wild, provocative gleam. Afraid of death? He retorts almost immediately, as though deeply insulted. If you Greyjoys fear not for your lives at the world's edge, we shall certainly accompany you to the end. He pauses, a rekindled flame of adventure igniting in his eyes, and candidly admits, to be honest, such a journey into the unknown is precisely what I desire. Excellent. Euron leans back contentedly against the chair, as if merely concluding an ordinary transaction. Therefore, we shall depart in a month. In the meantime, I shall attend to some affairs of the merchant guilds, and meanwhile, his lips curve into a cryptic smile, I shall indulge in some revelry in Bravos. Should your plans not align with my desires, I shall not hesitate to replace your Red Viper mercenary company. Just wait and see. In the city of Bravos, woven from canals and secrets, the list of desires for Euron Greyjoy is extensive, yet one name looms like a shadowy lighthouse. Unwavering at its pinnacle, the House of Black and White. It is not the grandest edifice in Bravos. Its unassuming façade may easily be overlooked, as if it were merely a subtle shadow within the city's intricate fabric. However, for Euron, it emanates an allure far more chilling than any iron vault. This is simply because it is the dwelling place of the legendary Faceless Men, those who have elevated death to a sacred art, the most fearsome assassins known to the world. Tales of them echo in every damp corner and flickering tavern. They are faceless phantoms, messengers of the many-faced god, capable of altering their identities at will, mimicking any voice and mannerism. Their harvest of lives is not born of hatred or greed, but rather to fulfill a cold, absolute, and transcendent contract. Their assassinations are silent and traceable, often descending upon their targets at the most unexpected moments and in the most unforeseen manners. Kings may perish within the fortified sanctum of their chambers, governors might drown in a cup of pure water, and mighty knights may slip away in their slumber, as if death were merely a willing sacrifice. This absolute mastery over life, this terrifying power that exists beyond the bounds of worldly rules, captivates Euron deeply. He yearns to stand before that unpretentious doorway, to feel the soul-freezing chill that seeps from within. He longs to catch a glimpse of their operations, to understand the ultimate logic of cost and transaction hidden beneath their religious rites. This pursuit is not merely for the sake of seeking their services, but stems from an almost primal curiosity and exploration of strength seeking greater power. To venture to Bravos without attempting to approach the House of Black and White would be akin to entering a treasure mountain only to return empty-handed. Chapter 41. System Lottery, 7 consecutive draws after 20 days and nights at sea. The Black Blade sliced through over 60% of the uncharted waters of the Narrow Sea, subsequently navigating into the colder, mysterious waters of the Shivering Sea. When the colossal statue of the Titan of Bravos, revered as the guardian of the city, emerged from the mist like a mountain, its timeless form gazing down upon every vessel passing by, Euron knew that the first phase of his journey had come to an end, and he was on the brink of arriving in Bravos. A chilling system notification silently manifested in the depths of his consciousness. Exploration. Your voyage through the Narrow Sea has earned you 320 points. Exploration. You have discovered the Shivering Sea, earning 120 points. Exploration. You have discovered the Titan of Bravos, earning 60 points. Exploration. You have discovered Bravos, earning 120 points. In total, he had accumulated 620 points, combined with the 30 points remaining from before, bringing his total points to 650. On the first day of Bravos, Euluen encountered the Crimson Viper and met with Malio. Malio had arranged for Euluen lodging in the bustling, secure, and conveniently located Purple Port district. However, Euluen did not immediately enter this cozy abode. In the deep of night, he glided like a specter along the mist-laden canals, his gaze sweeping over various distinctive locales. The Green Eel Inn, where sailors congregated amidst the mingling scents of fish and ale, the Black Ship Workshop, suffused with the aromas of linseed oil and rust, echoing with the boisterous laughter of shipwrights, the Morogo Shrine, dedicated to some exotic deity, shrouded in fragrant smoke. The Exiles Inn, a refuge for the disheartened and the displaced. The Seven-Lantern Courtyard, flickering with the light of scholarly debates. And the Cat House Brothel, bathed in warm, ambiguous light and soft whispers. An ineffable restlessness, or perhaps an obsession with completeness, compelled him to wander the lively streets at dusk. He was not in pursuit of pleasure, but rather undertaking a unique pilgrimage. Yuluen sought to accumulate his existing points into a whole number, intending to utilize the Pirate King System's lottery for a greater advantage before embarking on his journey. With each new location he entered, he paused briefly to absorb the distinct atmosphere, and soon after, faint notifications of point increases, 5 points, 10 points, echoed in his consciousness, like scattered fragments of a puzzle, precisely nudging his total points toward the coveted milestone of 700, akin to completing a necessary rite. Only then did he return to his lodgings with a sense of fulfillment. Within the closed door, candlelight flickered. Yuluen dismissed those around him, his thoughts delving into the enigmatic system interface. Instantly, his 700 points evaporated, transforming into 7 resplendent beams of light that tore through the veil of reality. The Eternal Pointer, an ancient and battered bronze compass, materialized in his hand, its needles stubbornly quivering toward a distant and fixed direction, silently whispering an eternal coordinate without revealing its destination, which was not yet of use. The Dasky glasses, a pair of sleek goggles with lenses of an eerie, deep violet hue, appeared. Wearing them didn't alter the world, yet Lisa exclaimed, "Come, put these on." Just like that. Resting on your ears. Yes, indeed. Do you find them appealing? They seem rather foolish. What do you know? This is called cute. Thank you for the gift, Master. Lisa is very pleased. The Sky Island Pumpkin, an enormous pumpkin adorned with peculiar cloud patterns and a pale blue hue, emitted a sweet, yet unfamiliar fragrance, seemingly otherworldly. The Scapegoat Strawman, a palm-sized effigy crudely bound with dark, dried straw, exuded a faint aura of foreboding intertwined with protection, capable of automatically triggering in the face of mortal peril, absorbing a fatal misfortune on behalf of its creator. One-piece system, 9 cubic meters of space, within the consciousness. A realm of independent void has been unveiled. With a mere thought, the acquired items vanish instantaneously, only to reappear at his command, as if an extension of his will. Sea Pig Hormone Soup, a sealed stone jar, when uncovered, releases an intense aroma, a harmonious blend of the ocean's sweetness and a potent life force. This resurrection broth banishes the chill, dispels fatigue, and swiftly restores vitality to a body worn down by the piercing cold. Skill, dual-wielding one. This is not merely the act of wielding 2 weapons, but a profound philosophy of combat that transforms slaughter into a brutal art form, deeply rooted in blood and soul. When this ability merges with Yuluen's will, the mysteries of balance, rhythm, and the symphony of death are laid bare. Yuluen's consciousness feels as though it has been torn apart and reassembled, as innumerable visions of dual-wielding combat surge forth. No longer is it the wild hacking typical of the Ironborn, but rather an exquisitely precise dance of death. He instantly comprehends how to transform 2 blades, be they a longsword and a dagger, or 2 entirely different sabers, into extensions of his will. One for offense and the other for defense, yet capable of seamlessly switching roles, creating an unending storm of demise. Each weapon possesses its own life, yet they are perfectly unified under his singular thought. The left hand draws circles, the right hand thrusts, blocks and strikes occur simultaneously. The impact of one weapon creates a lethal angle for the other. All these techniques flow like instinct, etched in his neural reflexes. The essence of this art lies in crafting gaps that are impossible to defend against. When an opponent fully commits to parrying one weapon's fierce assault, the other strikes like a venomous serpent from the blind spots of his vision and thought, targeting the fatal flaw. This demands a user to possess a split-second focus, absolute control over distance, and the audacious resolve to place oneself in peril for the sake of a kill. For Yuluen, the arrival of this skill is perfectly timed. It flawlessly compensates for his slight deficiency in raw strength, refining his combat style from the untamed ferocity of a seafaring marauder into a lethal aesthetic that is both powerful and cunning, tailored for the complexities of Essos. Where the dual blades dance, a path of blood opens before him. Euron Greyjoy strides along the slick stone pathway, his steps steady, the death substitute scarecrow exuding a faint, reassuring chill in his embrace, while the intricate variations of skill, dual wielding, flow silently within his mind, instilling him with the courage to face the unknown. Behind him, Lisa dons a pair of oddly shaped, deep purple lenses known as Dasky's glasses, silently observing the subtle fluctuations of energy around them. While the scarred Dagmoth stands alert like a vigilant warhound, his rugged hand resting on the hilt of his knife, eyes brimming with an instinctual distrust of this pagan city. Rest well, for tomorrow we shall witness the legendary Faceless Men. Chapter 42. The Faceless Men. The dawn before Bravos is enveloped in thick gray fog, the sounds of the canals muted and heavy. Their destination is the enigmatic edifice known as the House of Black and White, a structure steeped in taboos and legends, even in Bravos. It does not exhibit the grandeur one would expect of a temple. Rather, it resembles a colossal, ancient, forgotten tomb. The building is squat and solid, constructed from a dull, dark stone that seems to absorb all surrounding light and sound. There are no opulent carvings, no stained glass, only the profound scars left by the passage of time, accompanied by a slick, almost perpetually present dampness. It does not appear to beseech divine favor, but instead silently proclaims a chilling truth. All things ultimately converge here. A massive door, crafted from sandalwood and fishbeam wood, stands ajar, revealing an even deeper darkness within, exuding a laying of ancient dust, a peculiar incense, and a faintly unsettling, cloying scent of decay. This aroma, though not akin to the stench of corpses, evokes a primal resistance deep within the essence of life. Without hesitation, Euron strides inside, followed closely by Lisa and Dagmar. The interior is shrouded in an unusual dimness, illuminated only by a few scattered oil lamps nestled in the wall recesses, their flames motionless, akin to tears frozen in time. The air suddenly turns frigid and stagnant, as if time itself has slowed its pace in this realm. Enormous stone pillars support a lofty ceiling, obscured by darkness, the vastness of the space beyond imagination. The first sensation that envelopes them is silence, a heavy, all-consuming silence, wherein even one's heartbeat and breath seem to resound with dissonance. It feels as though countless eyes are scrutinizing from the shadows, yet no sound betrays the presence of any watchers. Next comes the layout. This place resembles not a sanctuary for prayer, but rather an exhibition hall. Along the walls, in the depths of shadow, are countless statues, representations not of the many-faced god himself, but of death deities from various corners of the world, each embodying different beliefs about mortality. There are unfamiliar figures cloaked in hoods, brandishing scythes, kindly visages cradling skulls, and ferocious beasts, all coexisting in a bizarre harmony, collectively narrating a singular conclusion: every mortal meets their end. The floor, smooth as glass, is composed of black and white stones intricately arranged into a spiraling pattern, extending toward an unfathomable pool of water. Above the pool hangs a denser shadow, in which the outline of a colossal stone deity can be discerned, perhaps the embodiment of the many-faced god, though its precise form remains ambiguous, as if ever-changing. Euron perceives a nearly tangible stream of dark energy permeating the air, writhing slowly like a living entity, coalescing toward the depths of the temple. Dagmar feels the hairs on the back of his neck bristle. Though no overt threat presents itself, every corner emanates a deathly aura sharper than any blade, causing even the seasoned pirate to feel parched in the throat. Euron stands quietly, his heterochromatic eyes sweeping over the bizarre hall. He does not experience fear. Instead, a cold exhilaration surges through his veins. Here, there are no hypocritical prayers, no hollow comforts, only the most raw and honest reverence for death and its unyielding embrace. Death is not an end, but rather a force that can be traded and wielded. A figure emerged silently from the depths of darkness, appearing before Euron. Their features were strikingly ordinary, clad in a simple gray robe, an appearance that would vanish into a crowd in an instant. Only their eyes stood out, ancient and tranquil, resembling two bottomless wells, reflecting no emotion, only a pure indifference toward the inevitable end of all things. All mortals must serve. The visitor spoke, their voice neutral and flat, devoid of inflection, as if stating an everyday truth, articulated in high Valyrian. All mortals must face death. Euron responded with a smile in the same tone. The figure asked indifferently, "What do you seek?" Euron's heterochromatic pupils narrowed slightly. The manner of the figure's appearance triggered his dual-wielding instincts, yet he suppressed them. Addressing the Faceless One's inquiry directly, Euron's voice resonated clearly in the stillness. "If I wish for someone to behold not the sun of tomorrow, and desire your esteemed institution to provide this service, how should I proceed?" The many-faced god accepts sacrifice, but more readily embraces an equivalent exchange. The Faceless One replied, their gaze sweeping over Euron's opulent attire, yet seemingly disregarding it. "The price is not always gold. It may be an arduous mission, a rare memory. a part of your being, or that which you hold most dear. The cost must correspond to the objective. The life of a beggar holds a different value than that of a king. Present your aim, and we shall inform you of the price. An intriguing method of trade. A cold smile graced Euron's lips. What if someone were to offer my name along with gold to you? If the many-faced god accepts the sacrifice, then the contract is established. The Faceless One's reply was devoid of hesitation, chillingly despairing. Regardless of whether one resides in the castles of the Iron Islands or under the shadows of Ass High, irrespective of how many guards one possesses or how much magic one wields, all mortals must face death. We merely deliver that gift. Of course, they added, their tone still flat. You may also pay a higher price to reclaim that contract. However, this cost will far exceed what your enemies would pay. Euron fell silent for a moment, sensing the faint presence of the scapegoat in his arms, which granted him a sliver of confidence in the face of this unequivocal proclamation of death. He posed one final question, the one he yearned to know most. And what of myself? Can I learn the craft of delivering that gift? For the first time, the Faceless One exhibited a subtle reaction, not a change in expression, but a ripple through the surrounding shadows. Those ancient, well-like eyes scrutinized Euron intently, as if seeking to uncover every crevice of his soul. Many come here, seeking to become one of us. The Faceless One's voice seemed to carry a trace of barely perceptible compassion. But first, you must relinquish. Abandon your name, your identity, your desires, and all your affections and aversions. Relinquish everything that constitutes you as Euron Greyjoy. You must genuinely become a nameless entity, a vessel utterly devoid of meaning, awaiting to be filled by the hands of the Faceless God. Are you capable of such a transformation? His gaze seemed to pierce through Euron's eyes, penetrating the ambitions, greed, and insatiable thirst for power that burned within. You do not seek annihilation. Rather, you aspire to wield control over the world through an alternative means. This diverges sharply from our path. Such words fell like cold water, extinguishing any notion of clever evasion. The Faceless Ones are not an organization one can merely join. They embody a complete devotion and self-destruction. Euron comprehended that they were not mercenaries, but zealots. Death was not a transaction, but a belief. Their power emanated from absolute nothingness, rather than the extreme existence he pursued. Chapter 43. The Faceless God. After the Faceless One almost condemnatory declared that Euron's essence was at odds with their path, the silence within the hall seemed to acquire weight, suffocatingly oppressive. Nevertheless, the strange flame within Euron Greyjoy's eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it burned deeper and darker. Euron did not recoil at the revelation, but stepped forward, his voice low and tinged with a provocative inquiry. Since both commerce and conversion are fraught with peril, he began, his gaze fixed intently on the harbinger of death before him. Is there not another possibility? Do the Faceless Ones, or their acolytes, ever gain friendship? Or can a mortal, by some means, ensure that he never appears on your list of the damned? Is there not a third path, beyond cold transactions and total self-annihilation? His question transcended mere fear or mercenary motives. It brushed against the fringes of establishing a unique connection with this absolute force of death. This was not a plea for mercy, but a more audacious probe, seeking to find a nebulous and perilous third position beyond the dichotomy of employer and target. The Faceless One who had previously spoken fell into silence, his ancient, well-like eyes betraying no emotion, as if the question itself were devoid of significance. At that moment, shadows on the other side parted like a curtain. Another Faceless One emerged. Cloaked in a hooded robe, the right half was black and the left half white, seemingly shrouded in a more ancient and disquieting stillness. As he approached the trio, Lisa and Dagmar widened their eyes in horror, for beneath the hood, his visage was that of a yellowed skull, skin hanging loosely, with a white maggot crawling from its eye socket. Euron remained unflustered, for the blood of the Greyjoys endowed him with the ability to perceive the illusory nature of things through his black left eye. He could see the true form of the ritualist. The Faceless One did not look at Euron, but moved directly towards the profound pool, scooping a small amount of the inky water with a bone-white bowl. He then turned to Euron, extending the bowl with a slow, ritualistic motion. "Drink," he commanded, his voice dry, akin to the sound of stone against stone, speaking in the common tongue of Westeros. The benevolent figure, a priest serving the multifaceted deity within the House of Black and White, is also the sole individual in this sanctuary fluent in the common tongue of Westeros. Various signs suggest that he holds the highest authority within this enigmatic establishment. Euron's heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he accepted the bowl and drank deeply from its icy, bone-chilling contents, imbued with an indescribable bitterness and a hint of rusty flavor. as the liquid coursed down his throat. It felt like a frigid thread plunging into his stomach, swiftly accompanied by a peculiar clarity that enveloped him. Euron slowly closed his eyes, consuming the murky liquid that emanated an unknown essence. The cold sensation slid down his throat, igniting an internal fervor. The surrounding world rapidly faded and collapsed, as his consciousness was abruptly yanked into an endless, suffocating abyss of darkness. He once again felt that penetrating chill, as the seawater gripped his chest like a frigid hand. The pain in his lungs reminiscent of the despair he had felt while struggling against drowning in the waters of the shivering sea. Soon, the icy sensation was replaced by a strange resurgence, as if an invisible force was forcibly dragging him back from eternal silence, expelling salty seawater from his mouth and nose, while the distant cheers of the ironborn echoed in his ears, celebrating the drowning of their god. It was upon this blurred boundary between life and death that an ancient, alluring whisper resonated deep within his soul, as if reverberating from the very depths of the abyss. Death is the most gentle of gifts. Death is the sole end of all earthly suffering. Death is the eternal gate through which mortals find release. The voice was ethereal and haunting, yet bore the power to penetrate the heart. Do you fear death? Are you afraid to finally embrace this everlasting tranquility? Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of succumbing to the temptation of eternal slumber, a primal surge of ancient pride and defiance erupted from the depths of his bloodline. This was not mere thought, but the most instinctual and vehement roar against fate. Every mortal must meet their end. His will, as unyielding as the hardest reef, shattered the mesmerizing whispers. But my time shall not be today. This world shall continue to turn in my absence, yet it will become exceptionally vibrant because of my existence. Boom. As if to respond to this audacious declaration, the dormant bloodline of the Grey King within him surged to a boil. His heart pounded like a war drum, each beat pumping forth a torrent of ancient power coursing through his veins. A subtle yet distinct crackling sound began to resonate through the air around him, as flickers of weak, blue arcs of electricity appeared, dancing and entwining around his form. The sea breeze rose unexpectedly, stirring his hair and garments. Infused with the scent of ozone and the roar of the ocean, Euron suddenly opened his eyes. His right eye remained cold, while his left had transformed into a pure, unfathomable blackness, as if connected to an eternal abyss, reflecting not a glimmer of light, but seemingly intent on consuming everything around it, along with both light and sound. At this moment, the Faceless One, a figure of benevolence, slowly raised his hand. In his palm, there lay a rough, ancient, and weighty iron coin, which had mysteriously appeared. It bore no exquisite carvings, one side faintly imprinted with the outline of a human skull, while the other displayed a skeletal figure resembling an ape, exuding an aura of profound, primordial stillness. The Faceless One placed the coin into Euron's hand. Its touch was icy, yet it felt as if it were searing his skin. This was neither a promise nor a protection bestowed upon you, but rather a mark. For the first time, he raised his gaze to meet Euron's. Within the depths of those utterly void eyes, Euron glimpsed a fleeting vision of countless distorted faces flashing by, only to dissolve into silence. Every mortal faces death, and you are no exception, the Faceless One intoned, his voice steady yet imbued with an unprecedented, almost prophetic weight. However, the form, timing, and significance of your demise have long been observed by eyes that transcend our own. You are not a pawn of fate. You are the tumultuous center of a storm. Countless threads of destiny entwine, snap, and reshape around you. Take this, remember the taste of water. When the true price descends, and when no other path remains, you may discover the way to return here once more. Having uttered his words, the Faceless One departed with an impassive demeanor, as if he had never been present. The implications of his speech were obscure yet profound, offering no promise of camaraderie, while clearly indicating that Euron was under the watchful gaze of a higher power. A person of interest to the god of 1,000 faces would not become a target for assassination by the Faceless One. With great care, Euron tucked away the coin, which signified his exclusion from the Faceless One's assassination list, an unexpected boon. No one wishes to be the focus of a masterful assassin's scrutiny, and the Faceless One was the most accomplished killer across the 2 continents. Chapter 44. Bravos. Euron's second stop in Bravos was the renowned Hall of the Sea King. The Sea King governs Bravos, and before the emergence of the White Sands, there was little interaction between the Iron Islands and the Sea King. Over the past 2 years, exchanges had gradually increased. Euron did not approach as a supplicant, but rather as a trade partner wielding scarce resources. The meeting with the Sea King took place in a cold marble hall, flanked by statues of past Sea Kings, their gaze penetrating as they surveyed the attendees. The Sea King, Ferrego Antarian, remarked, Euron Greyjoy, son of the drowned god, at the tender age of 7, can already venture out to sea alone and manage the crucial affairs of his family. At 7, I was likely still frolicking in the mud. His jest was both playful and probing. Euron did not flinch. A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly took the floor, his tone a perfect blend of humility and sharp wit. Your Majesty jests. From the earth, forms can be shaped. Even in childhood play, ambition can be discerned. The water kingdom you now command may well stem from that fervor to shape the world. Euron then transitioned into the matter at hand, his tone unembellished yet resonating with clarity and weight. When discussing the white sand, he does not seem to be peddling goods. Rather, it resembles a declaration of an order, a set of rules he has defined, leading to an ultimate sensory realm. He is not eager to boast about profits. Instead, he weaves it into a tapestry with poise. Luxury goods, products equate to status, while substantial taxes are undoubtedly enticing. What captivates the Sea King even more is Euron's suggestion that this offers a bond capable of deeply intertwining the hedonistic desires of the Braavos elite with the fundamental interests of the Iron Islands. It is not a mere transaction. Rather, it is a dependency that slowly seeps into the lifeblood. Moreover, Euron confidently assures the Sea King that in the near future, the Iron Islands will possess products of far greater value than white sand, which will become part of their mutual dealings. As the conversation shifts to port usage rights, Euron articulates his conditions with precision and restraint. He demonstrates familiarity with Braavos' maritime regulations, tidal patterns, and even the distribution of factions at the docks, seeking not privilege but a stable, sustainable passage. This is not the bargaining of a short-term merchant. It resembles a strategist laying the first cornerstone for enduring trade routes. The Sea King, Ferrego Antarian, gradually ceases to regard Euron as a mere 7-year-old child, instead recognizing him as a partner in business affairs with Braavos. Throughout the entire discussion, there are no loud disputes, no bluster. It is calm and courteous. Aside from the inability to embrace women and drink like Oberyn Martell, the hosts and guests find joy in one another's company. The true authority of Braavos lies half in the Sea King's court and half concealed behind the towering stone walls of the Iron Bank. If the Sea King wields military and legal power, then the Iron Bank controls the silent flow of wealth that can determine the rise and fall of nations. The Iron Bank of Braavos operates as an international financial institution capable of directly influencing currency value through lending rates. Here, there is none of the grandeur and clamor of the Sea King's court, only endless, cold corridors, towering shelves of archives reaching to the ceiling, and an atmosphere imbued with the scent of aged parchment and ink. The officials move lightly and slowly, their voices subdued as if in confession, their gazes sharp and measured, as though they have long since converted emotion into interest rates. In this fortress constructed of numbers, Euron dons a markedly different mask, no longer a marauding sailor nor a suave diplomat, but a composed, precise, and unwavering business leader. Euron does not come to plead for a loan. He arrives to present a proposition. He articulately unfolds the wealth prospects brought forth by white sand, not merely exorbitant profits, but a stable, continuous, and expanding cash flow. He discusses transportation costs and outputs, forecasts market saturation and demand cycles, explores the feasibility of establishing white sand refineries in every port city, and even proposes a future financial collaboration deeply intertwined with the Iron Bank, along with matters concerning joint investments in new trade routes. Euron's discourse lacks the tumultuous fervor of crashing waves, instead embodying a tightly woven logic akin to gears meshing together. Under the gaze of those mismatched eyes, even the most obstinate auditor seems to glimpse, from behind the monotonous figures, the silent surge of gold coins flowing forth. He need not beseech trust. He merely must exhibit order, for order is the sole language revered by the Iron Bank. Ultimately, Euron exchanged the golden dragons he brought from Westeros for the more commonly utilized Braavosi iron coins on this continent. Each coin, once a symbol of power and faith from his homeland, was collected by the Iron Bank, replaced by stacks of dull, heavy iron coins emblazoned with the crescent emblem of Braavos. These coins, cold and unadorned, lack any opulent embellishments, yet they are widely recognized in every corner of this land. Their value lies not in their sheen, but in the credit bestowed by a republic devoid of kings, where only contracts and capital prevail. After departing from the Iron Bank, Euron wandered through the bustling streets of Braavos. He paused at a smoky stall by the canal, savoring eel grilled with exotic spices, relishing the blend of its slippery texture and the stimulating assault on his palate. He ventured into a lively tavern, ordering a locally brewed sour ale. listening to sailors and dockworkers boast of their adventures in myriad accents, filtering valuable gossip and intelligence from their tales. He sought out venerable establishments hidden in narrow alleys, tasting a secret clam chowder said to have been perfected over centuries, savoring the unique richness that time bestows upon cuisine. These seemingly casual tastings were, in truth, his means of gauging the city's pulse. The flavors of food, the dialogues of the marketplace, and even the glances of vendors provided a more authentic source of intelligence than any official report. After several days navigating the power networks of Bravos, Euron Greyjoy's agenda culminated in one final, highly symbolic destination, the Isle of Gods. This island, located at the heart of the city and connected by numerous elegant bridges to the main district, embodies the unique spirit of Bravos. Here, all known deities find a place. From the Seven of Westeros to the Red God Lawler across the Narrow Sea, from the Horse God of the Dothraki to the mysterious Black Goat, and even some long-forgotten sea deities, remembered by only a few sailors, all possessing altars and temples both grand and humble, alongside the drowned god worshipped by the Ironborn. The air seemed to tremble slightly under the weight of these myriad beliefs, as various incense, prayers, and rituals mingled in an oddly disconcerting yet profoundly harmonious background hum. Stepping onto the Isle of Gods felt akin to entering a miniature pantheon marketplace. His gait was unhurried, his heterochromatic eyes calmly surveying each temple with its distinct architectural style. He beheld the solemn statues behind the stained glass of the Seven's Church, and witnessed the flickering flames and deep crimson-robed figures before the Red Temple. He passed by a humble cave dedicated to an unnamed deep-sea entity, its entrance adorned with shells and grains of salt offered by fishermen. He caught sight of small shrines embellished with exotic totems, where unfamiliar aromas of incense wafted from the burners. Here, no singular truth prevailed, only coexisting beliefs. The freedom of Bravos manifested vividly. Faith serves as a tool, a solace, a means of exchange. As long as it does not hinder the flow of gold or the functioning of the city, it may coexist in this vibrant tapestry. The Aquaman and the Council of Caretakers are astutely aware that suppressing faith merely fosters underground embers, while providing it a public venue allows for its containment. Yuluen paused before a small, seemingly abandoned altar. Its rough stone seat was inscribed with ancient runes, now eroded and barely discernible from the ravages of wind and rain. Beside it lay a rusted iron lamp, which once likely held oil. There were no markings, no priests, and it was unclear to whom the altar was dedicated. Perhaps it was an ancient, forgotten deity of drowning, or a remnant of a lost civilization. He stood quietly for a moment. The inclusiveness of the Isle of Gods, in a sense, embodies a dominion more potent than swords and blades. It allows fervor to vent within controlled channels, integrating mysticism into the urban landscape. Yet what Yuluen sensed was not reverence, but a more profound calm. These deities competed for admiration, accepting offerings, yet their powers seemed confined to this island, rendering them mere harmless components of the vast machine that is Bravos. Quite cunning, he murmured, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. The Bravosi appeared to have constructed something more formidable than any singular belief, a secular and efficient system that permits and governs all faiths. His pilgrimage to the Isle of Gods did not lead him to pledge allegiance to any deity, but deepened his understanding that the true source of Bravos' might lies not in any singular god, but in the ultimate practice of the notion that all can be wielded for his purpose. Yuluen inquired, Lisa, you mentioned that if I were to utilize a deserted isle in the Iron Islands, I could establish something akin to the Isle of Gods. After a moment's contemplation, Lisa decisively shook her head, stating, the Iron Islands are not Bravos. The Bravosi hail from various places along the Narrow Sea, each bringing their own distinct beliefs, whereas the Iron Islands are home solely to the Ironborn. Yuluen sighed in agreement, acknowledging, you are correct. Dagmar, however, scoffed dismissively, asserting, we do not require numerous gods. A drowned god suffices. Yuluen nodded in concurrence, replying, you are even more right. I nearly forgot. I am indeed a son of the drowned god. Why stir up unnecessary trouble? Chapter 45. Plans and Recruitment. Oberyn Martell unfurled a sturdy sheepskin map before Yuluen, tapping his finger on the Bravos marker. Initially, Yuluen had requested a month for the plan's formulation, yet the Red Viper's efficiency proved remarkable, completing the entire strategy in just half a month. Perhaps, as he himself had mentioned, he already had plans to traverse Essos. He simply had not acted on them until now. We will commence from here. Starting with the 9 free cities, his tone was crisp, reminiscent of a mercenary captain assigning tasks. Following the coastline southeast, we shall halt at each city-state, ultimately reaching the Isle of Serpents. His finger traced the route as he steadily introduced, "We will depart from the Bravo's port by ship, heading east, with our first stop being Pentos. Departing from Pentos, our initial quest is to locate a colossal colossus where we shall present offerings. In return, he will graciously permit us to accompany his entourage to their sacred city, traversing the vast Dothraki plains. The nature of the gifts shall naturally fall upon you. Though I shall provide some suggestions, for should the offerings be deemed inappropriate, the Dothraki's curved blades will show no mercy." Turning southeast, we ascend the mountainous path into Novos, a realm ruled by a consortium of monks. The fare is meager, consisting primarily of tough, smoke-cured meats and hard black bread. Accompanied by murky ale, this is the extent of their sustenance. However, one must not overlook Novos' exquisite runic ironworks, particularly their daggers, each meticulously forged by artisans from the mountains. Inscribed with ancient protective runes, sharp enough to sever shadows and impervious to rust. Upon departing Novos, we shall veer due east into the domain of the Koer forest. Notorious for its banditry, a single day will prove insufficient to navigate its depths. We shall inevitably spend a night within its confines, steeling ourselves for potential skirmishes with the outlaws lurking therein. Beyond the forest lies the city of Koer, which resembles a vast forge, its air perpetually infused with the sense of burning metal and sulfur. Here, the craftsmen possess the time-honored secrets of metallurgy, while the Red Priests delve into the perilous arts of blood magic. Continuing southward, the road narrows, winding deeper into the undulating gray mountains of Lorith. Removed from the trade routes, silence reigns supreme. The locals, akin to the mountains they inhabit, are stoic and resilient, preferring to exchange glances over pleasantries. Lorith is abundant in exquisitely veined silver stone and rich silver veins, with sculptors' workshops dotting the landscape. The artisans' ancestral techniques transform cold stone into masterpieces that balance graceful curves with sharp angles, worthy of admiration. A southwest diversion leads us to Lis, a city steeped in opulence, where desire is an open transaction and the essence of life itself. Along the lengthy streets, establishments of pleasure outnumber taverns. With gaily adorned balconies graced by men and women draped in sheer fabrics, their laughter cascading like honey. The air is a mlang of sweet wine-esque bouquet, the warmth of expensive spices, and an intimate, heart-stirring musk. Aubrey Martell beams with a radiant smile. "This is Lis, my beloved city." Euron quietly absorbed Aubrey's plans, raising questions and suggesting modifications to only a few routes, generally adhering to Aubrey's arrangements. In truth, prior to Aubrey's proposal, Euron had already contemplated numerous feasible paths. Otherwise, he could not have made such swift decisions. In addition to devising a tailored plan, it is imperative to recruit additional personnel, not merely warriors, as this perilous journey demands a diverse array of skills. The first candidate is Vittorio Grey, once a fearsome call of the Dothraki Sea. His roar could make the fiercest warhorses bow in submission, and wherever his curved blade pointed, the grasslands would yield. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand. In a fierce battle, a catastrophic fall not only shattered his leg, but also broke his spirit as a warrior. He severed the braids he once wore with pride, opting for a bald head instead. Now, as he ambles along, his steps falter, his left leg can no longer endure the strain required for riding. In a culture that thrives upon the back of horses, a Dothraki unable to ride into battle is akin to an eagle with broken wings. He has lost his status as a call, and, with it, the very essence of his existence, departing from the grasslands that nurtured him, wandering among city-states. A hollow shell burdened by the weight of former glory. It was his prior prestige and strategic acumen as a call that prompted Melion to choose to keep him close. Although Vittorio can no longer charge into battle personally, his past as a call renders him the most suitable ally for engaging with the Dothraki. The second and third are both bearded men, Ario Hoda and Bastian Fernandez. Ario Hoda, the current captain of the Martell family guard, has been dispatched at the behest of Prince Doran to protect Prince Oberyn Martell. This arrangement irked the free-spirited Red Viper, who had never required guardianship. Yet, despite his displeasure, he could not outright refuse. It was not merely an order but an undeniable expression of familial concern. Ario Hoda is robust in stature and silent as a mountain. In his youth, he underwent rigorous training under the bearded monks of Norvos, mastering martial skills, particularly excelling with a fearsome poleaxe. His gaze is as sharp as an eagle's. Ever vigilant, rather than a mere guard, he resembles a mobile bastion of defense. Accompanying him is his friend, Sebastian Fernandez. The two are of the same school. Having been steeped in the iron and blood discipline of the monastery, their bond unbreakable. Sebastian is equally formidable loyal and reliable. Together, they stand as the sun and sand of Dorne, one steadfast as rock, the other fierce as a blade. These two formidable warriors, emerging from Norvos, are not only powerful in combat, but also possess an unwavering loyalty akin to stone. Their presence is both a safeguard and a silent deterrent. The third is known as Long-Legged Lomas, a name derived from his extraordinary height and tireless stride. As a scholar and writer, his combat prowess is nearly negligible. However, his worth transcends the measure of sword and blade. His footprints span every corner of the known world, delving into realms inaccessible to most. Desolate ruins, isolated city-states, and forgotten remnants of civilizations bear witness to his explorations. He meticulously records and compiles these extraordinary experiences into his renowned work, Miracles. This tome not only serves as a compendium of the wonders of the world, but also showcases his profound observational skills and insatiable curiosity. Though he is physically unarmed, his intellect is the mightiest weapon, and his experiences form his most resilient armor. Euron recalls that the imp is a devoted reader of his work, which has been perused to the point of deterioration. The fourth is the enigmatic Castor Daniels, hailing from the colossal city of Karth in the Far East, affiliated with an ancient and mysterious sect of assassins. The members of the organization act with an elegance that belies their lethal nature, renowned for their unique farewell ritual. Before delivering the final blow to their target, they always lean in close and whisper in a tone that is almost gentle, "I am sorry." Unlike the faceless ones, they lack such fervent beliefs. Otherwise, they would not have come merely for the promise of high rewards. The Red Viper has had dealings with Castor Daniels. However, the nature of their acquaintance, whether it be business or enmity, is not of concern to Euron. Euron posed but a single query. "I am intrigued by your martial prowess. Might you offer some guidance during my travels?" The silent one, Castor Daniels, remained silent. Euron continued, "I shall double the commission." The silent one replied, "I would be honored to serve you." The fifth individual, Samuel, hails from the enigmatic continent of Sothros, emerging from the depths of the wild forests. He is exceptionally robust, with bones as rugged as the mountains and his entire form enveloped in muscles as firm as armor. Most striking are his elongated arms, reminiscent of an ancient and perilous jungle creature. Currently, he serves as a mercenary in a small band, his visage resembling an archaic totem, a steeply sloping forehead, a heavy jaw capable of crushing stones, and immense square teeth that can be glimpsed even in silence. His coarse black hair cascades like thorns, adding to his wild demeanor. When Samuel arrived, he was draped in a heavy cloak, concealing himself not out of shyness, but because he had just completed a massacre in a dimly lit tavern. The Sea King's guards and his lover lay in a pool of blood, reportedly in a state of horrific disarray, as if subjected to inhuman brutality. Oberyn Martell's subordinates recruited him due to his formidable combat prowess. However, Euron Greyjoy gazed at him with a sharp and cautious demeanor, stating, "Our journey is long and fraught with peril. The foremost quality I seek in those I recruit is loyalty." His tone was calm, yet unyielding. "How can I be assured you will not plunge a dagger into my back on a moonless night?" Samuel met Euron's gaze, devoid of fear, instead exuding a primal and unblemished serenity. He replied in a deep voice, "The previous mercenary band, the Stone Crow, can vouch for me. I have never betrayed my comrades." Oberyn Martell nodded, having already verified Samuel's reputation prior to bringing him forth. Once Euron received confirmation from Oberyn, he smiled and welcomed him aboard. The sixth individual, Edwin Ramirez, hails from the Serpent Lizard Isles, a man of complex temperament and a former pirate captain. His meticulously groomed mustaches perpetually flick upward, embodying a pride that is yet to be extinguished, while his deep black eyes conceal a barely perceptible anxiety and obsession. Beneath a mane of wind-tossed brown hair lies a face etched with tales of yore. Months prior, a cruel betrayal altered the course of his life. His most trusted crew member stabbed him twice from behind, casting him into the frigid abyss of the sea. He floated alone upon the endless expanse of the sea for a full 10 days, relying solely on his will to survive and a modicum of fortune, until ultimately rescued by a passing merchant vessel. This experience etched an indelible mark upon him. He often subconsciously touched his back, his gaze oscillating violently between trust and suspicion. At this moment, he habitually rubbed his iconic curled mustache between his thumb and forefinger, his voice deep and laden with obsession. "I require a sum of money. A substantial amount, for your commission is quite generous." His eyes scanned the crowd, as if he could already envision the shadow-laden docks of the Serpent's Isle, which serves as your terminus, yet my starting point. I shall return to locate each of those traitors, slit their throats, and reclaim my ship. thereby returning to the true sea that belongs to me. The summer waters of Sothoros, to others a fog of death, I could traverse with my eyes closed, making 3 rounds effortlessly. The Serpent's Isle is my home, and I am undoubtedly the finest guide. Euron requires someone well-versed in Sothoros, and if Edwin Ramirez is not deceiving, then he is indeed an indispensable asset. The 7th is Gwendolyn, hailing from the city of shadows and arcana, Ashaya, serving as a red-robed priestess to the Light King, Larho. In her eyes dance flickering flames, as if glimpsing the threads of fate beyond mortal reach. Euron Greyjoy's recruitment of her aboard was not born of faith, but rather a cold curiosity. He had read the original texts and knew of the terrifying powers exhibited by the famed priestess Melisandre, prophecies of the future, manipulation of shadows, and even life theft through blood magic. He held no reverence for such powers, but understood that in this game of power, to disregard any form of strength is the height of folly. He did not aspire to master these arcane arts, but firmly believed that someone must comprehend the rules governing their operation. Gwendolyn's presence served as a firewall he had erected around himself. Through her eyes, he aimed to unveil the mysteries of light and shadow, guarding against the possibility of falling prey to the same dark machinations one day. Knowledge, especially that pertaining to one's enemies, is in itself a formidable weapon. The final individual is the Shadowbinder, Evelyn, from the legendary realm of shadows. She is perpetually masked, her form enveloped in impenetrable dark fabric, the only visible feature being her verdant green eyes, reminiscent of dark emeralds. Those eyes seem to contain centuries' worth of secrets and whispers, exuding an otherworldly calm and piercing insight when gazing upon others. Euron Greyjoy found himself deeply intrigued by her. He harbored an almost insatiable curiosity for all rare and perilous magical forces in the world. Whether it be the fiery prophecies of the Light King or the shadowy manipulations wielded by the Shadowbinder, to him, they were merely different manifestations of power, deserving of understanding, dissection, and even mastery. Beside him, Oberyn Martell could only shake his head in resignation. Though this Prince of Dorne was well-versed in many matters, he found it difficult to grasp Euron's obsession with such profound arts. Yet he uttered no more than a faint, resigned smile at the corners of his lips. After all, it was Euron who bore the expenses. He was the master. The will of the master dictates the course of navigation. Chapter 46. Euron's Travel Diary, Part 1, The Port of Pentos. City of Schemes, it stands as the closest free trade city-state on the continent of Essos to the capital of Westeros, King's Landing. Before the ship had even docked, the wind had already borne the scent of Pentos, a cloyingly sweet aroma of wine, almost palpable enough to be savored between the teeth, entwined with the briny sea breeze, lingering in the air. They say this is the breath of the city, its very soul. To me, it is merely Pentos's most straightforward introduction. Here, one may indulge in everything, and everything bears a price. Pentos was initially ruled by a prince, elected for life from among the adult men of 40 noble bloodlines, until the prince's death, after which a new one would be chosen. Presently, the city is effectively governed by governors. The prince is still selected from the 40 families, but serves only ceremonial functions, presiding over meetings and festive banquets. A peace treaty stipulates that the people of Pentos may not possess more than 20 warships, may not employ mercenaries, nor enter contracts with free companies, nor maintain any military force beyond the city guard. Thus, this city is feeble, so feeble that it must offer gifts of gold and silver to the Dothraki horse lords. I visited the palace, where the gifts from the governors of Pentos to the Dothraki call stand beside the bay, featuring 9 soaring towers, their brick walls adorned with ivy. It is a place where stories begin, worthy of exploration. Pentos is a thriving port city, thus its docks are the most bustling and prosperous. The wharves are crowded and noisy, with heaps of carpets, as colorful as poisonous butterflies in flight, nearly bending the wooden planks beneath their weight. Merchants approach with smiles sweeter than wine, their words stickier than honey. They raise silver goblets, each sentence dripping with camaraderie and respect. Yet I am acutely aware that behind every compliment lies a ledger, and every gaze assesses your worth. If you admire his carpet, he has already concocted a price in his mind. If you glance at his slaves, he is measuring whether you wish to negotiate a transaction. Thus, I merely smile and nod, refraining from any genuine praise. In this city, silence is the highest form of courtesy. Today, I visited 3 wine merchants and quaffed no less than 10 glasses of their prized vintages. Without exception, they were sweet, excessively sweet, to the point of discomfort, akin to drinking syrup. They proudly swirled the purple liquid in their goblets, recounting family legacies and ancestral secrets. Yet all I could think was, such wine offers enjoyment in the first glass, toleration in the second, and becomes a burden by the third. True wine should inspire a longing to return for more. And I, who had sailed the seas since the age of 7 but was never permitted to drink, found my first taste of this so-called nectar to be nothing short of disappointing. Prior to this, due to my age, I had never tasted wine. After sampling the famed sweet wine of Pintos, it struck me that these so-called wines were merely grape juice for children. In the afternoon, I ventured to the vineyards outside the city. Beneath the blazing sun, the vines stood in neat rows, as workers bent over to harvest. Everything remained as it was centuries ago. I plucked a nearly bursting, ripe grape, its juice splattering forth, a deep crimson akin to blood. Such a perfect fruit. Yet it was merely transformed into sweet water to amuse children. This was not only a waste, but also a disgrace. The thoughts in my mind grew increasingly vivid. This was an opportunity to allow the people of this world to savor what true wine tastes like. An absolute source of wealth. However, I would have to wait until I returned to the Iron Islands to truly experiment, controlling the fermentation temperature, or introducing certain dry spices from Dorne to balance the sweetness, improving the packaging to ensure the wine could travel farther and last longer without spoiling. The people of Pintos are adept in trade, and I would present them with a deal they had never even contemplated. I did not wish to purchase their wine. Instead, I aimed to redefine what wine truly is using their grapes and my methods. One day, they would curse the wine I had crafted for stealing their proud business, while simultaneously indulging in my refined brews. And my purse would be filled with the wealth taken from their hands. Completing my travel plan within 2.5 years was indeed a race against time, with most of it spent on the journey, thus leaving little time for exploration in the cities. Ultimately, I spent a total of 14 days in Pintos, accruing 2,600 points during my visit. Norfo's steps, the tolling bells, and the shadows of monks. We arrived at this city, divided by theocracy and stone walls. Norfo's was not merely a city, but two. One perched atop a mountain, the other nestled in the river valley, connected by the famed steps of sinners. The height of 300 feet separated not only wealth from poverty, but also two distinctly different lives. The upper city, locked away by massive stone walls, served as a fortress for the bearded monks. Life here was as rigid and cold as its architecture. The summers were stiflingly humid, while winters brought biting winds. Yet the prayers within the temple never ceased. Everything was shrouded in a solemn, monotonous, and suffocating piety. However, their goods were tangible, thick textiles capable of withstanding the salty winds of the Iron Islands, and high-quality oak, precisely what we required to rebuild our fleet. I tempered my impatience, wishing to exchange gold and silence for our needs. I conversed with the monks clad in coarse robes, their beards flowing to their waists, their gazes devoid of the greed typical of merchants, replaced instead by a profound scrutiny. Engaging in trade with them felt peculiar, as if one were not bargaining but partaking in a silent confession. Descending the steps of sinners felt akin to tumbling from an altar into the mundane world. The lower city was alive with the shouts of dockworkers, the low laughter of brothels, and the clamor of taverns. The air was thick with the bitterness of dark beer and the sourness of fermented goat's milk. I sampled their winter cake, a hard confection mixed with ginger, pine nuts, and cherries, accompanied by a metal cup of honeyed milk liquor known as Nassa. The taste was coarse yet vivid, much like the city itself. The long-legged Lomas referred to the city's bells as a wonder of the world. When I heard the simultaneous tolling of 3 massive bells, their thunderous sound resonating as if from the depths of the mountain, shaking both the heavens and the hearts of men, I had to concede that he was indeed correct. The sound was solemn and profound, as if it could cleanse all sins, yet it firmly shackled everyone within the divine order. However, a chuckle escapes me. A group of ruling monks evokes thoughts of certain Buddhist realms from Journey to the West, an oddly peculiar feeling. If given the chance, it would be fascinating to see these bearded monks descend from their lofty heights and embody the essence of true, desireless ascetics. Chapter 47. The Travels of Yuluan. Part 2. Traversing the shadowy expanse of the Kohor Forest, notorious for its treacherous bite, we entered its domain. If Novos was a mountain town ensnared by faith, then this was land steeped in ancient malevolence. Towering trees twisted and intertwined, blocking out the sun, their light as sparse as the mercy occasionally bestowed by deities. Beneath our feet lay no paths, only muck and gnarled traps, each step akin to treading into a nightmare reluctant to awaken. The air was thick and humid, infused with the scent of decaying leaves, damp earth, and an elusive odor reminiscent of metal, tinged with a hint of blood, what the locals referred to as the rust of magic. They spoke of bandits, more cunning traps, and ancient remnants of dark sorcery that lingered like a miasma in the woods, invisible yet lethal. We stumbled upon a forgotten temple, or rather, it resembled a derelict shrine of stone and madness. Vines coiled around the crumbling statues like veins, their visages obscured by age and runes, yet they exuded an unsettling aura. The symbols were foreign to me, yet instinctively I recoiled, sensing they were not prayers of protection, but rather seals imprisoning something ominous. A mercenary reached out to touch a fragment of stone that seemed to whisper, only to be sharply halted by a fierce warning from Red Viper. Here, curiosity proved to be a swifter route to death than any blade. As we ventured deeper into the forest, we encountered bandits. However, it was evident that our numbers were greater and our blades sharper. They retreated silently. We refrained from pursuit, for the Koer forest was their territory, and they were intimately familiar with its every tree and shadow. I had no desire to fall into a trap and be ambushed. Nightfall awakened the forest in its entirety. Darkness enveloped us so thickly that the firelight barely held sway over a fragile sphere, while something stirred beyond its reach. It was neither man nor beast, but a slow, deep, and patient presence. It shunned disturbance, and we had become unwelcome guests. I commanded the sentinels to double their vigilance, standing back to back, forbidding anyone from straying beyond the flickering light. The iron folk and mercenaries gripped their weapons tightly, silently attuned to the slow rustling encircling us, as if some colossal entity dragged its footsteps around our solitary glow. Only at dawn did that presence recede. No one beheld it, yet all felt its weight. That night, slumber eluded us. Yet, with the rising sun, despite our exhaustion, we promptly set forth, determined to escape the cursed forest before darkness reclaimed it. I assure you, this is a place you would never wish to linger for another night. Koer City, iron and fire, blood and price emerging from the accursed forest. We cast aside shadows and whispers, only to be confronted by the searing breath of Koer. The entire city resembles an unceasingly vast forge, where even the air is imbued with the acrid scent of burning metal and sulfur, alongside a deeper, more primal essence, akin to the blood and soul being melded. Each breath feels as though one inhales sparks into their lungs. The streets here do not belong to pedestrians. They are the domain of blacksmiths and their creations. The sound of hammering echoes from every corner, ceaselessly, like the furious heartbeat of this city. Artisans toil amidst firelight and shadow, wielding ancient secrets passed down through millennia. Crafting blades and swords said to drink in moonlight and cleave through incantations. Deeper still, the robed sorcerers delve into magic wrought with the price of blood and flame. I have gazed into the eyes of an elder, where flickering not a glance, but the very essence of the forge resided. Here, knowledge is more precious than gold, yet far more perilous. Each inquiry bears a price tag, and some answers may well be beyond your means to afford. Yet, I find solace in the rules of this place. Transparent pricing is far more authentic than the hypocritical oaths and hollow honors of Westeros. Fatigued from my wanderings, I paused before a smoking stall, ordering a spicy sausage and a cup of what they call fire's breath, a potent spirit. The sausage hissed upon the charcoal, robust and substantial, its scalding juices mingling with sharp spices in a delightful explosion of flavor. I swiftly downed the cup. It was no mere liquor, but liquid fire, blazing down my throat and igniting my stomach, the heat so fierce it nearly conjured visions. In that moment, the chill and dread of the forest were utterly incinerated. I offered thrice the reward to the skilled blacksmiths to join me in the Iron Islands, promising freedom, gold, and boundless coal and ore. Some wavered, their eyes flickering with the distant glow of opportunity. Yet, a few steadfast traditionalists remained silent, claiming their roots were embedded in this frigid soil, impervious to the allure of coin. Thus, I turned to my reticent ironborn companions, my voice low yet potent enough to send a shiver down the hardest of spines. Do you remember our ancient path? There was no need for elaboration, they recalled, and would never forget. We hail from the sea, and taking by force is our creed. Should requests go unheeded, there are myriad ways to persuade. However, should one refuse to partake in the toast of goodwill, the methods may turn less harmonious. Koer believes itself safeguarded by mountains and watched over by deities. Yet, they have forgotten that the denizens of the Iron Islands know not what it is to be obstructed. After we departed this city, many blacksmiths vanished. Yet, contrary to expectation, few pursued their whereabouts. Apart from their blood kin, no one sought them, for this city boasts an abundance of blacksmiths. And the bearded monks cared little for these lesser folk. Loras stone and shadow, blood and silence continued southward, the path narrowing like a recoiling serpent, winding into the somber mountains of Loras. Here, there is no clamor of caravans, no briny winds from the ports, only an oppressive silence that weighs heavily upon the shoulders. It is a tangible burden, dense and suffocating. The locals resemble the mountains themselves, unyielding, austere, and reticent. They appraise you with their gazes, responding in silence. A nod may signify approval, while averted gaze could imply a warning. Here, words are superfluous, perhaps even perilous. The entire valley reverberates with the crisp sound of chisel meeting marble. Loras may not be a prosperous land, yet it yields two treasures: silvery stone with a texture reminiscent of moonlight, and the rich veins of silver buried deep within the earth. Stone carving workshops are built along the mountainsides, where artisans converse with stone across generations, transforming the cold, unyielding ore into art that embodies both grace and sharpness. They carve in silence, as if each stroke inscribes unreadable family secrets upon the stone. The sustenance here is as coarse and substantial as the land itself: salty, bitter sheep's cheese, hard nut cakes fit for armor, accompanied by a pot of bitter tea brewed from mountain spring water. It may not delight the palate, yet it sustains life. Here, survival is the only acknowledged luxury. However, my purpose in this journey is not the stones or the cheese. I have seen their silver mines, witnessed their workshops where weapons are honed through generations. Their stonemasonry is exquisite. I offered a reward 30% above market price, my gaze harboring the ambitions of the Iron Islands. Some shook their heads in silence, their loyalty deeply rooted in the soil of family. For those who hesitated, my ironborn companions simply stepped forward, fingers casually resting on their axe handles, saying nothing yet conveying everything. The Iron Islands abound with stones. They would surely thrive there. And I too would find joy, for the Iron Islands require talents from all walks of life. Here, the deepest veins are not of silver, but of familial vendettas. A careless greeting, a mispronounced name, could ignite blood feuds spanning generations. Their methods of resolution are frighteningly direct. The silver-handled dagger at their waist embodies their law. I meticulously recorded everything: the locations of the mines, the names of the artisans, and the families sworn to eternal enmity. Knowledge, whether concerning metals or lives, is a weapon sharper than Valyrian steel in the right hands. I inscribed all of this in my notebook, believing it would prove invaluable upon my return to this land. Chapter 48. The Travel Diary of Euron, Part 3. Rice, honey, blades, and the ecstasy of clarity before the ship even docked. The essence of rice enveloped me, sweet, warm, imbued with a certain rot, akin to an overblown golden lotus. The entire city is steeped in a warm haze that never dissipates, as if the sunset had paused here, gilding the painted rooftops, languid balconies, and every smile with a lavish yet illusory golden trim. In this place, desire is explicitly priced, displayed as commodity. Along the lengthy streets, establishments of pleasure outnumber bakeries, with men and women draped in sheer fabrics leaning upon balconies, their laughter dripping like thick honey upon the shoulders of every passerby. The air is a chaotic symphony of myriad scents: sickly sweet wine, costly Eastern spices, and a more intimate, tantalizing musk, rice's unique perfume, masking the aroma of scheming and trade. I sampled their honey cake, adorned with spices reminiscent of gold leaf. With a single bite, the scalding syrup nearly scorched my throat. Delicious, indeed, yet therein lies the peril. Many sweet confections are laced with a gentle narcotic, not merely for flavor, but to render you utterly senseless. The most classic trap is that of the flamboyant floral barges, velvet cushions, and floral decorations, promising to guide you through the most beautiful waterways. Yet, once aboard, the sweet air will incapacitate you, and when you awaken, you will no longer be a mere tourist, but a commodity, shackled by iron chains, standing upon the auction block for all to appraise. The Red Viper warns repeatedly, yet many iron men and mercenaries remain unfazed. However, it is this unabashed hypocrisy that renders Lys so vividly real in my eyes. It does not feign nobility nor conceal its greed. It brazenly deceives with beauty and sweetness, while generously offering exquisite sensory pleasures. Here, behind every smile may lurk a blade, and every handshake could be an appraisal. Lys does not deceive you about its true nature. It simply unfurls a web woven with temptation, testing the resolve and clarity of every intruder. I hold a profound admiration for this brutal honesty. This is the Red Viper, the favored haunt of our Prince Oberyn Martell. Upon arrival in Lys, he eagerly immersed himself in its gentle embrace. The other mercenaries and iron men accompanying me were of a similar disposition. I granted them 3 days of unrestricted freedom to indulge. After all, they are men, and I understand them well. Although I profess this, my tender age of less than 8 rendered me somewhat powerless, hence I resolved to instruct my maid, Lisa, on wielding a sword and dagger for her self-defense. This unintentional act led me to discover another method for accruing Pirate King system points. You have defeated Maid Lisa, earning 5 points. My maid cannot be so feeble. Thus I decided to continue her training. You have defeated Maid Lisa, no points awarded. A maximum of 1 victory or kill point can be earned from the same enemy per month, and the points will diminish. Alas, I had hoped to grind for more points. Yet, my gaze shifted to 2 other women whom the Red Viper had long coveted, the red-haired priestess of the Crimson Goddess. Possessing depth and allure, and the shrouded Shadowbinder, her face concealed beneath a mask, her entire form wrapped tightly, revealing only her emerald eyes. I kindly advised them, magic is a splendid thing, but casting spells requires time, and sometimes magic may not yield results. Therefore, you must learn to wield a short sword or other weapons. You have defeated the Crimson Priestess Gwendolyn, earning 20 points. You have defeated the Shadowbinder Evelyn, earning 30 points. On the 3rd day, when Oberyn Martell returned after a night of revelry, he found the 3 of them clutching their posteriors. Gazing at me with expressions of discontent, and in sudden realization, he gave me a thumbs up. Soon, all mercenaries and iron men were aware of my exploits, each one revering me with profound admiration. Sigh, I could not be bothered to explain. Let them misconstrue it as they wish. After spending 20 days in this opulent city, I have finally grasped the essence of indulgence and excess. Ultimately, I refrained from purchasing the local specialty, the bed slave, and instead acquired a few seasoned madams skilled in training such individuals. Perhaps Westeros could benefit from a touch of exotic allure. Yes, I intend to establish a brothel in each kingdom. Profit is secondary. For this shall be the hub of information dissemination, a network I have long aspired to create but lacked the opportunity. This may very well be my chance. The realm of pleasure is a graveyard for heroes. Were it not for my unequivocal command to depart, they might linger here for a lifetime, ultimately perishing in the embrace of women. 2 ironborn and 1 mercenary have gone missing. Their failure to appear at the appointed time suggests they may have met with death or, perhaps, a fate worse than death. Integrity and keeping one's word are universal standards. Thus, we shall no longer wait, nor can we afford to disperse in search of them. They must be held accountable for their every capricious act. Taloshi is a city of ostentation, where spices and the scent of blood from dark alleys converge. The moment the ship docked, this city unceremoniously pierced my senses. The painted towers, gilded domes, and mansions adorned with intricate deities and monsters make Taloshi resemble an excessively adorned courtesan, unabashedly flaunting her vulgarity and wealth beneath the blazing sun. The entire city serves as an unending stage, and every newcomer is compelled to assume a role. At the docks, the sweltering air is infused with 2 distinct aromas, the acrid scent of the dye market and the sweet fragrance of citrus from the market stalls. They bizarrely intertwine, invading my nostrils. Baskets brimming with oranges and lemons create vibrant hues, while nearby, indigo, deep red, and crimson dye pots splash forth bolder colors, staining fabrics and the fingertips and soles of the haggling merchants. This place is a paradise for trade, yet also a sanctuary for outlaws. Pirates with curved daggers at their sides and scarred mercenaries weave through the crowd, settling accounts with gold coins and disputes with blades. I witnessed a confrontation at a gaming table. Before a word could be uttered, a dagger found its way into the throat of a participant. The clamor of the day masks the transactions, yet when night descends, the port belongs solely to shadows and murder. In the dim light, cold arrows are far more common than greetings. I settled at a smoke-filled stall and ordered their renowned dish, fire pepper grilled fish. The entire fish was enveloped in a thick layer of vivid crimson chili, roasted to perfection. As I took a bite, an explosion of exquisite flavor and searing pain surged simultaneously, striking straight to my core. Delicious, yet fiercely aggressive, as if warning the diner, here. Even a dish carries an edge that dares not be provoked. Taloshi does not conceal its rules. It lures you in with its flamboyance and teaches you to remain vigilant through its brutality. Here, lowering your guard is tantamount to self-destruction. The ironborn and mercenaries clashed with pirates in a tavern, escalating into a bloody melee. We ultimately vanquished the pirates. Yet 3 ironborn and 10 mercenaries lost their lives in the process. Alas, such is the nature of life. Unpredictable and transient, I have long since learned to accept it. The best-selling item here is pear brandy, adorned with extravagant armor and exquisite instruments of torture. I am not fond of brandy. I prefer practical and affordable armor. And I find the instruments of torture unnecessary, though Prince Dorne, who enjoys indulging in some peculiar games, is quite intrigued by them. After cremating the 13 fallen comrades, we departed from the city. Chapter 49. The Travels of Euron, Part 4. On either side of the Volantis Long Bridge, the remnants of past splendor lie in stark contrast to today's marshlands. The Lorne River flows like a murky artery, cleaving Volantis in two, while the bridge serves as a fragile vessel connecting these two disparate worlds. Standing upon the bridge, I felt the pulsating differences beneath my feet. On the eastern shore lies the tranquil realm of ancient nobility behind black walls, suffused with whispers of power and the fragrant haze of sandalwood. To the west, a cacophony of mercenaries, foreigners, slaves, and commoners coalesces into a mire, the air swirling with the potent sense of sweat, spices, and decay. The city's division is laid bare, stark and merciless. Slavery. This is the undeniable backdrop of Volantis. The sheer number of slaves is suffocating, purportedly 5 times that of the free citizens. They move silently through the streets and docks, eyes cast downward, forming the unvoiced foundation upon which this city operates. It is said that this place was once the city of flowers and fountains, the most powerful and prosperous jewel among the 9 city-states. Now, I can only glean remnants of its former glory from the colossal statues and the ruins of grand fountains that remain. A century ago, a foolish conquest drained its lifeblood. The resentment of defeat led the populace to shatter countless statues of the Tiger Party's magistrates. Present-day Volantis resembles a once splendid robe, dazzling from afar yet revealing coarse stitching and numerous flaws upon closer inspection. Many fountains have long since run dry, becoming stagnant pools teeming with mosquitoes. Some districts have been reclaimed by the marsh, desolate and reduced to mere memories. I visited those obligatory landmarks. The Black Wall is not merely a wall. It is a declaration, coldly proclaiming the insurmountable divide of bloodlines and class. The Temple of Rollo, where crimson-robed monks serve their king of light within shadowy halls. Flickering flames dance in the darkness, promising illusory power and redemption. The red-clad priestess Gwyndoryn drew me inside, extolling the virtues of their deity. The Merchant's House, Volantis's finest tavern, is a colossal 4-story edifice overlooking the surrounding docks, wharves, and warehouses. Its hall is larger than most castles in Westeros, with a central courtyard paved with stone and adorned with numerous grapevines. The surrounding pavilions and alcoves create a labyrinthine effect, and it is reputed to be the largest and most expensive tavern in the world. Yet, every table is filled with patrons, a testament to the abundance of wealth in this realm. Should one establish a grand tavern in the port of King's Landing, it would surely yield substantial profits. At last, we behold the Long Bridge, which spans the estuary of the Lorne River, connecting the 2 districts of Volantis. Its entrance is marked by an archway crafted from black monoliths, adorned with intricate carvings of sphinxes, scorpion-tailed beasts, dragons, and other fantastical creatures. Along either side of the bridge, a myriad of structures rise, offering an array of wares for purchase. At the bridge's center, the severed heads of criminals and the hands of thieves are displayed, impaled upon spears as a grim warning to all. Fortune smiled upon us, for our arrival coincided with the city's elections. In Volantis, the governor is elected annually by the Tiger and Elephant parties, with every freeborn landowner granted the right to vote. The elections span 10 days. A jubilant festival for the people of Volantis. Regardless of whether one is a tiger or an elephant, I remain merely a transient observer, reveling in the exuberance of the occasion. Yet, this electoral system breeds instability, permeating the air with a scent of decay. Volantis still draws breath, but each inhalation carries an essence of mustiness and frailty. It imparted upon me a singular truth. The deepest decline begins not with the sword of an external foe, but with the insidious rot from within. We left behind the so-called civilization and ventured into the boundless expanse of the Dothraki Sea, a vast realm of grasslands. Here, the sky expands to an unimaginable scale, resembling an immense bronze bowl, green with rust, inverted over the edge of the world. The wind is the sole eternal sound, sweeping through the waist-high grass, producing an endless low wail, akin to the collective sigh of countless souls. Here, the law is inscribed by the hooves of horses and revised with curved blades. We encountered a formidable Khalasar, offering gifts and displaying resolute gazes, just to be grudgingly accepted as guests. Yet, the eyes of every Dothraki warrior were unambiguous. Guests? Captives? The distance between the two is merely defined by the outcome of a battle. We followed them in their migrations, pursuing water and pasture beneath the scorching sun, with horizons stretching toward the stars. Ultimately, we arrived at the fabled land of Visofrak. There are no walls, no gates. This great city has sprung forth from the earth's bosom in a wild flourish. Thousands of tents blanket the landscape like an ocean of white. The air is a emlaying of roasted horsemeat's savory aroma, the sourness of yogurt, and the eternal taste of dust. While the whinnying of horses resonates more densely than thunder, sending shivers through the heart. It is here that I beheld Kalbalb, the one whose voice booms like a bell. In a contest watched by all the warriors, I executed a swift and precise maneuver, defeating his son, Drogo, who was of similar age to myself. In that moment, the clamor ceased, leaving only the grass to whisper in the wind. Here, all language is superfluous. Power is the sole currency, strength of muscle, will, and the ability to command hearts. Humility is a virtue of the weak. Weakness is the original sin, unworthy of compassion. One can only prove their worth before this vast expanse of grassland will begrudgingly grant them a mere inch of ground to stand upon. It was only after I vanquished the son of Balon Greyjoy, Yora, that Balon himself deigned to acknowledge me, a child of similar stature to his own. I yearned for horses, indeed, the horses of the Dothraki, the finest in the world. I shall barter with salt, wine, and iron for their steeds. And Balon agreed to this trade. The Red Viper appeared perplexed, unable to fathom why an ironborn would desire horses. As if a lord of an island were to summon a cavalry. I did not enlighten him about the future. My dominion extends beyond the ocean, encompassing the land as well. In the Bay of Slaves, where humanity is openly commodified, Oberyn spoke with a tone infused with both poetry and venom, depicting this coastline as the city of the three sisters, three progeny of the same origin who loathe each other to the point of wishing to slit each other's throats. And now, I beheld them with my own eyes. The scent of the bay rushed into my nostrils, a nauseating blend of sweet fragrances and the faint crack of whips, inciting a strange exhilaration. The entire city resembled a grand, meticulously operated brothel and menagerie. They claimed to export the world's most exquisite pleasure slaves and servants, yet in truth, they systematically dismantled and refined individuals into docile commodities. As I traversed through, observing the slaves adorned with trained smiles, the irony struck me. They had transformed gentleness into the coldest of trades. Mylan, on the other hand, was shrouded in an ever-present layer of ochre dust. The towering pyramid pierced the sky, akin to a tombstone left by some colossal giant. Dust blanketed everything, infiltrating the gaps between teeth and filling lungs. It was the true sovereign of this land, emblematic of an ancient, stubborn tradition that refused to change. Here, the slaves wore copper collars, toiling silently in the shadow of their masters, with even resistance appearing burdensome. Yet what truly halted my steps was Astapor. If the previous two cities draped their wares in a veil of illusion, Astapor tore away even that last shred of pretense. Here, it was a factory of human transformation, producing but one kind, the unsullied. I visited a training line they referred to as the Flow. The boys were stripped of their names, emotions, fears, and even their physicality, reformed into instruments of absolute obedience and slaughter. The birth of each warrior was underpinned by the countless shattered souls that lay beneath their feet. There was no deception here, only efficiency and cost. The Bay of Slaves did not conceal its essence. Here, a human could be disassembled into parts, clearly priced, and put up for sale. Oberyn spoke truly. This was the epitome of humanity being commodified. I could not change this place, not now at least. In the three cities of the Bay of Slaves, I engaged in transactions with those haughty slave masters who looked down their noses at others. I required individuals, various useful people, doctors, blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, scholars, poisoners, warriors, merchants, and generals. I desired them all. The future of the Iron Islands demands a multitude of capable talents. Chapter 50. The Travels of Oren, v. The Ashes of Valyria. The Land of Whispers and Fallen Gods. We finally reached this land that ought to exist only in nightmares or legends, the Valyrian Peninsula. Even merely skirting its periphery, the ancient, almost palpable aura of destruction is sufficient to render even the bravest sailor breathless. This is not a journey, it is a pilgrimage. A dark odyssey confronting the apocalypse and the raw essence of power. As far as the eye can see, there are scenes of termination. The sky is shrouded in an eternal veil of ash, with sunlight struggling to penetrate, casting a sickly, yellowish glow that distorts the passage of time. Beneath our feet lies a thick layer of pallid dust, each step sinking deep within, as if countless spectral hands are pulling us downward. The former splendor has long been reduced to ruins, with only twisted columns and grotesque crystalline walls piercing through the haze, reminiscent of ancient behemoths' weathered skeletons, silently narrating the calamity that tore civilization asunder. Yet, in the air, there lingers more than just dust and death. There are its stone phantoms, terrifying entities formed from solidified magma and endless resentment. devoid of consciousness or purpose, driven solely by an instinctive urge for the annihilation of all that lives. Their mere existence serves as a whisper and a warning of the ongoing cataclysm. Traversing this realm demands utmost preparation and a favor from fate. We tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, each breath tinged with the flavors of sulfur and despair. Yet, I do not feel fear. Rather, an unprecedented clarity envelopes me. Here, the pride of civilization and deities is utterly shattered, ground into dust. It ruthlessly unveils the ultimate visage of power, not merely as creation, but as complete, indiscriminate obliteration. Camping far from Valyria, I ventured alone into the perilous depths of Valyria as night descended. As I approached, the dragon crystal compass, a beacon of blood and fire that had long remained with Lisa, began to heat up. Its needle spun erratically, and I seemed to hear a voice calling to me. The depths of Valyria murmured, entwining dragon crystal with the weight of destiny, as I walked upon the ashes of the world. Each footfall was swallowed by profound silence. Each step felt sacrilegious. Upon reaching an area where even the starlight was utterly devoured, I suddenly halted. The once dormant dragon crystal compass in my hand had become fervently hot, a faint crimson glow seeping through my fingers as if ignited from within. No longer a mere directional tool, it transformed into a frenzied living entity. The needle whirled wildly, emitting an almost inaudible high-pitched hum, breaking free from all known geographic laws, stubbornly pointing deeper into the darkness ahead. At that moment, I heard it, not through my ears, but resonating directly within my skull, a deep, ancient call crackling with the sound of fire. It repeated a syllable that was not a word, yet its meaning was indelibly imprinted in my consciousness. It was my name, a summons, a destiny. We followed the erratic compass's guidance, ultimately halting in a hollow embraced by colossal, twisted structures of black stone. The air was saturated with magic, so potent it made my teeth ache, the ashes swirling around as if engaged in a slow dance. At the heart of this eerie, shimmering volcanic glass, it lay quietly, a dragon egg. Its scale-like shell is a profound obsidian, adorned with serpentine dark red patterns that resemble molten gold flowing across its surface. The tentacles, warm to the touch, seem to cradle the eternal embers of a slumbering fire within. Beside it, partially concealed in the ashes, lies a colossal, twisted horn. Entirely black and composed of neither metal nor stone, its surface is intricately carved with ancient Valyrian runes that shimmer in the moonlight, as if imbued with a life of their own. When I grasped it, a surge of potent energy coursed through my arm, and in that moment, I could almost hear the echo of a dragon's roar resonating through the ages. Standing amidst the ruins, my left hand cradles a life-giving dragon egg, while my right hand holds the horn that binds power, destruction and rebirth, creation and control. Valyria has bestowed upon me its legacy and curse alike. I place them within a hidden system, inaccessible to all but myself, awaiting the day their emergence may be required. Quirks of the Golden Eye, the essence of mist and power. We have finally arrived at the opulent city of Quirks, which boldly claims to be the center of the world. Even I must concede, it deserves such audacity. The triple massive walls rise like divine rings hurled by the gods, encircling layers upon layers, from 30 feet to 50, crafted from sandstone, granite, and culminating in the inner layer of black marble, each more imposing, each more lethal than the last. The walls are adorned with lavish scenes, couples entwined in passion, armies locked in battle, and exotic beasts leaping, as if to imprint all earthly desires and conflicts upon the city's exterior. The inner city gate, with its eyes of gold, silently scrutinizes every intruder, instilling a chilling dread. Within the city, countless slender spires reach towards the heavens, akin to a staircase ascending to paradise. Each plaza boasts fountains shaped like griffins or dragons, flowing with crystal-clear water, yet the air is thick with the scents of spices, gold, and a deeper, rusted essence of magic. Nominally, the royalty governs 1,000 palaces. However, whispers at every corner reveal that true power resides within the grasp of the immense merchant guilds, the 13 magnates, the Emerald Brotherhood, the Spice Guild. It is their gold that weaves the destiny of this city. Above all of this looms another shadow, the Warlocks, their palace of dust. A terrifying edifice known as the Hall of the Immortal devours all fools seeking power and enlightenment. They partake of a blue, viscous liquid known as nightshade water. When I tasted it, the initial sensation was akin to swallowing a mixture of ink and putrid flesh, utterly repulsive. Yet soon, a peculiar warmth erupted in my chest, like flames entwining around my heart, while my tongue unexpectedly savored the sweet essence of honey, anise, and cream. dangerous yet intoxicating, much like Quark's itself. Here, Lisa's reaction captivated me more than any fountain or spire. When a member of the 13 magnates passed by with a spice magnate in the Grand Thoroughfare, she instantly stiffened. Her fingers clenched tightly, nails digging into her palm, oblivious to the blood seeping through her fingers. "You are mine," I whispered to her, my gaze still sweeping across this city of golden eyes and mist. "If you bear enmity towards them, do not hesitate to voice it." She remained silent. Yet that silence was more deafening than any accusation. I gazed upon those merchants draped in silk and satin, and a thought spread through my mind like shadows at night. The 13 giants were merely merchants. They wielded the power to govern a nation through gold. How simple, yet how enticing, this principle seemed. If we were to elevate a merchant, I turned to Lisa, my tone devoid of jest. "Do you think he could replace one of them?" This city has taught me one thing. True power does not always require the wielding of swords. Sometimes, it merely needs to sit upon a sack of gold coins, smiling, to purchase everything. "This would benefit you," I remarked, observing her pallid countenance, "and likewise for me." I urged Lisa to employ her intellect, to contemplate ways to seize control of this city. "I am unequivocally your investor, for I believe this venture is undoubtedly worthwhile." Even the Red Viper nodded in agreement. If so, I too would be willing to invest. The whispers of the rainforest of the Summer Isles intertwined with the island's songs. The edges of the sea chart twisted here, the course abruptly veering southward, resolutely piercing those regions marked by legends, fantasies, and the warnings of skulls. Should fate bestow even a semblance of madness upon us, we might become the first in centuries to dare sail toward the cursed shores of Sothros. Either as fools or as madmen. I stood at the stern, the briny wind failing to disperse the vision of that verdant hell in my mind. My gaze seemed to pierce the horizon, beholding the tropical rainforest that greedily devoured time and civilization. The ancient Yamen Tower lay prostrate upon the eternal marsh, its shattered boulders tightly entwined by serpentine vines, akin to the skeletal remains of a slain giant. Deeper within, the legendary Yilan was reduced to a non-human sculpted stone circle, silently guarding the long-forgotten secrets amidst the swirling miasma. There, the humid air itself was poison, fever trailing closely behind, while the indigenous people, their skin adorned with mottled paint, greeted us with poisoned blowpipes and chilling silence. Their perception of us as intruders was, I must concede, remarkably accurate, and their actions equally so. This was not a land awaiting exploration, but a cemetery poised for burial, transformed into a realm of fear where none dared to intrude. The palpable danger was vividly confirmed by the bloody fate of two foolish mercenaries, lured by the most primal desire upon sighting a girl washing clothes naked by the shore. They vanished behind that lethal green curtain, never to be heard from again. We did not expend a single soldier in search of them. To show mercy here was tantamount to suicide. Their fate became the clearest warning. Sothros demands, but never gives. Thus, our ship's bow slowly turned, yielding to the whispers of the trade winds, directing us toward the sun-kissed paradise of the Summer Isles in the northwest. The laws there stood in stark contrast to the somber, deathly aura of this place. The sea breeze conveyed not warnings, but the rhythmic pulse of drums, exuberant songs, and the fragrance of myrrh. The dark-skinned, gleaming people adorned themselves with gold and feathers, their smiles radiant as the midday sun, warm and unreserved. They are the children of the sea, proficient in the longbow and curved blade, yet even more skilled in celebrating the very vitality of life through an unending dance and feast. Beneath the swaying palms, sweet rum flows like a spring, and ancient maritime ballads are passed down through generations, reciting legends of courage, hunting, and pure joy. Chapter 51. The Travels of Yuluan, Part 6. The Faith of the Misty Sea, Madness, and the Blessing of the Golden Sea Monster today. We made a decision that may well be inscribed in the annals of Iron Island's history, to sail toward the Misty Sea. Merely uttering its name evokes the taste of a curse upon the tongue. The true accounts of this enigmatic realm are scarcer than dragon crystal and more elusive than shadows. It is a sea entirely forsaken by the gods, shrouded perpetually in a thick, poisonous fog that never dissipates. The sun futilely attempts to pierce this heavy veil, casting a sickly, eerie green hue upon the waters, reminiscent of an immense jade slowly succumbing to decay. Only the most reckless gamblers or those driven to desperation by fate would grit their teeth and steer their trembling helm toward this domain of death. For us iron folk, this is not merely a voyage, but a sacrificial offering to the drowning god. Here, the ocean itself seems afflicted by an incurable ailment. The underwater volcanoes periodically awaken from their slumber with a roar, spewing the stench of sulfur and pitch-black smoke into the contorted sky. The boiling waters clash violently with dark currents from the frigid abyss, tearing open countless deadly whirlpools that consume all. Beneath that deeper darkness lie nightmares far more terrifying than drunken sailors' tales. Their forms transcend mortal imagination, with slimy tentacles resembling colossal serpents that, with a mere touch, can drag even the sturdiest vessel into the eternal abyss of oblivion. The wise Oberon, the Red Viper, understandably rejected this mad proposal. Rationality is the shield of the astute. I did not press him and his band of mercenaries to accompany us, instead urging them to chart a path to safety. I then turned to my iron folk. As the waves crashed against the ship, I called out, "Will you accompany me to witness the true marvels of the drowning god?" The response was a hearty and boisterous laughter, followed by a resolute cry, "The drowning god reigns. The sea belongs to the iron folk." For those unwilling to take the risk, I offered a final choice. They could board the Red Viper's ship and enjoy safety. Yet, the response was an even louder laughter and the command to set sail. Not a single soul departed. Thus, we sailed into the mist. The water grew increasingly scalding. As if boiling in a devil's cauldron, the air turned acrid, burning our lungs, each breath akin to swallowing corrosive pus. The entire world seemed to rot slowly. However, as the Serenity led the fleet deeper into the heart of the misty sea, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The once turbulent waters suddenly calmed, and the thick fog gently parted around our vessel, as if clearing a path for us. My iron folk exchanged knowing smiles. They understood this was not a miracle, but a blessing. With the banners of the golden sea monster fluttering atop the mast, and the steadfast belief of the children of the sea in their hearts, the iron folk stood unafraid. In this accursed maritime realm, we are not mere prey, but rather the wayward children returning home. Remarkably, the notorious Red Viper, once resolute in its refusal to enter the smoke-laden sea, now bares its fangs and stands at the bow, trailing our vessel. "You haven't paid your fee. If you perish, who shall I demand recompense from?" The Red Viper bellows. The Serpent Island is steeped in filth, a breeding ground for desire and whispers of the black market. If Valyria is the grave of fallen deities, then Serpent Island serves as a hotbed for the sins of mortals. This desolate stretch lies along the northern coast of Sothoros, a festering wound upon the landscape, where a few so-called settlements are, in truth, mere nests constructed of mire, blood, and despair. The town is a cacophony of overcrowding, perpetually infused with the acrid scent of cheap rum, the pungent odor of leather, and an indescribable stench of deeper corruption. It teems with the forsaken, fugitive slaves with flickering eyes, merchants peddling blood-stained leathers, numb-faced courtesans, and slave traders wielding gleaming scimitars, appraising the worth of each soul with the precision of a scale. Here, everything is marked with a price. As long as one possesses sufficient gold, one can procure fresh water, sustenance, or even any forbidden desire. The laws here are both simple and ruthless. Pirates and slave traders, akin to predatory vultures, scour the land for plunder, with the tranquil Isle of Naz being one of their favored hunting grounds. They chain the peace-loving Nazans like cattle, transporting them northward, reducing them to mere commodities on the auction blocks of the slave bays. In this realm, wickedness is the currency of trade, and violence reigns as the sole authority. Edwin Ramirez, a former pirate captain, is a man of cheerful disposition, quirky antics, and a fearsome visage, yet beneath it lies a heart of kindness. Along the journey, he has forged a brotherly bond with the mercenary Iron Men, reaching a point where they engage in rituals of brotherhood. Upon arrival at Serpent Island, over 20 mercenaries and a dozen Iron Men, without hesitation, armed with knives and axes, followed him in search of those who betrayed him. Such personal quests carry the weight of life and death, and I chose not to intervene. Rather, I assisted them in uncovering valuable leads. For I found a certain fondness for this character reminiscent of Captain Jack Sparrow from the Caribbean. My sojourn on Serpent Island was motivated by whispers of an underground market capable of fulfilling nearly every desire beneath the grime. What I sought were not ordinary wares. The ancient whispers of dragon eggs, the chilling touch of Valyrian steel, these treasures, unattainable elsewhere, might be concealed beneath the haze of some smoke-filled shack, awaiting a pair of keen and merciless eyes to unveil them. Risks? They abound. Each transaction could be a meticulously orchestrated ambush, each treasure a lethal snare. Yet to grasp true power, must one not wade through filth and deceit? Here, vision surpasses blade and ambition serves as the finest compass. A pockmarked sorcerer, donning a black-pointed hat, was hawking dragon eggs. My companion, the shadowy Evelyn, informed me that it was a dead egg, suitable only for collection. Yet I ultimately spent my gold to acquire it. A dead egg? A certain mother of dragons possessed 3 lifeless eggs, yet ultimately, she succeeded in hatching 3 magnificent dragons. Perhaps I, too, could entertain such dreams. After all, aspirations are meant to be cherished. Edwin Ramirez discovered that he had not annihilated all the traitors among his crew. He merely hanged the ringleader, his first mate, while choosing to forgive the others. This revelation indeed took me by surprise. I had not anticipated such magnanimity from him. Personal charisma is truly a peculiar phenomenon. Upon Edwin Ramirez reclaiming his role as a pirate captain, over a dozen mercenaries opted to remain aboard his vessel. Long-legged Lomas decided to stay by Edwin Ramirez's side, expressing his desire to pen a personal biography of the pirate captain, convinced that the days spent alongside this man would be filled with intrigue. As I prepared to depart, I bestowed upon them my sincerest blessings alongside the Red Viper. Our return journey led us back to the Red Sands, where the scorching sun met our cold homecoming. The end of our voyage pointed resolutely westward. We set sail from the treacherous Snake Lizard Islands, circumventing the southern edge of Essos, leaving behind the mysteries and dangers of the east. The ship's bow cleaved through the foreign waves one last time, steering toward Westeros, the land we affectionately called home. The first to greet us was Dorne, the domain of Oberyn. My companion, that elegant and lethal Red Viper. On the distant horizon, the familiar sight gradually materialized, the crimson-hued mountains resembling the Earth's exposed sinews, while the boundless sea of sand shimmered with blinding golden light beneath the blazing sun. We docked upon this fervent land. Dorne's sun shone without cloud or compromise, akin to the furnace fire descending from the heavens, pouring down relentlessly. It scorched our deck, its heat seemingly capable of purging the salt and frost of foreign seas from our armor, incinerating the bizarre shadows and distant memories entwined within our very bones. Let this land, with its searing sands and howling winds, judge the tales we have returned with. Let its blazing breath cleanse us of the dust and blood of our travels. Here, everything lies exposed to the stark light, with nowhere to hide. Oberyn stepped onto the beach, inhaling deeply the dry and fervent air of his homeland. For him, this was a true homecoming. As for me, I merely returned to Westeros. I stood beneath the same scorching sun, feeling the similar warm winds, yet my gaze transcended Dorne's dunes, stretching toward the northern horizon of the sea. My home lies within the Iron Islands, amidst the gray waters and rugged cliffs. That is where the drowned people find their solace. Dorne is splendid, but it is merely a stop along the way. The true destination lies ahead. However, since I have arrived, it is only fitting that this Red Viper treats me well. After nearly 3 years of shared journeys and life-threatening adventures, I have discovered that the Red Viper is, in fact, rather endearing and dependable. Throughout the voyage, he bore no airs of a prince nor adopted the demeanor of an elder, treating me, a mere child of 10, as a friend. Not wishing to linger here any longer, my heart yearns for home, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to taste the briny air of the Iron Islands. Chapter 52. The soul fruit. The culmination of the journey arrived between the sea breeze and fine sand. Euron Greyjoy stood at the shores of Dorne, extending a final invitation to the remarkable individuals he had gathered along his path, beckoning them to return with him to the Iron Islands, where the tempestuous seas and resilient stones would serve as the foundation for a grand future. Vittorio Grey, the fallen Dothraki Khal, was invited by Euron to assume the role of the Ironborn's new instructor. Vittorio's exceptional prowess with the curved blade harmonized seamlessly with the Ironborn's fierce and rapid combat style, making them an ideal match. Upon receiving Euron's invitation, the straightforward man from the plains readily accepted. Vittorio harbored no desire to return to the shores of the narrow sea, a place laden with sorrow and a past he wished to escape. Perhaps a new continent could herald a fresh beginning and an alternate life. The bearded monks from Norvos, Elio Hoda and Sebastian Fernandez, chose to remain in Dorne. As the captain of House Martell's guard, Elio's return to duty was only natural, accompanied by his dear friend Sebastian, which was entirely expected. Regrettably, the elegant assassin Castor Daniels, who would softly apologize before taking a life, was summoned to serve under the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell. The two found greater compatibility in temperament and aesthetics, and the prince's generous offer was undeniably appealing. The wildling Samuel from the Free Folk decided to rejoin the Red Viper's mercenary company, returning to the vast, primal, and perilous lands of Essos, which perhaps held his ultimate sanctuary. The members of the Red Viper's mercenary band declined Euron's invitation, compared to serving at Euron's side. They yearned for the freedom that came with dancing on the edge of a blade. Nevertheless, they bid farewell to Euron, promising that they would answer his call should he summon them. Surprisingly, yet seemingly destined, The choices of the red-robed priestess Gwendolyn and the shadowbinder Evelyn aligned with Euron's path, as they resolved to follow him. Having witnessed his communion with the Golden Sea monster, his command over storms and thunder, the peculiar flames, and his insight into the ethereal arts, they found Euron Greyjoy himself to be a far more captivating and perilous secret than any oracle or spell. Their purpose in remaining was to unravel this mystery. At merely 10 years of age, Euron Greyjoy had already exhibited remarkable physical development far beyond his years. Standing tall like a pine, nearly reaching 1.70 meters, his physique was not a crude assemblage of bulk, but rather a sleek and powerful form, akin to a cheetah, with clearly defined muscles that embodied both supple strength and latent potential ready to surge forth, while lacking the exaggerated bulk of gnarled muscles. His body resembled a rock smoothed by countless waves, balanced, resilient, and poised for action, moving with the agility of lightning, akin to a young cheetah poised to pounce, embodying an elegance that concealed overwhelming explosive power. Throughout the long and perilous journey, unless faced with extreme weather or unforeseen combat, he unwaveringly engaged in sword training every single day. The deck, the beach, and even the courtyards of foreign lands became his arenas for practice. At times, he engaged in combat with the fluid and agile water dancer, Raphael, learning the art of overcoming rigidity through grace. At others, he sparred with his fierce and valiant ironborn crew, honing his strength and resilience through the crucible of direct confrontation. Subsequently, he boldly challenged the skilled members of rival mercenary bands and frequently sought the counsel of the enigmatic and deadly marksman, Oberon, master of the venomous and unpredictable firearm. Euron regarded each encounter, regardless of victory or defeat, as an invaluable opportunity to acquire practical experience. This was a path forged from blood and sweat, a quest for truth. Initially, when faced with these seasoned warriors, he could only meet with defeat. Yet, he grew at an astonishing pace, gradually transforming the battles into fierce contests with mixed outcomes. By the journey's end, there remained but a few elite masters whom Euron could not easily conquer, yet he could hold his own against them for a considerable duration, relying on his agility and dexterity. Of course, Euron had yet to unveil his trump card. His twin blades danced as if they were living entities, moving with the swiftness of lightning, while his footwork was almost ethereal, allowing him to exploit gaps in his opponent's defenses from astonishing angles. Though still youthful, his cleaving power rivaled that of adult warriors, complemented by a rare agility reminiscent of the water dancers among the ironborn. He seamlessly fused the evasion techniques derived from the Pirate King system, the fluid swordplay of the water dancers, and the speed and footwork of the elusive guest, crafting a unique and unpredictable combat style of his own. On the return voyage to the Iron Islands, Euron once more issued an open challenge upon the deck. The sea breeze billowed the canvas, serving as the sole herald of this contest. One seasoned ironborn warrior after another stepped forward to challenge him, only to be driven into corners by his fierce swordplay, ultimately stumbling to the ground. Young Euron stood amidst the fallen, breathing steadily, his gaze sharp, resembling a born conqueror, silently reaping the accolades and submission that belonged to him. This extensive journey across Essos was fraught with peril, yet yielded remarkable rewards. Through a series of astonishing adventures and duels, Euron Greyjoy amassed a substantial bounty of points. Fully aware of the treacherous path ahead, he did not hoard these achievements, but rather invested them, without hesitation, into immediate enhancements. He chose to firmly grasp his strength rather than entrust it to the ephemeral uncertainties of the future. 70% of the points were utilized to elevate his currently acquired abilities, while 30% were allocated for lotteries. Due to the unpredictability of the lottery, he often received peculiar items and food, such as the Navy's Justice Cloak, Smoker's Cigar, Eurita's Iron Rod, Caliph's Stockings, and Caliph's Red High Heels. The beautiful and shapely High Priestess, Gwendolyn, became exceedingly alluring in her stockings and red heels, inciting countless onlookers to salivate with desire. After one occasion of her wearing them, Euron instructed Gwendolyn to set them aside, remarking that such garments were better suited for a few years hence, to be worn solely for his eyes. After countless draws yielding similar items, a tremendous sound erupted from the heavens, and at last, Lady Luck smiled upon Euron, bestowing her harmonious kiss upon him. A violet radiance flickered, revealing a devil fruit in Yulwyn's hand, a milky white orb adorned with flowing, cloud-like patterns, exuding a gentle halo, akin to a cocoon enveloping the essence of the soul. Astonishingly, it was the soul fruit, possessed by none other than Charlotte Limlin, the captain of one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. The system rectified the debilitating effect that prevented devil fruit users from coming into contact with seawater. yet it did not amend its repulsive flavor. This seemingly exquisite fruit tasted akin to excrement upon consumption. While the anime suggested that merely a single bite would grant the fruit's powers, Yuluen was uncertain if consuming it entirely would yield superior results. Thus, despite the revolting taste, he persevered through the nausea and devoured the entire fruit, leaving no remnants. The Soul fruit. The previous limitation preventing devil fruit users from touching seawater has been removed, and the fruit's associated abilities have been adjusted. 1. The power to seize souls. 2. The ability to create elemental beings and bestow upon them souls. 3. The capacity to infuse one's own body organs with souls for healing or temporary enhancement. 4. To be developed. 5. To be developed. 6. Currently, Yuluen possesses only the abilities to seize and bestow souls, far from the terrifying prowess of Charlotte Linlin. The method of soul acquisition is restricted to those recently deceased or in a state of extreme weakness. The captured souls are temporarily stored. Yuluen aspires to create elemental life forms akin to the thundercloud Zeus or the sun Prometheus, yet the sun he conjured was no larger than a fingertip, and the souls he invested into it yielded no sign of intellect. It seems he still has a long journey ahead to approach the grandeur of Prometheus. Yuluen named this fiery entity Apollo, after the Greek god of the sun. Only the red-robed priestess Gwendolen noticed the glimmering point of light resting upon Yuluen's shoulder. Others merely perceived it as a mass of flame-like metal. Another skill acquired through the lottery was a supportive ability, Dao Power Assessment 1, derived from the Owl of Nine. By enduring the intensity of an opponent's attacks and combining it with his own perception, he could quantitatively evaluate the comprehensive battle prowess of his target. Theoretically, a higher Dao power correlates with greater martial strength. However, relying too heavily on the Dao power assessment while underestimating an adversary could lead to disastrous consequences. The renowned blade Kinpyra, the sword of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral candidate Peach Rabbit, boasts a blade as sharp as autumn waters. It has now become Yuluen's second sword. His Conqueror's Haki has risen from level 1 to level 3. Transitioning from passive to active, his innate regal pressure has become more solid and controllable, allowing him to instill fear in the faint-hearted with precision. However, releasing it actively demands the expenditure of stamina and mental energy, consuming 1 point of each per second. When either stamina or mental energy drops below 2 points, it automatically ceases. Upgrading from level 1 to 2 cost 2,000 points, and from level 2 to 3 required 4,000 points. To advance to level 4 demands a staggering 8,000 points, an exorbitant requirement to contemplate for now. Presently, Yuluen needs capabilities or items that enhance his combat effectiveness and self-preservation far more. Naval 6-style paper drawing. From an initial level of 1, it has ascended to a perfect 10. Now, its evasion has reached an exquisite state, allowing the body to sway gracefully like a piece of paper, responding to the subtle changes in airflow induced by the opponent's movements, thereby neutralizing physical impacts. At level 10, a prompt indicates that further upgrades require an agility attribute of at least 20 points. 3. Movement speed increases, agility 1, 5. Paper drawing's release power has a certain chance of evading attacks from behind. 7. Paper drawing body technique, which reduces strength, conserves stamina, and enhances speed. The effects of paper drawing are significantly amplified, allowing many attacks to be instinctively dodged by various body parts. 10. Paper drawing combat intuition, which combines with combat instincts to form a predictive defensive technique, requiring agility 1. Dual-wielding swordsmanship, similarly elevated from 1 to 10. The twin swords in his hands now move as extensions of his very being, embodying both offense and defense, swirling like a tempest, without any discernible flaws. At level 10, it also cannot be upgraded further. A prompt indicates that strength, agility, and stamina must all exceed 20 points to proceed. The skill, Fishman Karate, has risen from 1 to 3. Now, Yuluen instinctively focuses and strikes a punch towards the sky. The trajectory is fluid and harmonious, blending softness and strength, with the punch's wind subtly stirring the air, forming a miniature vortex. Ordinary skills. 13. Each level requires 1,000 points. 47. Each level requires 2,000 points. 710. Each level requires 4,000 points. At levels 3, 5, 7, and 10, additional effects may occur. Chapter 53. I have returned. The 3 years of arduous journeys across the narrow sea, though fraught with challenges, have yielded tangible points, confirming Yuluen's initial perseverance was indeed correct. The 9 free trade city-states, the Dothraki Sea, the Bay of Slaves, and 3 major slave ports, Yunkai, Marine, and Astapor, along with Valyria, Karth, and the Isle of Serpents and Sithorios, each city Every expanse of sea and every forest has provided Yuan with substantial points, totaling an impressive 34,000 points. One Piece system-bound host. Euron Greyjoy, world loss synchronization adaptation for low magic plane loading complete, for every certain number of points consumed. Freedom attribute point rewards will be granted. 9,000, 10,000, 12,000, 14,000, 16,000, 20,000. Remaining free attribute points, 11. 800-9000. Basic rewards. Data panel for characters. Reflects the standard values for a normal adult male in Westeros. Strength, 10, 10. Agility, 16, 10. Stamina, 12, 10. Spirit, 17, 10. Leadership, 12, 10. Charisma, 18, 10. Luck, extremely poor to exceptionally good. A special attribute full of variables. Bloodline. Blood of the Grey Sea King 1. Oceanic perception extension. Consciousness can expand like a jellyfish into the surrounding seas. Sensing minute changes in currents and the movements of fish, even the approach of large creatures, such as seals and sharks, without the need for visual contact. This ability is particularly potent in stormy weather, allowing one to interpret the anger and rhythm of the waves. In the depths of the ocean, majestic creatures instinctively regard you with awe or curiosity, rather than aggression, and can even summon legendary sea beasts. The body of the deep-sea dweller, strength and endurance are significantly enhanced in water, with swimming speeds rivaling the swiftest dolphins. The physique is adept at withstanding water pressure and frigid temperatures, capable of plunging to depths far beyond the capacity of ordinary humans, while maintaining core body temperature and activity levels in the icy waters. Bloodline majesty. The ironclad followers of the sea deity invoke a reverence and submission that resonates from the very depths of their lineage. Unknown. Unknown. Talent. Archaeologist. Talent. Triton breathing. Ability. The soul fruit has negated the premise that devil fruit users in the world of One Piece cannot come into contact with seawater, while simultaneously adjusting the fruit's related capabilities. 1. The ability to seize souls. 2. The capacity to create beings akin to elemental forms and bestow upon them souls. 3. The power to infuse one's own bodily organs with souls to achieve healing effects or temporarily enhance oneself. 4. To be developed. 5. To be developed. Skills. Conqueror's Haki. 1. Passive. Cannot be actively controlled, only unconsciously released during intense emotional fluctuations, such as rage, fear, or life-threatening situations, instilling a mental deterrent that sends weaker beings fleeing. 3. Actively released, exerting pressure on designated area creatures, causing them to worship, submit, experience diminished combat power, lowered morale, blank consciousness, trepidation, and potential fainting. Skills. Basic navigation. Skills. Fishman karate. 3. Item. Life card, subcard 1. Mount. Pharaoh juvenile form. Skills. Basic shipbuilding. Skills. Culinary arts. Skills. Meteorology. Skills. Navy 6 styles, paper drawing. 10. Skills. Two-sword style. 10. Skills. D-retest. Weapon. Soul S Death Sword, Cold Spirit, Divine Blade of Kempira. Items. Dancing Powder, Sea Prison Stone, Sea Pig Hormone Soup, Eternal Pointer. Apart from the strength attribute, which aligns with that of an average adult, all other attributes surpass the norm, enabling him to triumph over numerous iron kinds and mercenaries. Relying on his high agility, water dancer swordsmanship, as well as skills in paper drawing and two-sword style. Currently, he possesses 11 free attribute points. Yet Yuan is not in haste to expend them, as self-training can yield further growth. He is acutely aware that the need for points will only increase, and presently, he knows that the only methods to earn points are exploring new maps and defeating enemies. This implies a lack of a stable source for points, making the acquisition of attribute points progressively more challenging. The ship glides slowly into the familiar harbor, the rugged silhouette of the Iron Islands finally piercing through the sea mist. Coming into view. After 3 long years, Euron Greyjoy has returned. On the dock, a group of figures quietly awaits his arrival, his family. As the vessel gently approaches the pier of Pike, with the planks not yet fully secured, Euron leaps onto the rough stone shore. His father, Euron Greyjoy, steps forward first. The ruler of the Iron Islands does not embrace his son, but instead, with a hand as coarse as rock, he firmly clasps Euron's shoulder. The grip powerful enough to nearly crush bone. His profound gaze swept over Euron like a hawk surveying its prey, meticulously examining him from head to toe, as if assessing a warship that had weathered countless storms. Taller and sturdier, he finally spoke, his voice resonating like distant thunder across the ocean. The sea winds have not swept you away. It seems the drowned god has yet to claim you. Though his words were stern, The slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed deeper emotions. Simultaneously, his mother, Sansa Greyjoy, stepped forward. In stark contrast to her husband, she gently yet firmly cupped Euron's face in her hands, compelling him to lower his gaze. Her fingertips were icy, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, which she valiantly held at bay. "Let me see you," she said, her voice quivering as her gaze greedily traced the contours of his features. "These eyes have witnessed too much, my child. You have returned home." She ultimately enveloped him in a tight embrace, infused with the scent of seaweed and an undeniable maternal love. His two brothers, Victarion and Asha, who had initially strived to maintain their solemnity, could no longer restrain themselves and rushed to his side. The elder brother playfully thumped Euron's arm, exclaiming, "Your arms are nearly as thick as my thighs. What do you eat over there?" The younger brother curiously tugged at the exotic tassel of his sword, only to be met with a stern glare from Euron. Their brother, Balon, stood beside his wife, wearing a composed smile that might have been feigned. Balon extended his hand, clasping Euron's forearm in a gesture of acknowledgement shared among ironborn warriors. "Welcome home, brother," he stated succinctly, yet the firmness of his grip and the warmth in his eyes conveyed everything. His wife, Yara, gently nudged the three children before her, saying, "Go, greet your uncle Euron." When Euron had last departed, Roderick Greyjoy had yet to be born. 3 years later, Balon was now a father to 3 children. The little girl, just over a year old and somewhat shy, hid behind her mother's skirt, peeking out to say, "I'm Asha." Roderick Greyjoy, bolder than his sister, looked up and asked, "Uncle, have you really seen a man-eating sea monster?" The two boys, Malon and Roderick Greyjoy, along with their sister Asha Greyjoy, filled the dock with a cacophony of greetings, astonishment, laughter, and even the muffled sobs of their mother. Euron stood at the center of his family, feeling the reassuring weight of his father's hand on his shoulder, the warmth of his mother's embrace, the curious tugs from his brothers, and the innocent inquiries of his nephews. These familiar yet strange emotions expressed their concern in the most direct manner, surging through him like countless warm currents, breaking the cold defenses that had formed around his heart after 3 years of tumult. He inhaled the unique scent of the Iron Islands, mingling sea salt, damp stone, and smoke, revealing the first genuine, easing smile since his return. "Fear not. The sea monsters may devour men, but they do not feast upon ironborn." He answered the young boy's question, his gaze sweeping across all his family, proclaiming, "I have returned." Chapter 54. Trading grain for iron. Euron Greyjoy's homecoming gift to his father, Balon Greyjoy, was not gold or jewels, but rather a dozen master blacksmiths meticulously chosen from the city of Coer and brought across the sea. This gift struck precisely at the long-standing sore point of the Iron Islands. They possessed abundant iron ore, but, lacking superior forging skills, could only export raw materials at meager prices and subsequently purchase finished iron goods at exorbitant rates, creating a profit margin that was staggering enough to provoke lament. Colin gazed at the silent yet masterful craftsman before him, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable admiration and joy. He understood that these artisans were the key to transforming the iron of the Iron Islands into a veritable stream of gold. Subsequently, a meticulously designed strategy, blending both gentleness and firmness, was laid upon the blacksmiths. The gentle approach was an expression of lavish conciliation. The blacksmiths would not only receive salaries far exceeding previous standards, but were also promised the solemn assurance of soon reuniting with their loved ones in distant Coer. Moreover, the inexhaustible iron resources of the Iron Islands would be at their disposal, and they would be encouraged to freely practice their technical ideas, undoubtedly appealing to the core aspirations of every true craftsman. The firm aspect, however, delineated an unequivocal boundary. Euron and Colin explicitly drew an insurmountable red line. Until they had successfully cultivated a cadre of local blacksmiths capable of inheriting their craft and proving their worth, no one would be granted permission to depart. This was not a request, but rather the hospitality of the Iron Islands, a necessary return on this precious investment. This combination of strategies provided both alluring respect and a promising future while establishing clear and indisputable responsibilities and boundaries. The sole purpose was to ensure that these Cohorian treasures willingly yet without choice devoted their skills and labor entirely to the Iron Islands. What the dozen or so master blacksmiths truly thought was momentarily set aside, they had arrived, and leaving was no longer an option. Regardless, their only path forward lay in serving the Iron Islands, with no alternative in sight. Euron did not place the blacksmiths from Coer amidst the clamor of the main island, but rather meticulously selected a remote, uninhabited isle within the Iron Islands. This secluded sanctuary, surrounded by sheer cliffs, was easily defensible and distanced from prying eyes. Yuan had long believed that the dozen or so vacant islets surrounding the Iron Islands should be put to use. Accustomed to scarce land, he could not abide such waste. Thus, the Iron Islands gained an additional domain, the Island of Iron Smoke. Euron Greyjoy personally selected the site, participating in its design, establishing an isolated yet fully functional workshop village on a coastal highland. Sturdy basalt stone houses stood like loyal sentinels around the central, ever-thundering forge. The bracing sea breeze carried the tang of salt and the intense aroma of molten iron, permeating the air. Standing before the assembly of blacksmiths, his voice pierced through the tumult of wind and fire, clear and powerful. Here, the stone houses will shield you from the storms. The inexhaustible iron ore is yours to claim, and all tools, materials, and sustenance you require will be abundantly provided. His gaze swept across each skeptical face. Your craft will receive absolute respect here. It is no longer merely a means of survival, but a treasure worthy of legacy. Immediately thereafter, he proclaimed the most significant promise. By the name of Greyjoy, I vow that soon your families, far away in Coer, shall be safely brought here to reunite with you. This declaration struck each blacksmith's heart like a heavy hammer. The arrival of their blood relatives would not only provide solace to these artisans, but also serve as hostages, ensuring that their sons, wives, and lovers would not flee. Euron Greyjoy officially announced the news of the Coer blacksmith's arrival to the lords of the islands. When these rulers, who governed the rugged rocks and frigid waves, learned of this development, they did not perceive a group of exiled craftsmen, but rather a new, gleaming avenue of profit waiting to be unlocked. Euron had already demonstrated his transformative prowess through the remarkable profits of the white sand trade. At this moment, no one doubted his ability to convert the cold iron ore into gold. Based on this established trust and anticipation, Euron issued a decree for the Iron Islands. The command emanated from Pike and swiftly spread across the entire archipelago, reaching every fortress and mine. Henceforth, no iron ore extracted within the Iron Islands could be sold externally. Simultaneously, the Iron Islands embarked on a more aggressive operation, with the Greyjoy family beginning to acquire all available iron materials in the market with unprecedented force and transparency. News spread across the Seven Kingdoms. Trade grain for iron, those in need sought it. As the lengthy 3-year winter gradually receded from Westeros, it left behind a land thoroughly stripped bare. The Seven Kingdoms had just endured this calamity, only to discover, upon taking their first breaths of relief, that they were already destitute. The 3 years of bitter cold had been like a greedy beast, devouring the last morsel of stored food and exhausting every granary's final reserves. Although the snow began to melt, the signs of spring offered little solace. The fields remained barren, the granaries were nearly empty, and anything that could fill a stomach, any edible sustenance, was now trading at prices 3 to 5 times higher than usual. In this moment of crisis, Euron Greyjoy's 3 ships slowly returned to the Iron Islands. Unlike ordinary merchant vessels, their holds were not filled with rare treasures, but were instead packed with various grains, wheat, barley, oats, and durable legumes, meticulously procured from the distant Essos across the narrow sea. These ordinary goods had, at this moment, transformed into the most coveted form of wealth. Euron's initiative to exchange food for iron materials instantly ignited an unprecedented uproar. The news spread like wildfire across the Seven Kingdoms, and desperate lords quickly presented their cherished iron ingots, ores, and even some rulers, at their wits' end, relinquished their armor and weapons in exchange for the life-saving provisions aboard Euron's ships. At the Greyjoy docks, a cacophony of voices filled the air as representatives from various regions vied to purchase supplies, fearing that a moment's delay could mean losing their last chance at survival. This had transcended mere trade. It was a demonstration of strategic foresight. Euron not only amassed a colossal stockpile of iron, but also, in an imperceptible manner, drained the military potential of his potential adversaries. Ultimately, one cannot survive merely by gnawing on swords and armor. It was the sustenance he provided that truly salvaged countless crumbling fiefdoms and families on the brink of collapse. This shipment of grain, traversing the narrow sea, enabled the impoverished populace under various lords to endure the final, arduous moments of their plight. Thus, this transaction not only endowed the Iron Islands with tangible resources, but also garnered profound gratitude and friendship from the hearts of lords across the Seven Kingdoms. For those lacking iron, wood, or gold dragons, Euron showed no disdain. Simultaneously, the ports of the Iron Islands transformed from their notorious reputation for longships and piracy, becoming the first haven in Westeros to welcome such a vast fleet of merchant vessels after the retreat of winter. Masts stood like a forest, sails obscured the sun, and the mingling of human voices and cargo calls filled the air, as this once echoing domain of ironborn battle cries quietly metamorphosed into a burgeoning trade center. Chapter 55. The Pirate King System. 5 consecutive draws. Having concluded a 3-year odyssey, 10-year-old Euron Greyjoy returned to Pike. The once frail child, easily lifted by his brother Balon, had grown robust, bearing the dust of the distant shores and the unfathomable silence. He did not indulge in the comfort of homecoming. Rather, at dawn the following day, he appeared on the pebble-strewn beach outside of Pike. Each day, while the sea mist had yet to be fully dissipated by the sun's rays, his remarkably resilient figure would consistently emerge. Euron initiated combat practice for any ironborn willing to accept the challenge, welcoming all from rugged warriors to curious sailors. Wooden swords, dull knives, and even bare-handed grappling transformed the beach into his exclusive training ground, a brutal arena where sweat and seawater intertwined. What propelled him was not merely a sense of honor or a passion for martial prowess, but a deeper, more potent motivation: the Pirate King System. With each decisive victory, successful evasion, an instance of compelling his opponents to concede, a cold prompt would resonate within his mind, accumulating seemingly trivial, yet incessantly accruing defeat points. These points represented, in his eyes, the swiftest path to strength, the sole currency for lotteries and enhancements. Over the 3 years, through the system's exchanges and his relentless self-discipline, Euron had long surpassed mediocrity. The water dancer swordsmanship from Bravos endowed him with fluid grace and precision. 2-sword style 10 enabled him to wield 2 weapons simultaneously, seamlessly merging offense and defense to dazzle onlookers, while the esoteric Marine 6 style's paper drawing 10 allowed him to evade attacks by mere millimeters, as if his body were weightless. Even the frail strength that had once drawn his ire, far below the ironborn average, gradually ascended to 10 points through unwavering daily training and the passage of time, rendering him akin to an ordinary, robust adult. Quantitative changes had finally precipitated a qualitative transformation. On a certain day, his brother Balon, renowned for his formidable strength, descended with a hint of mockery and disdain, intending to provide guidance to his peculiar sibling. However, the outcome astonished all the onlookers. Balon Greyjoy's low growl eclipsed the clamor of the waves, as his colossal frame surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. The heavy training axe sliced through the air, aimed with ferocity to cleave both Euron and his sword in two. This strike embodied the raw power he had amassed from years of combat at sea, simple, brutal, and effective. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Euron did not retreat or attempt to block. In the split second before the axe's wind reached him, his body seemed to lose all weight. Flowing sideways in an almost uncanny fashion, a perfect amalgamation of the water dancer's exquisite footwork and the sensitivity to airflow inherent in the paper drawing technique. The deadly blade narrowly grazed the edge of his garment, crashing heavily onto the beach and sending a spray of cold, wet sand into the air. Having missed his mark, Balon found himself momentarily spent, with old strength waning and new strength yet to manifest. In that fleeting moment, Euron sprang into action. The wooden sword in his grasp transformed from a mere weapon into an extension of his keen nerves. There were no grand, sweeping strikes, only a series of precise, surgical-like taps. Crack! The first strike landed on Balon's wrist joint, sending a jolt of pain coursing up his arm, leaving him barely able to grip the axe handle. Crack! The second strike followed swiftly, striking his elbow and involuntarily bending his arm, utterly dismantling his offensive. Before Balon could regain his balance, Euron had already stepped into the open line of attack, delivering a third precise tap to the side of his knee. Balon grunted as his lower body wobbled. The continuous, accurate strikes not only inflicted pain, but also completely disrupted his balance and rhythm. He felt overwhelmed by unbridled strength, yet each blow landed as if upon cotton, deftly redirected by his opponent, leaving him on the verge of choking on his frustration. In a fit of rage, Balon let out a furious roar, heedlessly swinging his massive axe once more, attempting to sweep Euron away with sheer brute force. But this was precisely the moment Euron had anticipated. As Balon unleashed his full might in a rage-fueled assault, Euron advanced rather than retreating, gliding close to Balon at a slight angle. With a deft maneuver, Euron's left hand subtly guided Balon's arm, not resisting, but rather facilitating the momentum. Balon felt as though his strength had plunged into an abyss, only to be unexpectedly drawn forward by an unseen force, causing him to lurch uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Euron's right foot, like a specter, deftly tripped Balon's already unsteady step. Thud! A heavy, muffled sound echoed as Balon Greyjoy's robust form completely lost its balance, crashing down upon the cold sea and the coarse pebbled shore, sending a great splash into the air. The axe slipped from his grasp, landing several feet away. The beach fell silent, with only the relentless surf beating against the shore. Balon lay in the shallow water, the briny sea soaking through his garments, gazing up at the overcast sky of the Iron Islands, gasping heavily, his face etched with pure, incredulous astonishment. The once malleable younger brother, a peculiar being confined to the pages of books, has grown to an alarming extent. Shame and resentment swiftly engulfed the initial shock. "Come," Baron exclaimed, abruptly rising, droplets cascading from his face. He growled, "I was careless just now. Strike again." Yuan smiled as he stepped back, retrieving another training sword. Poised in a dual stance, assuming an offensive position, the second bout commenced with swiftness, concluding even more rapidly. Baron, having learned from his previous folly, refrained from reckless assaults, opting instead for a more calculated approach to apply pressure. However, Yuan's twin swords wove an invisible net, deftly parrying, deflecting, and thrusting with a fluid grace. Within less than 10 exchanges, Baron found himself momentarily dazzled, as the dull tip of a wooden sword gently, yet unmistakably pressed against his throat. His body froze. All his roars and frustrations caught in his throat. He could feel the faint pressure of the sword tip and the formidable disparity in power it represented. Yuan retracted the wooden sword, remaining silent, and turned to wade deeper into the water, continuing his daily practice. Again, Baron urged, but was met with a resolute response. "No, practice diligently. You may challenge me once a month." Challenge? The audacity. As night fell, Yuan returned to his room, surveying the over 500 points he had acquired, and initiated the Pirate King System lottery. Special item, transparent fruit. Origin, Moria's subordinate. The zombie soldier and Commander Absalom. Description, the user can render their body transparent and can also make objects that have come into contact with their body transparent. The user becomes invisible under normal lighting conditions. This special item is exclusively for the system's bound user, as the user has already utilized the devil fruit, soul fruit. This fruit automatically transforms into a one-time use item, vanishing after a single use, lasting for 60 minutes, with the option to terminate its effects voluntarily. Skill, Pegasus, Charge 1, Origin, the 6th-generation deity of Skypiea, Gonfer. Description, utilize a knightly lance while mounted, executing a powerful charge. Effect, while mounted, one is not easily dislodged. Equipment, octopus shoes. Origin, Usopp, sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates and a prominent member of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Description, a peculiar, octopus-shaped device invented by Usopp to be worn on the hands and feet, enabling wall climbing through built-in suction cups. Looking at the bizarre shoes resembling octopus limbs, Yuan mused, would I be expected to wear these to scale the wall of despair? Food, mackerel miso. Origin, cuisine from Wano country. Description, a delicious dish. Would you care to taste? Item, Arlong's shark teeth. Origin, former officer of the Sun Pirates. Arlong, captain of the Arlong Pirates. Description, you can fit it in your mouth. It can bite through steel if your mouth can accommodate it. Well, it might also serve as an interesting ornament. Among the 5 items, the only one that brought satisfaction to Euron was the special item, transparent fruit. Although it is a one-time use item, it may prove invaluable in certain situations, such as infiltration, ambush, or assassination. Of course, it could also be employed, much like Blackfoot, to sneak a glance at Daenerys or Cersei while they bathe. The other 4 items merely appeared to be a waste of points, offering little utility. Alas, it is time to conclude and rest. Chapter 56. Grain taxation. The grain trade did not last long before the Iron Islands were nearly engulfed in a wave of curses. The ire was not directed at the Iron Islands themselves, nor at Greyjoy, but rather at the Mad King seated upon the Iron Throne. The grain requisition and tax edict issued by the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, upon reaching the Iron Islands, contained a particularly stinging clause. The salt tax had been increased to 3 times its original rate. For most regions of Westeros, salt may merely serve as a seasoning on the dining table. However, for the Iron Islands, which are perpetually bathed in the briny sea breeze and rely on marine harvests for their very existence, salt is the white gold that sustains life. It is the cornerstone for preserving food and enduring the harsh winters, the most substantial commodity that can be exchanged for gold and copper stars from the green lands. Particularly after the influx of wealth brought by white sand, salt became a crucial pillar supporting the entire economy of the islands. Now, the Mad King had suddenly tripled the salt tax, which was tantamount to a blatant attempt to wrest wealth from his vassals, stifling their livelihood. Euron Greyjoy could foresee that if left unaddressed, the next demand from the Mad King might very well be the cherished secret of refining the white sand that the Iron Islands held dear. This absurd and cruel decree not only constituted a plunder of the island's finances, but also directly threatened their very means of survival. The greed and short-sightedness it displayed left even the most loyal lords feeling suffocated and disheartened. Even the usually stoic and resilient Euron Greyjoy, upon hearing the news of the salt tax increase, finally shed his facade of calm. Instead of roaring in rage, he fell into a dreadful silence, gripping the royal decree emblazoned with the royal sigil as if he intended to crush it. In the next moment, he forcefully slammed the document onto the long table, the parchment colliding with the wooden surface producing a thunderous sound. He lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with a fire unseen for years. His voice low yet resonant like the ominous undertow before a tsunami, sending tremors through the entire hall. He seeks to tax us for the very seawater and air. Each word was deliberate, every syllable imbued with icy wrath. The news of the Mad King's tripling of the salt tax spread like an unexpected storm, sweeping through every corner of the Iron Islands with astonishing speed. It rode the damp sea winds, reaching every harbor where waves crashed, every stronghold built of stone, and every longship bobbing upon the murky waters. In the Lord's Hall, the island lords and captains gripped their goblets tightly, their knuckles whitening from the strain. Low curses echoed between the stone walls as they denounced the insatiable greed of the Iron Throne, calculating the losses in gold and copper stars that this absurd decree would inflict upon their coffers. In the fisherman's village, the news incited an immediate wave of panic and fury. The men stood in the frigid waters, gazing at the vessels and nets upon which their livelihoods depended, while the women looked upon the half-pickled catch with despair in their eyes. "They are draining our blood." An elderly fisherman spat towards the direction of the castle, his roar drowned by the crashing waves, yet it echoed the sentiments of all. Salt constituted a significant portion of their income, now burdened with exorbitant taxes imposed by the king, effectively a death sentence for them. In the taverns and along the docks, curses erupted like an unending tide. Sailors and warriors greeted the king and his ancestors with the coarsest dialect of the Iron Islands, their tankards crashing violently against the tables. A palpable tension filled the air, as though a mere spark could ignite the pent-up resentment. Above this boiling tide of fury, at the zenith of all the curses, stood the cold hall of Pike. The voice of Balon Greyjoy rang out like the clash of cold iron, piercing through the tumult with clarity as he delivered the final verdict. This is no king. This is a madman. This proclamation felt less like an evaluation and more like a sentence. It branded itself upon each ironborn's heart like a searing iron stamp. In an instant, the years of taxation, scorn, and the humiliation of being labeled pirates, along with the anger towards the Mad King's absurd reign, erupted like a wildfire, igniting within every pair of eyes. As the Mad King's decree to triple the salt tax stirred a tempest of outrage throughout the Iron Islands, Euron Greyjoy remained unsettlingly calm. Well versed in the trajectory of fate, he had anticipated the Mad King's erratic behavior. To him, Ares's every absurd act was unsurprising. He stood alone on the seafront terrace of Pike, allowing the sea breeze to lift his dark cloak, his expression indifferent as if the tempest sweeping the islands bore no relevance to him. In the midst of this collective fury, the Iron Islands made an unexpected decision to refrain from reacting. The exchange of goods ceased, as the food brought back had nearly run out. The Iron Islands chose silence in defiance of the command, yet would not pay the Mad King a single copper piece. When questioned, they would simply state that the salt trade had not yet commenced, thus no taxes were due. This was not submission, but a calculated disdain. Euron had long understood the plight of Westeros. After enduring a protracted winter, the coffers of the lords lay empty, and even the remnants of wealth had been expended on life-sustaining grain. Who would have the means to purchase salt from the Iron Islands? The true trade had already commenced upon the sea. Even before the decree arrived, the merchant fleet of the Iron Islands had set sail, each ship's hold brimmed with coarse salt and their treasured white gold, bound not for any port in Westeros, but for the free city of Braavos. Beyond the reach of the Iron Throne, a cold smile crept upon Euron's lips. The Mad King desires to levy taxes? Let him levy his demands upon the desolate docks and the sails that have long since vanished into the horizon. Mere days after the Mad King Ares issued his decree for the collection of grain and salt taxes, a second raven arrived in Pike, bearing an even more succinct command. The message it carried was cold and direct: transport grain to King's Landing. Euron Greyjoy unfurled the flimsy parchment, his gaze scanning the sparse figures inscribed upon it, a hint of a lifeless smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He uttered not a word, merely releasing a low, contemptuous grunt from his throat, before flicking his wrist to cast the royal edict, emblazoned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon sigil, into the flickering flames of the hearth beside him. The edges of the parchment curled swiftly, charred black, until it was completely consumed by the crimson tongues of fire, dissolving into wisps of smoke. He paid little heed to this Paper King's command, for he knew well that similar edicts had already fluttered like desperate snowflakes to the desks of every lord across the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the nobles of Westeros were far from foolish. They possessed their own ravens and messengers, exchanging information and sentiments daily within an invisible web. All responses pointed to a singular conclusion: there was no grain to be had in this season of spring famine following a harsh winter. Even if the king were to offer a bag brimming with golden dragons in exchange for a shipload of grain, the lords would still furrow their brows and deliberate with great caution. What's more, this was a blatant act of theft. Survival, indeed, took precedence over loyalty. However, the situation for the Iron Islands was markedly distinct this time. Chapter 57. The messenger approaches deep within the shadowy halls of the Red Keep. As profound as the sea itself, the spider, Varys, silently wove his intricate web. The flickering candlelight cast his rounded silhouette upon the cold stone walls, resembling a conspiratorial shadow swelling in silence. Moving with the grace of a cat, Varys traversed the shadows and whispers, ultimately arriving beneath the Iron Throne. In the presence of the increasingly paranoid and wrathful king seated upon it, Varys leaned in, whispering in his uniquely soft, yet dangerously persuasive voice. Each word had been meticulously chosen, wrapped in honey and probing, quietly infiltrating Aerys' ear. "Your Grace, an unsettling tidings arrives from beyond the briny sea. Euron Greyjoy, that lad who has returned from his voyage, has not, like other lords, lamented his poverty. Instead, he has amassed a mountain of grain in the port of Pike, ample enough to feed an army, yet he turns a deaf ear to your generous summons for supplies." King Aerys suddenly sprang from the Iron Throne, the twisted metal spikes nearly tearing through his robe. His voice transformed, no longer a human tone, but a cacophony of roars mingled with the crackling of flames. "How dare they? These foul fish and rotten shrimp of the salt water, these traitorous scum forever tainted by the scent of the sea. I granted them glory, allowing them to survive under the Greyjoy name, yet they use their hoarded grain to humiliate the Iron Throne." He raged, gesturing violently towards the west as if he intended to crush the entire Iron Islands from afar. "Tell Euron Greyjoy, that old squid, to bring forth every grain of wheat and every grain of salt from his warehouses to King's Landing immediately. This is what you ironborn owe the throne, what you owe the true dragon." His voice suddenly turned dangerous and low, with madness burning in his purple eyes. "If I do not see his fleet in King's Landing within a month, I shall send the fleet from Chintai Island to raze Pike to the ground. I will tear their fishing nets to shreds, sink their longships to the seabed, and ensure that the heads of every member of House Greyjoy are displayed as trophies." Suddenly, King Euron coughed violently, revealing a sinister smile tinged with blood. "No, let it be wildfire. Burn them all to ashes. Now, get out and convey the king's command." The will of King's Landing has never merely lingered in the cold words brought by the ravens. This time, it manifested as a tangible threat, cutting through the waves with ferocity. A tall-masted warship shattered the cold mists of the King's Landing seas, appearing prominently on the horizon. Its black hull loomed like a floating abyss, with only the massive banner at the masthead, emblazoned with the fearsome three-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen, flapping fiercely in the wind. This ship sailed towards the heavily guarded port of Pike with an arrogant disregard for the storms and rules of the Iron Islands, its very existence a decree of undeniable royal authority. Almost simultaneously, a weary-winged raven traversed a long route, stumbling as it landed at the window of the Maester's Tower in Pike. Maester Clegane untied the message tube from its leg, and the moment he unfurled the parchment, his wrinkled face drained of color, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair in shock. His hands trembled, barely able to grasp the weighty, yet light as a feather, paper, and without a moment's delay, he staggered out of the Maester's Tower, moving with an urgency unbefitting his age, rushing towards the location of King Euron Greyjoy. The message contained therein was no ordinary news, but a portent from the very heart of power, wrapped in flames and thunder. Euron's fist slammed onto the long table, knuckles whitening from the force. His voice squeezing through clenched teeth, suppressing a tide of fury. "The Mad King has sent an envoy, not only demanding grain, but threefold the salt tax. He even declared that if he does not see our fleet laden with grain entering King's Landing within a month, he will declare war on the Iron Islands." Hearing this, Balon let out a short, cold laugh, devoid of fear. If they want grain, none will be found. If they seek lives, one can be offered. Such unreasonable demands do not warrant a response. War? Then let it come. The sea has always been our domain. Do they think our ironborn longships fear the fleet of Qingtai Island? Amidst a tense atmosphere, Euron chuckled softly, his tone calm. Father, perhaps it has not yet reached the point of necessary conflict. Allow me to ask, what was the source of the news brought by the Raven? It was from the Archmaester Pycelle, Euron replied gravely. We, the Iron Islands, seem to have no ties with him, Euron pondered. Indeed not. Yet he has no reason to deceive me. If the news is true, the Iron Islands must prepare in advance. Euron nodded thoughtfully, his mind racing. Who does not know the close ties between the Archmaester of Pike and House Lannister? It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as Tywin Lannister's loyal hound stationed in King's Landing. His initiative to convey this message undoubtedly bears the shadow of Casterly Rock, inextricably linked to that old lion. He then shifted the subject with a casualness akin to planning a family outing. Conveniently, a ship is set to depart for Braavos tonight. Father, perhaps you could seize this opportunity to take Mother and the younger ones across the narrow sea for a brief respite. Brother Balon, did your father-in-law not express his desire to meet his daughter and grandchildren on several occasions? This is an ideal opportunity. Why not take the whole family for a short stay? Balon frowned, while Colin's piercing gaze turned toward him. Euron shrugged, maintaining that irreverent smile. Yet his words were articulated with clarity. Let us not forget, I am merely the second son of the Iron Islands, and many significant matters lie beyond my control. It is only fitting that I host the royal envoy. If I can ensure their satisfaction upon departure, that would be ideal. However, should they harbor any grievances, even if my actions fall short, it will ultimately be for you, Father, to resolve. Are you attempting to delay? Colin immediately grasped his intention. Indeed, Euron affirmed. The Mad King is notoriously capricious. Commands remembered today may be forgotten entirely by tomorrow. Why must we confront him head-on at this moment? It serves no one's interest. The year 280 is upon us, leaving merely a year until the fateful tournament at Harrenhal, destined to be etched in history. Furthermore, the War of the Usurper, which will irrevocably alter the Seven Kingdoms, draws near. Why engage in conflict with a man fated to perish, a dying soul? Euron swallowed the words that almost escaped him. The tumult of Harrenhal, the War of the Usurper, and the flames of the Mad King's demise painted vivid images in his mind, as if they had already transpired. Yet he could not articulate this to his father and brother. Abruptly, Euron redirected the conversation, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough map of Westeros etched upon the table. His voice subdued, carrying an almost cold scrutiny. To put it another way, Father, the situation in King's Landing resembles a fragile glass riddled with cracks. How much longer can the Mad King's rule endure? His madness intensifies daily, and the city echoes with discontent. Highgarden, the Eyrie, even the mighty bannermen of Casterly Rock, who among them truly remains loyal to the Iron Throne? His gaze swept over Colin and Balon, his words crashing against the rocks of reality like icy waves. Why must we now confront a king who is forsaken and isolated? The Mad King's adversaries extend far beyond our family. We need only a modicum of patience to allow the situation to unfold naturally. Colin fell silent, his rough fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He understood that Euron's suggestion might be the most rational choice at present, yet entrusting the entire Iron Islands, particularly the burden of confronting the royal envoy, solely to the young second son, still left him uneasy. He raised his eyes, scrutinizing Euron once more, his gaze interwoven with concern and scrutiny. Euron appeared to perceive his concerns, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, his tone light, yet imbued with undeniable certainty. Rest assured, Father, it is nothing of great consequence. Balv and his axe, along with old Dagmo, will remain here to keep me company. He paused, casting his gaze toward the stout towers of Pike, pondering whether the envoys from King's Landing could possibly stir up any significant turmoil on our territory. The confidence and strength in his words ultimately swayed Colin. He inhaled the briny air deeply and nodded gravely. Very well, he replied in a low voice. The Iron Islands shall be entrusted to you for the time being. That night, accompanied by Euron, Euron Greyjoy set forth with his wife and two young sons aboard the merchant vessel bound for Braavos. Their silhouettes merged with the massive hull under the dim glow of torches, quietly dissolving into the night and the mist. Meanwhile, Balon, accompanied by his wife and children, boarded a longship headed for Harlaw Island, temporarily retreating from the eye of the impending storm. The weight of Pike now rested quietly upon the shoulders of Euron Greyjoy. Chapter 58. Guest rights, salt and bread. The envoys from King's Landing, bearing the king's will and searing wrath, finally set foot upon the rugged and rebellious soil of the Iron Islands. Their arrival was akin to a foreboding shadow, shrouded in tempest, suddenly enveloping the jagged towers of Pike and the somber coastline. Leading the delegation was the newly appointed hand of the king, Lord Owen Martell. He had scarcely settled into the still scorching seat left by Tywin Lannister, having yet to find his footing in the treacherous intrigues of the Red Keep, when the Mad King dispatched him to this distant, hostile land, rife with salt and animosity. At that moment, Lord Owen Martell was in a foul mood. The customary sycophantic smile had been swept away by the sea breeze, leaving only traces of indignation and unabashed disdain for the damp air, coarse fare, and the ironborn, who seemed uncivilized and untamed. In stark contrast were his two Kingsguard companions. Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, resembled a moving snow-capped mountain, his noble visage calm as still waters, embodying unfathomable martial prowess and unspoken authority, while the Dornishman, Lewin Martell, carried the unique languor and danger of his homeland, his keen eyes seemingly capable of discerning the subtlest of shifts. These three emissaries, each distinct in their roles, collectively manifested the cold will of the Iron Throne, with every step they took resonating upon the taut nerves of the Iron Islands. As the king's delegation entered the foreboding main keep of Pike, eroded by the sea winds and steeped in solemnity, they found no sign of King Euron Greyjoy or even his heir, Balon. Instead, they were met by an unusually youthful boy, possessing a composure that belied his tender years. In the heart of the hall stood Euron, his stature remarkably upright. Despite his tender age of merely 10 years, he towered over many adult men, his muscular form embodying fluidity and latent explosiveness, akin to a young cheetah. His gaze bore no trace of a child's timidity or curiosity, but rather a profound serenity, accompanied by a subtle smile. The newly appointed hand of the king, Count Owen Martell, furrowed his brow, his patience, already eroded by the sea breeze and his foul mood, dissipating entirely. He flicked his sleeves, which were imbued with the scent of King's Landing, yet now tainted by the humid air of the Iron Islands, his tone dripping with arrogance and dissatisfaction. "What is the meaning of this?" he exclaimed, his eyes scanning the vacant throne before finally settling back on Euron. "Has the Greyjoy family become so diminished that they send a mere child to greet the king's prime minister and the Kingsguard? Where is Corlin? Where is Balon? Is this the manner of hospitality in the Iron Islands?" In the face of this nearly insulting inquiry, Euron Greyjoy remained unfazed. He stepped forward, the silver platter in his hands unwavering, the bread and salt upon it serving as a silent declaration. "My Lord Count Martell." His voice was clear yet possessed an unusual resonance, echoing within the stone hall, prompting Ser Arthur Dayne, standing nearby, to cast a sidelong glance. "Upon receiving news of your imminent arrival, my father, King Corlin, and my brother Balon were indeed engaged in pressing matters and have already departed from Pike. In their absence, all affairs of the Iron Islands are under my stewardship, Euron Greyjoy." He slightly elevated the silver platter, his movements so precise they seemed to have emerged from the pages of ancient tomes. "The rights of guests are sacred and inviolable, regardless of the age of the one presiding over the ceremony. Please partake of the salt and bread. You have traveled a long way, and Pike has prepared a place for you to rest." His responses were fluid and confident, devoid of the naivety and panic one might expect from a 10-year-old, instead resembling the demeanor of a seasoned host. This exchange rendered Count Martell's anger ineffective, like a hammer striking resilient leather, finding no purchase. Meanwhile, the two Kingsguard, particularly Ser Arthur Dayne, observed with a newfound intensity, their customary indifference replaced by subtle scrutiny and inquiry. This second son of the Iron Islands appeared distinctly different from the noble youths they had encountered before. Euron's gaze lingered momentarily on Ser Arthur Dayne, and within it, alongside the requisite respect, was a hint of barely perceptible, pure curiosity and scrutiny towards the legendary figure before him. In that fleeting moment, decorum became the finest armor, artfully concealing the true brilliance of the Iron Islands beneath a veneer of propriety. The bread represented the assurance of survival, symbolizing the host's protection over the guest's life, while salt signified purification and eternity, alluding to a contract impervious to decay. Upon entering the host's abode and accepting the offered bread and salt, the rights of the guest were immediately activated. During their stay until departure, neither party could inflict harm upon the other. This right transcended all social classes, mandating compliance from both commoners and nobles alike. To violate a guest's rights was deemed an affront to the gods themselves, akin to the legendary rat chef who, for slaying a prince during a feast, was transformed by the deities into a white rat, doomed to eternally consume his own offspring. Although Count Owen Mary Weiss was filled with discontent, he was acutely aware that the ancient tradition of guest rights must not be desecrated. With a hint of impatience, he extended his hand and took a piece of coarse bread from the silver platter, deliberately dipping it into the pristine white salt before bringing it to his lips, completing the ritual that symbolized safety and contract. Upon tasting the salt, his previously disdainful expression faltered slightly. It was not the coarse bitterness he had anticipated, but rather an unexpectedly pure and delicate brininess, instantly revealing itself to be an extraordinary delicacy. Is this white sand salt? Owen Mary Weiss raised an eyebrow, his tone deliberately infused with exaggerated astonishment, as if he had just savored an exquisite rarity. Indeed, it was a remarkable substance, a flavor unlike any other. Unfortunately, in King's Landing, this commodity was worth its weight in gold, a luxury beyond the reach of those of us who serve the king. With a shift in his discourse, he cast a sharp glance towards Euron, his avarice barely concealed. The Iron Islands are the source of this white sand salt. I presume it is far more reasonably priced there? The two Kingsguard, Sir Arthur Dane and Sir Lewin Martell, silently performed the ritual as well. Sir Arthur's movements were succinct and dignified, seemingly unperturbed by the quality of the salt. Instead, his profound gaze lingered more on Euron, who remained inscrutably smiling. Regardless of whether it was coarse salt or white sand salt, they were fundamentally just salty substances. Owen Mary Weiss's expression, combined with his words and tone, amounted to a nearly naked solicitation. Euron maintained his enigmatic smile, his voice calm as though he were merely discussing a mundane transaction. You speak truly, my lord. At the source, the burdensome layers of merchant exploitation are absent, naturally making it more affordable. If one were to subtract the costs incurred from long-distance transport, storage, and the elaborate packaging that only adds to the expense, what remains is simply genuine value. Leaning slightly forward, Euron's tone softened, as if sharing a gesture of goodwill. The king's hand, my lord, toils for the realm and has journeyed far with great hardship. When you depart, it would be wise to carry with you some of the Iron Island specialties, as a token of our esteem. This statement not only preserved the dignity of his counterpart, seeming to acquiesce to his request, but also cleverly confined the ambiguous quantity to a gesture of goodwill rather than a tribute, deftly transforming a potential extortion into a dignified gift. Count Owen Mary Weiss's demeanor improved slightly as he took his seat accompanied by Euron. Chapter 59. The negotiation at the banquet in the chilly main hall of Pike, the briny sea breeze intertwined with the dampness of the stone walls. Count Owen Mary Weiss sat resolutely, his fingertips impatiently tapping on the table, eventually breaking the silence with an aggressive tone. The Iron Islands. Have you not received orders from King's Landing, from His Majesty the King? Euron met his gaze with calm composure. Indeed, my lord. We hold it in the highest regard. In fact, my father, upon receiving the command, was consumed with urgency, even personally sailing to Bravos, eager to procure sufficient grain from across the narrow sea to fulfill the king's decree. King Corlin is absent from the island for this reason? Mary Weiss squinted, pressing further. What of your brother Baron? Has he gone as well? For 3 long winters, Balon has welcomed 3 children into his family. His father-in-law, Lord Harlaw, has yet to meet his grandchildren. Even before the chill of winter has fully receded, he has repeatedly urged for their introduction through letters. Yulin responded with eloquence and composure. Prior to the arrival of the esteemed lords, Balon had already set forth to Harlaw Island, bringing his children to convey the heartfelt longing of their elders. The king's decree was unequivocal, a kingdom-wide requisition of grain. It was imperative that the harvest be transported to King's Landing within a month. Mary's raised his voice in an attempt to intimidate. With winter just past and the new crops not yet gathered, Yulin maintained his calm demeanor. Yet his words bore the undeniable weight of reality. There was no surplus grain throughout the realm, especially in the Iron Islands. It is a well-known truth that we do not cultivate grain. Our resources are limited to salt, iron, and fish. Our poverty is equally notorious. Every morsel of bread we consume depends on imports. Yet, the king has heard that you brought back 3 full ships of grain from across the narrow sea. The countess' voice turned sharp. Indeed, there were ships half a month ago, Yulin admitted with poise, but they have since been exchanged with other lords for gold dragons, timber, and iron. What remains is barely sufficient for the ironborn to survive until the next harvest season. Are you defying orders? Mary slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in fury. Which law of the 7 kingdoms mandates that lords must surrender their sustenance without compensation, allowing their subjects to starve? Yulin countered, his tone unwavering, yet imbued with a steely resolve. We are not defying orders, my lord. We simply have no grain to give. The relationship between the king and the lords is founded on ancient covenants, not absolute monarchy. The king cannot demand tribute of money or grain without recompense. The rights and obligations of both parties are reciprocal. Lords must pledge fealty to the king, provide military support, judicial assistance, and economic aid under certain circumstances. In return, the king is obligated to protect the lord's safety, affirm their land ownership, and uphold legal justice. Therefore, the Mad King's command for unrequited grain can be rightfully refused by the lords. However, the provision of economic assistance depends on the disposition of each lord. The king is furious, and the consequences will be dire. Count Owen Marys leaned forward, attempting to overwhelm the young man with his presence, his voice a sharp threat. The fleet of Greyjoy has raised its battle standard, prepared to sail at any moment and crush any rebel stronghold. Yulin's expression remained as tranquil as a still sea, betraying no sign of disturbance. Only the depths of his mismatched eyes seemed to chill, as if encapsulating the frost of the north. The power of the conqueror awakens. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the tense atmosphere, each word meticulously honed like a shard of ice. My lord, he began slowly, devoid of any audible emotion. Are you, at this moment, representing the Iron Throne, threatening war to compel the Iron Islands to comply with a command we cannot fulfill? It is not I. It is the king. Count Marys, as if scalded, immediately distanced himself from the matter, shifting all blame to the Mad King ensconced in the Red Keep. Thus, Yulin's voice abruptly sharpened, precisely identifying the other party's status. As the Prime Minister, serving as the king's hand, when His Majesty might issue commands, prompted by erroneous intelligence or fleeting wrath that could lead to the kingdom's division and bloodshed, is it not your duty, Count Owen Mary Weiss, the king's hand, to offer counsel and prudently dissuade? Is the king's hand merely to act as a sounding board, or even a herald of war? This statement struck like an invisible slap, landing heavily on Owen Mary Weiss's most sensitive spot, his hard-won, yet fundamentally ungrounded position as Prime Minister, and his reputation, marred by sycophancy towards the monarch. His face flushed crimson. A tempest of humiliation and rage, he slammed his hand on the table, causing the cups and goblets to clatter violently. You, he sputtered, his finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at Yulin, nearly roaring. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? A mere boy from the Iron Islands dares to criticize how the king's hand should fulfill his responsibilities. The air in the hall seemed to freeze, the gaze of the two royal guards sharpening, fixated on the suddenly escalated conflict. From the Iron Islands, Yulin's voice soared, clear and unyielding, reminiscent of ancient rocks colliding with tempestuous storms, resolute against threats and unafraid of war. His words reverberated through the cold hall, and before their echoes faded, a deeper, more unsettling transformation abruptly occurred. As his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the three envoys, an invisible pressure descended, a force not physical, yet palpably heavy, akin to the terrifying pressure of the deep sea, enveloping the entire space. This was the awakening of his conqueror's haki, deliberately and consciously unleashed at this moment. Count Owen Mary Weiss, the first target, turned ashen, his complexion resembling parchment. He felt a suffocating palpitation, as if a frigid hand had tightened around his heart. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but his legs wavered slightly, and his seated form trembled. Desperately clutching the table, he barely maintained his composure. In stark contrast, the two royal guards behind him reacted instinctively. Sir Arthur Dane, with the Dawn sword at his side, placed his right hand upon its hilt. His usually composed face now grave, his eyes flashing with a hawk-like vigilance, his aura reining in, taut as a drawn bowstring, silently resisting this pure force of will and spirit. Beside him, Laven Martell adopted a similar defensive stance, the inherent languor of a Dornishman replaced by the alertness of a warrior. However, at this tense juncture, Yulin's aura suddenly receded. He leaned back slightly, his tone softening, as if a shrewd merchant were searching through an open ledger for a compromise. The resolute stance of confrontation was deftly enveloped within a pragmatic proposal. Perhaps the situation need not escalate to such dire extremities. As the overwhelming aura of the conqueror's haki gradually receded, both Arthur Dane, the Dawnblade, and Lewin Martell became acutely aware of their earlier lapse, releasing their grips on the sword hilts. However, they remained astounded by the pressure and threat emanating from Euron Greyjoy's words, a presence characteristic of the powerful and the ruling elite. Chapter 60. Arrangements. Euron cast his gaze over each envoy present and spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, esteemed envoys, your long journey represents the will of the king, and the Iron Islands shall certainly strive to make arrangements. He deliberately paused on the word arrangements. What we can offer are provisions, and once again, he mentioned the pivotal item, our salt. You have tasted it yourself. It is white gold, a treasure that can serve as hard currency in any market. Leaning slightly forward, Euron proposed a suggestion that seemed to fully consider the perspective of his counterparts at that time. You may take our salt to the lords of the Riverlands or the Reach, who still have stores of grain, to barter. Alternatively, he paused, providing a more liberal option. You could directly set sail to the free trade city-states across the narrow sea, purchasing any quantity of grain you require. Is this not far more practical and effective than mobilizing a fleet? Count Ser Owen Martell's complexion remained ashen. The indescribable sense of pressure still haunted him. His fingertips trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous anger and a barely perceptible fear, ultimately squeezing out a compromise through clenched teeth. Albeit with the harsh tone of a superior. Humph, if that is the case, how much can you arrange? I must warn you, if the quantity is insufficient or merely perfunctory, none of us will be able to report to His Majesty the King. A subtle, elusive smile reappeared on Euron's face, as if the earlier tense atmosphere had never existed. His tone became smooth and considerate, even infused with a hint of warmth. Rest assured, my lord. The Iron Islands shall exert every effort. He first offered a vague yet positive assurance, then shifted his focus to a more actionable plan. Tomorrow, in the name of House Greyjoy, I shall summon the lords of the Seven Islands to gather in Pike to deliberate on the matter of grain and salt procurement. By then, we will provide you with a definitive response. He continued, elegantly compensating for the initial neglect. Moreover, it is rare for you, the hand of the king, to visit our remote locale. How could we possibly entertain you so simply, with mere bread and salt? We ought to extend our hospitality and host a welcoming banquet befitting your stature, allow you to witness the warmth of the Iron Islands, rather than discussing affairs of state in this austere hall with empty stomachs. Please forgive the hasty preparations today, which have not fully showcased our hospitality. Euron smiled, deftly diverting the conversation and temporarily setting aside the unpleasant matter of grain procurement. He gently clapped his hands, as if long anticipated. Two enchanting ladies, draped in delicate silks and exuding grace, entered the scene, gracefully dancing to the faint strains of exotic melodies. Their glances, imbued with the languor and allure characteristic of Lys, found their way directly to the side of the hand of the king, Count Euron Greyjoy, who received them with open arms. They nestled beside him, like gentle vines entwining themselves around a sturdy oak. Clearly, they had been meticulously trained by the infamous Lysine courtesan, well versed in the art of seduction. With nimble fingers, they filled goblets with wine, their waists undulating like serpents, and with soft laughter, they even brought the wine to the Countess' lips, feeding him delicately. This audacious and sumptuous display swiftly dispelled any remnants of gloom or displeasure from Euron Greyjoy's countenance, replacing it with a satisfied smile. Deeply ensnared in the embrace of indulgence, as the earlier disputes and threats seemed to fade from memory. Across the long table, however, the atmosphere was starkly different. The two Kingsguard, Ser Arthur Dayne and Ser Lewin Martell, remained unperturbed by such tantalizing spectacles. Loyal Balon and seasoned Dagmar accompanied them in their drinking, where laughter and silks were absent, leaving only the steady clinking of goblets between men, whispers of weaponry and seafaring, and the occasional exchange of mutual respect and scrutiny inherent to their warrior identities. The banquet did not linger into the late hours. Soon, Count Euron Greyjoy was intoxicated, embracing the two captivating ladies from Lys, as he staggered towards the designated guest room, proclaiming his intent to engage in profound conversation with them. What transpired behind the closed door, shrouded in secrecy, remains a matter of interpretation. With the royal representative sent off, the smile on Euron's face ebbed like the tide, restoring his usual calm demeanor. He did not rest, but instead made his way to the cold bachelor-s tower of Pike. Amidst flickering candlelight and a pile of scrolls, he succinctly conveyed his strategy and the contents of the letters to Maester Clegane. In the name of House Greyjoy, Euron's voice was steady and authoritative as he sent word to every lord across the Iron Islands. By sunset tomorrow, each of you must bring a barrel of fine salted fish and a bag of grain to Pike. I demand to see your presence at the feast. This command, requiring a barrel of salted fish and a bag of grain, was not a significant burden for any lord. It served more as a symbolic gesture to placate the king's envoy, allowing him to return with something to report to the Mad King. Yet, beneath this seemingly simple request lay Euron Greyjoy's deeper intentions. What he truly sought was an opportunity to scrutinize the reactions of each lord upon receiving this command issued under royal duress. Who would comply without hesitation? Who would grumble yet still obey? Who would hesitate or even display discontent? This would serve as a silent test of loyalty and efficiency. More importantly, it is essential for all the lords of the Iron Islands to comprehend that the pressure exerted by the crown upon them is not merely a concern of House Greyjoy, but rather a collective responsibility shared by the entirety of the Iron Islands. Bachelor Claygon is acutely aware of the gravity of this matter and dares not exhibit the slightest negligence. He promptly bows beneath the dim light of the oil lamp, transforming Euron's will into a meticulously worded formal decree, sealed with the emblem of House Greyjoy. The sound of the quill gliding across the parchment is the only noise that resonates within the tower at that moment. Subsequently, Bachelor Claygon carefully affixes each scroll to the restless leg of a raven. These ebony messengers are hurled into the night sky, flapping their wings as if they were fleeting thoughts and resolutions, swiftly merging with the dense and frigid darkness enveloping the Iron Islands, heading towards Blacktide Island, Harlaw Island, Old Wyke, and all other isles, to rouse the loyalty of each lord at their window. Chapter 61. The Dawnblade. Arthur Dayne, as the morning mist has yet to be entirely dispersed by the sea breeze, while the hand of the king, Earl Owen Martell, remains ensconced in the tender dreams woven by two ladies of Lys. Sir Arthur Dayne has already risen. He is drawn by the crisp, rhythmic clinking of metal outside the castle and strolls towards the source of the sound. Upon the cold, gray sands beneath Pike, he beholds Euron Greyjoy practicing his swordplay. The youth stands bare-chested, his muscular form sharply defined in the morning light and sea mist, exuding the grace and explosive power of a cheetah. He is engaged in a duel with a Braavosi water dancer, his dual swords swirling like silver serpents, his movements so agile they leave nearly imperceptible traces upon the sand. Arthur Dayne stands silently, a flicker of subtle admiration passing through his deep violet eyes. Moments later, Euron notices the distinguished observer. With a deft flourish of his practiced sword, he halts and stands poised, droplets of sweat cascading down his youthful yet chiseled visage. He does not gasp for breath. Instead, he gazes intently at the legendary Kingsguard, extending an invitation. Sir Arthur Dayne, his voice clear and resonant after his morning exercises, I have long heard the illustrious reputation of the Dawnblade echo throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Might I have the honor of requesting your presence in the arena for some guidance? Sir Arthur Dayne, a knight adorned with the Targaryen family's signature pale golden hair and violet eyes, stands tall like a moving white tower. His silver armor and snowy cloak seem to emanate a faint luminescence in the dim morning light. Behind him rests the legendary greatsword Dawn, forged from meteorite steel, exhibiting a unique milky, translucent quality that appears to pulsate with a gentle glow, even within its sheath. It is said that the brilliance it unleashes in battle resembles the first light of dawn, thus earning its wielder the title of the Dawnblade. This true knight displays a gentle yet commanding smile, nodding with graciousness. It is my utmost honor, he responds, his voice low and magnetic. He unfastens Dawn, placing it carefully aside, then retrieves two practiced longswords from the armory, stepping into the arena, ever willing to impart wisdom to a respectful mentee. In the ensuing moments, the frigid beach beneath Pike City transformed into an unparalleled arena for combat. The blade's wind grew increasingly fierce, with each clash igniting sparks of precision and power. Sir Arthur Dayne evidently refrained from exhausting his full potential. His movements appeared effortless, yet he remained as immovable as a rock. His parries were not mere brute force. At the last moment, he deftly deflected Euron's sword tip with minimal movement, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound of impact. His evasions were akin to foreseeing the future, allowing him to narrowly escape the most formidable assaults, his white cloak billowing gracefully in the wind, untouched by a speck of sand. Moreover, his seemingly casual riposts consistently targeted the fleeting openings when Euron exerted his force, compelling him to hastily alter his approach. This legendary member of the Kingsguard resembled a master immersed in the art of creation, imparting his skills with serene assurance amidst the dance of blades. In the instant when their swords collided, blocking Arthur Dayne's powerful yet deceptively light downward strike, an immense pressure surged through the blade, nearly numbing Euron's arm. In that moment of stalemate, Euron's thoughts stirred, silently activating a unique ability bestowed by the Pirate King system, Spirit Power Assessment 1. In an instant, the scene before him seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Beside Sir Arthur Dayne's imposing and focused figure, several lines of translucent data, visible only to him, materialized, coldly and precisely delineating the might of this legendary knight. Arthur Dayne, Sword of Dawn, Strength, 32 terrifying physical power far exceeding the norm, capable of wielding that legendary greatsword. Agility, 38 astounding speed and coordination that belies his robust physique, akin to a cheetah. Stamina, 36, possessing near limitless endurance, enabling prolonged high-intensity combat. Spirit, 19, a resolute will. Unperturbed and focused, exhibiting considerable resistance to magic and mental influences. Leadership, 29, a natural leader, effortlessly earning the trust and loyalty of soldiers. Charisma, 25, his charisma and chivalrous demeanor evoke admiration, the highest Euron has ever encountered. Spirit power value, 3250, a faint warning flickered beneath the data like blood threads. Caution, beware of the magic on his greatsword. Euron's heart raced, seizing the opportunity during the retreat to absorb this information swiftly. Such elevated personal attributes. Furthermore, they were remarkably balanced, with the core combat traits of strength, agility, and stamina all surpassing the mundane threshold of 30 points, leaving scarcely any evident weaknesses. What captured his attention even more was the notable charisma attribute of 25 points. This transcended mere appearance, embodying an aura of reverence and conviction deeply rooted in the soul. Arthur Dayne, truly deserving of his title as the Sword of Dawn, represented an insurmountable pinnacle, akin to the divine sword dawn he bore. Arthur Dayne's steady tone pierced through the clamor of weapons. Your speed is commendable. He sidestepped a swift thrust, his wrist deftly twisting as the blade struck precisely against Euron's forearm. The force was not overwhelming, yet sufficient to disrupt the onslaught. However, your gaze and the subtle movements of your shoulder betrayed your intentions. Such predictability is a vulnerability that a master will exploit. Euron gasped as he took a step back, quickly readjusting. Pay attention to your power, Sir Arthur continued, refraining from pursuing and instead demonstrating a forward thrust. His movements flowed seamlessly, his entire strength seemingly coalescing at the tip of his sword, unleashing astonishing penetrative force, yet halting abruptly at the end, controlled with exquisite precision. The energy culminated at a single point rather than dispersing throughout the motion, akin to waves crashing against rocks rather than tides sweeping over a beach. He then parried Euron's forceful double-bladed strike, skillfully redirecting the tremendous power. Observe, your strength has become diluted by your own actions. Had I not retreated but pressed forward here, he indicated, the tip of his sword aimed at the exposed rib beneath Euron's exertion, you would have already lost. Euron's pupils constricted slightly, acutely sensing the disparity. And do not neglect your flanks. Sir Arthur's voice rose slightly as he suddenly altered his stride, gliding like a specter into Euron's left blind spot, the sword tip gently tapping against his lower back. True combat knows no rules. An enemy will not show mercy by only attacking from the front. Your dual swords are an advantage, yet they may also cause you to focus too intently ahead, overlooking your surroundings. His guidance was not criticism, but rather a series of incisive truths, imbued with the wisdom gleaned from countless encounters and the understanding of life and death. On this dawn-lit beach, accompanied by the rhythm of the waves and the clear ringing of blades, a transcendent exchange of swordsmanship was unfolding, one that surpassed age and status in the most direct and profound manner. Euron was fully absorbed, his eyes shining like stars, eagerly absorbing every piece of wisdom and every movement from one of the greatest swordsmen of his time. Chapter 62. Awe and submission after the practice. Sweat dampened both their brows, while the sea breeze brought a hint of coolness. Euron sheathed his sword and casually remarked, Sir, I have heard that you recently eradicated the notorious Brotherhood of the King's Guard. As the words left his lips, Arthur Dayne's demeanor, which had relaxed during their sparring, suddenly tightened, as if cloaked in a layer of frost. He fell silent for a moment, a trace of enduring anguish flickering in his violet eyes. They were not mere brigands. They were a group of demons who had fallen into the abyss. His voice deepened, seemingly steeped in the cold of the north, each word laden with weight. They nailed infants to oaks, etching twisted smiles upon the bark with their blood. A madman. Merely because a mother concealed half a bag of salt necessary for survival, butchered her young son before her eyes. He lifted his gaze, his eyes transcending Euron, as if once more witnessing that hellish scene. We accounted for 37 bodies, he continued, his voice suppressing a thunderous wrath, including 12 children. They should have had a future. It was precisely this appalling atrocity that compelled Arthur Dayne to resolutely petition King Aerys and personally lead an army into battle. As Sir Jaime Lannister would later recall, the Smiling Knight was akin to a mountain of madness in his era, somewhat deranged, ruthlessly pragmatic, yet bizarrely exuding a twisted chivalric demeanor. Most crucially, he was utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. This illustrates the terror and formidable prowess of the Smiling Knight. Ultimately, Arthur Dayne severed the head of the Smiling Knight in their decisive confrontation, thus eradicating this malignant force and earning the heartfelt admiration of the people of the Riverlands and the Crownlands. Arthur Dayne's legendary status, revered by figures such as Jaime Lannister, Barristan Selmy, and even his foes like Eddard Stark, stem not only from his unparalleled martial skills, but also from the profound goodness, integrity, and nobility rooted in his soul. He was the quintessential embodiment of a true knight, brave and upright, sworn to protect the weak and innocent, particularly those unable to defend themselves, such as women and children. His character was unblemished, his demeanor elegant, and he carried the distinctive air of a soldier. Jaime even remarked in his characteristic acerbic tone that Sir Arthur Dayne could urinate with his right hand while wielding a sword with his left, effortlessly dispatching 5 worthless opponents. Yet, even this nearly invincible knight did not emerge victorious in every battle he fought. Throughout his life, he suffered only 2 defeats, both at the hands of the same man, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. This prince was not only the firstborn of the king and the future ruler of the 7 kingdoms, but also the closest friend of Arthur Dayne. Whether there was any manipulation involved, only the parties concerned might know, at least in the eyes of Euron. Sir Arthur undoubtedly threw those 2 contests. However, this was not an act of cowardice. Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of his loyalty and chivalric spirit, an appreciation for friendship and a respect for the dignity of the crown prince. Euron expressed his sincere admiration. "You are a true knight." Arthur Dayne sheathed his sword and replied with genuine appreciation. "You possess extraordinary skill and courage, should you desire it. Becoming a true knight in the future would surely not be a daunting task." Upon hearing this, Euron could not help but laugh heartily, his laughter resonating in the sea breeze, tinged with the defiance characteristic of ironborn. "Huh, Sir Arthur, have you ever heard of an ironborn from the Iron Islands being knighted? That would hardly align with the will of the drowned god." His tone was half jesting, half stating the cultural chasm that lay between the Iron Islands and the mainland. Arthur Dayne responded with a knowing smile. "Moreover, I recall they say you are the son of the drowned god." This remark indicated that the extraordinary tales surrounding Euron, even his enigmatic title, had indeed reached the ears of this Kingsguard. Euron's smile dimmed slightly, his tone becoming more pragmatic as he gazed at the barren coastline and bustling port. "My father has long sought to alter the old ways, to transform the Ironborn, to truly integrate the Iron Islands into the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Yet, this endeavor has persistently faced immense challenges. The 7 kingdoms remain burdened by their past prejudices, still referring to us as pirates, and even worse epithets." His gaze returned to Sir Arthur, gesturing towards the barren land of the Iron Islands. "As you have observed, the Iron Islands are desolate and unsuitable for cultivation. The only commodities available for trade are salt, iron, and fish. If we are to comply with the king's decree to pay 3-fold in salt taxes, it would be akin to draining our very lifeblood and forcing us to tread the ancient paths once more." Sir Arthur Dayne nodded gravely, candidly confessing, "I comprehend your predicament. However, I am merely a Kingsguard, and I possess no authority in the royal council concerning matters of taxation and governance." He paused momentarily, making a knightly vow. "Nevertheless, I shall convey my observations and experiences from the Iron Islands, particularly your genuine hardships, to the king. I trust that upon learning the truth, the king will render a just judgment." Euron nodded in agreement, confident that Sir Arthur Dayne would report truthfully. His character and chivalric spirit were beyond question. Yet, at the same time, he harbored a greater belief that the mad king seated upon the Iron Throne would have little patience to listen and would render no equitable judgment. The luncheon was merely a modest hospitality. The king's hand, Count Owen Martell, did not make an appearance, opting instead to send servants to deliver the meal to the guest chambers, evidently preferring to indulge with the 2 ladies of Lys in more intimate pursuits. From the afternoon onward, the remaining lords of the 6 islands arrived in Pike as commanded. Within the grand hall of Pike, the briny scent of the sea mingled with the chill of the stone floor. As each lord of the Iron Islands arrived, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and laden with significance. Euron Greyjoy stood within the hall, calmly welcoming each vassal that disembarked. The Lord of Black Tide was the first to stride in. Renowned for his fiery temper, the old captain instinctively tempered his usual arrogance upon seeing Euron. His robust form leaned slightly forward, exceeding the bounds of customary courtesy, and in a voice that was hoarse yet remarkably earnest, he uttered, "My Lord Euron." 3 words, brief yet powerful, imbued with unmistakable acknowledgement. Following closely was a lord from Harlaw, not the father-in-law of Balon, but a collateral branch of House Harlaw. Esteemed for his sagacity and knowledge, he displayed no signs of complacency. With his right hand over his chest, he performed a gesture uncommon among the Iron Islands. Almost continental in nature, gazing sharply at Euron, his tone steady and resolute. "Summoned here, I await your command, my lord." His words were cautious and precise, as though reporting to a recognized sovereign. The representative from Salt Cliff was a relatively youthful captain, whose awe was tinged with unabashed eagerness. He nearly scampered to Euron's side, his eyes sparkling with admiration, his voice slightly elevated with excitement. "My lord Euron, we witnessed the return of your fleet." It was truly, struggling to find the right words. He ultimately nodded vigorously. "Remarkable." From Old Wyke came a taciturn elder, his visage weathered like rocks sculpted by the sea winds. He spoke little, merely advancing to stand before Euron, pausing to look deeply into Euron's eyes with his own gray orbs that had seen countless tempests. Then slowly and with utmost gravity bowed his head, one that had never easily yielded. This silent reverence carries more weight than any ornate rhetoric. One by one, the lords of the other islands arrived, their behaviors varying in detail, yet unified at their core. Their gaze remained fixed upon Yulin, earnestly capturing every word he spoke and each subtle shift in his expression, as though his utterances were imbued with undeniable gravity and wisdom. Throughout the proceedings, no one questioned why it was Yulin who presided over the gathering. That natural acceptance and respect forged an invisible force, allowing onlookers to distinctly sense who was truly in command of the situation. The two Kingsguard, Arthur Dayne and Lewin Martell, stood like silent white statues in the shadows of the hall, their keen eyes missing not a single detail. They observed the demeanor, gestures, and words of each lord as they faced Yulin, a display that transcended mere superficial courtesy, manifesting as a deep-seated, instinctive respect. Sir Arthur's handsome visage remained composed, yet a faint glimmer of surprise and scrutiny flickered in his profound violet eyes. Having encountered countless nobles across the Seven Kingdoms, from the vassals of the Riverlands to the princes of Dorne, he understood that such heartfelt reverence could not be easily earned through noble birth or martial prowess alone. Beside him, Lewin Martell, the Kingsguard from Dorne, slightly raised an eyebrow. He recalled the words of Prince Oberyn Martell, renowned for his keen insight. Regarding Yulin, "After 3 years of companionship with that lad, the only certainty I possess is that he is another favored by fate, kissed by destiny beyond the true dragon. Given time, no one in the Seven Kingdoms would overlook his name." At that moment, Lewin had dismissed the prince's words as mere hyperbole, witnessing it firsthand now. He grasped the weight of the assessment. The two knights exchanged a swift glance, unspoken understanding passing between them as they recognized their shared astonishment. The image of the young Greyjoy heir had suddenly deepened and transcended in their minds. Clearly, he had already captivated the notoriously unruly lords of the Iron Islands through a wisdom, audacity, or ineffable personal charm that far surpassed his years, earning their genuine acknowledgement and even extraordinary loyalty. Chapter 63. The Iron Islands banquet. The Great Hall of Pike rose over 30 feet, its ceiling constructed from unrefined obsidian, with cracks allowing the briny sea breeze to seep through. Hundreds of whale oil candles were embedded in the walls, their flames dancing upon the bronze skin of the ironborn, casting distorted phantoms of the battle flags that hung between the beams, those blood-stained silks embroidered with shipwrecks, shattered oars, and the bones of the drowned. At the heart of the hall, a bronze brazier exhaled pungent sulphurous smoke, mingling with the aroma of roasting meats. A long table, resembling a serpentine spine, stretched across the hall, where the nobility of the Iron Islands adhered to the ancient custom of honoring the sea before dividing the spoils. A whole roasted pig was skewered on an iron fork, turning as its crispy skin crackled and peeled away, fat dripping into the coals and rising in blue smoke. While attendants used iron hooks to tear the most succulent breast meat and feed it to the guests, seals' rib racks piled into small mountains, dark red blood seeping into barrels of pickled cod and salted herring beneath. The iron folk tore at flesh and bone with bare hands, their fingers coated in translucent fish fat. Oysters glimmered with a pearlescent sheen in ice buckets as nobles' pride opened their shells with flint knives, drizzling them with a sour berry brew before gulping it down in one swift motion. Lobsters, skewered and affixed to shields, were roasted until their shells cracked open, spilling forth snowy white meat, while children laughed and vied for the plumpest claws. Southern red wine swirled in silver jugs, pouring into goblets of a deeper, more profound garnet hue, the clamor nearly threatening to lift the roof off. A group of iron folk sat in a raucous circle, their boisterous voices drowning out the melodies of the musicians. "In the name of the drowned god, I swear," bellowed an old captain, his face a tangle of whiskers and scars marring his chest, as he pounded the table, his cup rattling. "On our last voyage, we faced a storm with waves taller than the towers of Pike, but men from Old Wyke fear nothing. We bathe in the drowned god's trench and sleep soundly amid the tempest." Laughter erupted around him, wild and unabashed. In another corner, a few lords, perhaps from Great Wyke or the Hallows, spoke in hushed tones, albeit with palpable tension. Lord Greyjoy's fleet grows ever more formidable, a gaunt man remarked, twisting his wineglass. But the issue of food supplies persists. I must inquire with Lord Euron about where we might procure a little more. His companion nodded slightly. Surveying the raucous crowd, power is justice. The iron and blood of the Iron Islands will yield what is needed. Yet, one must proceed with caution. In the shadows, a few guards draped in gilded robes appeared somewhat out of place, sipping wine cautiously while observing the scene. By the gods, these ironborn can truly drink. One young guard murmured to his companion, rubbing his sore ears, "It's like gulping seawater." The older one grunted in response, tearing off a piece of bread to dip in the meat juices. "Speak less, listen more. Among their boastful words lie secrets the king may wish to know. Remember, we are here to be ears, not mouths." His keen gaze swept over the loquacious iron captains and the whispering lords. Serving maids, clad in garments barely concealing their forms, flitted about like butterflies amid the revelry. Their graceful figures shimmered with a honeyed glow in the firelight, as they charmingly filled goblets for the guests. Occasionally pulled into the embrace of drunken men, sparking fits of laughter, their playful banter intermingling with coarse jesting, merging into the sultry air. The scent of desire and alcohol was equally potent, fermenting and wafting amidst the aromas of roasted meats and seafood. Someone began to pound the table, singing a tuneless war song, and soon more voices joined in, the chorus rough, yet powerful. The clinking of goblets, the roaring of toasts, uproarious laughter. The clatter of plates and knives, the crackling of grease dripping into the fire, all these sounds intertwined, forming the most primal, raucous symphony of feasting, unique to the Iron Islands. Echoing throughout the sleepless hall, Lord Hand Owen Martell had long since cast aside any displeasure, embracing the delights of fine wine and soft, fragrant flesh, lost in the revelry. The two Kingsguard maintained their customary restraint, seated in a corner, observing the wild revelry of the Iron Islands. The gold-robed attendees mingled with the warriors of the Iron Islands. An tenuous peace was upheld under the influence of alcohol. After several rounds of drink, the revelry reached its zenith. The air was thick and searing, infused with the heat of roasted meats, the vapor of spirits, and the clamor of voices. At the pinnacle of this chaotic tide, Euron Greyjoy rose slowly, resembling the dark spine of a sea beast surfacing amidst the waves. Without a shout, he simply raised his heavy, gilded goblet. The motion was deliberate, imbued with an undeniable gravity. As if an invisible signal had been sent forth, the cacophony oddly began to recede. Laughter, the clinking of glasses, and raucous songs dwindled as if swallowed by the shore. All gaze, blurred by intoxication or sharpened by clarity, was drawn irresistibly to him. The light from the braziers danced upon his dark finery and the golden cup, rendering his eyes inscrutable, sharp as an eagle's, surveying his pack of wolves. "Gather round." His voice resonated, neither loud nor meek, but remarkably clear, each word striking like cold stones cast upon the still surface of water, reverberating with power against the rugged stone walls. "Firstly, to celebrate this damned, interminable winter that has rotted our very bones." He paused, scanning the faces marked by sea breeze and spirits. "It is finally over." A roar erupted from the crowd, a primal mix of approval and release, hands pounding the tables in a rhythm akin to war drums. Euron's voice soared, overpowering the tumult, his arms sweeping as if to encompass all. "Sons of the Iron Islands, chosen of the drowned god, we have not perished from frost, nor starved, nor succumbed weakly like the southerners by a warm hearth. We persist fiercely upon this land of salt and stone. Is this not worth toasting thrice? Is this not worth proclaiming to our ancestors who slumber beneath the waters of the palace?" The response was thunderous. It was the battle cry of hundreds of throats, the resounding thud of fists upon heavy wooden tables, the clash of sword hilts against shields. The hall shook with fervor, flames of enthusiasm igniting in every eye. The people feverishly raised their goblets, spilling liquid into the air as if offering a sacrifice to the drowned god. "Drink, drink, drink." Euron reveled in this fervor, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. He allowed the uproar to surge for a moment longer before raising his hand once more. The clamor subsided again, but this time, the air was charged with heat and anticipation. Secondly, his tone shifted from a fervent inciter to a ruler well-versed in decorum. He gracefully turned to face the few guests who remained conspicuously out of place amidst the gathering. His gaze settled upon the esteemed Earl of Oakenshield, Euron Greyjoy, whose demeanor was impeccable. "Let us extend a warm welcome to the noble hand of the king, the illustrious Earl of Oakenshield, Euron Greyjoy." His voice resonated with precisely the right measure of reverence, neither servile nor arrogant. He also welcomed the king's loyal Kingsguard, the renowned knights of the Seven Kingdoms, Ser Arthurdane and Ser Lewin Martell. His eyes swept over the white cloaks of the two Kingsguard, seeming to penetrate the gleaming armor. Countless goblets struck the table with force, symbolizing the unique, welcoming ritual of the ironborn. The remote and harsh Iron Islands were warmed only by the sea breeze and unwavering loyalty. It was an immense honor for us that you, my lords, have traversed the treacherous seas. He raised his golden cup in salute to the delegation, wishing that they might feel the distinctive warmth of the ironborn. This cup is dedicated to the king's emissaries and to the unity and strength of Westeros. The etiquette of the occasion was flawless, with every word falling precisely into place. The ironborn lords followed suit, raising their cups, producing a response that, though not perfectly synchronized, was sufficiently resounding. Yet beneath this seemingly respectful tide, many eyes sparkled with a markedly different light. Some reflected sheer indifference, others concealed mockery, while some displayed unabashed contempt for these softlings clad in luxurious velvet and white cloaks. As cups clinked and voices rose, the fervor of the feast seemed to temporarily drown out all machinations. The red wine stained lips and dampened beards, and the king's envoys appeared to relax their taut nerves amidst the Iron Island's wild revelry. The plump face of the hand of the king, Euron Greyjoy, glistened with the sheen of wine and indulgence, and he finally leaned in amidst the clamor, his voice thick with inebriation yet unmistakably insistent. "My Lord Greyjoy," he began, attempting to project clarity amidst the din, though his tone inevitably bore a hint of bureaucratic vagueness. "Your hospitality is unparalleled. However, the king's needs, like the relentless tides of this sea, are ceaseless. Though winter has passed, the granaries of the Seven Kingdoms stand empty. The king is particularly concerned about this year's tribute from the Iron Islands, grain, and, well, thrice the salt tax." His words fell like cold seawater splashed into a pot of boiling oil, causing several tables nearby to momentarily fall silent. A few ironborn lords set down their goblets, their gazes turning as hard as stone. The aroma of roasted meat in the air seemed to thicken, leaving only the unpleasant echo of the earl's words. Yet, Euron Greyjoy smiled, a smile not of pleasure, but reminiscent of a shark revealing its teeth before an attack, calm and even somewhat playful. He did not respond immediately, but leisurely sipped from his cup, his eyes scanning the earl's flushed face, reddened by wine and desire, as well as the two Kingsguards standing rigidly behind him, hands resting on their sword hilts. "My lord is truly devoted to the king's service, not forgetting his mission even amidst merriment. It is commendable." Euron's voice was as smooth as oil, devoid of any trace of anger. The loyalty of the Iron Islands to the Iron Throne was as steadfast as the stones beneath the feet of the drowned god, immutable through the ages. "What the king requires, we would never dare to neglect." He clapped his hands lightly. The great hall door swung open once more, and a procession of Euron's loyal Iron Men entered, bearing various items in tow. The heavy wooden barrels clattered against the stone floor with a dull thud, while coarse burlap sacks were dragged along, and two men struggled to lift a clearly maritime storage chest. These offerings were laid out before the delegation, forming a peculiar contrast against the opulent feast surrounding them. The treasures of the Iron Islands, fish, foodstuffs. Euron nonchalantly kicked at a swollen sack, raising a slight cloud of dust. This was the finest yield extorted from the bony soil. He gestured towards the barrels, coarse salt, and a hint of white sand. Personally, he pried open the latch of the small chest with a dagger, lifting the lid. Instantly, it seemed as if all the light in the hall was drawn toward it. Within the chest lay not true gold, but exceptionally fine, crystalline sea salt, glimmering under the flickering light like pale, precious gold. "The gold of the Iron Islands is salt, my lord," Euron proclaimed, a glint of almost mocking amusement dancing in his eyes. "This is the utmost we can offer. You see, our islands are abundant only in sea winds, stones, and hard bones, but we cannot produce surplus grains. As for the salt tax being threefold, indeed it is a hardship. Yet this is the extent of our sincerity, drawing from every salt cellar, even scraping the salt from dining tables." He spread his arms wide, a gesture that seemed almost generous, yet underscored by an ironclad reality. "Please take these back to the king. Tell him that the Iron Islands shall forever remember the royal grace. These tributes may not suffice to fill the royal treasury or granaries, but they are sufficient to demonstrate our goodwill. Goodwill is paramount." The Iron Men present stifled low laughs and murmurs. They clearly perceived that the meager offerings of food and salt were utterly insignificant to the Mad King's insatiable greed, a mere drop in the ocean, more akin to a calculated insult than a tribute. Yet, They undeniably constituted offerings, enough to prevent the envoys from returning empty-handed and unable to report to the king. It was a display of haughty submission, a bow accompanied by a chilling smirk. Count Owen's plump face twitched, the effects of wine seemingly dissipating. He gazed at the meager tributes on the ground, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words under Euron's penetrating gaze and the unmistakably icy stares of the surrounding Iron Lords. His chubby fingers tightened around his wine goblet, knuckles whitening. Sir Arthur Dayne's white cloak remained still, yet the hand resting on his sword hilt tightened slightly. Sir Lewin Martell's gaze sliced through the offerings, then flicked back to Euron's face, a flicker of barely perceptible assessment and wariness flashing in his eyes. Euron Greyjoy raised his goblet again, as if all that had transpired was but an inconsequential interlude. Then, let us continue to drink. To the health of the king, to a bright future for Westeros. The feast continued until most had succumbed to inebriation, sprawled across the hall. Chapter 64. The invitation to the gathering after the evening banquet. Count Owen Merryweather was led by a silent ironborn through the cold, dim spiral stairs and corridors, the stone steps beneath his feet worn unevenly by time and the sea breeze. The torches in the niches flickered erratically, casting his corpulent silhouette upon the walls, contorting and swaying, much like the unease stirring within his heart. He was drawn deep into the seal pup tower, into a stone chamber by the sea. Here, there was no warmth or revelry of the banquet hall, only the chill of the stone and a small cluster of flames in the fireplace that struggled to dispel the cold. Euron Greyjoy stood with his back to him, gazing out at the dark sea, as smooth as satin, rolling with frothy white crests. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable depths beneath the flickering firelight. "My Lord Owen." Euron's voice was smoother than the sea breeze, but carried a similar chill. "I hope the roughness of Pike has not been too much of an inconvenience for you, esteemed guest." Count Owen managed a strained smile, his abdomen tightening with tension. "Lord Greyjoy, you are too courteous. Your hospitality is indeed commendable." Euron smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. He stepped forward, foregoing pleasantries, and directly retrieved 2 unassuming burlap sacks from the shadows. When they fell into Owen's hands, their heavy weight caused his arms to drop suddenly, and a crisp, alluring sound of metal clinking inside revealed it to be golden dragons, the number of which far exceeded the ordinary recompense for labor. The other sack, however, was much quieter yet more alarming. As Owen's fingers brushed against its surface, he felt the fine, heavy granules within. In an instant, he comprehended what it was, the pale gleam of white sand that had sparkled at the banquet, a rare sea salt worth its weight in gold. A mere token of labor. Euron's eyes fixed on Owen like a predator locking onto its prey. "My lord has journeyed across the ocean, endured great toil, and now faces the king's eager expectations. It is no easy endeavor." A slight twitch passed across Count Owen's chubby face. The weight of the golden dragons and the value of the salt burned in his palm, sending a shiver of mixed greed and fear racing up his spine. He parted his lips, intending to utter a few polite refusals, only to find his throat dry, rendering him voiceless. He understood the implications of accepting these gifts. Euron leaned closer, lowering his voice, akin to a serpent's hiss, both cordial and laced with lethal insinuation. "The hardships of the Iron Islands, far from the Red Keep, may be difficult for His Majesty to truly grasp. Here, we possess only salt, stone, and loyal hearts, along with generous returns for friends. I hope my lord can speak a few just words on our behalf before the king, to help His Majesty understand that our loyalty carries far more warmth than those cold numbers, does it not?" The phrase "just words" was pronounced with significant weight. It was not a request, but rather an implicit command, a threat wrapped in gold and silver, salt. Accepting it was akin to boarding a vessel steered by Euron Greyjoy, navigating through the treacherous waters of the Iron Islands, where one could either sail together or be consumed by the sea. Count Owen's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, starkly contrasting the chill that pervaded the room. He rapidly weighed the distant and terrifying wrath of the Mad King against the tangible treasures before him, while the menacing figure before him posed a cold, palpable threat. His plump fingers tightened around the bag's opening, grasping it as a drowning man clings to driftwood. "I deeply sense the sincerity of Lord Greyjoy." He finally regained his voice, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. "I shall convey the Iron Islands' grievances to the king with utmost sincerity." A deeper smile spread across Euron's face, a cruel expression that suggested he understood and controlled everything. He nodded in satisfaction, as if he had just concluded a remarkably equitable transaction. "So it shall be," he said, stepping back into the shadows at the edge of the firelight, leaving only his silhouette and those burning, luminous eyes. May our friendship endure, as steadfast as the rocks of the Iron Islands. The journey is long, my Lord Owen. Do rest well." Count Owen nearly stumbled as he exited the stone chamber, clutching the two heavy bags to his chest, akin to two searing hearts on the verge of explosion. The golden dragons and white sands were meant solely for the king's hand. To offer them to the two Kingsguard would be an affront, tantamount to a slap in the face. Most guests had succumbed to intoxication and slumber, save for the heavy footfalls of the night watchmen intermingling with the relentless crashing of the waves. In this stillness, Sir Arthur Dane sought out Euron Greyjoy. "Lord Greyjoy," Sir Arthur began, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable weight, shattering the whispers of the sea. "You may call me Euron. I hardly deserve the title of lord." Euron humbly declined, his eyes reflecting the shattered moonlight, betraying no emotion. "Sir Dane, the long night stretches on, yet you remain unyielding? Perhaps the beds and pike are too hard for the refined sensibilities of the White Knight?" Arthur paid no heed to the subtle mockery, shaking his head with a smile. "Next month, Lord Tywin Lannister will host a grand banquet at Lannisport, celebrating the 15th name day of his children and formally bestowing knighthood upon Jaime Lannister." He paused, gauging Euron's reaction, and articulated clearly, "All notable lords of the Seven Kingdoms will receive invitations. Has the Iron Islands received the Raven from Casterly Rock? Will you attend?" Euron narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, he had received the missive embossed with the lion's wax seal. The cold, leaden gray paper bore a meticulously composed, yet distant invitation, which he had initially categorized as a mere courtesy that warranted no response. At this delicate juncture, venturing beyond his domain into the lion's den of the West did not seem prudent. He preferred to observe the shifting tides of Westeros from the familiar salt and stone of his homeland. Yet, the one inquiring was not merely a messenger, but the legendary Sword of the Dawn, Sir Arthur Dane himself. His presence and direct inquiry were tantamount to the silent scrutiny and expectation of the crown. To refuse might be interpreted as a dual slight against the Iron Throne and the Alliance of the West. The sea breeze billowed the hem of Euron's black cloak, producing a rustling sound. He paused in silence, casting his gaze once more upon the dark expanse of the ocean, as if weighing the undercurrents hidden beneath the waves. His fingers unconsciously traced the rough stones on the windowsill. The banquet of Tywin Lannister offered a splendid opportunity to observe potential adversaries, or allies, up close. It served as a stage to unveil the new visage of the Iron Islands before the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Risks and opportunities entwined like twin sea monsters. At last, Euron turned, facing Sir Arthur Dane. The Lannister gathering, he spoke slowly, his voice akin to the night tide brushing against pebbles, must surely dazzle the eyes with the golden treasures of the lion, and the wines of the Westerlands are undoubtedly sweeter than our own. He shifted his tone, adopting a lighter cadence laced with a subtle edge, since the Sword of the Dawn has personally extended the invitation, representing the king and Lord Tywin's cordiality. How could the Iron Islands possibly disappoint? Euron Greyjoy made his decision, his voice clear and resolute. "I would be delighted to witness whether the gold of Lannisport truly shines as the legends suggest." Upon hearing this, Sir Arthur Dane let out a resonant, slightly wistful laugh. The sound rang distinctly in the cold sea breeze, as if dispelling some of the night's heaviness. He shook his head, the moonlight cascading over his flawless jawline and the white fabric of his cloak. Wise men often find themselves in such a predicament. Arthur's tone bore a near-tolerant teasing, yet it struck deep, overthinking, perceiving a simple ball of yarn as a web fraught with traps. Arthur stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Euron as they gazed at the moonlit ocean. "My invitation is neither a royal decree nor Lord Tywin's directive. It is merely a reflection of my personal desire." He turned his head to look at Euron, "For Lord Tywin has also invited me, and I, as the knightly sponsor of Sir Jaime Lannister, bear both honor and duty." His voice took on a more pragmatic tone, imbued with a hint of elder-like guidance. Despite the negligible age difference between them, at that feast, half of Westeros' young heroes will gather. They are Lord Tywin's sons, the future Duke of Casterly Rock, the Red Viper of Dorne, and the heirs of the great houses of the Riverlands and Vale. He paused, allowing the sea breeze to fill the brief silence, ensuring his words resonated clearly. They will all become lords in their own right, wielding power to decide matters of war and peace. You, the heir of the Iron Islands, should not miss the chance to meet your contemporaries. He chose the term contemporaries rather than friends or foes, striking a balance with precision. This is not an immediate call to choose sides, Greyjoy. At least, not yet. Arthur's tone softened, carrying a rare, almost sincere counsel. It is merely an opportunity, an invitation to step beyond the confines of Pike, to feel the sea breeze and salt spray, and to behold the world beyond. Venture forth to behold the faces that you shall soon engage with. Listen to their conversations. Observe the cadence of their daily lives. Do they find solace in poetry, love, or perhaps indulge in discussions of iron ore, fleets, or taxation? Such insights are far more valuable than 1,000 guesses made in this place. His gaze regained its sharpness. Yet this intensity was tempered with practical counsel rather than scrutiny. The Iron Islands cannot remain isolated indefinitely. The act of befriending new acquaintances, or at the very least, recognizing future adversaries, is itself a source of strength. Did you not express a desire to integrate the Iron Islands into the Seven Kingdoms? Consider this gathering as the inception of that integration. Euron was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a casual remark from the previous day would resonate with Sir Arthur Dayne. With sincere humility, he bowed and pledged, "Thank you. I shall undoubtedly be present." At dawn, Euron bid farewell to the king's ship as it departed, waving fervently from the shore. The hand of the king, misinterpreting Euron's gestures, believed he was merely extending a greeting in return. Little did he know that Euron's farewell was solely intended for Sir Arthur Dayne. Chapter 65. The Lannister matchmaking gala. Euron Greyjoy returned hastily before the Lannister family festivities, bringing his son Euron to Lannisport. The clamor and opulence of Lannisport stood in stark contrast to the austere chill of Pike. Amidst this celebration, a fête for the exhibition of Lannister power and the weaving of alliances, Euron Greyjoy, the younger son of the Iron Islands, stepped into the very heart of Westeros' elite socio-political arena for the first time. With a smile that appeared affable to all, Euron was, in truth, a detached observer, akin to a spectator watching the future protagonist yet to be fully sculpted by fate. Lord Tywin Lannister sat regally at the head of the table, resembling a golden lion, imposing and aloof. His pale green eyes sparkled with the light of calculation, as if every guest present were merely pawns in his grand design. Beside him were the dazzling twins, Jaime and Cersei Lannister. 15-year-old Jaime, already possessing a beauty that could eclipse the sun, boasted golden hair and emerald eyes. His lips curved in a nearly arrogant smile, as if the world owed him its applause. His sister, Cersei Lannister, was breathtakingly exquisite, golden-haired and blue-eyed. She donned a finely crafted gown, her grace impeccable. Yet, within her eyes, strikingly similar to her father's, lay an ambition, arrogance, sharpness, and a subtle hint of obsession that belied her youth. Euron's gaze swept through the crowd, encountering both familiar yet unfamiliar youthful visages. The young Robert Baratheon from the Stormlands, already exhibiting a robust physique akin to a bear, laughing heartily and indulging in sweet wine, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable weariness and sorrow. There was also Eddard Stark and his elder brother Brandon Stark, heirs to Winterfell. Eddard was composed and resolute, bearing the steadfastness of a Lord of the North. Brandon, on the other hand, was more expressive and fiery, known as the Wolf. Amidst the bustling guests, Peter Baelish, of humble origins yet possessing a keen gaze, navigated discreetly with his sharp, darting eyes, exuding an air of shrewdness. The three offspring of Duke Hostuchely of the Riverlands were present, the eldest daughter, Catelyn Tully, poised and regal with her auburn hair and cerulean eyes, epitomizing the quintessential noblewoman. Her sister Lisa, seemingly more bashful and sensitive, yet lacking in beauty compared to her sister. And the youthful Edmure Tully, appearing somewhat naive and awkward. Sir Arthur Dayne of Starfall was also in attendance, accompanied by his serene sister, Ashera Dayne, whose violet eyes mirrored his own. The youngest daughter of the North Stark family, Lyanna Stark, radiated a wild beauty that starkly contrasted with the surrounding refinement, her smile exuberant and free. Among the attendees were members of House Frey, including the notable Reek Frey, as well as Arianne Martell from Dorne, who brought with her an alluring blend of southern warmth and mystery. The fearless niece of Balon Greyjoy, the formidable lord of the Iron Islands, was present, as was the heir of House Tyrell from Highgarden, Mace Tyrell. From the Westerlands, Domeric Bolton, the sole legitimate son and heir of the notorious House Bolton, was among the gathering. The youngest daughter of Lord Roderick Leslie of the Vale, Baela Leslie, also graced the occasion. As Euron Greyjoy's gaze swept across the lively hall once more, a sudden epiphany washed over him like icy water. He observed that nearly every prominent noble from the realms had, without exception, a parent, be it a duke, earl, or lord, accompanied by one or, at times, several young heirs of a similar age to Jaime and Cersei Lannister. These young men and women were all adorned in their finest attire, their comportment imbued with a practiced elegance and restraint. Seated at the head of the table, Lord Tywin Lannister scrutinized the eligible youth with an almost cold, calculating gaze from his deep green eyes, as if appraising a herd of prized livestock, evaluating their lineage, demeanor, and worth. In that moment, Euron comprehended the peculiar expression on his brother Balon's face. A smirk that suggested unspoken thoughts suddenly made sense. Euron instantly grasped why his father, Corran, was engaged in hushed conversations with other lords, pointing discreetly at the young people in attendance, exchanging comments that were anything but casual chatter. They were engaged in a silent negotiation concerning alliances and bloodlines. All clues converged to reveal a startling truth. He, Euron Greyjoy, was not merely a spectator at a knighthood ceremony. Instead, he had unwittingly stepped into a grand matchmaking event orchestrated by the cunning Golden Lion, Tywin Lannister, aimed at the elite youth of Westeros. Lord Tywin was, with the allure of his daughter's beauty and his son's inheritance, subtly orchestrating the selection, evaluation, and potential binding of the finest candidates for his family's enduring power. The air was suffused not merely with the sweet fragrance of wine and the melodic strains of music, but rather infused with an intangible yet far more lethal essence, a chilling and precise calculation concerning power, lineage, and the intertwining of futures. Each smile, each shared dance, might subtly tug at the fate of a river or a castle. Euron surveyed the lavishly adorned assembly, a veritable cauldron of intrigue, and a bittersweet smile, comprehensible only to himself, crept upon his lips. He pondered inwardly. It appears that in any realm, in any age, one cannot escape the awkward yet anticipated ritual of courtship. Since avoidance was futile, he resolved to adopt a calm demeanor. Well, discussing marriage since the age of 10 would have seemed utterly fantastical in a past life. Yet here, in this realm of ice and fire, it constituted the most standard and pragmatic script for the nobility. Given the circumstances, since he was already present, he might as well keep his eyes peeled for a suitable maiden who captured his heart. At that moment, Balon Greyjoy, having concluded his pleasantries with a few old friends, returned to his son's side. The instant their gazes met, Euron's knowing and teasing expression revealed to Corlin that one of his purposes for attending had been discerned by his astute son. There's truly no need to conceal anything from me, Euron began, his tone light, as if discussing the weather. I never claimed I was uninterested in finding a wife. Corlin huffed, his voice low and pragmatic. In noble marriages, there is never the kind of romantic ballad that speaks of mutual affection. Only interests. Only power. These are the eternal cornerstones. Euron, with a wry smile, countered. That being said, it is customary for the Iron Islands to seek a rock wife from within our own isles. Is it appropriate for me to suddenly desire to wed a noblewoman from the Seven Kingdoms? Will other lords harbor thoughts on this? You are merely the second son. Corlin interrupted, his tone resolute. Your brother Balon is the heir to the Iron Islands. He has adhered to the ancient customs by marrying a trueborn to solidify our foundations. You have no such obligation. Your marriage can serve as an extension of House Greyjoy into foreign territories. Euron stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with practicality. Very well. If that is the case, then I must at least seek a maiden who is beautiful, virtuous, gentle of temperament, and of impeccable character. He articulated his most straightforward desires. Corlin, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. He gestured with his chin toward the distinguished young ladies within the hall and scoffed. Look who these daughters belong to. Tully, Stark, Martell, you, a second son from the Iron Islands, possess what right to be so choosy here? Humph, the mere fact that someone would consider you willing to accept this union is already divine favor. Indeed, if that is the case, why did you bring me here at all? To suffer embarrassment? Euron rolled his eyes in exasperation.